The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I hope you are having a great day, and boy, are there some good shows I have lined up for you. But first, it's January the 30th, 2025. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 1661 AD, Oliver Cromwell, Lord Protector of the Commonwealth of England, is ritually executed after having been dead for 2 years. Hot take? If you're executing dead people, you need to get a hobby, because you have way too much time on your hands. In 1815, burned U.S. Library of Congress re-established with Thomas Jefferson's 6,500 volumes. In 1902, Britain and Japan sign a treaty after months of negotiation which commits each country to supporting an independent China and Korea, although it acknowledges Japan's special interest in Korea. In 1933, President Paul von Hindenburg appoints Adolf Hitler as Reich Chancellor of Germany, who forms a government with Franz von Papen. In 1939, Adolf Hitler threatens Jews during his speech to the German Reichstag. In 1948, Mahatma Gandhi is assassinated in the garden of the New Delhi home he was visiting by Hindu extremist Narendra Godse. In 1965, state funeral of Winston Churchill at St. Paul's Cathedral in London. At the time, the world's largest ever state funeral. In 1972, Bloody Sunday, 27 unarmed civilians are shot, 14 are killed by British Army during a civil rights march in Derby, Northern Ireland. This is the highest death toll from a single shooting incident during the Troubles. In 1931, City Lights, American silent romantic comedy film directed by Charlie Chaplin, starring himself, Virginia Cheryl, premieres at Los Angeles Theater. In 1961, I Fall to Pieces single released by Patsy Cline, Billboard Song of the Year 1961. In 1994, Kapil Dev takes 2/41 as India beats Sri Lanka by an inning and 95 runs in the second cricket test in Bangalore equals Sir Roger Hadley's world record of 431 test wickets. Born on this day, Livy, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Horace III, Douglas Engelbart, Dick Cheney, Philip VI, Gene Hackman, Phil Collins, Christian Bale, Olivia Colman, Payne Stewart, Curtis Strange. Dying on this day, Charles I, Bonnie Prince Charlie, Betsy Ross, Rudolph, Crown Prince of Austria, Mahatma Gandhi, and Orville Wright. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling All Cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars, attention all Maricopa County Sheriff's cars, broadcast 139, regarding a man wanted for murder, Ben Knight, last seen headed for California in a 1925 Studebaker, accompanied by 2 young girls and a woman. That's all.
The action in tonight's case starts in Maricopa County, Arizona, and then jumps to Los Angeles. Investigators from the Rio Grande Oil Company, while talking with the officers of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, were proud to hear this statement from the Arizona officials.
Your radio program, Calling All Cars, is a powerful influence for good. We know that it explains police work to the people of Arizona is getting us a lot of cooperation with citizens. It's only fair to tell you that your gasoline is just as good as your broadcast. That's obvious, or we wouldn't have renewed our contract to use Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively for another year. In our work covering the many miles of Arizona mountain and desert roads, gasoline is mighty important. We never yet found any gasoline to equal Rio Grande cracked. We get more miles to the gallon, and that's not talk. Our records prove it. But even more important, we get better all-round performance, all the speed and power and quicker starts that emergency cars must have.
And then, from the Los Angeles officers who worked on tonight's case, we heard the other side of the story.
You can tell the world that we think Rio Grande cracked gasoline tops them all. Every emergency car in Los Angeles is powered with this gasoline. We've got to have the most powerful and fastest gasoline made. And for years, we've never found any brand any better than Rio Grande cracked.
And that's the kind of reception our Rio Grande crime investigators get wherever they go to gather material for Calling All Cars. Everywhere it is sold, Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl is now powering more police and emergency cars than any other brand. We ask you to try Rio Grande cracked in your car so that you, too, can enjoy police car performance. And now it is our pleasure to present Sheriff James McFadden of Maricopa County, Arizona. Sheriff McFadden.
Good evening. The case you're about to hear is one of the most recent and most bloody crimes we've had to solve in Maricopa County. To my mind, it is an excellent example of the absolute necessity for cooperation between law enforcement agencies. The days when a sheriff was called upon to keep the peace only within the confines of his own county have long since gone. With high-speed transportation at hand, the criminal's first thought is to get as far away from the scene of his crime as possible. You will hear in tonight's broadcast how efficiently a sheriff's office 400 miles away, an office which might have had every reason to be disinterested in the apprehension of a fugitive from Maricopa, worked to bring about that fugitive's apprehension. Far beyond the routine duty of arresting and holding, the men of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office questioned and cross-questioned the suspect and presented us with a typewritten transcript of the questioning to bring back to Phoenix with our man. It is cooperation like this that will, when it is nationwide, eventually convince the criminal that crime does not pay.
December 29th, 1935. 2 men are walking along the bank of the Salt River near Coldwater, Arizona. One wears the Levi's, wide hat, and high-heeled boots of a rancher. The other, the jodhpurs of an Easterner.
Now, the river here is the north line of the property, Mr. Sternhope, And it extends south further than you can see.
Ah, but it's so barren. I'm looking for an investment out here. I want to get a return from the land.
Look down in the valley there. See that wide patch of green?
Yes.
And that's lettuce. And over there, that white section, that's cotton. This land will grow anything, Mr. Stanhope, anything.
Well, this property of yours apparently hasn't grown anything but cactus and sagebrush.
I never irrigated it. I've been running cattle on it. But all you need to do, like the Bible says, to make the desert bloom like a rose is dig yourself an irrigation ditch and run some of the salt river through your land.
Well, I don't know. It's very discouraging.
What's the trouble?
I nearly fell over that sack there.
That's one of the sacks the cotton pickers use. It looks like it fell off a truck. Just a minute, Mr. Stanhope. I'll show you what sort of stuff you can grow on this land. You know anything about cotton?
Oh, a little.
Wait till I get the second side. Now, I'll show you the longest staple cotton this side of the Swiner River. There we are. Now, just look here. What is it? Lover.
My God, what is it?
A dead body beaten to a pulp.
Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff McFadden speaking.
See, Sheriff, I just found a dead body tied up in a sack down here near Coldwater. So that's all we know, Sheriff. Mr. Stanhope just stumbled over him.
Either of you recognize him?
Never saw him before.
I'm visiting from the east, Sheriff, and naturally
Any marks of identification, Allen?
No, sir, not a thing. No laundry marks, nothing in his pockets.
There's always fingerprints. Call the coroner and ransack this place for the murder weapon.
Yes, sir.
But apparently, there is not a single clue. A posse of deputies is unable to locate even the scene of the crime. The fingerprints of the victim are sent to Washington for identification, and the first development in the case comes back to Sheriff McFadden by telegraph.
Fingerprints unknown, murder victim identical. J.C. Cobb, alias J.C. Costello. Number 45742, received State Penitentiary, San Quentin, California, July 1928. Second-degree burglary, 1 to 15 years. J. Edgar Hoover, Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Washington.
But this identification is of little help in an agricultural county where migratory workers come and go with the seasonal crops. Another week goes by while deputies search for the crime scene. For information about Paul, they find nothing. And then one evening, 10 days after the body was discovered, 2 cotton pickers are trudging along the riverbank towards the ranch when...
Let's cut across here through the brush, Ben. Too far around the road.
I don't want to step on no rattlesnake.
What you talking about? There ain't no rattlesnakes out this time of year.
Well, there might be.
Oh, you're nuts.
Go on, you cut across. I'll take the road.
Hey, Ben.
What?
Come here a minute. Look what I found.
What, a rattlesnake?
No, worse than that. Look. Blood. Yeah, all over the ground.
Hey, look at this.
What is it?
It's a wrench with blood on it.
Hey, we better tell the sheriff about this.
Calling Car 5, Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, calling Car 5. Go to the Rio Grande gasoline station in Coldwater and pick up 2 men. Go to the Rio Grande gasoline station in Coldwater and pick up 2 men.
There they are, Ben.
Boy, didn't take them long to get here.
You the boys we were to meet?
Yeah.
What's the trouble?
Well, we found a place down the road a piece where there was blood all over the ground
And we found this wrench. It's got blood on it.
Yeah, so we called the sheriff.
And he told us to wait here for you.
Well, hop in and show us where the place is.
Here we are.
Somebody sure took a beating here, no mistake.
Yeah, look at the way these branches are broken on the Palo Verde.
And you can see here where the body was dragged to the road.
Looks like this is what we've been looking for 10 days. Listen, boys, do either of you know J.C. Cobb?
Chuck Cobb? Sure.
He used to work in the fields with it.
How long ago?
Oh, up until a week or so before Christmas. Then he didn't come around no more.
We figured he drifted on to California.
Did he hang around with anyone in particular?
Yeah. Him and Ben Knight was pretty chummy.
Where's Ben Knight? Does he work here?
No, Ben went away, too.
When?
About the same time Chuck did.
Well, I think it'd be worthwhile to talk tonight, Jack.
I agree with you. Come on, boys.
where do you want us to go now?
To the morgue to identify a body.
After the two ranch hands have positively identified the body of the murder victim as J.C. Cobb, they are led into the Sheriff McFadden's office, where Allen and Bazard make a complete report of their findings. The sheriff takes over the question.
Either of you boys have any idea where this Ben Knight was from?
Yeah, I think he was from Oklahoma.
From Shawnee,
Oklahoma. Yeah.
Shawnee, Oklahoma. Where did he live while he was working on that ranch with you?
It was out to the Giant Cactus Auto Court.
Yeah, him and the wife and kids, they all lived out in the auto court.
Giant Cactus Auto Court. Allen, you and Bazard better get out there. I'm going to get in touch with the sheriff at Shawnee, Oklahoma for a check on Knight.
You the owner of this camp?
Yep, cleanest auto camp in Arizona, bar none.
Yeah, it looks fine. But we're not here to rent a place. I'm Deputy Sheriff Bazard, and this is my partner, Deputy Allen. We're looking for a fellow named Knight. You know him?
Ben? Oh, sure. He was here for some time.
Was? You mean he's not here now?
No, he and the whole kit and caboodle of them moved out here last week.
When last week?
Well, it's about 28th, I think. Yeah, the 28th.
Did he say where he was going?
No, not exactly, didn't he? Said something about going into Phoenix and then something about California. That's about all.
Did you notice anything unusual about Knight when you last saw him? He seem excited or anything?
Well, I don't know that he's any different than usual. Seemed to be in kind of a hurry to get out of here, but then that didn't mean anything. He is that kind of a person. He's always on the go.
But he did seem in more of a hurry than usual when he left here.
Little, I guess.
Did you happen to know whether his friend Cobb was with him?
No, don't think he was. Hadn't seen him around at all that day. Guess maybe he went into Phoenix or somewheres. He was always getting ideas about going somewhere.
Upon further investigation, it is learned from people at the camp that Knight, his wife, and two children left in the Studebaker sedan belonging to Cobb. That Cobb was not with them at the time. A complete description both of the car and of the wanted man is phoned to the Los Angeles Sheriff's Homicide Detail, and a request for aid in locating the wanted Knight. And a couple of days later, Sheriff McFadden calls Allen and Bazard into his office.
Well, boys, we've just about broken this Cobb murder.
Yeah? How's that, Sheriff?
I just got this from the sheriff at Mizpah. Postcard from Knight addressed to his brother who lives there. He gives his address as Venice, California, 722 Sunset Boulevard. I've called Gene Biscaluse and asked him to pick up Knight. And I want you boys to start for Los Angeles right away.
Deputies Allen and Bazard roar across the desert to Los Angeles and are met by Deputy Sheriffs Marshal Zeno and P.M. Cuno of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office. Promptly pick up Ben Knight's trail, arrest him, take him for questioning. Knight denies everything.
That's the trouble with trying to do a favor for a guy. All you get out of it's grief.
What do you mean, Knight? Helping someone. Who did you help do what?
This fella you're trying to tell me I killed, that's who.
You mean Cobb?
Yeah, Cobb. He asked me to do him a favor, and I'd do it. And now look, here I am hauled into jail and told I'm a killer.
Well, suppose you tell us just what you mean by doing him a favor, Knight.
Sure, I'll tell you. Then you'll see what I mean, all right. We was trying to find work out there in Arizona. And Chuck, he had this Studebaker, see?
Yeah?
Well, anyway, the day after Christmas, Chuck went out to a ranch somewhere to see the foreman. And I went over to a letter shed to see about getting a job. Well, when I come back from the shed, I find a guy waiting there to see me. Says he has a message from Chuck.
Who was the man?
I don't know. He was a stranger to me. So anyway, he tells me that Chuck won't be back, that he's in some kind of trouble, and that he wants me to drive his Studebaker to California and leave it at a certain address.
And so you just take this stranger's word for it and pack up and leave, eh?
Well, I was afraid not to.
Afraid of what?
This stranger, he threatened me, sort of.
Suppose you tell us about it.
Well, he said I'd better do it and not ask questions, or it'd make me wish I hadn't. And I didn't want no trouble, so I did like he said.
Why did you kill Cobb, Knight?
I didn't kill him.
What did you use, a hammer or a wrench?
I didn't use anything. I didn't kill him.
That's your story, and you're going to stick to it, eh?
It's the truth.
All right. Take him away, Sergeant. I want to talk to Mrs. Knight. Now, Mrs. Knight, I want you to be very careful in what you say. I want you to answer my questions as truthfully as you know how. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Good. In the first place, why did your husband come to California? Did he tell you?
Well, I don't know what he told you all.
That's all right. I want to know what he told you.
He just said that he was bringing the car over here for Chuck. That's all.
Did he say anything about Chuck having an accident?
No, I don't think so.
I see. Well, Mrs. Knight, didn't this sudden move strike you as strange?
In a way, yes. But then we've been wanting to come to California for some time.
Well, what prevented you from moving before, Mrs. Knight?
Well, Ben had an old car, but it wasn't good enough to make the trip. I reckon he was afraid it would break down before we got here.
So the main idea was to get hold of a good car.
Why, I reckon so. I don't rightly know. Ben never told me very much what he was thinking.
But you know that he wanted to come to California, that he needed a car to do it. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that'll be enough for now, Mrs. Knight. Thank you.
Repeatedly questioned by the Los Angeles officers and by the Arizona officers upon their arrival, Knight sticks to his thin story of why he drove Kolb's car to California. Wasting little time, Deputies Allen and Bizard return their prisoner to Phoenix, where Sheriff McFadden is told the same vacillating tale. Ordering Knight to his cell, McFadden leaves him alone to think it over. After 36 hours of solitude, Knight sends word he wants to see the sheriff. A turnkey escorts him to McFadden's office, where...
Well, Knight, ready to talk?
I want to tell you what really happened.
Good.
I've been thinking it all over.
Yeah, I thought you would.
And I realize that it won't do me no good to lie about it.
That's right.
It was self-defense.
Then you admit that you killed Kolb.
Yeah, but it was self-defense. He tried to kill me first.
Why didn't you say that when you were in Los Angeles?
I don't know. Only I was so scared I didn't know what to say, and then after I told you that story, I was afraid to back out.
But now you're ready to tell the truth, eh?
Yes, sir. It was self-defense. Chuck and I was out fooling around, and he suggested that we rob old Bradley's store and get some money that way. And I told him that I wasn't no thief, and he called me a lot of things, and we got into a scrap.
And you hit him with a wrench.
He grabbed a big file and tried to hit me with it, and I got scared and hit him with a wrench I had in my hand.
What were you doing with a wrench in your hand?
We'd been working on an old tractor that was there, trying to get a chain off of it, and I had the wrench still in my hand.
All right. Go on.
Well, when I hit him, he fell down, and then I got scared and tried to revive him. I got some water from the river and threw it on him, but he didn't move. So I figured I'd better get him out of sight until I could think.
So you dragged him all the way to the riverbank, put him in a sack, and trussed him up, eh?
Yes.
Why'd you go to all that trouble if it was self-defense, Knight? You could have told the authorities all about it.
I was scared at what I'd done, I guess.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But I didn't hit him first. He hit me.
So you hit him back, and then after he fell down, you hit him some more. Why'd you do that?
I don't know.
Well, I do. Because you didn't want him to live. Because you needed his car to get out here to California. Isn't that right, Knight?
No, I didn't mean to kill him. It was an accident.
Sure.
Knight sticks to his story of self-defense. He's soon brought into the Maricopa County Superior Court, charged with the murder of Charles Kolb. Witnesses are brought before the jury, questioned and re-questioned. Attorney for the state, Wilmer, puts Knight on the stand and leads him through a long series of statements, but fails to arrive at any conclusive proof of guilt. And finally, after all the witnesses have been heard, after long weeks of endless court procedure, Attorney Wilmer stands before the jury and completes his summary.
And you 12 good citizens are going to bring that verdict in. It's entirely upon your shoulders whether the perpetrator of this brutal, cold-blooded murder shall be set free to prey upon society, or whether he shall pay the penalty he deserves. I have endeavored during the course of this trial to show you the discrepancies of the defendant's story. You have heard him change his statement several times. And now I have but one thing left to do. I want to show you in my own words what really happened on that fateful day when Ben Knight deliberately stalked his prey to a lonely spot in the desert with only one thought in his mind: to kill it. As I see the picture of this crime, I see two men standing beside a tractor that lies unused and rusty in a small clearing. Not far away is a river. And as I see them, they are talking.
I don't see any sense in this. Coming out here to this dump just to get a few parts of this tractor. What are we going to do with them when we got them?
Don't be so darn impatient, Chuck. We can sell this stuff in Phoenix and get some dough. Not much, but more than we got now.
Well, it don't make sense to me. The way you've been acting lately makes me wonder about you anyhow. You've been so darn thoughtful all the time. You look like you're miles away, just thinking about something. Hey, what's going into you anyhow?
I've been thinking about California, Chuck. I want to get out of this stinking desert and go to California. That's what I've been thinking about.
Well, what's holding you? Why don't you go and get it over with?
I didn't know how until just today, Chuck. I couldn't figure out how to get there. But I figured it all out.
Yeah? How?
You're going to help me, Chuck.
I'm going to? How?
You don't know? You haven't any idea what I mean?
Huh? Hey, now you're looking funny again. Hey, what's the matter with you anyway, Chuck?
Nothing's the matter with me, Chuck. I'm just thinking about California and how you're going to help me.
Hey, friend. Hey, stop staring at me, will you? Hey, you look terrible.
Do I, Chuck?
Hey, stop staring at me, Ben. Ben, hey, what are you doing with that wrench? I know. You think you can kill me and take my car, huh? That's what you're thinking. I can see it in your eyes. Hey, Ben, don't let go of that wrench. Ben, for the love of God, don't. Oh.
That's what I mean, Chuck. That's how you're going to help me. But you gotta be dead before I can go. You gotta be dead. Now I can go to California, and you can stay here where you won't never worry no.
And that is the same man who sits here in this courtroom today and says he is a victim of an attack on his life, who claims his actions were self-defense. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't let this heinous murderer go free. It would be too ghastly to think of him roaming loose to kill again when the mood came upon him. I say you must make a decision, and that decision must be guilty of first-degree murder. The state rests its case.
The attorney for defense prepared to make his plea.
I should like to ask for a brief recess, Your Honor.
The request granted. Court recesses for 1 hour.
Court is now in session.
Is the counsel for the defense ready now?
I am, Your Honor.
Then you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a little while ago you heard my worthy colleague, Mr. Wilmer, tell you in many graphic and dramatic words exactly how he thought this so-called murder was done. You may notice that I use the word thought. I do that because there has been no definite proof offered in this court at any time since this trial began that the defendant was guilty of murder. You have seen only one side of the picture, the one shown you by the prosecutor. I feel that you have a right to see the other side. I know that when you do, you will realize that the defendant did no more than you or I might have done under the same circumstances, protected his life when it was threatened. I'm going to ask you to go with me to that same clearing that you were told about a while ago. And as our eyes focus on the scene, we find the same two men.
This don't make any sense to me, coming away out here for a couple of parts from an old tractor.
Now, don't be so darned impatient, Chuck. We can sell this stuff in Phoenix and get some dough. Not much, but more than we got now.
Yeah, and so what? I'm getting sick of this place. All we've been doing is going from place to place trying to find work. And when we do get it, what have we got anyhow? Nothing. Hey, listen. Why don't you fall in with me on that deal, Ben?
Listen, Chuck, I wish you'd stop talking about it, because I won't go. And what's more, if you pull anything like that, I'll tell who did it.
You're what?
You heard me. I said I'd tell who did it. I'm not going to have you living with me and the wife and kids and going around robbing places, see?
Why, you yellow...
Don't say it, Chuck. You're only getting sore over something that you know I'm right about.
I ought to smack you one. And what's more, I think I will.
Now, listen, Chuck, don't be silly.
Shut up, you liver-bellied stool pigeon. I'll teach you to make wisecracks.
Put that file down, Chuck, and stop acting like a lunatic.
I wanted to slap you many times, Ben. And now I'm going to, right now. And there's no use whining about it.
Chuck, stop it. I'll let you have it with this wrench if you come any closer.
Now, you dirty rat, you...
I didn't want it, Chuck. I didn't want it. Chuck! Water. Gotta get some water for him.
And there you see what actually happened. Not murder, but self-defense. And what was the first thing Knight did? He tried to revive Paul. He ran and got water and threw it on him. But it was too late. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I ask you to believe me when I say that the defendant, Ben Knight, is an innocent man and deserves justice. And one thing more before I close. Remember this. Chuck called the victim was an ex-convict. 2 times before, he's been confined in San Quentin Penitentiary for a robbery and assault. Now, all I ask is that when you come out of that room in there, you bring a fair verdict back with you. The only fair verdict there can be in this case. Not guilty.
Is the prosecution wish a rebuttal? Just a very short one, Your Honor. And I should like it now with no recess.
Very well, you may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to bore you with any long speech. You've heard enough speeches for one day. I merely wish to point out one rather gaping discrepancy in Mr. Fellowes' story. A discrepancy that is as damning as though the murdered man were in this court himself to point an avenging finger at his murderer. If you will think carefully, you will remember that at the time of the actual killing, or assault, the way counsel for defense told it, Chuck Cobb was walking slowly towards the defendant, facing him. And Mr. Fellowes went on to say that he raised the file he held in his hand and made a motion toward Knight. Now, I want to know just this. If Chuck Cobb was facing Ben Knight when he was hit with the wrench, how does it happen that the doctor who examined the body found that the back of the skull had been crushed and that there were no wounds on the front? It would have been utterly impossible for Ben Knight to hit the victim in the back of the head if he was facing him. That is all, ladies and gentlemen. The state rests.
Has the jury arrived at the verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Will the clerk of the court read it, please?
We, the jury, after carefully considering the facts in this case, find Benjamin Knight guilty of murder in the first degree.
Benjamin Knight, you have been found guilty of murder in the first degree. Therefore, it is the sentence of this court that you be executed in the lethal gas chamber at Florence Penitentiary on a date which will be set later by this court. May God have mercy on your soul.
Let us remind you again that the police officers involved in this case, both in Arizona and California, drive cars powered exclusively with Rio Grande cracked gasoline, the gasoline that is specified by the leading cities and counties of the West because it is proved to be the most economical gasoline money can buy. You have often driven past a Rio Grande station near you. Next time, won't you drive in, please, and get acquainted with our services? Ask for your free copy of the Calling All Cars News and read about these crimes you hear on the air. Ask about the 14 free gifts, a complete detective outfit that Rio Grande offers free of charge to every boy and girl. Of course, you'll try a tank full of tetraethyl-treated Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Now, there's just one thing more. We pride ourselves that Sinclair Motor Oil, featured at all Rio Grande stations, has not yet been equaled. You hear a lot about new motor oils with new features, but you'll find all these features and more in Sinclair Motor Oils. Prices start at 25 cents a quart in sealed cans, and we guarantee that your car will be perfectly lubricated with Sinclair oil in the crankcase. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. The Rio Grande Oil Company. The Rio Grande Oil Company. The Rio Grande Oil Company.
After a devastating injury,
Worf will never regain the use of his legs.
a crippled warrior chooses suicide over life as an invalid.
I want you to help me die.
Can a medical miracle save him?
If he goes into that operation, he could come out a corpse.
Or will he die under the knife?
He's going into cardiac arrest.
On Star Trek, The Next Generation.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
When you're picnicking, Bergie belongs.
Burgermeister, Burgermeister, it's all light and golden clear. Burgermeister, Burgermeister, it's a truly fine pale beer.
San Francisco Brewing Corporation, San Francisco.
Listen to a musical salute to Pacific Coast football on Hollywood Music Hall tonight at 7:30.
someone wait for me.
Well, this is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield. The Bing Crosby Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Mares, and Bing's guests, Bob Hope.
Who?
You heard me, Bob Hope.
Couldn't get Mighty Joe Young, huh?
No, his phone's been disconnected.
But now, Ken, I think it's time for song. If the little mares will gather around, we'll start off with Dear Hearts and Gentle People. This is a number that's gathering much popular momentum lately.
Yes, I heard your recording of Dear Hearts and
Nice
Gentle People.
emphasis
Very
on
good.
recording. Thank you. Ken, you may go over to the sound man now and tell him that I said to give you a handful of play money.
Oh, peachy.
Let's go, kid.
I love those dear hearts and gentle people who live in my hometown, because those dear hearts and gentle people will never ever let you down. They read the good book from Friday to Monday. That's how the weekend goes. I've got a dream house I'll build there one day with picket fence and rambling rose. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. There's a place I'd like to go, and it's back in Idaho, where your friendly neighbors smile and say hello. It's a pleasure and a treat to meander down the street. That's why I want the whole wide world to know. I love the dear hearts. I love the gentle people who live in my hometown. Because those dear hearts and gentle people will never ever let you down. They read the good book from Friday till Monday. That's how the weekend goes. Got a dream house I built there one day with picket fence and rambling road. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. Home, home, sweet home. Home, sweet home. Home, home, sweet home. Home, home, sweet home.
Thank you, Mr. Stew. Come here. Thank you, Duke. How about that suitcase player? He was on it. Thanks, thank you. Thanks, Nick Fatul and group. Now, Mr. Ken Carpenter takes over briefly with a message to all cigarette dealers. Ken, just what is it you wish to say to the dealers at Chesterfield?
Well, Bing, I just want to remind them to be sure to get in on the biggest birthday idea in years. Cigarette dealers, here's how to get your supply of Chesterfield birthday slip-over cartons and get them quick. Just send a penny postcard with your name and business address to Chesterfield, Box 21, New York City. You will receive free by return mail, postage prepaid, a supply of these Chesterfield birthday slip-over cartons that everybody wants. All you have to do is send a penny postcard with your name and business address to Chesterfield, Box 21, New York City. Do it now.
Here's John Scott Trotter's arrangement of one of the outstanding tunes of the season. An outstanding arrangement, too.
Up in the morning, I'm out on my job, and I work like the devil for my pay. But that lucky old sun has nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. I fuss with my woman, and I toil for my kids. I sweat till I'm wrinkled and I'm gray, while that lucky old sun has nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. I'm up in the morning, out on a job, work like the devil for my pay, but that lucky old sun has nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. I fuss with my woman, toil for my kids, sweat till I'm wrinkled and I'm gray, while that lucky old sun has nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. Good Lord above, can't you see I'm pining? Tears all in my eyes. Send down that cloud, the one with a silver lining. Lift me to paradise. Show me that river. Won't you take me across and wash all my troubles away? Like that lucky old sun, give me nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. Thanks, John. Nice arrangement. Ladies and gentlemen, by way of introducing our guests this evening, I'd like to go back a few years to that day I first saw a splendid young comedian on Broadway. I knew then that someday he'd soar to the heights of his profession. And sure enough, today, he's a great star of the movies. He's a smash on the radio. I know I don't have to tell you that that lad's name is Red Skelton. That's so much for Red. Here's Bob Hope.
Thank you, Hildegard.
Well,
Here we go. Everybody
How about
back.
that introduction? What is the matter with it?
It's things like that that make you so big in Czechoslovakia. How'd you get that kind of publicity? You got a brother over there,
No.
too.
I don't like
Everett on the lam or something?
Should be. I don't like the Prague, but I'm very big in Prague, kid.
Yeah, but they call you Stinky in Helsinki.
No. I drive him mad in Stalingrad.
And you're a schlemiel down in Mobile.
Incidentally, the people in Mobile love me. I'm very big in Alabama.
You're right. I saw Top of the Morning at a drive-in theater in Alabama, and just so people hear that Irish dialogue, they didn't serve popcorn.
What'd they serve?
Hot buttered cotton.
But this is an amazing coincidence, Bob. I was in a drive-in theater myself recently.
I know. I saw you there in your new Buick. You were the only one with a kid looking out of each porthole. Now,
I had the kids... I had them on a little detail that night. They were sticking their tongues out at the finance man.
I didn't see that. Where is that?
That is serious.
You got a writer in there? Say, what was your mob doing in a drive-in movie anyway? Crawling under the cars looking for chewing gum? What were you doing? You have them on a little scavenger hunt?
Yes, in a way, scavenger hunt. We went to see your picture, Sorrowful Jones.
Say, I really did some fine acting in that, didn't I?
You know... I couldn't tell. Everybody left their motor running. We were all poised for a quick getaway right after the newsroom.
Oh, wait till you get a load of my new picture, The Great Lover, with Rhonda Fleming. My motor's running in that.
Your motor? Bob, I'm for you. Really, I am.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm for you all the time, but how could you ever be a great lover? This is nuts.
Diet, boy. For weeks, I lived on nothing but rye crisp and passion fruit.
Nothing but? I must try some.
No, you better stick to fricassee of Seratan. That's what you need, really. It's later than life than you think, Lard.
You mean I'm getting a little heavy? You should get a load of yourself walking down the street. From the back, you look like two tomcats fighting in a gunny sack.
I could say for you, there's life there yet, anyway.
Oh, you tipped him
That'll be
off.
another pack.
I didn't know you were still at Paramount, though. Is that true?
Look, subsidiary. I'm still there. And besides acting at Paramount, I'm in charge of openings.
What do you mean?
Well, have you seen that big advertisement that shows Alan Ladd with his bare chest?
Yeah, what about it?
Who do you think unbuttoned his shirt?
Dandy work. You done any television yet, kid?
Television?
Oh, you ought to score on television. I think you should. Your face is distorted to start with.
Well, mine is sort of a vertical. You have a horizontal problem that we're worried about. The television thing. Television is getting to be a big thing. You know, it's very popular with the kids.
Oh, you're telling me. My kids have been watching so many westerns on our set, they got little saddlebags under their eyes.
Well, I read that article in Coronet magazine this month about you and the kids. You know, you got those kids so busy working. When do they have time to watch television?
When they're polishing the set.
Go anytime.
Come to think of it, how does a man as busy as you are with your coast-to-coast junkets and everything, when do you find time to read Coronet, or any magazine for that matter?
Oh, I'm relaxing now. I'm living down at Palm Springs.
Well, all rats head for the desert sooner or later, I
guess. We're expecting you. You know, it's wonderful there. You probably have something left over from Kraft. I know the way you save. You're sleeping in a bed of pimento, I know.
Bob, you're mayor of Palm Springs, true or false?
No, I'm just honorary mayor. Charlie Farrell's mayor.
What's Janet Gaynor, chief of police?
Don't be flip,
Who
Bobby.
wrote that line? That is the biggest egg.
Well, don't ruin mine while you're talking about it. Bing, you can kid all you want about Palm Springs. There are a lot of actors down there, but believe me, it's a real rugged, two-fisted Western town.
What are you talking about, Western town? The only Western thing about Palm Springs is the bartender in the racket club. His name is Tex, and he's from Toledo, Ohio.
The Tex is a real cowboy. The only trouble is he's been around horses too long. When he makes a martini, the olive swishes its pimento.
See, I grabbed a pretty good room at the racket club there, Bob.
I'm working on this.
I wouldn't worry.
Don't be flip-floppy.
Sorry,
Thought I'd try that again while you're rolling. But, Bing, you can kid all you want about Palm Springs being swank and luxurious.
Well, it's very spiffy.
It has some modern conveniences, yes, but the desert is fraught with drama.
You really think so?
Partner, if I had my gun on my hip, I'd plug
you. If you had a gun on your hip, you never could reach way out there.
Don't be flip-floppy.
All right, Sophie.
There you are. I'm going to get to the point if I have to do a straight line as though I haven't done 6.
Bully for you.
And you, too. Let's be serious, Bing.
Oh, you have been out in the sun, haven't you?
Bing, you're right about Palm Springs being a lush garden spot in the desert. But there was a time in the glorious history of Palm Springs when it was an isolated desert town, accessible only by covered wagon and mule train.
Thank you, Francis X. Bushman.
Please, keep your schoolmates out of this, will you, please?
We take you now to the desert and drama. Here we find a 20-mule team being driven across the wasteland by Soapy Hope and Smoky Crosby. The mules are so exhausted from pulling the heavy wagon, their tails are dragging.
That goes for us, too.
You were that way before we started.
And just for that, you can get off my back. I carried you through enough pictures anyway.
I can hardly talk. Carried me through pictures. If it wasn't for Barry Fitzgerald and me, you'd still be back at your old job luxing girdles for Paul Whiteman.
Well, here we are. Here we are, out on the desert. Get up there, you lop-eared, swayback critter.
Get along there, you short-legged, weather-beaten jackass.
Oh, there. Get along there, you ornery bag of bones.
Lean into it, you leather-hided varmint. I'll stop whipping you if you stop whipping me.
Yeah, let's whip the mules a while, huh? Come on, girls, let's go now.
Yeah, we got to get to Palm Springs with these supplies by Smogdown.
You're right. This is the most important rush cargo we ever hauled across the desert. 5,000 tennis balls for the racket club. Get up there. Get going, you dudes. Come on, boy. Sound man we've ever had.
I think we fell in the Grand Canyon.
Come on. Let's go here.
Oh, the sun. So hot I'm burning up. How come you ain't hot, Smokey?
I'm a chewing on 4-way cold tablet.
Water. Water. I can't go on, I tell you. I'm cracking. Water. Water, I can't go on.
You can't act either.
Water. Water. I'll never make it. Just look at that. I'm so dry I can't talk. No use, Smokey. I'll never make it. I'm a goner. I'm a real gone guy. Oh, water! Water for the audience. Water. Adrenaline, bury me. Bury me here in the desert I love.
Oh, buck up, Sophie. Sophie.
It'll be television from here on in.
Everybody's on their own.
Oh, Water, I'm too young to go. I haven't hit 40 yet.
Well, 40's hit you.
Steady, Grandma Moses, steady. I'm a goner. You can have my blankets and my hooper.
No, Soapy.
Here, take this letter, and when you get back to town, give it to my loved ones.
Well, don't worry about the letter, partner. Now you just lay down there and die.
Okay. Okay, if this script will move over. I'm going fast. So long, Smokey.
Hey, look at this. Let me put your coat under your head, make you more comfortable.
Oh, thank you, Smokey. You're a pal.
Hey, look out, you're kind of got a bulge under your hip there. Let me take your wallet so you can lie.
Never mind. I'll pull.
Right. I knew you'd pull through, Soapy. Come on, let's get those tennis balls through to the racket club.
Kinescope on this show.
Bob, you were outstanding, really. Now, while this atmosphere prevails, I think I should hit Mule Train musically. This song is from the forthcoming production, Singing Guns. Looks like a comer. Mule Train. Ah, you old jughead. Take a hold of that boy. Mule Train. Clippity-clopping through the wind and rain. Seems as how they never stop. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop, clippity-clippity, clippity-clippity, clippity-clopping along. Mule train. Oh, you lop-eared loafer. Hi, boy. Mule train. Clippity-clopping along the mountain chain. Soon they're gonna reach the top. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop, clippity-clippity, clippity-clippity, clippity-clopping along. There's a plug of chaw tobacco for a miner in Corona, a guitar for a westerner way out in Arizona, a dress of calico for a gal in Kokomo. Get along, you, get along. Train. Oh, you bobtail rascal. Mule train. Clippity-clopping through the wind and the rain. They'll keep going till they drop. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop, clippity-clippity, clippity-clippity, clippity-clopping along. There's some needles and some thread for the local general store. A present from Sears Roebuck that a bride is waiting for. Some rheumatism pills for the settlers in the hills. Get along, mule, get along. Mule train. Oh, you no-count hide. Take a hold of that one. Clippity-clopping through the wind and the rain. They'll keep going till they drop. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop, clippity-clippity, clippity-clippity, clippity-clopping along. Mule train. Oh, but on, Jenny. Ah, why, you bunch of ringtail leatherneck square back calf meat-eating cows. On,
Very nice, Bing, and I really enjoyed the sketch you and Bob did. But as long as you fellows were hauling cargo across the desert, well, I do think you could have taken a few cartons of Chesterfields with you.
We had Chesterfields with us.
Sure, Swan's soapbox is full of them. Say, incidentally, Sag,
I'll say one thing for you, Nostril King. With a snoot like yours...
Eggplant ears, where are you going?
With a snoot like yours, you certainly ought to know a good thing.
Anyone for tennis?
With a nose nostril like yours, you ought to... With a hay and a hay... Man is here, come. You certainly ought to know a good cigarette when you get a whiff of one.
Well, Bing, that goes for everybody. Once you try Chesterfields, you'll ABC, always buy Chesterfields. Each Chesterfield is A, always milder than other cigarettes. B, better tasting, taste better than other cigarettes. C, cooler smoking, smoke cooler than other cigarettes.
Folks, we're not just repeating a slogan when we say always buy Chesterfields. They're milder, much milder, and they satisfy. Frank Lesser, who's written many hit songs, appears to have another one brewing here. Where are you now that I need you? Now that I want you so badly I could cry. Where are you? Where did fate lead you? Funny how I dreamed you'd still be standing by. I had you at my beck and call, called you any time at all. I guess I took too much for granted. I never thought I'd lie awake and sigh. Where are you now that I need you? Now that I love you so madly I could die. Where are you, baby, now that I need you so badly that I could die? Thanks, buddy. Very adroit. Well, that about does it for tonight. I want to commend my friend Bob Hope for taking time from his rigorous schedule of business and social activities to drop in and spread some of his homey philosophy and warm good cheer.
Did I do that?
See, you did. You have friends here.
Greasy, you spread a little yourself, you know. Who's with you next week, Happy Hips?
Well, I'll tell you, Ballpoint. Next week we have talent on the show. Our guest will be
novelty week, huh?
Ella Fitzgerald and the Mills Brothers.
Oh, you can't knock that.
You're so gracious. How can I ever thank you for what you've done tonight?
Well, I'll give you a little hint. Put us down, man, huh? What do you do Tuesday night?
Folks, you've just heard the cash register from the Paramount Studio Commissary. Now take it back, Bob. Take it back or I'll tell Ginsburg.
Okay, take your hand out of the drawer.
Good night, Bob.
Good night, Bing.
Thanks, folks. We'll see you next week for Chesterfield. The best cigarette for you to smoke.
The Bing Crosby Show for Chesterfield is produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Bob Hope appeared by arrangement with Paramount Pictures, producers of the big broadcast of 1936. Tune in next week and hear the Bing Crosby Show with Bing's guests, Ella Fitzgerald and the Mills Brothers. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show follows immediately.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. KCBS San Jose and KCBS FM San Francisco. Memo to newly engaged men. You can pay no greater tribute to the one you love than to buy her diamond bridal rings at Mylands Jewelers. You'll get smartly styled rings, guaranteed pure white diamonds, easy credit terms at Mylands Jewelers, corner 12th and Washington, Oakland. 7 p.m. BULOVA, Bulova watch time. Men, today see the new Bulova Hancock. Handsome, dependable, and exceptional value. Only $24.75. $24.75. $24.75. $24.75.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
If you love spaghetti like I love spaghetti, I know what you're looking for. So come on, get ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store. If you want spaghetti, the best spaghetti, you don't have to look no more. Get your taste buds ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store.
I really think they ought to change change the name of the spaghetti store.
But the spaghetti store serves 6 different kinds of spaghetti dinners from $2.10 to $2.85.
They should change the name to the spaghetti and ravioli and lasagna and steak and hamburger and sausage and sandwich store.
They have all those things?
And more.
But that name would be a little hard to remember, don't you think?
The name might be hard to remember, but the food unforgettable.
So when you come in, bring your appetite. There's one thing you know for sure. Great spaghetti we've got, and it don't cost a lot at the spaghetti store.
2731 West Northwest Highway. Also Arlington and Fort Worth.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. Once upon a time, there was a poor and common man named Matthew Mall, who owned a couple of acres that were desired by a rich and titled man named Colonel Pinchian, who wished to build a house on the property. Since the colonel could not acquire the land by lawful means, he took others. The year was 1650, and he connived to have Matthew Mall declared a wizard, condemned to die on the scaffold, which is where our story begins.
Quiet! You have not heard the last of Matthew Mall. You or your children, or your children's children. In particular, you, Colonel Pynchon, and all the family who follows you. Look at him, everyone, as a dying man makes a promise. Colonel Pynchon, God will give you and yours blood to drink.
This is the story of my long revenge, which began with the moment my adversary first entered his new-built house, with his portrait locked into the paneling above his desk chair. For there, the first of the Pynchons, the Colonel Pynchon who sent me to my death, was found dead, drowned in his own blood. The doctors called it apoplexy, but we know better. Death brought him blood to drink, the first of much, for his house was doomed.
Our mystery drama, The House of the Seven Gables, was especially adapted from the Nathaniel Hawthorne classic for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Buick introduces a new concept for you to consider in light of all the concern about miles per gallon. Range. Range is what you get when you multiply the mileage your car gets per gallon by the number of gallons your car's gas tank holds. Range is one of the things that help make Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon gas tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
Hello, this is Goldilocks. It seems like only yesterday that I was a little girl tasting porridge. You know, this one's too hot. This one's too cold. And now I conduct taste tests on diet drinks. And there's one I must tell you about. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. It has a fresh, natural, delicious taste. It drives my taste-o-meter crazy. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
George Washington?
Yes.
What is your favorite American food?
La Choy Oriental Vegetables.
La Choy?
The father of our Oriental vegetables.
Oriental vegetables?
Bean sprouts, water chestnuts, chop suey vegetables, delicious.
What do you do with
You toss them.
Across the Potomac?
In a salad.
Oh, yes.
Or mix La Choy Oriental vegetables right in with ground beef when you make burgers. That's my favorite. A meal fit for a king. Oh, I didn't mean a king. I meant what do you call it? What I am. You know, not a prime minister, not a...
La Choy makes Chinese food. Swing American.
You stand alone and wait. She's 20 minutes late. She'll find a smile will go a long, long way.
Smiles go a long, long way with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. You get a pocket Instamatic camera, color film, Magic Cube, extender, and more for less than $30. All at your photo dealers for a limited time only.
A smile stays lit with our Smile Saver Kit. You'll see a smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
Halfway down a by street in one of our New England towns stands a rusty wooden house with 7 acutely peaked gables facing towards various points of the compass and a huge clustered chimney in the midst. So begins the second novel written by Nathaniel Hawthorne. And to tell you the rest of it, here's the tortured, uneasy spirit of the wizard Matthew Mall, who died before his time and left a curse that endured for over 2 centuries.
38 years in my grave, and yet I rise from it as casually as an ordinary man from his bed. I am seen as easily at noon as I am by the witching hour. I am an extraordinarily pestilent ghost, and I have left an estate which will mangle and torture and destroy at last the whole clan of Pinchins. Shall we take a case in point?
Yes? Well, what is it?
You sent for me, Mr. Pynchon. The name is Matthew Mall, son of him who built this house for your grandfather. Grandson of the rightful proprietor of your soil.
Oh, the ancient dispute. That matter has been settled by competent legal authorities.
In favor of the family Pynchon.
Self-evidently. I am in residence and you are not.
Then stay here and rot.
A moment, Mr. Mall. Will you attend me in the living room?
At your request. To what purpose?
Well, perhaps to our mutual interest. There's a legend that my family, that, to be precise, the same Colonel Pynchon who looks down on us from above the living room fireplace here, had a deed to certain vast real estate holdings from an Indian grant. Holdings of incalculable value.
I've heard the story.
Are you also aware that in the settlement of the estate, no deed was found to lay claim to them?
Oh, yes.
But his claim was on the verge of settlement when my grandfather died suddenly.
In answer to my grandfather's curse.
Of apoplexy.
Which is, in non-medical terms, not far from literally drinking one's own blood.
I did not bid you here to renew old quarrels. Simply to make you a proposition.
Very well, I'm listening.
There's a rumor that whatever quarrel lay between our ancestors, yours was the one made the best bargain in the long run.
By being hanged?
However he died, he was only a step or two ahead of the Colonel. For while the Colonel won out in buying and owning the land Seven Gables stands on, he lost a kingdom when the deed to half the state of Massachusetts was lost. Or hidden.
Mr. Pynchon, what is your proposition?
Your father was the architect of this house. He might have secreted the papers somewhere or built some hidden chamber for them, which my ancestor, Colonel Pynchon, died too suddenly to reveal. I would be willing to pay well for information leading to them.
I cannot believe the Colonel would have concealed something that was not his to hide. But there might be a chance for you to recover those papers. How? I'll make a contract with you. This house and the property. For the papers, if I can locate them.
No, damn me, if I'll permit it. Did you say something, sir?
No.
Why? Well, I could have sworn I heard a voice. I'll meet your bargain if you can find the Indian grant.
I'll need some help. I don't know where the papers are, or if they exist. I do know that to locate them, I need the help of a medium.
I don't understand.
You have a young daughter named Alice. Bring her here. From outside the oriel window, hoard with frost against the roaring fire within, I watched my grandson toy with this Pynchon, whose only desire was to flee the dread house and live abroad. And by virtue of my right as a man taken before his time, I kept invading Matthew's mind and making it mine as far as I desired.
My daughter, Alice, may I present Mr. Matthew Mole?
My pleasure, Mr. Mole.
Will you be seated?
Father?
Do as he asks.
Very well.
Now, I ask you to fix your eyes on mine. From the moment that gentle girl raised her eyes, she was ours, mine. It was enough, perhaps, that already the Moles had the reputation that they could enter people's dreams and that no grave could hold them. By now, there was a further belief that they could mesmerize the unwary. There is your daughter, Mr. Pynchon. Speak to her.
Alice! Alice, answer me!
Oh, softly, softly, Mr. Pynchon. Is it my crime you have sold your daughter for the hope of getting back a sheet of yellow parchment?
What would you do with her?
Why, only as you asked. Use her as a medium to try to make you rich.
How?
You'll see. Unless you wish to call our barter deal off.
No. But proceed in God's name.
Very well. Listen to me, Alice Pynchon. Listen with your mind. Cast off your body. Think. Think back away through the years, but cling to me. Let him who holds the secret of the Indian land deeds come forth peaceably and without delay. Call him.
I know not who he is.
Then ask.
Colonel Pynchon? Great-grandfather? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Call on my grandfather, whom your great-grandfather hanged.
Matthew Mole? Matthew Mole? Are you there? Speak.
I hear you in the grave, Miss Pynchon. Oh, what rare sport to watch your father Gervais shivering in mortal dread, and you, my fine lady, no more responsible for your actions than a puppet. And my grandson speaking words and using powers only I could confer on him. But the secret? The secret I am not yet ready to divulge.
Enough! Would you kill the child? Bring her to.
Without your answer?
Have you not found it?
Only this. Your grandfather's secret is one he must choke with until it is of no further value. So, keep a house of 7 gables.
Wake my daughter from her trance.
As far as I can.
What mean you?
Well, she will walk and live and breathe. But
what, man?
I meant no harm. I meant only to humble you and yours. I did not mean to steal her soul, but I'm afraid that is lost. The years rolled by, and generation by generation, I took my toll on the Pynchon brood. The once proud family dwindled and thinned out. I have had little need to move my rusty bones or decaying flesh, since they have wrought their own destruction, save till now. But in this century, I must arise again.
Cousin Hepzibah.
Geoffrey Pynchon, what brings you to Seven Gables?
Why, I take it since you have opened a 1-cent store, it is open to any member of the public?
Not to you. Never to you. Judge.
Judge not, that ye shall be judged. Well, surely after all these years, and in respect of what I've just arranged for Clifford...
You are not welcome in this house.
Not even in a public shop, Hepzibah Pynchon.
The shop is a necessity, now more than ever.
Because of Clifford's return? Oh, surely you know if you're in need you can call on me. Or bring your brother and yourself to live on my estate.
Oh, you know I will take no charity from you, now or ever. How dare you offer it after what you've done to Clifford?
I?
Yes, you hate him. For what reason, I know not. But hate him you do.
You do me wrong, sweet cousin. But I am a forbearing man. I bear what crosses God sends me to bear. I will not trouble you more now, but wait for Clifford's return.
4 Pynchons are left. Nearsighted, angular, tall Hepzibah in her rusty black. The smiling, fat, oily Judge Geoffrey Pynchon, who so closely resembles the portrait of that black-hearted colonel who hangs in a massive gold frame in the living room, and who hanged me by the living neck. 2 yet. We are still to meet.
Bless my soul, the omnibus. And stopping before my shop door. It can't be Clifford yet. No. Then who is it?
Cousin Hepzibah. Cousin Hepzibah. Oh, don't you know me?
Cousin? Oh, no Pynchon ever looked as lovely as you, child.
Cousin Hepzibah, you flatter me. But you can't deny it. I am your country cousin. And my mother sends you her love and regards and hopes my visit to you will not put you out.
Your visit? You intend to stay?
Didn't you get my mother's letter?
No.
I don't understand about the letter.
Oh, it doesn't matter now. You're here. But, child, I don't see how you can stay.
Oh, I don't expect to be a guest. I mean to earn my bread. I can find plenty to do, cousin. The garden and flowers and the chickens will keep me out in the open air, and I can't help in the shop. Please let me stay.
Well, you can stay at least the night. But in any case, the decision whether or not you remain at the House of Seven Gables is not up to me. Tomorrow, its master returns home. My brother Clifford, who is coming home at last.
I think I remember my mother and father mentioning him, but as though he were dead. Where has he been?
In prison.
Prison? Why?
For the murder of our uncle, the judge's father, Geoffrey Pynchon.
One other young and unsuspecting girl, Alice Pynchon, came to grief under the shadowed gables of this brooding old house. Is another to share the same fate? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2.
And now another story of the ball and chain, as Kellogg's Special K presents Veronica and Jack.
Oh, Geoffrey, isn't this romantic? Out in a quiet lake at night with you rowing the boat.
Yes, Veronica, it's really neat.
Jeffrey, what was that?
Frogs.
Frogs that go bonk?
They're pretty weird frogs.
Oh, Jeffrey, you're such a card. You have a ball and chain, like the ones they use in those Special K commercials.
Yes, Veronica. It symbolizes my few pounds of extra weight. But I'm going to get rid of it.
How?
By exercising. You know, like rowing this boat and eating smart at every meal. Starting with a Special K breakfast.
You mean a 1-ounce bowl of high-protein Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, orange juice, and coffee?
Precisely. It's less than 240 calories, and it tastes delicious. It'll help me get rid of this ball and chain.
I'll help too, Jeff. After all, we're all in the same boat.
You have a ball and chain, too.
Your happy ending could begin with the Special K breakfast from Kellogg's.
The 74 Indy 500 is now history, and to no one's surprise, the winner was equipped with custom Monroe Racing shock absorbers. Naturally, because every single car in the race had custom Monroe Racing shocks. That makes Monroe's win record 21 of the last 22 Indy 500s. That's quite a performance, the kind you'd expect from Monroe. We're the #1 maker of replacement shock absorbers for your car, and we're the #1 choice on the track. At Monroe, we can't lose, and neither can you.
Just when you need it more than ever, you can find it more places than ever. That's Quaker State Motor Oil. Why do you need it more? Because if you're using your car less, that engine just isn't getting the exercise it needs. But Quaker State's quality protection is tailor-made to handle deposits that build up in an underworked engine. Now that you need it more, it's available more places. Nice to know.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
This is not my story, so let me quote from the man who first told it. The mysterious Clifford is about to return, and here is how he is foreshadowed in conversation between Miss Hepzibah Pynchon and the newly arrived Phoebe.
31 years ago, my uncle, master of this house, was found dead beneath the portrait of our ancestor, Colonel Pynchon. Death was accountable, the authorities decided, to a blow on the head. Since the desk in his private papers had been rifled, it was suspected that it was robbery and accidental murder committed to avoid discovery.
By Cousin Clifford?
Oh, I shall never believe that. Oh, you will see for yourself when he returns how gentle, sweet, unworldly. Oh, Clifford could never have been guilty.
I'm sure from that kindly face you showed me in the miniature he was wrongly judged.
No question of that. Just as I am sure that Cousin Jaffrey, why I cannot understand, was the one most instrumental in sending him there.
How could that be?
It was he who discovered Clifford by the rifle desk, our uncle lying on the...
Oh, hush. Dear Cousin Hepzibah, think of the present and not on the past. Soon Cousin Clifford will be home again. But surely it grows very late if he is coming today.
Oh, well, you'd best off to bed. Perhaps I should greet him alone. Oh, dear, how shall I manage?
May I help, Cousin Hepzibah?
Oh, I'm old thumbs when it comes to cookery. You see, I've lost whatever art I had all these years alone. And I wanted Clifford's first breakfast to be so tasty.
You have a fire going bright enough to chase the morning dusk. Since the oven is hot, would you like me to bake an Indian cake?
Oh, it was Clifford's favorite all those years ago.
Well, then bake it I shall. What else can I do?
Oh, the coffee. Real mocha, if you would grind it.
We'll make a breakfast fit for a king.
A tired, sad king, worn out by exile.
Is he not well?
You shall see for yourself soon enough, dear Phoebe. Oh, hush, he's coming. Oh, let him see you first, Phoebe. He likes bright faces, and mine is old, set in a scowl. Clifford, dear, let me help you.
The weakness is locked inside Hepzibah. Nothing you or anyone can help. But we are not alone.
No, he is Phoebe. Phoebe, Arthur's only child. You remember I told you about her last night.
Phoebe Pynchon. Phoebe. Arthur's child. Yes, I forget. You are welcome.
Thank you, Cousin Clifford.
Oh, Come sit here. Take this chair.
Is this you, Hepzibah? How changed. How changed. And are you angry with me?
Oh, why should I be angry?
And why do you bend your brows so?
Oh, Clifford, there is nothing but love here. If I scowl, it is only habit that has gone before.
Cousin Hepzibah is only worried and concerned that you should be happy.
Then why do we keep that odious picture on the wall? Why can't we... What is that sound?
Why, that is... Phoebe, will you answer it?
Of course.
That is the tinkle of the shop bell.
Shop bell?
Yes, sir.
Ah, then, has Miss Hepzibah's shop opened under such favorable circumstances that she needs an assistant as attractive as you?
I'm a cousin of hers, on a visit from the country.
Well, in that case, I suspect you are a kinsman of mine. Let's see, oh, yes, little Phoebe Pinson. I am your kinsman, Judge Pinson, my little niece. Oh, surely I must pay you welcome. Oh, you resist me.
I had not meant to.
Oh, quite right, quite right. A young girl, especially a very pretty one, cannot but be chary of her lips.
I did not mean to be unkind.
Oh, I accept that. But are you afraid of something?
Nothing I know of.
I'll just step in and...
What do you want, Geoffrey?
Why, simply a short visit with my...
No. He cannot see visitors.
I warned you to take care. Clifford is on the brink of a blacker fate than yet possessed him. I need to see him.
No, Hepzibah. Don't let him in. Beg him on your knees if you must. Ask him to have mercy. Mercy.
You heard.
I heard. But must I... You will not let me see him.
I want to protect him.
As you will. But you do me great wrong, cousin. I only wish to help him. I will find some other way.
He seemed kind. Is his offer of help so wicked?
Phoebe, he has a heart of iron. Oh, let me go back to rejoin my poor brother at breakfast. Of all of us, he's the one who most needs protection now.
Don't do it, lady.
What?
Drink from that. Or even wash your face.
I was only looking at my reflection in it. May I ask who you are, sir?
Oh, forgive me. Miss Pinson has not mentioned me.
Mr. Holgrave, the boarder.
The same, at your service. And you must be Miss Phoebe. Which gable is yours?
Oh, my window is the one... Perhaps it is more seemly to ask the question of you, sir.
By all means. I can't mind the 7th, since it is by all odds the most remote and separate. See, up yonder, beyond the eaves.
You live there all alone?
A question hard to answer, Miss Phoebe.
Why?
In the house of the 7 gables, is anyone truly alone? It's hard to tell whether the rats outnumber the ghosts, or vice versa.
Then why pick it as a lodging by free will?
If you must know, I can afford little, and the rent suits my purse. The house also suits my profession.
Your profession?
Mm-hmm. I'm a maker of daguerreotypes.
How fascinating. Can you really point a machine at someone and make a likeness of them?
I can. You doubt it?
Why, it sounds like a kind of magic to me.
Technically, in its way. But the result is a quite faithful reproduction of the subject. For example, this.
Oh, you created this?
I recreated this, shall we say.
It is a likeness.
Never mind the likeness. Miss Phoebe, look deeper. What kind of man is this?
Why, by all effects, a man of probity, of kindness, of property.
Is the picture that alone? Or can one look deeper?
Not knowing the subject, I don't see how.
Look at that eye. In the midst of a sunny countenance, speaking of an open heart. And yet,
Observe carefully the cast in the eye, the line of jaw, the subtle twist of mouth. Here is the man, the true man, sly, subtle, imperious, hard, and withal as cold as ice. Do you recognize him now?
Judge Pynchon. Still, there's some other resemblance.
The daguerreotype is of the living judge. The resemblance is quite marked. Give or take the style of whisker, the fashion of cloth, the bloat of jowl, it could be the original Colonel Pynchon who choked on his own blood.
Why have you this picture?
For the same reason, I wish to have all the Pynchon clan. Miss Phoebe, will you sit for me sometime?
All right.
In any history, one must balance the good against the bad.
Who are you?
A recorder of history by choice. Miss Hepzibah's lodger by chance. Will you sit for my portrait of you?
To what end?
That is beyond my power to say at this moment. Only that I can promise you, you are safe from any harm.
And what do I get out of it?
Well, first, what you put into it. Second, a record of your beauty. And third...
And third?
No less than your future. One way or another.
Then how can I refuse?
My object was to make sure, as best I could, that you shouldn't. Once I was resting more secure in my rotting grave. The urge to wander grasped me less. The Pynchon dynasty was a sorry lot at best, save one. And a new dynamic force was guiding my course to its resolution. It was time to start to pull my winding sheet more closely about me and begin to leave the future to itself. But not yet. The curse was not yet played out.
The mysterious Mr. Holdgrave. Who is he? What threat does he pose to Phoebe? Perhaps the only breath of sanity to blow sweetly through the dusty corridors and winding staircases of both the Pynchon history and the house that encloses the living, as tight and inescapable as the coffin in the grave. We'll return shortly with Act 3.
You don't see many people putting salt in their beer nowadays. Not that there's anything wrong with salt on radishes or French fries, but man, not in the king of beers. Truth is, the only thing salt can do for Budweiser is make it salty. An unwise thing to do to the only beer in America that's beechwood aged. Unsalted Budweiser has become the most popular beer in the world. That's because in brewing Bud, the Budweiser brewmaster goes all the way for a taste, a smoothness, a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. And something else you can take without a grain of salt. The fact that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
If you're serious about taking care of your lawn and garden, you're in for a lot of hard work. After all, it's nature itself you're trying to control. Hi, Frank Lieber here for True Value Hardware Stores. If there are ways around that work, well, you find them there. For instance, they have a Black & Decker Power Shrub and Hedge Trimmer with 13-inch double-edged blades. It trims on both back and forward strokes. It has two handles for balance control, and it's double insulated for electrical safety. Just $17.99. Another Black & Decker you'll find at True Value Hardware Stores is a deluxe lawn edger trimmer. The controls are up on top of the stand-up handle. The 8-inch blade cuts a 3/4-inch deep trench. It converts quickly into a trimmer, just $39.99. These Black & Decker tools give you two ways to get around hard work in the yard. And they're just a couple of the values that you'll find at the True Value Hardware Store nearest your home. Check the yellow pages.
2 centuries, the curse of the hanged wizard Matthew Mall has hung like a cloud over the house of the Seven Gables. The dark, deteriorating, rat-infested, and ghost-ridden house has outlived its time. Only the family to which it belongs hangs on to some distant remnant of the past.
There, Cousin Clifford. Safe in your little eyrie and retreat.
I trust you, Phoebe, to find me this spot in my private gable. While from here I can see all the world.
The bustle of our little town, certainly.
How free I feel after all those years. I have the wildest impulse.
What, Cousin Clifford?
Are you too young, perhaps, to remember when we blew soap bubbles? A glass of soapy water.
And a clay pipe.
Yeah, the pipe I still have.
Well, the soapy water I can provide.
But the lost years, where can they be found again?
I wish his life were more than a shadowed gable overlooking the street.
My Cousin Hepzibah, to watch the whole stream of life flow by is at least an introduction to the thought of returning to it.
Oh, well, perhaps you're right. Here's your soapy water. Take it to him to blow bubbles.
My window on the world, Phoebe.
The best vantage point in town.
You picked it for me. And without your support and love and interest, I suppose I should have just let the world go by.
Well, you can't do that if it's passing right by your feet.
Dear little Phoebe, you almost make me human again. That band coming by, open the windows so that the sound can rumble into this lost, dark room. I scarcely know. I get infected with strange madness. Like when I blew the soap bubbles and one burst on Jeffrey's head. Perhaps I should never get too close to life.
What do you mean?
You know the feeling when you're on a height. It's exciting, exhilarating, until you look down. This wild compulsion to throw yourself, to dash yourself to the ground.
But Cousin Clifford, everyone does it.
See that everyone doesn't do it.
Christmas.
Save me. I cannot help myself.
No, stop.
Let me go.
No.
I can't help myself.
But I can. Cousin Hepzibah! Cousin Hepzibah!
You can't stop me. Nothing can stop me.
Help! Help! Stop him, please! Stop him!
Good morning, Miss Phoebe.
Mr. Holgrave, how can I thank you?
For what?
For answering to my cry? For helping me hold back my Cousin Clifford?
It's only fortunate that I was nearby.
I don't know how to explain.
Why should any of us try to explain the human effort, drive, psyche? We all react to our impulses and dreams to a greater or lesser degree. Did your cousin really want to jump?
I was with him. I could scarce hold him. Why would he pretend?
Why, indeed. At least there was no disaster. I'm glad I was part of avoiding that.
I can never thank you enough. How can I do something in return?
Sit for me. Let me make a daguerreotype of you.
That's simple enough. But why?
I wish I felt myself free to answer that completely, but at least one obvious reason. There should be some permanent record of your beauty.
I'm afraid you overstate your case. Or my case. So I must admit that even if you had not half admitted it, I would suspect you of some ulterior purpose.
You never have quite trusted me, have you?
It's just that I sense you are not quite what you seem to be. I don't know what I feel. What do you want my image for?
Say that I want a record of the Pinson family.
And that alone?
No. My other purpose,
I must keep to myself.
I could refuse.
I hope you won't.
It would be ungracious of me. I offered to do something in return for helping save Cousin Clifford's life. When?
The sooner the better. There is a skylight in my gable room. The afternoon light would be perfect. If you'll meet me there at 5, I'll be ready for you. I never thought to see the day I would harbor any kindly thoughts for any Pincham. But I find I have it in my heart to accept poor, withered Hepzibah and the half-mad Clifford. And as for Phoebe, well, she shall have an unseen protector observing from beyond the skylight window. There now, Miss Phoebe, we're ready to begin.
Should we not have the door open and the windows unshuttered?
Oh, no. I want no other light source than what strikes across my shoulder to you from above. And we must catch it now. All right, are you ready?
What must I do?
Well, lift your eyes to mine, above the lens. So, now, relax. Think of something soothing. Blue sky. The ripples on a sunlit pond. Oh, yes. Yes, that's lovely. Don't try to smile. Just stay in repose. When I expose the plate, you must not move for 20 to 30 seconds. Now, take a deep, slow breath and hold it. Now the plate is exposed. Silvered copper on which a film of silvered iodide has been formed by iodine vapor. The sands are dropping through my minute glass. And slowly, your image develops on the plate. This 1/2 minute, I hold you mesmerized, only to make you immortal, never to be forgotten, to last till the end of time. Now you may relax. It's all over. Phoebe? I've mesmerized her. Phoebe! Oh, God help me to resist my evil desire. Phoebe! Forgive me if now I say what I have not dared to say to you, nor ever will, perhaps, so long as you are a Pincham. Phoebe, I love you. Love you with all my heart. Have loved you since that first moment I saw you in the garden. I cannot dare to hope when all is known that you could return that love. Yet here, at this moment, with you completely in my power, I could cast a spell on you that would hold you forever mine. No, Phoebe. Rather that you were never mine than to hold you bound to me against your will. Phoebe Pincham, can you hear me?
I hear you.
You are safe. You know that.
Safe.
You will have no memory of the trance you are in now.
No memory.
And when you wake, you will feel refreshed and your same lovely self. You promise me?
I promise.
Then, when I snap my fingers, wake.
Oh, is my portrait all finished?
Yes, Phoebe.
May I see it?
Oh, no. I have much to do before that. This one, I want to color. I would not have you see it in black and white.
Oh, then I shall have to wait to look at it till I return.
Return?
I must go home to visit my mother and father and bring back the rest of my clothes.
You intend to stay on at Seven Gables, then?
Cousin Clifford needs me. And Cousin Hepzibah. I think it is my duty.
To wither and dry up like them? Before God, I pray you find some better fate. Some better fate indeed. Back in my grave, my bones are ready to settle to eternal sleep, and the curse is ready to be wound up. And the day after Phoebe left became the beginning of the end. Look at him, striding along the street toward the 1-cent shop. The picture of the man who owns most of the world and who intends to clutch the rest of it to him. The 200-year reincarnation of the Pynchon who put me 6 feet under. Judge Jaffrey Pynchon.
Judge Pynchon.
Yes, Cousin Hepzibah, the same.
What do you want?
Well, what else, cousin, but to have done with all this? I want to see Clifford.
No.
It is my purpose to do so before I leave this house.
Haven't you done enough to him?
30 years ago, our uncle died. His immense fortune was left to me, save for your life interest in this property and the house of the 7 Gables.
To Clifford, not to me.
Some months before our mutual uncle's death, Clifford boasted to me that he knew the secret of incalculable wealth. I believe that at this moment, if Clifford retain his wits and, if he chooses, he can tell me where the riches can be found if he chooses.
And if he can't, or doesn't?
Back to the dungeon. I'll await your bringing him in here in the old colonel's chair. It should in any case have been mine, by right.
Oh, I wish you ill of it. But I shall go find Clifford.
So come the years full circle. Revenge is as dusty in my mouth as these old bones which moldering cry for eternal rest. Only one more remains who deserves his fate, the same one that overwhelmed his liverish ancestor, who still pouts like a peacock in the frame of the portrait behind the judge's head. God give him blood to drink.
No. My watch. I have appointments to keep, important things to do. I can't. I can't.
Drink deep and die, and dies the curse with you. I found him here, Phoebe. Dead of apoplexy, the last of his line.
But Hepzibah and Cousin Clifford...
They inherit the judge's country estate. Bright with sunlight, with no dark gables to hem them in. I've already moved them there.
I'm so bewildered. What shall I do now?
Phoebe, I have an offer.
What?
Well, first, let me reveal who I am and what I know. A 2-century-old secret guarded to prove that might is not always right. Look, the curlicue pattern around the portrait. So many bits of detail, and only one that holds the power to open the vault where the ancient document lies behind the portrait. All that blood for a piece of parchment, clothed in the dust of 200 years and not worth even the paper it's written on. A sad and silly secret handed down to me.
But who are you?
Like you, the last of the Pynchons, I am the last of the Mauls. Matthew Maul. And with the end of the family curse, I feel reborn. Or will if...
If what? Matthew?
Shall we end it all? Will you marry me, Phoebe, whom I love beyond all, and put an end for good to family feuds and tragic doom?
Oh, yes, Matthew. Yes. On one condition.
You have only to ask.
That we leave and shut up forever the house of the 7 Gables.
For several years, the house still stood. There were those who, passing it after dark, swore they could hear the tinkle of the harpsichord Alice Pynchon once used to play, the sound of the 1-cent shop bell, the cough of a man choking. But in a very few years, this had little of flesh or blood left in it, like all legends about haunted houses. This one's only special claim to fame was that it had, if you counted them, 7 gables. I'll be back shortly.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. SINEOFF, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin, plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
SINEOFF.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
You've been hearing some pretty lavish claims recently about miles per gallon. We'd like you to consider something equally important, and that's range. Range is the miles per gallon multiplied by the number of gallons your car's tank holds. Range is what makes the Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
Oh, sure. You can talk about good-tasting diet drinks, but I know. I'm Goldilocks, and here at my taste-testing laboratory, I taste-test them all. And nobody's been drinking my diet drinks until I tested sugar-free Diet 7-Up. And then, kabloomy! Every bear wanted some. Diet 7-Up is fresh, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
It should come as no surprise that Judge Jaffrey Pynchon was the one who really murdered his uncle. To have made Gentle Clifford the scapegoat was reason enough for Matthew Mall to reach that powerful hand once more from the grave and exact what so seldom happens to the villains of this world: due retribution. Our cast included Norman Rose, Arnold Moss, Bryna Rayburn, Jada Rowland, and Stats Cotsworth. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division, the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the Small Craft Training Center, Roosevelt Base, Terminal Island, California, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health, and Truchet, the beforehand lotion, present The Eddie Cantor Show, with the star of MGM's Bathing Beauty, Esther Williams, Nora Martin, Bert Gordon, our Russian friend, Leonard Seuss's orchestra, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and starring Eddie Cantor. Eddie and Nora Martin open the show with Dance with a Dolly. Let her go.
I was walking down the street.
Down the street, down the street.
I met somebody who was mighty sweet.
Mighty fair to see.
I asked her, would she like to have a talk?
Have a talk?
Make with some talk. All the fellas standing on the walk, wishing they were me. Mama, mama, let me dress up tonight.
Dress up tonight, dress up tonight.
I've got a secret, gonna fess up tonight. Gonna dance by the light of the moon. Gonna dance with the dolly with the hole in the stocking while her knees keep a knocking and her toes keep a rocking. Gonna dance with the dolly with the hole in the stocking. Dance by the light of the moon. Got more kisses than a candy store.
Candy store, candy store.
Sweeter than I've ever had before. Still I keep on crying for more. And now the young man with his horn, Leonard Seuss. Gonna dance by the light of the moon. Dance by the light of the moon. By the light of the moon. Thank you, good evening. Harry?
Yes, Eddie?
It's thrilling broadcasting before the Navy personnel here at Roosevelt Base.
Yeah, well, Eddie, you know, there's not just the men here. There are 300 waves stationed here.
Well, Harry, the waves aren't stationed. With so many sailors around, they're on the go all the time. Really. Dining and dancing and...
Well, now, wait just a minute, Eddie. Do you mean to say that these fellas here are girl-conscious?
Are they? Listen, Harry, you know the main thought on the minds of these able-bodied men?
What?
Grable-bodied women.
No. Oh, no, Eddie, you're kidding.
Yeah, but Harry, I had a wonderful trip down here. On the highway, a sailor and a soldier both wanted a lift in my car, and they only had room for one of them. They settled it like perfect gentlemen. The sailor tossed the soldier to see who would get the lift.
The sailor tossed the soldier, huh? Who won?
The sailor? Yeah. The soldier came down tails. Don't laugh, fellas. I told the story at an army camp last week, and the sailor came down tails. But no kidding, Harry. If you ever see these boys on the highway, you should always offer them a ride.
Oh, I know.
You know, these sailors aren't allowed to use their thumbs to get a lift. It's not dignified, you know.
Well, I know, but if they're not allowed to use their thumbs, how do they point out which way they want to go?
It's amazing some of the tricks these guys have learned to do with their nose. And Harry Von Zell,
Yeah?
with that San Pedro fish market so close, they have to do tricks with their nose.
Well, I don't understand in the first place, Eddie, why these boys have to hitchhike. Can't they take a bus?
Sure, but they can't get on it. Harry, that bus is so packed, every time it passes that fish cannery in San Pedro, the sardines lean out of the window and laugh. You know, Harry, on the way down, the bus pulled away before one fella could get on it. So he rushed over to me and said, "Catch that bus. I got to catch that bus before it gets to Roosevelt Base." I said, "Wait a minute. I'll take you to Roosevelt Base. Why do you have to catch that bus?" He said, "I'm the guy that's driving it." Honestly, Harry, the way these boys...
This telephone is...
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Cantor. This is the San Pedro Fish Market. We've just been listening to your program.
Yeah?
You close your windows and we'll close ours.
How do you like that guy? Harry,
Yeah,
before I forget, I'd like to announce that due to wartime difficulties, people are asked to do their Christmas shopping earlier this year than ever before, you know.
Oh, yeah. Say, you know, I'll bet with the sailors here, their favorite day will be Christmas Eve when they can hang up their stocking and go to bed.
Harry, their favorite day will be when they can hang up their whole uniform and go home. Believe me. Wait a minute, you can't leave now. Yeah, but getting back to Christmas shopping, Harry, A big department store sending over a sales lady with gift suggestions for these sailors here.
Well, now, looky there, Eddie. That must be the sales lady the department store sent over.
Oh, yes? Come in. Hello, Miss.
The name is Myrtle.
Well, Myrtle!
I was sent here by Schlumpelmeyer's department store.
Schlumpelmeyer's?
Sure, ain't you ever heard our Christmas shopping programs on the air? Schlumpelmeyer's, the Christmas rush avoid. Come ye all to Schlumpelmeyer's on Broadway next to Toy.
On Broadway next to Toy.
Yeah, we used to was on First, but ain't you we moved to Toy?
Yep. Don't look at me, I'm still on First. Harry,
Yes,
Harry,
Eddie.
you talk to her, will you?
Yeah, well, I'll try. Look, Myrtle, with Christmas coming, so many men are thinking about gifts to buy for their wives and sweethearts. What is the best advice you can give them?
Don't let your wife know what you're getting your sweetheart.
Myrtle, most of the men here want to please their girls, I'm sure. After all, I'm positive that you will be staying home Christmas Eve waiting to see if you get something nice in your stocking.
Listen, if I had something nice in my stocking, I wouldn't have to stay home Christmas Eve.
Hey! Look, Myrtle, there must be some gift you can recommend for the boys to give their girlfriends.
Yeah, tell them to come down to the store and get a bottle of Schlumpelmeyer's perfume, known the world over.
Known the world over?
Certainly. Ain't you heard it advertised? Listen. Such perfume you ain't smelled before. We'll deliver it to your door. We're glad to get it out of the store. Or would you rather have a pig?
Thank you, Myrtle. How do you like that? Or would you rather... Say, Harry,
Yeah?
you know, our guest tonight is Esther Williams, the star of that picture Bathing Beauty, you know.
Oh, yes. Say, you know, I saw her in that picture 5 times, but I can't seem to remember her face.
Why, Harry, I'm surprised at you. These guys are way ahead of us. You mean that you couldn't take your eyes off a figure?
Oh, no. Eddie, you know I'm not that kind of a guy.
No.
No, it wasn't her figure I couldn't take my eyes off of.
What was it?
Her hands, Eddie, her hands.
Notice, fellas, he's saying that with a straight face.
No, seriously, Eddie, you can't look at a woman without noticing her hands. That's why I think every woman should know about True Shea, the beforehand lotion.
You do?
Yes, because True Shea can help anybody have lovely, smooth hands. And so easily, too. You simply smooth on a little True Shea before you do daily household tasks, before you put your hands in water. True Shea will then help protect and guard your hands from roughness and dryness. So next time, before you do the dishes, before you tub undies, or before you put your hands in hot, soapy water, smooth on a little True Shea. Then you'll have that wonderful beforehand protection that True Shea is famous for. And you'll find that True Shea will really help keep your hands soft and lovely. Remember that name, True Shea. Trushay. True Shea.
Wait a minute, Leonard. Wait a minute. That music can wait. Fellas, we have a girl here tonight making the first radio appearance of her career. And here she is, the glamorous swimming champion and star of the MGM picture Bathing Beauty, Esther Williams. Esther, I know this is your first radio appearance. How do you feel?
Oh, I'm not nervous.
Here, let me hold your hand.
Uh-oh, now I am.
Look, Esther, you'll be all right. Now stop trembling.
Well, you'll have to forgive me if I shake. I'm a little afraid.
It's all right. We were afraid you wouldn't shake. Just try to feel at home, Esther.
Well, I'd feel more at home if this were a swimming pool instead of an auditorium.
Well, it's not a swimming pool right now, Esther, but if these guys keep drooling, who knows? But don't be nervous, Esther. The microphone won't bite you. But that guy in the third row, I don't know. Look at him, Esther.
Oh, I think they're all cute.
Yeah. You know, Esther, it's written. She has to say it. You know, Esther, when you have youth, beauty, and vitality, you have everything. Everything to please the boys.
Oh, I disagree with you, Eddie. I think when the boys go out, they prefer the intellectual type.
Maybe so. But I'd like to bet the boys here would rather have Esther Williams on their mind than Albert Einstein on their lap. Say, Esther, I know that you just co-starred in Thrill of a Romance with Van Johnson. How about making your next picture with me instead? Huh?
Oh, Eddie, Van Johnson's got what it takes.
Well, what about me?
You've lost what it took.
Well, that I resent. Van Johnson just happens to be a little taller than I am. After all in all, I would say there's about a head's difference.
Oh, but what a difference between his head and yours.
Are you sure this is your first radio appearance? Sounds as if she was married to Fred Allen once.
Yes, Eddie, it's my first, and I'm still nervous.
Well, maybe you'll feel more at ease if you meet the gang. Oh, Leonard Seuss.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Esther, this is our young trumpet-playing maestro, Leonard Seuss. We think he's another Harry James.
Mr. Cantor says there's only a head's difference between me and Harry James.
There is?
Yes. But what a difference between my girl's head and Betty Grable's.
Isn't he cute? I could kill him. Look, Esther, I saw you in Bathing Beauty with Red Skelton. Right after you made that picture, Red was taking into the Army, wasn't he?
Yes, he got a letter from his draft board.
Yeah, what did it say?
We doed it.
Esther, I'm sure that everybody enjoyed that picture. In fact, I love all the pictures about college life, and tonight, if you'll help us, Harry and I would like to show our audience why most fellas decide to go to college.
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah, Harry.
Let's us go to college.
I'd rather join the Navy.
But in college, you get to learn about fancy things we never heard about, like reading and writing.
I'd rather get to learn what you learn in the Navy.
Now, what do you learn in the Navy?
Nothing. That's why I'd like to join.
Who wants to join the Navy? What could a fellow like me get to learn about in the Navy I couldn't learn in college?
Women?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who wants to go to college? A fellow like me should be in the Navy.
Sure, you'll have fun. And adventure, too. You'll even get to go overseas and shoot at Japs.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. When I get to shoot at the Japs, do they get to shoot back at me?
Why, sure.
A fellow like me should go to college.
Well, I want to join the Navy. I got it. It's my family tradition. My father was in the Navy. My mother was in the Navy.
Wait, what was your mother doing in the Navy?
She was tattooed on my father's stomach.
Well, that settles it. Let's join the Navy.
Right. Who wants to go to college anyway?
Yeah.
Pardon me, gentlemen, but you're blocking the sidewalk, and I have to get past.
Well, what's the matter? Can't you squeeze between us?
No, there isn't enough room.
Boy, how about trying it just for laughs, huh, kid? Huh?
Please, I'm in a hurry to get to Wilmington College.
Oh, you a student there, huh, lady? Gee, if you're in a hurry, I'm willing to carry your books.
But I haven't got any books.
Harry, whatever she's got, she's carrying it all right herself. Leave her alone, will you? Leave her alone, will you?
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah.
Look at her walking down the street.
Yeah.
Hey, let's us go to that Wilmington College. It's co-educational.
I wouldn't let... Co-educational? What is that, co-educational?
Co-educational. That means, well, you see, that's why we ought to go to college.
Well, here's the door. It says principal on it.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open it.
What is it, gentlemen?
Holy smokes, you mean to say the principal is you? In the flesh?
I'd look pretty silly walking around without it.
We would like to enroll in college.
Oh, that's very nice. Professor Bigsby will arrange for your regular studies, and I am in charge of extracurricular activities.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Extracurricular?
Yeah.
Means if you want any curricula, it costs you extra.
Teach. Boys, what I mean is, would you care to go out for any sports, like the swimming team?
The swimming team? We ain't much good at swimming.
Oh, I'll teach you. It's very simple.
Yeah?
All you have to do is lie flat in the water.
Yeah.
And I put one arm around your waist.
Yeah.
Then I draw you close
Yeah.
to me. Hold your ankles.
Look, Coach, after you get through, can I teach you how to swim, huh? Huh?
You boys have had some experience in the water, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, Teach. Me and Eddie, we used to go swimming off in the docks every afternoon.
Yeah, we was always swimming over in the ducks, did you?
That's good. Now, you boys be at the swimming pool at 4 o'clock, and bring your bathing suit.
Uh-huh. Okay. So long, Teach.
Yeah, so long, Teach. Hey, Eddie.
Yeah.
What's a bathing suit?
That must be something you put on when you come up out of the water, you know? After 4 long years in college, these two roughnecks are now cultured and refined.
Oh, Edward.
Yes. Yes, Harrison.
My parents called today. Would you like to go to the theater with my mater and pater?
I should love to, but I have a date with a tomato. Oh.
Boys, I've come to talk to you about your graduation.
Yes, Miss Williams?
Well, now, you've been in college 4 years, and you're quite different from most of our seniors.
Well, what do you mean?
You're still freshmen.
I don't know, teacher. We just can't seem to catch on some way. I don't know.
Well, you boys should be graduating. Ever since you've been in college, 4 whole years, I've been with you every night, helping you with your studies. Now, you fellas must be very stupid.
I resent that. I can prove we're the smartest guys in the school.
How?
Listen, Teach, if you've been with us every night for 4 years, we're not so stupid. Say, Harry.
Yes, Eddie.
That was really a lot of fun having Esther Williams for a principal, wasn't it?
Yeah. I wish I'd gone to college. You know, when I left high school to go to college, I was voted the most likely to wind up being a genius.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I left high school, I was voted the man most likely to wind up back in high school? Did you know?
You mean to say I got more education than what you got?
Certainly, Harry. Listen how nice you can talk when you want to.
Oh, you mean when I say ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, that's nice. It's educational.
Well, what's educational about it?
You can tell which is ladies and which is gentlemen. The slacks fool me.
But you know, Eddie, I once heard a guy that was real educational when he said ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah? What did he do, Har?
He just got up and said, ladies and gentlemen, whenever you wake up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative, remember Sal Hepatica and take it at once. For then Speedy Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. You don't have to wait until night to take the laxative you need right away. You take a glass full of sparkling Sal Hepatica when you need it. What's more, you get this additional advantage from Sal Hepatica.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So why not get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist? Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Keep Sal Hepatica handy in your home and in your place of business. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Oh, say, Esther, maybe after the show we could drive to the ocean and you teach me how to swim and dive and everything, huh?
Oh, Eddie, you're not the type fella to go in for water athletics.
I'm not.
No. The type that makes the best swimmer is tall. His body is brown from the sun. He has a massive chest and strong, bulging muscles.
But, Esther, where would you find such a man? Where? How do you do? Great Gordon, the Russian. Russian.
Yes?
You? You are a swimmer?
Most of course.
Yeah.
I am the crawl, stroke, and dive champion.
The crawl, stroke, and dive champion? I don't believe it.
You should see some of the dives I crawl out of.
Oh, Russian, will you behave yourself? This is a real champion, Esther Williams.
Beautiful Miss Williams. I have your picture pinned up over my bed.
Oh, I see. She's probably the last thing you look at before you go to sleep and the first thing you see when you wake up.
That's very funny, man.
What's very funny?
With your picture hanging over my bed, who can sleep?
By the way, Russian, you ought to feel honored. You're standing next to a great swimming champion, Esther Williams. You're rubbing shoulders with Esther Williams.
Say, feels pretty good, you know.
Russian.
What do you know about swimming, Russian?
In my hometown of Minsk, I was one of 3 famous lifesavers.
Who were the other 2?
Pepperminsk and Spearminsk.
Isn't that awful? Pepperminsk, will you do me a favor and leave?
Russian, have you ever had any thrilling experiences in the water?
She asks, so I'll tell.
Go ahead.
Once I was drowning.
Yes.
I yelled for help, and while I was yelling for help, my whole life passed in front of me. And before me, I saw the face of my wife.
What? What? What did you do then?
I stopped yelling for help.
Russian, tell me one thing.
Yes?
Can't you carry on an intelligent conversation?
Most indeed.
Yes.
Tell me, Miss Williams, which stroke do you like best?
Well, I prefer the backstroke. And you, Russian?
I prefer the backstroke, too. Miss Williams, would you mind stroking my back?
Would you behave yourself? I'm asking you in a nice way. Would you behave yourself, Russian?
Very well.
Russian, I don't think you know anything about swimming.
That remark I challenge.
Go ahead.
Miss Williams, be at my house at 9 o'clock and wear your bathing suit.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Russian.
What's the matter?
You haven't got a swimming pool. Why do you want her to wear a bathing suit?
Silly boy. But, not to deviate, I am the world's greatest driver.
What are you?
I'm the world's greatest diver.
A diver?
Yes.
Oh.
I used to dive off a diving board 100 feet in the air and land in a Dixie cup.
No.
That's it.
Wait a minute. Wasn't that dangerous, diving 100 feet into a Dixie cup?
No. First I filled it with water.
Oh, get out of here, will you? Esther, besides yourself, we have a song making its first appearance over the air. And we hope it will be received with as much enthusiasm as you are. Here it is, folks. Nora, Harry, and I bring you for the first time on the air, There'll Be a Yankee Christmas. There'll be a Yankee Christmas everywhere.
There'll be a Yankee Christmas everywhere.
From New Guinea to Nome, from China to Rome, a Yankee Christmas everywhere. There'll be a jubilation everywhere. There'll be the sound of carols in the air.
There'll be snowflakes, it seems, if only in dreams.
And home, sweet home in every prayer. Every guy overseas will be sharing Christmas pie and memories. Every care will depart when those jingle bells ring out in every heart. Wherever there's a liberated town, there'll be a GI Santa Claus around.
Whether near or far, wherever you are,
there's a Yankee Christmas all over the world. There'll be no reindeer for St. Nick as he comes swinging down the line. He'll come jingling in a Jeep or a B-29.
He'll be loaded down with presents from folks like you and you and you, all tied up with fancy ribbons of red and white and blue.
They'll be sealed with love and kisses. They'll be addressed with care. From us over here to you over there.
From Susie and Bill, from a sweetheart or a pal.
Yes, from Peoria, Ill to Los Angeles, Cal.
To all the far-flung battlefronts, the bulletins announce. To Guadalcanal and Buna, and names you can't pronounce.
Why, there'll be mistletoe in Paris.
And there'll be holly hung in Rome.
And the Yankee spirit of Christmas from the folks back home. Wherever there's a liberated town, there'll be a G.I. Santa Claus around.
You put under the tree a new victory
for a Yankee Christmas, a Yankee Christmas for our boys all over the world. Yes, there'll be a Yankee Christmas everywhere. And here in America, the National Retail Dry Goods Association and hundreds of other department stores have joined with the American Legion, the Legion Auxiliary, and this program to help put across the world's largest Christmas party for hospitalized servicemen. With unmatched enthusiasm and cooperation, these stores have made it possible for you to buy that gift for a Yank who gave, with complete assurance that it will reach the sick or wounded veteran on Christmas Day. There's a department store in your community displaying a special window of gift suggestions for sick and wounded servicemen. Do your Christmas shopping early and make up an extra package for a boy in an Army or Navy hospital near you. Deliver that package to the local American Legion post, or if you make your purchase in the department store, just ask the clerk to deliver it to the post for you. Come on, everybody. Won't you join us in making it a Merry Christmas in those service hospitals by giving a gift to a Yank who gave? Our thanks to Commodore Heim, Captain Walker, Lieutenant Todd, and the entire staff of officers and men here at Roosevelt Base. Listen in again next week, same time. And in the meantime, don't forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Sal Hepatica for the smile of beauty, and Truchet, the beforehand lotion. Sal Hepatica, Truchet, and so remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you. Ask friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. Good night.
Say, you've really got an awful cold, haven't you? Well, look, don't you go around suffering any longer without doing something about it. Get yourself a jar of Minute Rub and get after those cold symptoms. Rub Minute Rub on your back and chest, and it will help to soothe that cold discomfort. At the same time, Minute Rub's menthol vapors will help relieve that clogged feeling in your nose and throat, too. And what's more, Minute Rub is greaseless and stainless. It won't harm your clothes or linens. What's that, madam? Oh, yes, Minute Rub. M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B. Minute Rub. Modern chest rub. Get a jar tonight.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
We present Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband, based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, starring Miss Ball with Richard Denning. Well, let's look in on the Cougats and see what they're doing. It's morning, and George Cougat is seated alone at the breakfast table. Liz is helping Katie, the maid, in the kitchen by fixing the toast.
Liz!
is the toast ready yet?
Oh, just a minute, dear. Now it's ready.
Liz, what was that noise I heard?
Nothing. Oh, how do you want it scraped, dear? Light, medium, or charcoal broiled?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well, if you hadn't heard me, you'd never know the difference. Here you are.
Liz, you scraped it too hard. It's back to bread again.
Well, I can't help it. It's a toaster's fault. If you'd fix half the things around here.
Now, wait a minute. I did fix the toaster. I tightened the spring yesterday so the toast would pop up better.
Oh, you did that. Well, you made the spring too tight. And you better apologize to Katie.
What for?
She fell into the sink running back to catch a high fly. Yes. And if it ever learns to throw a curve, we're really in trouble.
Well, it's a perfectly good toaster. I'll try to fix it.
You'll try to fix it, yeah.
Well, what do you do, buy a new one?
Either that or get Katie a fielder's mitt. Oh, George, let's not fight so early in the morning.
No. All right. We'll wait a while.
You're so cute. Give me a kiss.
Somehow I feel this is going to end up in a new toaster.
Don't be silly. Your morning kisses are like coffee to me. That's how I wake up.
Liz, I have a confession to make.
What?
My caffeine's been removed.
Oh, silly. Come here. Sanka.
Oh, you're welcome.
You know, George, the way we kiss, I don't need a new toaster.
You don't?
No, just put a piece of bread in my hand and kiss me again. Isn't it wonderful, George? No matter what we argue about, a kiss from you fixes everything. You know, you could get around anybody with a kiss.
Really? Well, when I get to work, I'll try it on Mr. Atterbury. Hey, what's that?
It's in the kitchen. Katie! Katie, what's going on out there?
Mrs. Cougat, Mr. Cougat, run for your lives.
What's the matter?
What happened?
The automatic dishwasher has gone crazy.
It's broken again.
Oh, it threw every dish in the kitchen at me, and it's trying to climb into the cupboard to get some more.
Oh, now, Katie, you mustn't be upset. It's not that tragic.
Oh, I can't help it, Mrs. Cougat. That thing hates me.
Well, you go back to the kitchen and get even with it. Pull its plug out.
Yes, ma'am.
George, I'd like to talk to you about a new dishwasher.
Kiss me, Liz.
Oh, no. No, with the toaster, it just meant burnt toast. This time we may lose Katie.
Why, that's ridiculous. What's the matter? Can't she wash dishes in a pan like everybody else?
Well, but she's had the dishwasher so long, she might resent it and quit. And you know we can't find anyone nearly as wonderful as she is.
Well, what are women coming to that they have to be pampered with electrical gadgets?
Oh, we're not pampered.
Well, the wives of our ancestors didn't have dishwashers. Pioneer women didn't have a lot of electrical appliances to do their housework.
Of course they didn't. And where are those women today? Dead.
Well, I'm not buying Katie a new dishwasher. And you can tell her so.
She'll get rough red hands.
Well, what of it? She's got rough red everything else.
Well, I'll tell you the truth, George. I wasn't thinking Katie. I was thinking of someone else.
Uh-huh. Well, come clean. Whom were you thinking of?
Oh, you're so grammatical.
Well, I can't help it. That's correct. Whom were you thinking of?
Hume.
Me? I mean me? What are you talking about?
Well, if we don't have a dishwasher and it's Katie's night off, I'll be washing the dishes.
I thought so.
Oh, I don't care for myself. But when you come home and you greet me and you kiss my hand.
Yes?
You'll get dishpan lips.
Liz, you're breaking my little heart. But I'm not buying Katie a new dishwasher, and you can tell her so.
She's liable to get mad.
So?
You tell her, George.
No, Liz, you tell her.
What's the matter? Are you afraid?
Me? Afraid? Oh, that makes me laugh.
Well, when you stop laughing, you tell her.
Well, Liz, it's just that I don't want you to be a slave in your own house. You have to be the boss around here. Let her know who gives the orders. Do you understand?
Yes, you're afraid of her.
No, she means nothing to me. I just want you to learn a lesson.
All right, I'll tell her. I'm not afraid. I'll get her in here, and I'll say to her, Katie?
Did someone call me?
Mrs. Cougat has something to tell you, Katie.
No. Yes. Katie, there's something you might as well know right now.
What is it?
I want some more coffee.
That's telling her, Liz.
Oh, why don't you go to work? Katie, could I talk to you a minute, please?
Just a second, Mrs. Cougat, till I get through washing these dishes by hand.
Oh, don't worry, Katie. I'll get a dishwasher somehow. I asked Corey Cartwright to come over.
Well, what for? I didn't think he knew about anything except women.
He doesn't, but he has a lot of friends in radio, and I thought maybe if he could get me on a giveaway program, I might win a dishwasher.
Do you think you could win?
Oh, listen, I've heard some of those shows won by morons, and I'm as smart as they are any day. Wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. That must be Corey. I'll get it. Oh, he's in a hurry.
Quick, close the door.
What's the matter?
Women, I can't get rid of them. Crowds of them chase me down the street.
Oh, well, it must be tough to be so irresistible. Hey, what's this dragging along in back of you?
Oh, that's nothing.
Let me see. Why, Corey Cartwright, a bottle of taboo on a string.
Well, it's a game I play. It's like fishing, only for women.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Say, what was on your pretty mind when you asked me to drop by, dear?
Corey, are you still friends with that fellow who puts on radio shows?
Well, sure. I've been on a lot of them lately. 2 more programs, and I'll have all my Christmas shopping done.
Well, could you get me on one?
Absolutely. What do you want to win? I've got a list of what they're giving away. Refrigerators, stoves, automobiles, diamond rings, wristwatches, and kitchen utensils.
Yes, but I want...
Garbage disposal units, Hoover vacuum cleaners, fur coats, house paint, pianos, radio phonographs, record albums.
But you see, I'd like
typewriters,
to have...
6 office buildings, a parking lot in downtown Los Angeles, and Arrowhead Springs.
Let me off at electric dishwashers, please.
Oh, it's a cinch. There's a program that gives away a dishwasher each week. It's called His and Hers.
Corey, you've got to get me on.
Oh, there's nothing to it. Give me the phone there. Hello? That you, Smiley? This is Corey Cartwright. How are you old son of a gun? Yeah. Say, a couple of friends of mine would like to get on His and Hers.
Couple?
Yeah, that's right. He's a banker. Oh, good. The name is George Cougat.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, swell. Goodbye, Smiley.
Oh, Corey, wait.
Well, Liz, you're all set.
Corey, does George have to go on the show, too?
Sure. Husband and wife teams compete together. That's what makes it fun.
Oh, I don't know how George is going to take this.
He doesn't know about it?
No.
Oh, you'll die.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Well, listen, Liz, you're not on till next week. Now, have George listen to the show. It's on tonight. And see if you can talk him into it. Remember the name, His and Hers.
All right. I'll keep his ears glued to the radio if I have to use Scotch tape. Well, George, we have the whole evening to ourselves. What would you like to do, honey?
Oh, I don't know. I can't make up my mind between going to a movie or visiting the Stearns. You decide.
All right. I decided.
Which is it going to be?
We'll stay home and listen to the radio.
But, Liz.
I want to be alone with you, George. We can smooch.
We can?
I could smooch with you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year, with time and a half for over-smooch.
Say, what's this radio business? I thought you didn't like radio shows.
Me? Oh, no. I love radio. I listen to it all day long.
Oh, yeah? What programs?
Portia Faces John's Other Wife.
What?
Ma Perkins Can Be Beautiful.
No, Liz.
When a girl marries, it pays to be ignorant.
No.
Libby Owens, Glass Girl Glass Blower.
Oh, stop it. What scheme is brewing in that pretty little skull?
Nothing. I just want to listen to the radio. I'll turn it on.
Yeah, all right. As long as it isn't one of those horrible quiz shows.
quiz shows?
Oh, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's a lot of silly characters making fools of themselves in front of a microphone.
Oh, I think they're a lot of fun.
How can a person with any self-respect appear on one of those things?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our last contestants will come up to the microphone to compete for our big jackpot prize on His and Hers. Mr. and Mrs. Paul Roney.
Liz, that's a quiz show.
Now, can either of you tell me the answer to this question? What is stored at Fort Knox?
Yeah, now that's an insult to his intelligence, and any fool knows what's stored at Fort Knox.
Sure, gelatin.
Here, turn that thing off.
No, I want to listen.
Gold is right, and Mr. and Mrs. Roney win the jackpot for tonight's His and Hers.
Good night. You mean both a man and his wife go through that?
Yes. Doesn't it sound like fun?
Is there no bottom to a human being's dignity?
And now we'll announce the names of next week's contestants.
Oh, no.
What's the matter, Liz?
You're right. It's silly. Turn it on.
Mr. and Mrs. Tom Lefevre.
No, I want to see who the suckers will be next week.
Dr. and Mrs. Charles Van Tassel.
And what other half-wits?
Mr. and Mrs. George Cougar.
Liz.
Well, let's go to a movie.
Liz, sit down.
I don't like the look in your eye, George. I can explain everything honestly.
Go ahead.
Put the lamp down, and I will.
I'm just holding it so you won't knock it down. Now stop shaking.
All right. I wanted a dishwasher, and Corey knew the master of ceremonies, and he fixed it up for us. That's all.
My pal. Well, maybe he can find a job for me when Mr. Atterbury at the bank hears about this. Oh, he'll love having his vice president on a quiz show. No, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, George. How's the quiz kid?
Oh. Hello, Harry.
Just heard him say your name on the radio, George. Congratulations.
Look, Harry, we're not going...
This is only the beginning, George. Maybe if you give yourself a home permanent, you'll be chosen queen for a day.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, goodbye, Queenie.
Liz.
Yes, Your Majesty?
That's not funny. In half an hour, everyone in town will know about this. Oh, another wise guy. Well, I'll tell him a thing or two. Yes, I know, quiz kid, queen for a day. And keep your smart answers to yourself.
George, this is Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, my gosh, it's Mr. Atterbury.
Well, goodbye, George.
You stay here, you blundering idiot.
What?
Oh, no. Not you, Mr. Atterbury.
George, I just heard your name on the radio.
Well, I can explain everything, Mr. Atterbury. You see...
I'm for you, boy.
Yes, but my wife... what did you say?
It's a stroke of genius. Excellent publicity for the bank.
Oh, you like the idea?
Why, it's sensational, boy. The kind of forward thinking we need. Show the public how intelligent bankers are. How'd you ever think of the idea, boy?
Oh, I don't know. It came to me right out of the air.
Well, it was a great idea, and I'm proud of you, boy.
Thanks.
Talk to you at the bank tomorrow, boy.
Yeah, well, goodbye, Mr. Atterbury.
What'd he say, boy? Boy?
Liz, he wants me to go on the show and prove how smart bankers are. I'm worried.
Oh, don't worry, dear. I'll be right there with you.
That's what I'm worried about.
Oh.
Now, Liz, I brought all these books home from the library. And you know what we're going to do with them tonight?
Press flowers?
No, we're going to study for that quiz show. Mr. Atterbury got a block of seats, and everybody in the bank will be there.
Oh, I've got a good idea, George.
What?
You answer all the questions. I'll just stand there.
Yeah, don't be silly. If you don't open your mouth, what'll I tell them, that you're dumb?
And if I do?
Well, I see what you mean, but let's give it a try. Now here's some history questions. Here. What is the Monroe Doctrine?
Monroe Doctrine?
Yes, you know which Monroe it refers to, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Racing with the moon, high upon the midnight blue.
Well, never mind. I'll answer the history questions. Now let's try some natural history. Here. What is the name of an animal with long, sharp fangs and a shaggy head who stalks his prey at night?
Oh, that reminds me, Corey was here today.
Never mind. I'll answer the nature questions. Now, that brings us to arithmetic.
Oh, you answer the arithmetic questions, George.
Liz, I've got a great idea.
What?
I'll answer the questions. You just stand there.
Oh, good. I'm glad you thought of it.
Yes.
Hi, Liz, dear.
Hello, Corey.
Well, tonight's the big night,
Yes, and Corey, I'm just frantic. I don't know why I ever got into this. I'll disgrace George for life.
Oh.
He could even lose his job at the bank over some stupid answer of mine.
Oh, Liz, don't be ridiculous.
He'll have to give up his lovely office at the bank. He'll lose his swivel chair. Just think, all the rest of his life, he'll never swivel again.
I thought you might be upset, Liz. What would you say if I told you I had the list of answers to tonight's question?
Where are they?
Here, I got them from Adele, the producer's secretary. I had a date with her last night.
Oh, Corey, I couldn't look at them. That's dishonest. Wouldn't be fair.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it.
Maybe one little peek.
Just one.
I'll just peek at the first question, that's all.
All right.
Oh, what do you know? I had the list upside down. I peeked at the last one by mistake. Now I guess I'll have to peek my way back up to the first one. There.
Now, can you remember them?
Sure. Al Jolson, the sap runs every 2 years, Life with Father, and to scrape the barnacles off her hull.
That's right.
I wonder what the questions are. That one about the sap running, that must be about trees, huh?
What do you care as long as you have the answers? You're a cinch, Liz.
Oh, this is just wonderful, Corey. George is going to be so proud of me. Oh, Katie, I'm so excited about the show. I don't know what I'm doing. Hey, take one look at me before I go. Is my slip showing?
Yes.
How much?
All of it. You forgot to put your dress on.
Oh, my goodness. Here, help me with it, Katie.
All right.
All ready, honey?
In just a minute. Al Jolson, the sap runs every 2 years, Life with Father, to scrape the barnacles off her hull.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Well, how do you feel, Liz? Get some facts into your little head?
You know, George, you're going to be very surprised. I have a feeling I'm going to know all the answers.
Well, now, don't do anything silly.
I
Liz. Let me take the first crack at the answers.
Oh, don't worry, George. I won't do anything except make you very proud of me. Well, goodbye, Katie.
Goodbye.
Hey, goodbye, Katie.
Kiss me for good luck, George.
All right.
Well, I don't know about that show, His and Hers, but there's nothing wrong with yours and mine.
Come on, Crazy. Let's get this over with.
All right, everybody, we're going on the air in just 2 seconds now. Now, quiet. Presenting that sensational new quiz show, His and Hers. Yes, it's time once again to play that lovable, laughable radio game, His and Hers. And here's your master of ceremonies, Smiley Stembottom.
Good evening, everybody. This is old Smiley Stembottom. Here we go with another session of His and Hers. We have with us tonight 3 man and wife teams. Dr. and Mrs. Charles Van Tassel, Mr. Tom Lefevre, attorney, and Mrs. Lefevre, and Mr. and Mrs. George Cougar.
Yay, George! Go get 'em, boy!
Apparently, Mr. Cougar has some friends in the audience. Now, while our contestants are waiting in a room off stage, I'd like to announce that because we have such an intelligent group, a doctor, a lawyer, and a banker, we have thrown out the easy questions we were going to use and have substituted harder ones. Now coming onto the stage are our first contestants. You must be Dr. Van Tassel.
That's right, and this is my wife.
Apparently, Mrs. Van is tickled by her own tassel. Is she a little nervous?
No, she always sounds like that.
Yes. All right, here we go for our first question. Now, you only have one answer between you, so think carefully. Who discovered the fountain of youth and claimed he could live forever?
Ponce de Leon.
Absolutely right. What do you say to that, Mrs. Van Tassel? I knew you would. Now you have 25 points, and we'll go to the next question. What is your congressman's...
I guess they'll call us pretty soon, won't they, George?
Yes, now don't be nervous, Liz.
Oh, I'm not nervous.
Well, let's go. Isn't someone knocking at the door?
No, that's your knees.
All right, so I'm nervous. I should think you'd be, too, that those questions are liable to be tough.
Oh, don't worry, George. I have a feeling I'm going to know every answer.
Oh, look who has that feeling. Oh. Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, we're ready for you.
Oh, here we go. Come on, George.
And here they come, our third contestants, Mr. and Mrs. Cougat.
You tell them, George.
Hello, Mr. Atterbury. Hi, Corey.
Liz, please. And now, right up here to the microphone. Are you all ready for these questions? They're pretty hard.
Oh, I'll bet they're not so hard.
Well, we'll see. Now, one answer for the two of you, remember. First question. Who discovered the fountain of youth and claimed he could live forever?
Al Jolson.
Oh, Liz. I'm so sorry. That's wrong, Mrs. Cougar.
It is?
Yes, but let's go on to question number 2.
Okay.
Question number 2. This is political. What is your congressman's term of office?
The sap runs every 2 years.
I'm so sorry.
Liz, have you gone crazy?
Something's wrong, George, but I'll get the rest of it.
Well, let me answer this one.
All right, George.
Question number 3. What has caused America to have such a great increase in population?
Well, George?
I don't know.
Would you repeat the question, please?
What has caused America to have such a great increase in population?
Is it life with Father?
Wrong again. You now have a total score of nothing.
Cougat, you're as stupid as a mosquito.
No coaching from the audience, please. And now for your last question.
Oh, I'm sure to get one of these right.
Why did the French people put Marie Antoinette under the sharp blade of the guillotine?
To scrape the barnacles off her hull.
Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, you are the first husband and wife team ever to miss all 4 questions. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Liz.
And now all the contestants will stand by for our jackpot question.
Liz, what's the matter with you?
Oh, George, I had all the answers memorized, but they must have switched the questions on me.
Oh, fine.
Attention! Before the jackpot question, here are the standings of our contestants. The Van Tassels have 75 points. The Lefevers have 50 points. And the Cougats have... Now, since our jackpot question counts 100, whoever gets it right will win our giant prize, an electric dishwasher.
Oh, we've still got a chance, George.
Yeah.
And tonight we're adding a special prize to go with the dishwasher. 300 dirty dishes. Now, here's the jackpot question. At the last session of the Big Four foreign ministers in Paris, when Russia and the United States were in disagreement, what did Andrei Vyshinsky say to Secretary of State Marshall? Oh, come, someone must know it. What did Andrei Vyshinsky say to Secretary of State Marshall?
I give up, George. Let's go home.
You're right!
Russian.
Wyshensky, you're wonderful.
Come on, everybody. The borscht is on me.
George. Hey, George. Are you asleep yet?
No.
When you're trying to sleep, do you ever pretend things?
Mm-hmm.
What?
I pretend that you've stopped talking.
Oh. My favorite pretend is that I'm a beautiful princess who swallowed a magic potion and I sleep for 20 years. What are you thinking?
I'm wondering where I can get some of that potion.
Oh, George, you aren't very romantic. Come on, pretend something.
Okay. I pretend I'm all alone on a deserted island.
Uh-huh.
And I see coming toward me a girl with flowers in her hair.
Oh?
Now, what do you pretend?
I pretend she's ugly. Good night, George.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
The Mysterious Traveler. This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back and get a good grip on your nerves. If you can. Where are we going? We're going to call on Edward Farrington and his 3 sisters, a little family of 4 who love each other devotedly, and whose story I call The Symphony of Death. Edward Farrington and his sisters live by themselves in a large, gloomy old house on the outskirts of Boston. It is evening, and Edward is on his way home when his attention is attracted by a small establishment which is advertising a closeout sale. An economical and foresighted man, Edward stops his car and enters the dimly lighted shop.
Good evening, sir. May I serve you?
I'm not sure. I saw your sign, and it occurred to me that by purchasing now something I'm sure to need sooner or later, I might save a substantial sum.
You are very foresighted, sir. Now, here is a design I can recommend unreservedly. A simple white column, yet cut from the finest Carrara marble.
I see.
The angel on top is of a single piece with a shaft. It can never be dislodged or separated. In every inch, in every line, it expresses dignified grief.
Yes, I agree with you, but I'm afraid it's too expensive. What are these stones here in the corner?
These? They are our simplest design. Polished granite cubes with just enough room for the name and the date. They are excellent memorials, but I am sure in the long run you will get greater satisfaction from something more appealing to the eye.
No, I think these will do excellently. Yes, they're just what I had in mind. I'm particularly pleased by the fact that they're all alike.
I see. You wish all 4 of them, then?
No, not 4, just 3. 3 will quite prepare me for all eventualities. Will you be able to store them for me until they're needed?
Yes, we can store them at our main warehouse, if you wish.
Excellent. I suppose I might as well give you the inscriptions to be carved on them while I'm here. You can leave room for the dates to be added.
Of course, sir.
Then if you'll just take this down. In loving memory of Florence, sister of Edward Farrington.
Yes, sir.
In loving memory of Martha, sister of Edward Farrington. In loving memory of Emily, sister of Edward Farrington.
Edward, is that you?
Yes, Emily.
Oh, you're all wet.
Yes, it's beginning to rain.
Let me help you with your coat, Edward. I'll hang it up for you.
Now, Emily, please don't fuss over me this way. It makes me nervous to be pawed at.
But I just want to help you with your coat.
I can hang it up by myself.
Emily, is that Edward? Oh, Edward, you're late. We were worried about you.
I'm here, and I'm perfectly all right, Florence, as you can see. Now, is dinner ready?
Oh, yes, Edward. Martha has everything ready. Martha, Edward's home.
What? Oh, it's you, Edward. Well, we were worried about you.
Martha, I've told you not to worry if I'm a few minutes late.
Well, I suppose we just can't help it, Edward. Now we'll eat. And perhaps after dinner you will play the piano for us.
Oh, will you, Edward? Please say yes. Please, Edward.
Well, we'll see. I really should work on my symphony tonight, but perhaps I can play for a few minutes after dinner.
And so, after dinner, Edward played for his sisters on the great piano in the library. Emily and Florence crowded close to him as he played, and Martha, busy with her knitting, sat and watched them with fond gaze.
Oh, that was lovely, Edward. Please play some more. Yes, something we can sing.
Well, all right. Just one more, and that's all. It's just thunder. You mustn't jump like that. It can't hurt you.
I know, but I can't help it. I like thunderstorms. I like to watch the lightning.
I think that's enough for tonight. Now off to bed, both of you.
All right. Good night, Edward. Good night, Edward.
Good night, Emily, Florence.
Well, I suppose I might as well go to bed myself.
No, Martha, don't go yet. I want to talk to you.
To me?
Yes.
What about Edward?
How old are you?
How old? I'm 35. Oh, no, why be silly about it? I'm 37.
You ought to get married. You still could, and you owe it to yourself.
I shall never marry Edward. I promised Father that I'd look after things and keep the four of us together as long as we live. And I will.
As long as we live. But perhaps we'd be better off if we weren't together.
You can't mean that.
But I do. I need solitude in which to finish my book and my symphony. It's very distracting, you know, to have the three of you constantly hovering about me.
You're just feeling blue tonight. You wouldn't be happy without us any more than we would be without you. No, we'll all be together, the four of us, as long as we all live. Well, now I'm going to bed. Good night, Edward, dear.
Good night, Martha. We'll all be together, the four of us, as long as we live. As long as we all live.
In the morning, it was still raining. After breakfast, Edward shut himself in the library to continue work on his symphony.
Doesn't Edward play well, Emily? Edward's a wonderful player. Let's listen a minute before we go upstairs. Do you think he'd really mind if we went in? If we just sat very quiet? I don't think so. We'll be very quiet.
Who's there? Oh, it's you two.
We're sorry, Edward. We didn't mean to disturb you. We'll go right away.
No, you don't have to go.
You mean we can stay, Edward?
For a minute. I'm going to stop for a smoke.
I'll bring you the cigarette. Oh, the cigar box is empty.
Empty? Why, I was positive I had plenty of cigarettes. That's why I didn't buy any yesterday.
You did have a lot yesterday. I saw them.
Well, they're gone now. Then I suppose I'll have to drive down the hill to the drugstore and get some more. And that will mean I'll get nothing done this morning, nothing whatever. I wish I had someone I could send for them.
Edward, let me go for you.
In this rain? Why, you'd get soaking wet, Florence.
Well, I could take the car.
Take the car in weather like this?
But I'm a good driver, Edward. You once said so yourself. And I have a driver's license. You know I have. You helped me get it.
Yes, that's true.
Well,
but...
I'd be very careful, Edward.
Well, you must promise to drive very slowly down the hill to town.
Oh, I will, Edward.
All right, then, Florence. Here's the key to the car. The old car, of course. Now, be very careful.
Oh, I will. I promise I will. May I stay and listen until Florence comes back?
Well, I suppose so, seeing you're here already.
You don't like us to be around, do you? Sometimes I think you don't like us at all anymore.
Oh, that's nonsense. It's just that I'm trying to get a great piece of music written, and you keep disturbing me.
Oh, there goes Florence in the car now. She's going fast. Florence likes to go fast. And then step on the brakes.
She promised to be careful.
I know, but she forgets.
Well, I'm sure she'll be all right. Now I must get to work. Well, I'm perfectly comfortable, Martha. I don't need a jacket.
You mustn't take chances. Here, put it on.
Oh, all right.
Emily, where's Florence? Is she up there?
Oh, no. She's gone to get Edward some cigarettes.
Gone out? In this rain?
Edward let her take the car.
Edward, you didn't.
Martha, please don't get excited. She can drive, and she promised to be careful.
But you promised never to let her drive alone. You know how she drives unless someone's with her.
Really, she's a better driver than you think. There's nothing to be alarmed about. She'll be back any minute, and then...
I'll answer it.
No, it's probably for me. I'll answer it. Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Farrington. The police?
Edward, what is it?
Hush, Martha. What about my sister? She did what? All right. Yes, of course. I'll be right down.
Edward, what is it? What's happened to Florence?
Martha, we must all be very calm. Florence has had a terrible accident.
No.
The brakes of the car apparently gave way at the bottom of the hill. Florence ran off the curb and crashed into the rocks there. She was killed instantly.
The official investigation into poor Florence's death established only the fact that the brakes had failed. But the brakes had only been checked the day before, as Edward proved to the police. Accordingly, they ascribed death to an unfortunate mechanical failure and closed the case. Edward, however, could not dismiss it from his mind so easily.
Edward, you can't go on like this day after day, brooding about poor Florence's death.
Oh, my dear, I blame myself for it if I hadn't let her take the car.
I know, Edward. Why don't you try to work on your symphony? It'll help take your mind off Florence.
No, I can't possibly do any work on that yet for a while. No, but I have another notion. I think I'd like to write our family history.
Our family history?
Yes, and it seems to me that once in Mother's old trunk in the attic, I saw a lot of letters that were written to her by relatives. Are they still there?
Why, yes, they are.
I'd like to look them over. They might help me get started on my history. Will you show me where they are, Martha?
Why, yes, of course. We'll go up to the attic, and I'll get them out for you right after lunch. Here are the letters, Edward. Mother wrote a lot of letters those last few years, after the doctor said she must never leave the house.
Yes, I remember. How quiet and dark it is up here in the attic. We used to play hide-and-go-seek here, the four of us.
Yes. Until Mother died.
I've often wondered about that. She fell from one of these attic windows, I remember. She was leaning out, looking at the river, and she slipped.
Yes. It was that window there. The one looking down into the courtyard.
I'd like to look at it. Oh, the catch is stuck. Will you help me open it, Martha?
Well, all right.
There. It's almost 50 feet down to the courtyard. She was killed instantly, wasn't she?
Yes. But let's close it now.
In a moment. Martha, did Mother really slip and fall, or did she throw herself out?
What makes you ask that?
I was only 8 at the time, but it seems to me Mother was wandering badly in her mind there at the end. And then I recollect hearing Father say something about an asylum to Uncle George.
Edward, you mustn't say that ever again. It would terrify Emily.
But it's true, isn't it?
Yes, it's true. Poor Mother.
It's strange you calling her Mother because she wasn't really your mother.
No, but I always think of her as Mother. I was only 2 when Father married her.
Poor creature. Let's believe that she slipped. It would be easy to slip from this window, wouldn't it?
Well, the sill isn't very low.
Yes, but lean out a little farther and see how easy it would be. No, a little farther. You see how overbalanced one becomes?
Yes, you're right. Now, help me back, Edward.
Of course. Martha, catch yourself. Martha!
Poor Martha's tragic death, coming so soon after Florence's, was a great shock to Emily and Edward. But Edward recovered from the tragedy somehow after a few weeks, and as though determined not to let it upset him, spent many hours a day at his beloved piano, working on his projected masterpiece.
Oh, Edward, that was wonderful. You played just like you used to, before Florence and Martha died.
Yes, I'm getting my old touch back.
You don't mind my coming in to listen, do you?
Not today, but Emily, you have been disturbing me these last few weeks. Must you follow me around all the time?
But, Edward, you know how much I like to be near you. And now that Florence and Martha are gone, I haven't anyone else to talk to.
Yes, I know that, but I can't get any work done unless I'm left in peace.
I won't bother you anymore, I promise. You know, I do miss Florence and Martha.
Of course you do.
But just the same, it's been awfully nice having you all to myself since they went.
I'm afraid it's very lonely for you.
Oh, no, it isn't. I like it.
Yes, but I think we'll have to get a housekeeper. She'd be company for you, and she'd look after things. In fact, I'm going into town to interview a housekeeper today, a Mrs. McDonald. You'd like to go with me, wouldn't you?
Oh, yes, Edward.
We'll take the car and have a nice drive at the same time.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Now, how would you like to go out and get the car started for me?
Get the car started.
Yes, I have to tend to a few things before we go, and the motor needs to warm up. It's not working very well.
Oh, Edward, do you think I could start it?
Of course you could. Just turn on the switch and step on the starter, and then let it run until it's good and warm.
All right, Edward. May I have the key?
Yes. Here you are. Now, this is the ignition key.
Mm-hmm.
And use the little side door to get in. I'll unlock the big doors when I come out.
I can pretend I'm driving it. Will you be long?
No, just sit in the car and wait until I come.
All right, Edward.
Here I am, Emily. I took longer than I expected. I hope you hadn't been sitting here with the motor running all this time. Emily! Emily!
With Emily's unfortunate death from carbon monoxide poisoning, Edward Farrington was left quite alone in the great old house. His neighbors saw little of him, though they could hear him at his piano for many hours each day. They knew, however, that a week after Emily's funeral, he hired a housekeeper, Mrs. McDonald, to take charge of the house for him.
Now, Mrs. McDonald, this is your first day, and before you start, I'd like to explain a few things to you.
Of course, Mr. Farrington.
As you know, I've suffered the tragic loss of all my sisters in the past few months.
Oh, yes, sir. A great sorrow it must have been. But they do say tragedies come in threes.
Indeed, they seem to. But I'm sure I'll be quite comfortable now with you to look after me.
I surely hope so, sir.
I'm certain of it. Now, I'm a rather moody man, and I'm working upon some music for which I have great hopes.
Yes, sir.
Above all else, I wish to be left alone. I do not want to be disturbed. Is that understood?
Quite, Mr. Farrington.
You may call me at mealtimes. At all other times, I prefer that you do not even enter this part of the house.
I understand.
Good. That's all, I think. Just put up with my little oddities, and we'll get along very well.
Yes, sir. Then I'll see about the ordering for dinner now, sir, if you'll excuse me.
Now, let me see. The second movement needs touching up, so perhaps I'd better... What is it, Mrs. McDonald? I thought I said I was never to be disturbed.
I'm very sorry, sir, but there's a gentleman come to see you. It's Detective Barnes, sir, from the police.
From the police? Am I to be bothered with more stupid questions? Well, show him in. I suppose I must see him.
Yes, sir. Will you go in, sir?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Farrington. You remember me, I think.
Yes, Mr. Barnes, I remember you. In view of the number of ridiculous and unnecessary questions you asked me after the deaths of my poor sisters, I've good reason to remember you.
I've come to ask you more questions, Mr. Farrington. Tell me, did your sister Emily have a driver's license?
I really don't know, and I don't care.
You should care. Listen to me. First, your sister Florence died in an auto accident when brakes that had just been inspected failed to work.
Even modern automobiles aren't proof against mechanical failure.
Then Martha died in a fall from an attic window. Her body landed in the courtyard a full 6 feet from the wall of the house.
Well, what of that?
It was much too far away for her to strike, unless she leaped or was pushed. And you have said she didn't leap.
I repeated, she did not leap. She fell.
Perhaps. Now we come to Emily. She died of carbon monoxide poisoning in a closed garage.
Well?
You have said it happened because she went to get the car out to drive you downtown. That was your statement under oath.
And a perfectly accurate statement.
But I have just learned from the neighbors that Emily didn't know how to drive a car.
Well, of course she could.
Furthermore, they say her mental condition was such she could never learn to drive.
Well, perfectly absurd.
Did she have a driver's license?
I repeat, I do not know.
Because if she didn't, your statement is false. And if any part of your statement proves false, Mr. Farrington, I trust I make my meaning clear.
Mr. Barnes, you can't show one jot of evidence to back up your ridiculous suspicions. Any court in the land would laugh at you for them.
I can show no direct evidence. But there is such a thing as circumstantial evidence.
You haven't even any circumstantial evidence.
I have a world of it. The brakes on your car failed, and you are an amateur mechanic.
Well?
Martha's body falling so far from the building that she must have been pushed.
Mere conjecture.
Finally, Emily dying in a car she couldn't drive, though you have said she was going to drive you downtown.
And she was. You've done nothing but build a tissue of fantastic suspicions.
A jury will take them more seriously, especially when they learn that just before the first death, you bought 3 tombstones, one for each of your sisters. That shows what you were planning.
It shows nothing. It was a sale. I was merely being foresighted.
Then, Mr. Farrington, why didn't you buy 4 stones? One for each of you.
I refuse to discuss the point. There was no reason for me to kill my sisters.
No normal reason, perhaps. Though now that you are alone, you are living very comfortably on the income from your father's estate.
Indeed.
Furthermore, Mr. Farrington, I have checked on your family history. I know the truth about your unfortunate mother.
Well?
The fact concerning her might cause the jury to look differently upon you. It might influence the jury to bring in a verdict of murder while of unsound mind.
Get out. Get out of this house, do you hear? You can prove nothing. Nothing whatsoever.
All right, Mr. Farrington. I'm going. But I'll be back.
No, wait. I'm ill. Help me,
Here, sit here. That's it.
It's my heart. There's medicine in my desk drawer. There. A small bottle.
In the desk here?
Yes.
Here's the blue bottle. Is this it?
Yes. Hurry. There's water in the thermos jug.
Yes, I have it. Here's the water and the pill. Swallow it.
Yes. Thank you. That's better. The pain is going away.
Then, Mr. Farrington, I'll be on my way. I warn you, I'm going to check as to whether Emily had a driver's license. Today is Sunday, so it may take me a few hours. But if I find she had no license, I'm going to return with a warrant for your arrest.
No. There's no need for that. Of course, the poor simpleton had no driver's license. I should have thought of that. I should have thought of that.
Then you admit you killed her.
Certainly I did. Why shouldn't I? She annoyed me. Me, a genius.
I'm afraid a jury won't care whether you're a genius or not, Mr. Farrington.
Do you suppose I care what a jury thinks? A genius is not answerable to the laws that bind other people.
The law does not agree with you.
The law? What do I care for the law? You think you've trapped me, don't you? But you haven't. You hear? You haven't.
I think I have, Mr. Farrington.
You fool. No one is going to put Edward Farrington in an asylum. No one. In a minute, I'll be beyond your reach.
What do you mean?
I mean that tablet you so obligingly got for me is a deadly poison. Poison that I bought months ago. You and your circumstantial evidence. You're never going to get a chance to use... Never get a chance to blacken my name? But Detective Barnes...
Yes? What is it?
Promise me one thing. Promise me you won't let them bury me with my sisters.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little visit with Edward Farrington and his 3 loving sisters? You know, perhaps Edward made a mistake after all when he didn't buy a 4th tombstone. By the way, do you live in a gloomy old house with 3 sisters who love you so much you can't bear to have them near you? Well, if you do, I'd advise you not to be too drastic with them. You might find yourself buried right beside them, as Edward was. I know another man who... Oh, you're getting off here. Well, I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. But before we tell you of next week's exciting story, here is Maurice Tarpaulin, the mysterious traveler himself, with a brief but vital message from your government.
You all know that the stories we tell on this program are just stories, designed to entertain you, but not to be taken too seriously. Well, what I have to say now, however, is not a story, and is deadly serious. All over the world, people are starving. The United States and other food-producing nations are fighting a battle against famine. To win, food stocks must be conserved. You can help conserve them by canning and preserving food for your own use. If you have a victory garden, put up as much as possible from it. When your local markets feature an abundance of fruits or vegetables suitable for home preservation, can or preserve a winter's supply and release that much commercially canned food for the starving. Conserve your sugar for canning purposes. Follow the wartime rule of 1 pound of sugar to 4 quarts of finished fruit. And be sure to use only safe, tested methods. If you want information on any phase of home food preservation, write to the United States Department of Agriculture, Washington 25, D.C.
Thank you, Maurice Tarpaulin. In addition to Maurice Tarpaulin, today's cast included Eric Dressler, Hester Sondergaard, Ann Tiemann, Inga Adams, and Martin Wolfson. Original music was played by Doc Whipple. The Mysterious Traveler is written and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week over most of these mutual stations to a tale titled
As I Lie Dying.
Another Tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by the Mutual Network from our New York studios. Russ Dunbar speaking. Stay tuned to this station for another exciting crime drama, True Detective Mysteries, which immediately follows station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
From Omaha, Nebraska, the Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. First evaporated milk, Pet Milk brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Cliff Marquette, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Any woman who cooks likes to feel that her work is appreciated. And I'll tell you a secret. Compliments do seem to come oftener to the women who cook with Pet evaporated milk. Honest, you can make the most delicious things in the world with Pet milk. Cream pies, for instance, that just can't be beat for smoothness and downright goodness. Puddings and custards, too, and all sorts of sauces and gravies. And try Pet milk meatloaf sometime. Boy, what a treat that is. In meatloaf, you see, you use Pet milk in place of eggs, because Pet milk is double rich. Sweet country milk concentrated to double richness by evaporation. And what a difference that double richness makes in so many things, from cream soups to the frosting on a cake. Now, on every tall can of Pet milk, you get a famous Mary Lee Taylor recipe right on the label. So tomorrow, get several tall cans of Pet milk, and let Pet help you get more compliments on your cooking. The Community Chest Campaign gets underway in Omaha tonight with a big rally at the Exarban Coliseum. And here in his hotel room, working on a speech that nobody asked him to make, is himself, of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
All right, Molly, let's get to work. I want to dictate the speech I'm going to make tonight at that absorbing Coliseum.
Exarban.
Gesundheit.
No, dearie, the name of the...
Boy, oh boy, what a speech this'll be. I'll fracture 'em. I'll get applause. I'll get cheers. I'll get the foam. Hello, Magee in 303 speaking. The desk. I didn't order no desk. Oh, the desk clerk. Oh, you found one for me, eh? Owns his own fiddle, too, eh? Oh, well. I'll send him right up.
What is this about a fiddle?
I ordered an Italian fiddle player to fiddle some fiddle music for me while I dictate my speech. Mood music.
Magee, you didn't really ask for a violin player.
He's on his way up here now. Clerk said he was bringing his Stradivarius with him. That's probably Italian for girlfriend. Boy, when I sound off with that speech tonight at that exorbitant Coliseum...
Exorbitant?
Gesundheit. When I make that speech, I'll have them in the aisles. I'll have their eyes full of tears and their hands full of money, stuffing it into the community chest.
Come in.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, hi, Bud.
Permit me to introduce myself. I am Pasquale Amalfi, the most talented virtuoso of the violin in all of South Omaha.
The fiddle player, eh? You any good?
Well, am I good?
Yeah.
When I was just a little boy, I played with the Heifetz and the Chrysler.
Oh, out running around with the other kids when he should have been home practicing, huh? Well, you just do the best you can.
Well, what do you want me to do, boss?
You just play real sad when I give you the high sign. Mood music. I'm going to dictate my speech. Got a pencil, Molly?
Yes, dearie.
Well, here we go. Play, fiddle. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that I and you, and in fact all of us, have come here tonight because this is the night we are gathered here tonight at this Horse Bargain Coliseum.
Exorbitant.
Stop the music. Stop the music. You know, your cold is getting worse, kiddo. What did I say? You got it wrote down?
No, dearie.
Why not?
No paper.
Oh. Well, that's just the result of somebody's carelessness.
Yours.
We won't mention no names. Give me the phone. Hello, this is Magoo in 202, or McGee in 303. Send up 2 bellhops, one with plain paper and one with carbon paper. That's right, 2 of them. On the double, bud.
McGee, you didn't need 2 boys for that.
Why, sure I did. The boy that carries the plain paper can't carry the carbon paper. Might get it all smudged up. Here, take the speech down on this envelope till the paper gets here. I gotta get busy.
Shoot, dearie.
Music, bud. You people are here tonight because you're the type people that when other people need help, people like us, we like to help people. Stop the music. What'd I say? Read that back.
All right, you said American people are generous. They like to help their fellow man in time of need.
Yeah, that's what I said. Hey, I turned a pretty nice phrase, you know that. I'll bet
Come in.
Here's your paper, sir.
And your carbon paper, sir.
Okay, thanks, boys. Here's 7 cents. Divide that among you.
McGee, why did you give the boys 7 cents, for goodness sake?
Why not? Everything else has gone up from a nickel to 7 cents. Let's get on with the speech. Music, maestro. The community chest, which every community needs its help because of all the good stuff it does, won't be able to do this stuff without plenty of dough. And stop the music. Read it back. What did I say?
Well, you said your community chest services cover such things as boys' clubs, the USO, care of the aged, and dozens of other important projects.
My very words. Doggone it, who's interrupting me? Come in.
Oh, it's Dr. Gamble. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Molly, and good evening to you, belt buster.
Hi, Melon Belly. And don't sit down. I'm busier than a double-jointed woodpecker in a lumberyard. I'm working on my speech for tonight. You ready, Maestro?
Si, signore.
Where'd he come from? I didn't see him standing there.
Well, he plays the mood music, Doctor.
Oh, no.
Yep. While I compose my speech, he fiddles. We got to leave here in a few minutes, and I got to get out to that ex-soybean coliseum. You think you ought to try penicillin, Molly?
Dearie, the name of the place.
Come in.
Here's your penny, sir.
A penny? For what?
Well, you gave us 7 cents to divide between us, and it didn't come out even. You get a penny back.
Oh. Okay, let's have it.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, what are you so happy about, son?
I won the bet. I told Joe he'd take it.
Why shouldn't I take it? It was my penny in the first place. Well, come on, let's get on with this speech, Molly. It's getting late.
What's the subject of this address?
Generosity.
It figures. Who asked you to speak anyhow?
Only the high muckety-muck of the whole campaign here asked me to speak. That's who-how. A guy named Landon.
Mr. Landon asked you, McGee?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Now, bet Landon doesn't know it either.
Oh, sure he does. I cornered him on the sidewalk this morning and offered to make the big speech of the evening. Don't do it, he says. And I says, no trouble at all, I says, grabbing him by the lapel. What do you want me to talk about? And he says, about 10 seconds if we can't stop you. And I says, I'll talk an hour. And he was so overcome with gratitude, he just gave a kind of a low moan, put his hands over his eyes, turned on his heel, and walked into an open manhole. I come right upstairs and called my fiddle player.
Where are you going, Doctor?
To find an open manhole. I'm going to join Landon. So which way out of here? Oh, this door must be.
Oh, no, Doctor.
No,
not that door.
I got all my stuff.
Oh, no.
This place is just like home.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and Because of You.
Lobby.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, we better call a cab and get out to that Coliseum because, oh, look, there's Wally Wimple.
Oh, yes. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp.
Hello, folks. Oh, am I having a good time this week? I love Omaha.
Yeah?
Well, good. What do you like best about Omaha, Mr. Wimple?
No sweetie face.
Sweetie face, you mean?
Yes, my big old wife. Beautiful, peaceful Nebraska. I was out in the country today with my bird book, and all at once I heard a strange noise in a clump of bushes.
Yeah?
A strange noise?
Yes. So I tippy-toed up and peeked right in.
Oh? What was it, Wimp? A tax collector on the lam?
No, it was the strangest sight, Mr. Magee. I saw a small yellow body with a sharp bill, 4 webbed feet, and a large copper-colored horn.
My goodness. What on earth was it?
A canary, 2 ducks, and a saxophone player named Eddie.
Well, I tell you, it must be beautiful out there in the country, Mr. Wimple. With the trees changing color and all.
Yes, it's just lovely, Mrs. Magee. In fact, I wrote a little poem about it today. I call it Fall in Nebraska.
Fall in Nebraska. Well, let's hear it, Wimp, since we're probably going to anyhow.
All righty. It's fall in old Nebraska. The leaves are red and gold. The flowers and trees and birds and bees are ready for the cold. The whole world's changing colors, and I'll change color, too. When Sweetie Face finds me, I'll be a lovely black and blue.
Real cute, wasn't it?
Yeah, but we got to get... Oh, excuse me, Bud.
Oh, my fault, sir. Oh, it's you, pal. Hi, Molly.
Oh, hi, Junior.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. You having fun in Omaha?
Oh, you bet I am, Molly. It's my hometown, you know. Born here.
Yeah, I understand they got a bronze plate on your old desk out at Benson High School, Junior. Yeah, I saw it. Got it right on his old desk. It says Harlow Wilcox slept here.
You're a great little joker, pal.
I'm stumping him in there tonight.
At least that's one man's opinion. Yours?
Yeah.
Well, say, incidentally, kids, did you hear that ball game on the radio this afternoon?
Oh, it was something.
I was sitting there listening, and I got to thinking what an important part milk plays in our daily menus.
Ooh, right out of deep left field.
And it suddenly occurred to me that one of the greatest food bargains on the market these days is pet evaporated milk.
Yeah, but what that...
Yes, sir. Pet milk not only gives you all the goodness of whole sweet milk, but it's easy on your budget, too.
Wilcox now pitching for Pet.
Because Pet costs less generally than any other form of whole milk. That's right. Pet evaporated milk, which is just good, sweet country milk made double rich by evaporation, costs you less than any other form of whole milk.
Know,
that's why Pet milk is such a favorite with economy-minded housewives.
Yeah,
it's
look,
so good.
Wait,
it's good. It's delicious.
1 minute, please. Look, Milky.
Yes, pal.
Do you have to go, Mr. Wilcox? We do.
Well, yes, Molly, I do. I really do. There's an old school chum waiting to have dinner with me right now, Molly.
Oh, how nice. I suppose you'll talk about the days when you tried to see who could get your clothes off first to dive into the old swimming hole, huh?
Well, I hardly think so. Her name is Mary McNamara. See you later.
That was an awful mistake I made, wasn't it, about the old school chum?
Boy, oh boy. That was like one girl basketball player falling down and grabbing another girl basketball player by her uniform.
What do you mean, dearie?
You pulled a bloomer. Oh, my gosh, don't you get it, Molly? Basketball, girls pulled a...
It ain't funny, Magee.
Ain't? That's odd. When I and Fred Nittany used that gag at the Elks Club in Wahoo... Oh, hey! There's Latrivia. He's going out to the Coliseum. Maybe he'll take us. Hey, Latrivia! Hi, boy.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, glad to see you, Molly. Come on, let's get outside here. I've got a cab coming in a few minutes.
Oh, okay. Hey, this is quite a town, Latriv. You ever been here before?
Oh, yes, I know Omaha very well.
That's all.
I used to come over here quite often to attend the theater, Magee.
Oh, the theater, huh?
Oh, yes. In fact, I was here a couple of years ago when Oklahoma played Omaha.
Good game, was it, Mr. Mayor?
Game?
Yeah, you said you seen Omaha play against Oklahoma here. Must have been a good game, too, because them Oklahomans play nice football in Omaha.
Just a minute, Magee. I don't think
you know, I just love football, Mr. Mayor. I wish I understood it. You know, Magee took me to see Michigan play William and Mary one time, and they had William down on Mary's 30-yard line. And all of a sudden...
Wait. Molly, please. I'm afraid I didn't make myself quite clear here. When I mentioned Oklahoma, I didn't mean a football game. It wasn't a football game I saw at all. It was a musical comedy.
Oh, I know what you mean, boy. I've seen plenty of games like that. Team gets an off day and they play like a bunch of chorus girls, a whole 12, a whole flock.
They didn't play like chorus girls. They were chorus girls.
Huh?
There was a whole line of chorus girls.
Playing football? Heavenly days, those dainty little things.
No. Will you let me explain?
Chorus girls in the line, eh? I see. What they use in the backfield, ballet dancers? Because with chorus girls in the line distract the other players, the backfield could slip around the end and...
Oh, stop it! This is getting ridiculous. Look, what I was trying to explain...
that would let those little girls play a rough game like football and get all muddied up...
They didn't play a rough game of football.
Huh?
A rough game of mudball.
What?
A flat ball.
You said that...
I didn't say a goal game at all.
You said...
A ball game this fall.
Oklahoma.
Look, when I said I saw Homer play Homer Looker, Homer play Hammer, Loma, Locomona. I didn't say the music was... You were the ones that... I was only trying... You were...
Omaha?
Magee?
Yes, boy?
I am taking a cab out to the Xabin Coliseum right now.
We know.
Sure, boy. May I go, too?
Yes? You may go straight to... Goodbye!
Here's a new tune by Ken Darby, dedicated to his old home state and mine, my little Nebraska town.
Just a little bit south of Omaha, on the Burlington Railroad line. There's Geneva, Bruning, Belvedere, and the next little town is mine. Nebraska town. There's a house with a yard full of clover, and a barn where we played Annie over. How I miss the perfume of lilacs in bloom and meadows of golden brown. How dear to me is the memory of my little Nebraska town. There's a lazy old blue meandering through my little Nebraska town. There's a girl and a boy on the river. There's a kiss he forgot to give her. Now whenever I see a mulberry tree or meadows of milkweed down, I yearn again to return again to my little Nebraska
Hey, taxi. I hope we get one quick. I got that speech to make at that Exarban Coliseum.
Well, I'm glad you finally realized Exarban is a coliseum and not a cold in the head.
Well, I finally found out.
Well, here's the cab.
Call the cab lady. Where to? Oh, hello there, kid. Hi, daughter. Hi, Johnny.
Hi, old-timer. Well, what are you doing driving a cab?
Well, I'm just resting, daughter. Spent my first day in Omaha sightseeing.
Yeah?
Sight saw so much my feet hurt, so I got me a job driving a cab.
Well, we got no time to stand here blabbing, old-timer. Let's go, boy, to the Coliseum and don't spare the horsepower.
Okay, kids, we're off in a cloud of dust.
Well, it's lucky you came along, Mr. Old-timer. Now, don't drive too fast, though. We don't want you to get arrested.
Don't worry, daughter. They can't arrest me in this town.
They can. Why not?
Well, I got no license. It ain't my cab, and I'm not even a citizen of Omaha.
Oh, my.
Well, just so we get there, boy.
Don't worry, Johnny. I'll get you there pronto.
Good.
One question, though.
Shoot.
Where is the joint?
What? Oh, my gosh, you don't know where it is? Well, stop. Well, Dad, we got to find that Coliseum. We've been driving around now for over an hour. That rally is half over by this time, and all them people...
I don't see it no place, kids. But I know another nice little place. Charlie's place.
Charlie's place?
What an atmosphere. Sawdust up to your ankles and barbecue sauce up to your eyebrows. Why, it's the...
We don't want to go to Charlie's place.
Well, now, how about the railroad station, kids? I can find that.
Huh?
Put you on the Union Pacific. You can go any place on the Union Pacific, Johnny.
I tell you, I don't want to go any place. I want to go to the Exarban Coliseum. I got to make a speech.
Wait, stop the cab.
Huh?
Get up off the floor there, Magee.
Huh?
Let's ask the man on the corner there. He'll tell us where the Coliseum is.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Bud, come here a minute.
Well, Magee, missus.
Heavenly days, it's Ole.
Hi, Ole.
Yes, sure glad to see you, missus. I'm even glad to see you, Magee.
Huh? Well, come on, hop in, Ole. You know where the Exarban Coliseum is, Ole?
Magee, I don't even know where Omaha is. Where's the hotel?
You mean you've been lost ever since you got here?
That's right, missus. I used to wander around as unhappy as a Swede at a Norwegian picnic.
Well, if you couldn't find the hotel, where did you sleep last night?
At the stockyard by the cows.
The stockyards? You're lucky they didn't ship you out.
Oh, I wasn't worried. They wouldn't get good price for me. I'm pretty tough around the T-bone, you know.
Well, you must like cows if you're willing to spend the night with them.
Oh, sure. In Sweden, they got great big flocks of cattle.
Huh? Do you have cowboys there?
No, in Sweden, all cows are squirrels, Magee.
ask a squarehead question, you get a squarehead answer.
You know, I like cows a lot because it was by a cow I first met my missus.
Oh, really? What happened, Ollie?
Well, she lived on next farm to me, you see. And one morning it was so dark we both go by mistake to the same barn and start to milk the same cow.
Well, if it was so dark, how did you know she was there?
Well, when I squeezed, something squeezed us back, you see.
And that was the beginning of romance?
Sure. Soon we was making beautiful music together, you know, squirting milk into the same bucket.
Well, this ain't getting me to the Coliseum. Dad Ratted, where is that Coliseum?
I still say we ought to go to Charlie's place.
Oh, pipe down and hunt the Coliseum. I got a beautiful speech.
But Charlie's place is the only place I can find. See? We're coming to it now.
Dad Ratted, old timer, I told you I don't want to... Oh, my gosh. Stop the cab. Stop it.
Oh. What is it, dearie?
Look. Right across from Charlie's place. See it? Axarben.
Gesundheit.
Huh?
Oh. The Axarben Coliseum.
Well, what do you know? I found it. Maybe I ought to stay here and get a license.
Yeah. Well, come on, Molly. Let's hurry. Hurry up. We'll sneak through the stage door. I hope we ain't too late.
So do I, lover. Here's the door. Looks pretty dark, dearie. One small light on the stage.
Empty. Everybody gone home.
Oh, dear. And after you work so hard on your speech.
Yeah. Gee whiz, nobody here to listen.
Look, sweetheart, Mother's here.
Huh?
I'll listen. I'd love to hear that speech.
Yeah? You would? Well, sit down, Tootsie. You're going to hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to... My gosh. Pasquale.
Si, signore.
Oh, fine. We are gathered here tonight to talk about the community chest. And I want to say to you that if we all get in there and...
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. You know, there are times when nothing is quite so satisfying as a good cup of coffee. And if you're in the habit of creaming your coffee, Pet Milk is for you. You see, Pet evaporated milk, unlike ordinary milk, is just the right consistency for coffee because it's concentrated to double richness. Yes, Pet Milk is actually twice as rich as ordinary bottled milk. That's because Pet Milk is good, sweet, country milk with nothing but water taken out. In fact, more than half the water is taken out of the rich country milk to make Pet evaporated milk. So you can see why Pet Milk is so right for you if you're a coffee drinker who customarily reaches for the cream. And for the same amount of money you ordinarily spend for coffee cream, you can get more than twice as much Pet Milk. So your money goes twice as far. And your coffee is creamy-colored, mellow, satisfying when you use Pet Milk. Try it, won't you? I'm sure you'll like it. Get several cans of Pet Milk at your grocer's tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, you don't need to be told about the community chest, what it does and what it stands for. But we would like to remind you that the need for community chest services is greater this year than ever.
So when your volunteer chest worker knocks on your door, dig deep, won't you? And give as generously as you can. Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Have you ever wanted to try your hand at matchmaking? Young wife Sally Carter has her chance when she introduces a home-loving bachelor to a pretty young widow. But matchmaking has its complications, and what they are you'll hear in the story of the week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. You'll also hear the Pet Milk recipe of the month for Party Peach Pie, a prize dessert that calls for everyday ingredients and needs no baking. For double-rich entertainment and information, tune to NBC next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Next is Big Town and Playhouse on Broadway on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where every new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
A new lease on death. You know, I like that title, Barbie.
You'll like the story we're doing tonight, too, Dan. Once in a while, some author sends in the manuscript of a book that's really different. And this is one.
Oh, fine. You know, that's one trouble with stories. So many writers turn out yarns that are just like all the rest of the stories they've ever written.
Well, that's one thing you can't say about me, Mr. Glenn.
Oh? Well, I didn't know you wrote stories, Guy.
Well, I don't write stories. What I write is the absolute truth. And here's some material you'll think is different, too.
Well, let's get on with tonight's story, huh? Places, everybody. Set the scene, Guy.
A new lease on death. The scene is a street in a rather undesirable part of town. A well-dressed couple is stopped by a seedy-looking character who is obviously after a handout.
Pardon me, Bud. Suppose you could stick a guy to a sandwich and a cup of coffee?
You sure it's for a sandwich?
Oh, Larry, don't give the poor bum a lecture. Give him a quarter. Larry.
What?
I believe that. Larry. Oh, stop him. He's running away. Get him. Bring him back quick.
Hey, you. Come back here. Hold on.
Let go of me. Let go, I tell you. You haven't got any right to stop me. I can go where I please without...
Great Scott. Miriam knew what she was talking about.
All right. I made a mistake. If I'd have seen you, I wouldn't have stopped you. Now go on, leave me alone.
Ken Starr. I wouldn't have known you if...
Well, there's no reason why you should know me, is there, Larry? Everybody was pretty happy to forget me, I guess.
Ken Starr, what in the world happened to you? Well, you look like a ghost.
Yeah? Well, maybe I am. You wouldn't look so good yourself, Miriam. You've been through what I've taken.
Oh, you poor thing.
Oh, I'm not asking for sympathy, Miriam. I can just see you at the country club. Girls, you'd never guess who I saw panhandling on the street last night. Ken Starr. And he looked like a bum.
You've no right to talk that way.
After all, you didn't give anybody a chance to help you, Ken.
You mean I didn't get on my knees and beg my friends for help?
Ken, it's not too late yet. You can't throw your whole life away.
I've already thrown my life away, Miriam. Once you die, you never get a chance to come back to life.
You're being a little melodramatic, aren't you, Ken?
No, I'm quite serious, Larry. I died during my murder trial when they brought out the story of Elsa Gaynor and me.
But you weren't convicted. They set you free.
I was dead as far as Elsa Gaynor was concerned. Reasons were good enough. I was dead in business. People don't trust their financial affairs to a man who's been tried for murder.
But I wish we'd seen you before, Ken. It's so tragic to think of you and how successful you were.
And how singularly unsuccessful I am now? No, it isn't so tragic, Miriam. Actually, I don't feel so badly about it. I don't feel at all. Not until somebody opens the wound again.
Ken, I've a little proposition to make you.
No. Thanks, Miriam, but I'm not considering charity.
This isn't charity. I've a proposition to bring you back to life.
Really, Miriam?
You run along, Larry. I want to talk to Ken privately.
But, well, of course, you have a perfect right to do whatever you like, Miriam, but do you think that...
Oh, I'm quite harmless, Larry.
I didn't mean that.
I'm sorry. You know, your pride gets a little sharp when you've nothing to be proud of.
Please, Larry, tell the rest of the crowd I couldn't make it, and don't tell them where I am. Don't say anything about who we saw. Promise?
I don't think this is wise at all, Miriam.
I didn't ask you what you thought. Well, promise?
All right. Good night, Ken.
Gosh, Miriam, I've been eating so furiously, I didn't even look at your apartment. It's very neat.
Well, it's wonderful what a couple of bestseller books and a feature writer's job will do for a gal.
No, that's the best food I've had in months. It was nice of you. Now, I'll be going along.
Just a minute. I said I had a proposition to make you.
I'm not taking money from anybody. That's what you mean.
Oh, don't be a fool. When I saw you on the street, I got a simply tremendous idea for a book. The title's Comeback. It's the story of a man who deteriorates to nothing and then is given every tool to make a comeback.
Very interesting.
It's going to be a personal case history with nothing held back. Of course, we won't use your name, but it's going to be a story of you.
A guinea pig for the laboratory? No, thanks.
Oh, now, don't be stuffy. You earn everything you get, and what you'll get will be a chance to come back to life.
Don't you think I got hurt enough before I died, Miriam, without sticking pins into me again?
The apartment across the hall is vacant. I'll rent it tomorrow. We'll say you've been in South America, and you built a new fortune down there. You've just come back and are ready to start in business again.
No, I couldn't go through with it. You don't have enough money to...
I have enough money to give you a good front. That's all you'll need. You always had more brains than any man in our crowd. With the right front, you'll soon be making a great deal, just like you did before. If
I'm up to it.
Well, how about it?
Why? Well, give me a little time.
No. You'll get more and more scared. You're deciding right now.
All right. I'll give it a try.
Miriam, you've got to stop this foolishness. You're riding for a terrible fall.
If I get cracked up, Larry, it'll be my funeral.
Everybody else is fooled. They think Ken Starr is wonderful. The man who came back, they're calling him. Well, I know he's the man who was brought back.
He's getting away with it beautifully.
But it can't last, Miriam. He doesn't have the stuff. He didn't have it when he went to trial for murder, and he's lost a lot since. An awful lot.
He's a wonderful person, Larry. Life gave him some mighty swift kicks in the pants, but he's the same sweet guy always was underneath. He's just as clever and charming, coming to the surface. And you've no idea what a thrill it is to me to see him grow.
Wait till he sees Elton a new husband. Watch him fall apart.
This is a big town, Larry. With a little handling, he doesn't need to see either Elsa or Harlan McGrath.
You're in love with Ken Starr, aren't you? Oh, you don't need to answer me. You're just as simple-minded about him as you were when he was carrying a torch for Elsa.
Well, what if I am?
I'm not going to see you throw your life away, Miriam. It isn't love, it's an old obsession. I think too much of you to let you wreck everything you have.
If Ken Starr would have me, I'd marry him tonight. I've always felt that way.
You're a writer and you're in love with drama. You can't tie yourself to a psychopathic case.
He's not a psychopathic case. He's...
All right, then arrange a dinner. Invite Ken and me. And also invite Elsa and Harlan McGrath.
No. He isn't ready.
Either you arrange that dinner or the show's all over.
You wouldn't.
You fool the rest of the town with your story about Ken getting back from South America. But you can't fool me. Remember? I was there. Either you have that dinner party or I'll blow your little game sky high.
Harlan had to stop off and talk to a business acquaintance for a few minutes before he could leave Ken. And anyway, I wanted to see you alone first. You're looking very handsome, Ken.
You're as lovely looking as ever, Elsa. You know, your voice still does things to me.
Oh, that's very flattering. Oh, I'm so glad to know you've done so well. But I've missed you, Ken.
I've never missed you, Elsa, because you've always been with me.
Well, you've improved at making pretty speeches.
This Harlan McGrath, this new husband of yours, did I ever know him?
No, he was after your time. Oh, he's a grand person. You'll like him a lot.
No, Elsa, I'm afraid I'm not that big.
Ken, please, you won't make a scene. I couldn't bear
No,
it.
you never could stand scenes, could you, Elsa? You'd always been shielded from unpleasantness of any kind till you married Bill Gaynor. And you got a big dose of the wrong side of life and ran to me for protection.
Well, I suppose I should have testified at your trial, but I was so frightened. I never did believe you killed Bill, though.
It's big of you, Elsa.
Maybe it was that I thought I knew who had killed him, and I was afraid to testify. I've always been such a coward.
What? You had evidence that you held back? Evidence that would have cleared me?
Well, I'm not sure. Ken, don't look at me like that. You frighten me.
Well, oh, hello, Miriam. Larry.
You two have had long enough for yourselves. We decided to join the party.
From the look in your eye, Ken, I'd say Elsa still has that old black magic for you.
Larry.
We weren't talking about black magic, Larry. As a matter of fact, I was trying to get the dope on her husband.
Oh, you like him. Everybody likes Harlan. This time, I'm afraid there's no excuse for you to come dashing to Elsa's rescue, Ken. Oh, by the way, where is Harlan?
Well, there's no need to wait for him. He wasn't sure how long he'd be detained and said for us to go right ahead and start dinner.
But shouldn't we wait?
Nonsense. He won't mind a bit. And after all, you're supposed to be on time for dinner appointments.
Well, if you're sure it's all right.
Perfectly.
Well, then we might as well go into the dining room right now.
I've never been here for dinner before, Miriam. Which way?
Right down the hall, Elsa. I'll lead the way. Here.
Well, Harlan's already here. Harlan, why didn't you come into the living room?
Well, he's sitting at the table. There's something wrong.
Harlan, what's the matter? Why don't you say something?
He's sick. Just a minute. Great Scott. He's dead.
What? Oh, no. No, that can't be.
Well, here we go again. I don't suppose there's a scratch on his right hand, is there?
Yes. Yes, there is.
It'll be filled with the deadly South American poison. Some detective will find some of it in my apartment. Somewhere. Excuse me. This is where I came in.
Ken, stop it. Get him away from that window. Ken, what do you think you're doing?
Oh, if you let go of me, I'll jump, Miriam.
Oh.
I don't think I'm up to going through all this again.
Oh, Larry, help me.
Sit down, Ken. I guess we'll have to call the police.
Well, did Ken Starr kill Elsa McGrath's husband? What was the motive for his death? How was it accomplished? We'll find out in the second act of New Lease on Death. Meanwhile, here's a brief message from our sponsor. Act 2 of New Lease on Death. Detective Cedric Darnay has taken over and seems quite perplexed at what should be a simple case.
You are most helpful, Mr. Starr. Sure. Why not? I've been through all this before. It's a repeat performance. You'll find the poison in my apartment, just across the hall. Where? Well, I'm afraid I can't help you there, Darnay. You'll have to look around. But it'll be there. Don't you worry. You are admitting that you killed Miss McGrath? Sure. Why not?
No, he didn't do it, Mr. Darnay. He couldn't have done it.
No? Why not?
He was standing in the living room talking to Elsa McGrath when Larry Montag and I walked in. Elsa said her husband had been detained by a call on a business acquaintance.
I see. You think, then, there is no possibility of collusion between Mrs. McGrath and Mr. Starr?
Why, of course not.
You concur in that opinion, Mr. Montag?
Why, I guess so. To be honest about it, I wouldn't know.
That's ridiculous. Ken and I hadn't seen each other for 4 years till we met here. I'll swear to that.
Swearing to a statement does not impress me, Mrs. McGrath. You see, a murderer has already done something so much more serious than breaking an oath. Oh, what's all the talk about? Why don't you put me under arrest and get it over with? You think, because of your previous unfortunate experience with Miss McGrath's first husband, you will be in great trouble? What do you think? No, Donnie. I know when I've been struck out. And whoever did it the first time's good enough to do it again. Possibly. Mrs. McGrath, tell me, you're having trouble with your husband?
No, certainly not.
If you will pardon me, you do not seem to be greatly bereaved.
Harlan and I understood each other perfectly. Ours was no madly romantic love affair, but we were fond of each other, and, well, it was a very satisfactory arrangement.
She isn't capable of any real feeling for anybody but herself. She lets Ken Starr go through hell rather than be smeared in court.
Why, you little... And I thought you were my friend.
Nobody could be a friend of yours if it involved anything on your part. You're the most selfish woman that ever lived.
Oh, I am I?
I saw what you were up to when I came into the living room tonight. You'd thrown Ken to the wolves, but he came back alive. And when you saw him, you were planning how you could put him back on your shelf.
Really, Miriam?
Oh, don't give me the grand dame stuff. You never wanted him in the first place, but you never wanted anybody else to have him either.
You fool, what are you trying to do? Let this detective get us all into trouble? I ought to...
Oh, please, go right ahead. Don't mind me. I find it most interesting.
I'm sorry. I suppose I should be ashamed of myself.
I take it, Miss Shelby, you feel you are a far more suitable mate for Mr. Starr than Mrs. McGrath.
Why, how dare you talk like that?
I dare a great deal, Miss Shelby. You are afraid to put your emotions on display, hmm? Murder is the most primitive of all emotions.
Well, I guess I've made a fool of myself. All right. I'm in love with Ken Starr, and always have been.
What?
Mr. Darnay, it seems that nobody's ever fallen for the right person around here. Elsa's first husband was in love with a chorus girl, and Ken Starr was in love with Elsa. Elsa was, well, in love with herself. And Miriam Shelby carried the torch for Ken. And I've been hanging around Miriam for 5 years, more or less, without results.
That is most helpful information, if correct, Mr. Montag.
Oh, it's correct, all right.
It opens most interesting avenues of conjecture.
Yeah? Like what?
For example, your unrequited love for Miss Shelby.
See here. Are you accusing me of murdering Harlan McGrath just to get Ken Starr out of the picture?
I make no accusations, Mr. Montag. I merely theorize.
I remember at the time of Bill Gaynor's death. Remember, I told you tonight, Ken. I had a feeling maybe I knew the murderer.
Based upon what?
Bill had said something about having to see Larry Montag and said he didn't know why Larry wanted to see him.
That's a lie. I had no appointment with Bill Gaynor. I never had a business appointment with him in my life or his. It's a fine time to be tossing in a thing like that. Over 4 years after his murder.
The mills of the gods grind slowly. Sometimes, Mr. Montag. As I recall, the same method was used for Mr. Gaynor's murder. Is that not correct? Sure. Identical. Well, why don't you run across the hall to my apartment and find the poison? Here are my keys. You are very bitter, Mr. Starr. Bitter? Why wouldn't I be bitter?
Look, Mr. Darnay, I've been thinking. The dining room opens off the hall. You can come into it without going through the rest of the apartment.
Yes?
Larry could have made a business appointment with Harlan McGrath, met him, and scratched his hand with that poison. Then he could have brought him into the dining room, left him, and come up to the front entrance of the apartment.
Miriam, you don't know what you're saying.
Anyway, it won't stand up, Miriam.
Why not?
Nobody'd make the mistake twice of using his own name and setting a murder rendezvous. Elsa, was the appointment made at Harlan's office?
Yes, why?
Well, $5 will get you 50. But the records will show his appointment was with me. You see, I've been through all this before. I know just what to expect. Oh, how do you do, Miss Shelby? Sit down. I'm honored by having you visit my office.
Ken told me. You found the poison in the back of a dresser drawer in his apartment.
Yes. And the appointment was with Kenneth Starr, too. At least that name was used.
Your theorizing was right last night, Mr. Darnay. It must have been Larry Montag. It had to be. He planned all this to get Ken out of the way.
You seem more sure of yourself, Miss Shelby.
I've a good reason for being positive. It was Larry Montag who planned that dinner party. He said if I didn't have it, he'd tell the whole town how I picked Ken up out of the gutter and reclaimed him.
Why did you not tell me this before?
Well, I didn't realize how important it was.
It seems to be the one thing I needed. It doesn't stand to reason that a man who narrowly escaped conviction of one murder would commit a second murder in the identical manner and plant clues against himself all over the place.
Then you put Larry under arrest?
Yes, immediately.
Why, hello, Ken. Won't you come in?
Elsa, you've heard about Larry Montague?
They've arrested him, haven't they? Poor fellow.
Well, things are different this time, Elsa.
What do you mean?
Well, this time I'm not mixed up in it. We can get married now, can't we?
You rather startle me, Ken.
Well, there's nothing new about the idea, Elsa.
But you've been away for more than 4 years. I hardly know you anymore.
But some ways I haven't changed, Elsa. I'm still just as madly in love with you as I ever was. You still mean more to me than anyone else in the world.
Ken, I'm all mixed up on some things. This job of yours in South America that everybody said was so tremendous. Then, while the detective was there, Larry said something about Miriam having picked you up when you were down and out.
What difference does it make?
Well, it makes a good deal of difference.
It better not, Elsa.
Don't look at me like that, Ken. After all, I'm used to nice things. I have expensive tastes. I need a husband who has a good deal of money.
Oh, I'll get money all right.
Oh, you'll get it. But you don't have it. Is that the point?
Look, Elsa, we're wasting time. We've wasted years. Let's go get married right now.
I'm not at all sure that I want to marry you.
Oh, I guess Miriam and Larry were right about you. The only person you're in love with is yourself.
Here, Ken Starr, you can't talk to me like that. I'll thank you to get right out of this house.
Oh, you will, huh?
And hurry up about it.
You've got a lot of nerve ordering me out of your house after all the hell you sent me through.
I had nothing to do with your being arrested.
You poor fool. You almost sent me to the electric chair. That telephone call to Bill Gaynor from Larry Montague was the important part of the whole setup. And you never came forward and told about it.
What do you mean?
I arranged things so it would look like somebody had planted evidence against me, tried to frame me. Then I called for the appointment and said I was Larry Montague.
You said you were Larry Montague?
Of course. That was to be where his perfect crime broke down, you see. All the evidence pointing toward me. But then that telephone call was to trip him up. And you didn't have the decency to step forward with the call. I couldn't ask about it because I wasn't supposed to know.
Then you really did kill Bill Gaynor. You're a murderer.
Yes, I killed him for you. You wanted it done, didn't you? You said you wanted to marry me, that you couldn't stand living under the same roof with him. You made a bargain, Elsa.
I thought I actually wanted you to commit murder.
You did want me to do it. You said you'd marry me in a minute if anything ever happened to Bill. Well, something happened to him, all right. And you welched on your deal.
You killed him.
We had a contract. We're going to keep that contract if I have to kill every man who ever looks at you.
You killed Holland, too.
Yeah, it was almost too simple. I didn't cover up a thing. I deliberately set all the evidence against me. I used my right name when I called Harlan McGrath for an appointment. Said I wanted to talk to him about the death of your first husband. I didn't even bother about hiding the poison. I didn't even deny killing him. And nobody believed me.
You won't get away with it. You'll go to jail. You'll be sentenced to death.
You think you can scare me with death, Elsa? You think you can scare me with death? A man who's already been through it? No. I've nothing to lose, Elsa. I can risk anything to get back the life you can give me.
You're insane. I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on earth.
You'll marry me or you don't ever marry anybody, Elsa.
Put down that gun. You couldn't shoot me. You're too...
I would not try to shoot if I were you, Mr. Starr.
We're just having a little argument.
I heard the argument, the whole thing. You were a most clever killer, Mr. Starr. Allow me to congratulate you on the extreme subtlety of your methods. So subtle that they seemed almost impossible.
Thanks, Donnie.
You overlooked only one thing.
Oh? What's that?
The obvious motive. Twice this lady's husbands were murdered, and each time you were in love with her.
But you arrested Larry Montague. I fooled you enough for that.
No. I arrested him because you had not spoken to the charming lady about marriage. You were afraid, and I arrested Montague to give you security.
You're pretty clever yourself, Donnie.
Thank you. I consider that a compliment from an expert. And now if you will come with me to the police station...
Just a second. If you'll pardon me, there's one thing I have to do first.
No! Get... You shot me.
I'm ready now, Donnie. Here's my gun.
You realize that this brutal murder of Mrs. McGrath will inevitably mean the electric chair for you?
But I'm not afraid. Nothing to lose. Remember, this is where I came in. Well, Bobby, what's the story for next week?
It's a story about a newspaper reporter who gets fired from his job and plots a horrible murder as a result of it.
Story about being fired, huh?
It's a fast-moving story of revenge and how a hate-inspired mind works. There's all the excitement and glamour of the newsroom, plus a murder puzzle that'll keep you on your toes right up to the final word.
Well, it sounds like one of your 4-star specials. What's the title?
It's called Death at Deadline.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon, you reckon this cussed town will ever amount to anything?
Dodge City? I don't know, Chester. It might. Why?
Well, when I look around with the way things are here, I sure do wonder sometimes.
Well, all it needs is a better climate, good water supply, and a few decent people.
Texas would be a good place if they had all that.
Then maybe they'll both amount to something someday.
Well,
Ma.
maybe they... Miss Kitty looks kindly upset about something.
Ma, wait a minute.
Oh, what's the matter, Kitty?
Oh, nothing with me. The fellow over there on the long bench.
Oh, causing trouble?
Not exactly, but there's something wrong. I know there is. He's got a woman with him. His wife, he says.
Men don't bring their wives into saloons, Kitty.
Yeah, I know, but it's more than that. He says she's Indian, but I don't think she is. And she's scared, Matt. She's scared to death.
Scared of what?
Oh, of him, I think. He's a big brute, and mean as sin, and twice as ugly.
Well, if he's mistreating her, what...
Well, he hasn't hit her yet, but he keeps threatening to. Oh, Matt, there they are. They're leaving.
Yeah, they're coming this way.
My gracious, he sure is big and mean looking. Well, he must weigh close to 280 pounds.
Hey, mister, I'd like to talk to you.
About what?
My name is Dillon. I'm a U.S. Marshal here. You new in town?
I've been here 3 days, if that's new.
What's your name?
Taggart. Bull Taggart, they call me.
Uh-huh. Is this lady your wife?
Is that any business of yours, Marshal?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. Do you speak English, ma'am?
Pues sí, senor. A little bit.
Shut up.
Why don't you want her to talk, Bull?
Because she's a born liar, that's why, like all Indians.
There are not many Indians in this part of the country who speak Spanish.
She ain't from around here. She's from down in the border country. The Mexicans taught her in mission school.
Is that right, ma'am?
Senor,
I warned you, didn't I? You know what'll happen if you start lying.
Please, no.
All right, go ahead. Answer the Marshal.
It's true, senor. I learned in mission school.
Well, are you this man's wife?
I am his wife.
You satisfied, Marshal?
Are you staying, Bo?
We got a wagon. We're camped in the river bottom at the south edge of town. I'm aiming to kill me some buffalo. Anything else you want to know, Marshal?
Not right now, no.
Well, the way I feel about lawmen, they leave me alone, I leave them alone. How's that set with you?
I'll be seeing you around, Bo.
I'll be around. Come on, you.
Well, that girl ain't no Indian, Mr. Dillon.
No, she's a Mexican, Chester. Or Spanish, maybe.
What do you think, Matt? What's it all about?
I don't know, Kitty. I'm going to try to find out. Hi, Doc. You busy?
Oh, no, Matt. Come on in.
Oh, what the devil is that thing?
Now, don't show your ignorance, Matt. It's the latest scientific gadget in back east medicine. It's called an electrostatic therapy machine.
It is, huh? Oh, what's it supposed to do?
Oh, what is it supposed to do? It's supposed to rejuvenate the nerves, improve the digestion, build red blood, and regenerate the tissues. Oh, wait a minute. I'll show you here. Just kind of take hold of the handles there, Matt. Now, I'll just crank the... Yeah, right there. I'll just crank the accumulators a little bit. There, now. You ready, man?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
It makes you tingle, doesn't it?
Make me tingle? Makes me want to break your foolish neck.
Well, now, Matt, it's good for you. It says so in all the journals.
Yeah? Anything to make living more complicated, huh?
Oh, so you haven't seen anything yet, Matt. Why, in the next 60 or 80 years, there's going to be so many changes in human living, you wouldn't even recognize it.
Maybe I wouldn't want to recognize it, Doc.
Well, you can't drag your feet, Matt. You've got to move with the times.
I'm not sure that I want to go around letting people with practical joking machines kill me.
Oh, no, you're not hurt a bit. I've been fooling with it ever since I unpacked it. Using it on myself, even.
Yeah?
And each time I feel better than I did before.
Well, good. Then you grab a hold of the handles, and I'll turn the crank.
Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
I'm sorry to bother you, but... Hey, Doc, what in the world is
What
that?
do you want, Chester?
Oh, this fellow's looking for you. I think he says it's pretty important.
Oh? Well, come on in, mister.
Habla español, senor?
No, I'm afraid not, except for a few words.
Then you must excuse my English, senor, which is not so much best.
Well, neither's mine, but what can I do for you?
I have the honor of being Don Marco Velasquez, senor.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Don Marco. This is Doc Adams.
The most pleasure, senor.
How do you do?
Oh, Chester, leave that thing alone.
Marshal Dillon, you are the big law, is not correct?
Well, I am here in Dodge, I guess, yeah.
Then I must talk with you in private.
Well, go down to my office, I guess.
Muy bien.
Come on, Chester. Here we are, Don Marco. And here. Now, what's this all about?
This is one big matter for law, which I'm here. Also, it's very delicate thing. How you say is affair of honor. You understand?
Well, I'm not sure I do. What is it exactly?
is my wife, Senor Maria. She has disappeared.
Disappeared?
I am come a long way from Chihuahua in Mexico.
Mexico?
I have one hacienda there. That is where from she disappeared 3 weeks ago. And all this time I'm follow. Here at your town, I'm only arrived 1 hour ago.
I see.
Always I am talk with people asking questions. And I am think she is here in this town, senor.
Oh, what does your wife look like, Don Marco?
She's small, like the little bird. With hair so soft, eyes black as night. She's young, senor. Most beautiful.
She speak English?
You see, like me, but not so good. You are seen her, no?
Tell me something, Don Marco. Did she leave you of her own free will? I mean, run away?
She has not run away, senor. She has been stolen by one pig who have come to the hacienda when I'm away. Senor Bull, he is called. And when I have find him, it's like the bull, he will die.
Bull, huh?
You know where is this bull?
Well, he was right out.
Yeah, I might, Don Marco. Look, suppose you take a room over at the Dodge House and let me look into it.
You are not understand, senor. This is one affair of honor.
Don Marco, this fellow you're looking for is about as tough as they come. He wears a gun, and he probably knows how to use it. Now, that knife of yours wouldn't quite even things up.
I have one pistola when I start out, but in one town more far to south, the police are take it away. They say I am not citizen, and it is law I no can have gun. Is true law, senor?
Not here in Dodge, no.
One thing other. I have here is your law when one man try to kill you, is all right, you shoot him. Is true?
Oh, yeah, we look at it that way. The law of self-defense.
Law of self-defense. Muy bien. Then I'm go buy one pistol.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Look, you wouldn't have a chance against Bull Taggart.
I'm sorry, senor. It's a matter of honor. Muchas gracias, senores. Adios.
Come on, Chester. Let's go get Bull Taggart before that crazy man of honor finds him and gets himself shot full of holes. Kitty.
Oh, hello, Matt. Chester.
Oh, Miss Kitty.
I didn't see you come in.
Kitty, have you seen Bull Taggart?
Well, he was here a minute ago. Yeah, there he is, down at the end of the bar.
Oh, good.
You look pretty serious, man.
Well, that hunch of yours was right, Kitty. I think he grabbed that girl down in Mexico and brought her up here by force. Her husband trailed him.
I knew there was something wrong.
Have you seen her?
No, he came in alone. And he's been drinking pretty steady, Matt. You better be careful.
I intend to. Come on, Chester. There's too big a crowd here to risk any shooting, Chester. I'll step up behind him and take his gun, and you stay clear.
Gotta get up before daylight. I'll be on my feet after all of you are dead and buried. Yes, sir. What do you think you'll do?
Here, hold this gun, Chester.
Yes, sir. What's the big idea, Marshal?
Where's Maria Velasquez, Bull?
So she finally talked, did she? I don't know better to leave her alone, tied up or not.
So she's out at the wagon, huh?
You ain't been out there.
No, but I'm gone as soon as I lock you up.
I warned you, Marshal. You leave me alone, I leave you alone.
You're under arrest, Bull.
Oh, no, Marshal. Not yet, I ain't.
Chester, throw some water on him.
Yes, sir.
You all right, Matt?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Senor Marshal.
Oh, you, Don Marco.
This is it, no? It's the pig which I have been looking for?
Yeah, that's Bull Taggart. He tried to resist arrest. Now, Maria's at his wagons at south edge of town, right near the river trail.
So you are the first which find him after all, senor?
Well, it's better that way. You wouldn't be much good to Maria shot down on the street.
It's such a pity that I have not find him first.
Yeah. Well, Kitty.
Yeah, Matt.
Look, if you see Doc around anywhere, ask him to come by and take a look at this fella, huh?
Uh-huh.
I think he's all right, but I'm
Here,
not...
now, you quit that.
Hey, Don Marco.
Do not worry, senor. I have not
Here,
killed
give me
him.
that knife. Give it to me.
I only cut his cheek. MV, Marco Velasquez.
Well, Mr. Dillon, that's terrible.
It's the way we mark our pigs on my hacienda.
We do things different up here, Don Marco.
Oh, my gracious, what a heathen thing to do.
If you'll come along to jail and sign a complaint, we'll go with you to get Maria.
Un momento, senor. What is happened to this pig if I sign complaint?
Well, he'll go to prison for a long time.
And if I do not sign?
In that case, I'd have to turn him loose in the morning. I got no other charge against him.
Muchas gracias, senor. I will no sign complaint.
Now, wait a minute. Maria may figure different.
She will think as I do.
Well, how do you know she will?
Because I am the man, senor. You were pleased to tell this pig who have the scratches. It is a matter of honor. I will no more trouble you.
All right, I'll hold him until 9 o'clock in the morning to give you a head start out of town.
Muchas gracias. Y muy buenas noches, señores.
You must be crazy, Matt.
I don't know, Kitty.
Well, he sure has got a crazy kind of honor. Cutting them initials and all. Why, he's got to be crazy.
Maybe. But I'm not too sure.
Marshal. When do I get breakfast?
Whenever you walk up the street and buy it. Now, come on out of there, Bo.
What do you mean? You turning me loose?
Velasquez refused to file charges. Come on into the office.
Well, what do you know about that? So the little runt didn't have the nerve, huh? Hey, how did I get these cuts on my cheek?
Velasquez did it with a knife point while you were knocked out.
Yeah, that sneaky little rabbit. I reckon I done more to him than he done to me. Huh?
Chester, have you got his stuff there?
Yes, sir. You want to give him back his gun?
Yeah, everything. All right, hurry up, Bo. Pick it up and get out of here.
Mighty nice of you fellas to take care of these things for me.
Bo, you got 20 minutes to get out of town. You get out and you stay out.
Sure, Marshal. I don't like Dodge much anyhow, now that my little friend ain't here. Well, see you around, boy.
Mr. Dillon, there's the low-downest, meanest man I ever seen in all my born days.
Yeah?
I swear he ought to be. Mr. Dillon, look.
What?
That wagon coming down the street. What's that Velasquez fella?
What? I thought they headed south last night. Come on, Chester. Just hope Bull Taggart hasn't seen him yet.
There he is, across the street.
Maria, go to the marshal.
Senor Marshal, protect me, please. I'm so
Hola,
frightened.
Senor Bull.
What?
Wait a minute, Don Marco.
I have the
Senor.
honor to be Marco Velasquez, senor. And you are my pig.
Oh, that crazy fool.
Senor, I'm so
My
frightened.
mark is on your face, senor. Come here, my great pig. I wish to tie you on my wagon.
Why, you dirty...
Let go.
No, the Senor
Oh,
Marshal.
the pig.
Let go, Maria. Let go. Let go.
It's too bad, senor Marshal, but I think the pig is dead.
Muchas gracias, Senor Marshal. Oh, protect me.
Was law of self-defense, senor. No, it's true.
Now, that's why you wouldn't file charges, huh? You wanted to get him out in the street with a gun in his hand.
Oh, no, senor. It was only because I'm one very forgivable man.
And you had Maria hang onto my arm so I couldn't interfere, huh?
Oh, no, Senor. I was very frightened. I have not known what I'm doing.
Oh, sure.
It's all right. We start for home now, senor Marshal?
Well, he drew and fired first. I guess I got no reason to hold you.
Muchas gracias, senor. It's very good that you have this law of self-defense. Con mi pajarita.
Sí, Marco. Hasta la vista, señor Marshall.
Yeah. So long, Maria.
Ahora vamos a casa.
Sí, mi querido.
Pues adiós, amigos.
Adiós.
Well, I declare if that don't beat all.
Yeah. Well, Chester.
Yes, sir?
Suppose we walk up the street and buy us some breakfast.
Originally, dark horse was a racing term for a horse whose abilities were kept in the dark until displayed in the race. Race.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Sure thing. That's right. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
At 41, sold American.
Independent tobacco experts know who buys what tobacco. Mr. Ed L. Isaacs, independent tobacco expert and warehouseman of Lebanon, Kentucky, said,
I smoke Luckies for the same reason that so many other tobacco men smoke them. Simply because I have seen Luckies buy fine tobacco. And I've smoked Luckies for 13 years.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Hello, National Broadcasting Company.
SA operator, can you tell me what's on the air at 4 o'clock today?
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny.
Who?
Jack Benny. Mabel. That's the 6th one today. Well, I'm still ahead. I've got 8. Oh, you're always lucky. You won last year, too. Yeah, Mr. Benny ought to know better than open his program during the hunting season. Yeah. National Broadcasting Company.
Say, operator, can you tell me what's on the air at 4 o'clock today?
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny.
Who?
Jack Benny. Hey, Mabel. What? This one must have used a knife. Yeah, I'll be glad when today is over so I can go home and take off this black dress. Yeah. And it's so hard to talk through this veil. Yeah. Hey, Mabel, look at the switchboard. Jack Benny's dressing room is calling. Shall I take it, guide to it, or do you want to get it? What's the difference? He's not going to kill himself anyway. Yeah, them that should won't. Yeah. Yes, sir?
Operator, this is Jack Benny. Operator, with a change of time today, I'd like to check my watch. What time is it, please?
It's 20 minutes to 3.
20 minutes to 3? That's funny. I've got 20 minutes to 4.
Well, hold on. Mabel, what time have you got? 20 minutes to 5. But I've got 20 minutes to 3. No, Gertrude. You moved your watch back an hour and you're supposed to move it ahead. Gee, I do dumb. I'm not as dumb as Mr. Benny. He didn't move it at all.
Operator, I heard that, and I'm going to report you.
Gertrude thinks she's smart. What a telephone operator. She's a lousy dancer, too. Well, I better hurry and get ready. After all, it's 20 minutes to something. It's all Rochester's fault. I told him to time change at 2 o'clock in the morning to set all the clocks in the house and my watch, too. Anyway, I better get ready. I wish NBC would give me a better dressing room. This tile floor is so cold on my bare feet. Now, let's see. Where did I put my... Oh, so you finally got here.
Oh, boss!
Rochester, you know this is my first program. I'm nervous and excited. Why do you have to be late?
Wait, I got 20 minutes to 2.
Well, no wonder our watches are all mixed up, and it's your fault.
My fault?
Yeah, what were you supposed to do at 2 o'clock this morning?
At 2 o'clock this morning? Oh, I did that, boss.
You did what?
I tiptoed into your room and put a hot water bottle on your feet.
Is that all you did?
Well, I must confess, boss, I tickled your toes a little.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah, and when I saw the way you had your arms around that pillow, I figured you were expecting something.
Rochester, I always sleep with my arms around the pillow.
I know, but last night you looked at it and said, don't you think 2 can live as cheap as 1?
I said that to the pillow?
Yeah, then I waited 3 minutes, and when it didn't answer, I walked out.
Oh, darn, I do the silliest things in my sleep. Imagine talking to a pillow. Rochester, why didn't you wake me up?
I hated to cut in, boss. You were dancing.
Well, I just had one of those nightmares. I'm always nervous before an opening broadcast. Gee, I hope the rest of the gang is here. By the way, Rochester, did you call Mr. Harris like I told you to?
Yes, boss, but they said he hasn't been home for 2 weeks, and they gave me this number.
Okay, I'll call it. Probably Phil's office. I bet he's been knocking himself out for the last 2 weeks making special musical arrangements.
Joe's pool room.
Joe's pool room?
Snooker games arranged for schnooks.
What?
Radar cuspidors you can't miss.
Look, will you please let me talk to Phil Harris?
I don't know nobody here by that name. What does he do?
He's an orchestra leader. It says in his contract.
Oh, him.
Yes, him. Tell him his boss wants to talk to him.
Okay. Hey, Goldilocks, Kay Kaiser's on the phone.
Kay Kaiser?
How do you like that? And right in the middle of a game. Hold everything. Hello, Casey.
Phil, this is Jaxie.
Who?
Jack Benny.
Oh, hiya, Jackson. What's up?
What's up? We go on the air in 15 minutes. You're in a pool room. Why aren't you here at the studio?
I can't be in two places at the same time.
Of course not.
If I could, I'd be at the racetrack, too.
I suppose I attend to business. Hanging around pool halls, you should be rehearsing your orchestra. Now, Phil, you better have a good band number for our opening program.
Don't worry about the music, Bub. I got a brand new tune I'm going to play called That's What I Like About the North.
The North?
Yeah, 5,000 arrangers in the country, and I had to hire a Yankee.
Well, I'm glad you got something new. Now, Phil, you know how nervous I am, so get over here, will you?
Sure, Jackson. I'll be over as soon as I finish this game.
All right, goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay, Mom, it's your shot.
Rochester, I got to go across the stage to Miss Livingston's dressing room. I'll see you later. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-dum, da-dee-da-da-dum, da-dum. Oh, hello, Gildersleeve.
Hello, Jack. Come on, Leroy.
Da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. That Leroy. I bet he's Gildersleeve's father. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum. Oh, hello, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, are you nervous, kid?
Oh, a little bit, but I'll be all right when I get into my song.
Sure you will. Oh, by the way, Larry, I forgot all about it. Congratulations. You got married, didn't you?
Yes, Mr. Benny, about 2 weeks ago.
Well, I hope you'll be very happy. Where did you meet the pillow? I mean, the girl. Where did you meet the girl?
Oh, her mother introduced us.
Oh, her mother?
Yeah, I wish she'd go home already.
I know. I know how you feel. Well, go ahead and rehearse your song, kid. Go ahead. Let's go.
Till the end of time, long as stars are in the blue, long as there's a spring, a bird to sing, I'll go on loving you. Till the end of time, long as roses bloom in May, my love for you till the wells run dry and each mountain disappears. I'll be there for you, to care for you through laughter and through tears. So take my heart in sweet surrender and tenderly say that I'm the one you'll love and live for till the end of time. and live for till the end of
Mary, that was fine. Now I'm going down to Miss Livingston's dressing room. I'll see you right before the show. And congratulations again on your marriage.
Thanks.
You know, kid, I was kind of toying with the idea of myself, you know. Derry, do you find that two can live as cheaply as one?
They can if one of them's a pillow.
Rochester, what are you doing here?
I'm trying to find out what time it is.
Oh, well, see you later, Larry. Yum dum da dum dum ding da dum. I mean, ya da 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 dum da dum da dum dum dee da da dum.
Don't you dare talk to me like that.
I'll talk to you any way I want.
You do, and I'll slap your face, you beast.
Slap my face, will you? The last woman that slapped my face never tried it again.
Don't you threaten me. I'll have you arrested and thrown in jail for the rest of your life.
Go ahead, call a cop. You can't frighten me.
One more word out of you and I will.
Ya da 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 da. See, that's a shame. That happens every time John sees his other wife. Oh, well. Let's see, which is Mary's dressing room? Oh, here it is. Oh, Mary! Mary, may I come in?
Just a minute, Jack. I'm not dressed yet. Pauline.
Yes, Miss Livingston.
Help me slip into my dress. Mr. Benny wants to come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
Is he going to be on your program again this year?
Pauline, it isn't my program. It's Mr. Benny's, and Mr. Benny is a star. I just work for him, and he pays me a very nice salary. Not as much as I pay you, but a very nice salary.
Well, if I were you, Miss Livingston, I'd quit.
Now, wait a minute, Pauline. You don't understand. As a matter of fact, when I first went to work for Mr. Benny, I was 19 years old. And he promised me a raise just as soon as I reached my 28th birthday.
Your 28th birthday? Gee, did you remind him of it?
No, the raise wasn't worth admitting it.
Mary, I'm waiting.
Just a minute, Jack. Pauline, how does my dress look?
It looks all right, Miss Livingston, but if I were you, I'd wear it a little shorter. You have such pretty legs.
Oh, thanks, Pauline.
It's too bad you only have two of them.
What?
Well, what I mean is, when you've got something so nice, it's too bad you can't have more of it.
Well, believe me, Pauline, any girl who has nice legs is perfectly satisfied with just two of them. After all, who'd look at a girl with 3 legs?
Everybody.
Mary, how about it?
Just a minute. Pauline, hand me my makeup kit.
Here you are.
Thank you. Oh, look at that. I must have forgotten my cold cream, my nail polish, and my eyeshadow. I wanted to look so nice for our first show.
Mary!
All right. You can come in now. Hello.
Hello, Mary. Well, I'm all ready for the show.
Gee, you look nice.
Thanks. Here's your cold cream, your nail polish, and your eyeshadow.
Jack Benny, the next time you want to borrow those things, ask for them.
I didn't borrow them. When we changed dressing rooms, you forgot them. Anyway, we better get on the stage. It's 8 minutes to 4.
I've got 8 minutes to 3.
Well, you must be wrong. Now, come on. I'm nervous, anyway. See, look, Mary, they got the stage set up pretty nice, haven't they?
Yeah.
I wonder if this microphone is working. See, look how low they've got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Woof, woof. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Jack, you're talking into the doorknob.
Oh, yeah. Gee, I'm so nervous. I always am on the first show.
Oh, the first show has nothing to do with it. You're always nervous.
I am not.
Look what happened last week when you read in the Pasadena paper the world was coming to an end.
That didn't bother me at all.
Then why were you wearing that asbestos suit?
Mary.
And walking around with that harp under your arm.
I wasn't taking any chances, sister. Now, don't embarrass me in front of the orchestra, will you?
All right, everybody, move over, clear the stage. Come on.
What?
You two
Everybody step aside, step aside.
Yes, sir.
Somebody grab those chairs.
I'll do it. I never saw him here before. Who is that, Mary?
Oh, he sweeps up around here.
Oh. Well, why is he wearing those striped pants and that silk hat?
Maybe he's going to call on MacArthur.
Him? But his eyes don't.
Oh, forget it, Jack.
Imagine sweeping up now 6 minutes before the show.
Yeah, there'll be a lot more to sweep up after the show.
Certainly sharp today, kiddo. Oh, look, there's Don Wilson over there rehearsing by himself. Look at him.
The Lucky Strike program starring Don Wilson with Mary Livingston, Jack. Say, the Lucky Strike program starring Don Wilson. No, I'd never get away with it.
What are you doing, Don?
Oh, hi, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Don, what were you doing?
Oh, I was just rehearsing the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Well, that's swell, Don, but you shouldn't throw your name away like that. You know, give yourself a build-up there.
Well, to tell you the truth, I just never thought about it, Jack.
Oh.
After all, you're the boss, the star.
Yes, of course.
Hey, Benny, I thought I told you to move aside.
Oh, pardon me. Let's stand over here, Don. Well, I'll bet you're raring to go with those commercials, eh, Don?
You bet I am, Jack. I just can't wait until it's time for me to say LSMF,
T,
oh, yes. LSMFT. See, Jack, we've been off the air 17 weeks, and I guess I forgot.
Oh, that's all right. Go ahead, Don. Go ahead.
LSMFT. Yes, sir. You bet. Lucky Strike means, Lucky Strike means,
Don, what happened?
Lucky Strike means, Don, what happened?
No. Don, what's the matter with you? We're doing our show in 6 minutes. Try it again.
LSMFT. Lucky Strike means...
Fine tobacco.
Fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so...
Fully baked.
No, Jack, it's fully picked.
No, it is not.
It's fully packed, fully packed.
That's it, Don, that's it.
Who's that fellow?
Oh, he sweeps up around here. Take it again, Don.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so full of pack, so free and easy on the, draw.
You draw first. I got you covered, partner.
Who's that?
Some guy who's suing the Lone Ranger.
Oh, yes. I wish they'd stay in their own studios.
So free and easy on the draw. I've got it now, Jack.
Good, but you better rehearse it again. You had me worried there for a minute.
Okay, you can relax, Jackson. The stuff is here.
All right, Phil, listen, we've only got 5 minutes. Now, you better go over your band number right now.
Okay, are you all set, fellas?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, root, toot, 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 toot. Hit it!
Phil!
What's wrong with you, Jackson?
You're playing Wayne King's theme song. He was our summer replacement.
Well, why didn't he take the music off the stand?
Phil, your boys ought to know better than to play anything they see in front of them.
That's the most asinine thing I ever heard. Who's that?
He sweeps up around here. Now, go ahead, Phil. Rehearse your own number, will you?
Okay.
That's enough, Phil. That's enough. We're on the air in 3 minutes. They haven't let the audience in yet. Hey, where's our producer? Hey, Ballin.
What is it, Jack?
Look, if we go on the air in 3 minutes, the audience isn't in yet.
Well, Jack, you've got the wrong time. It's only 3 minutes to 3.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I'm the producer. That's my job.
Oh, well, I'm glad we got that settled. Anyway, if we have an hour, I'm going back to my dressing room. See you later, kids. Yum-dum-da-dum, dum-dum-dum, dum. I wonder if two could live as cheaply as... Nah, I don't think so. Ya-da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-dum. But maybe if one of them doesn't eat so much, the two could... Nah, it wouldn't work. Da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum.
Boss, what are you doing back here?
I have the wrong time. We've got an hour yet.
Oh.
You know, Rochester, I'm really going to have to be on my toes this year because there's a great lineup of shows on Sunday. There's Gildersleeve, and following us is Cass Daly, then Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
You know, boss, Fred Allen's going to be with Edgar Bergen today.
Fred Allen is going to be with Bergen?
Yeah.
What's the matter? Is Charlie McCarthy sick?
No, Mr. Allen's going to be a guest, and next Sunday he starts his own program.
Allen, his own How do you like that? Allen coming back on the air. You know, Rochester, it isn't that I dislike that stinker personally, but I can't understand why people laugh at his kind of jokes.
Me either, boss.
It's a mystery to me why a sponsor would give him a job.
It's hard to understand, ain't it?
Certainly is. I can't figure out why he's such a big success. Can you, Rochester?
No, sir. But then, boss, maybe it's just that our vines have sour grapes.
No, that's not the case with me. I always give credit where I can. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
My name is Bradley, Steve Bradley. I'm a press agent, and I'm just what the doctor orders for you.
What?
I'm going to make people know you.
Know me? What are you talking about? I'm on the radio. Everybody knows me.
That's just it. They know you on Sundays, but what about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday?
What?
People should be Jack Benny conscious all the time, not just on Sundays. Why, what would happen if the Smiling Irishman smiled only on Mondays and was a sourpuss the rest of the week?
Well...
And what a dull Gail Porter would be if she only faced life on Friday.
Yes, that's all very true.
I know what's on your mind, Benny. You're wondering if I, Jack and Steve Bradley, am the man to do your publicity.
Well, you don't have to be nervous.
Now, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Benny. I'm the fellow who made Madman Munch lose his temper. I'm the guy who cut Minute Rub down to 30 seconds. And I'm the man who made B.O. what it is today.
Gosh, you have done a lot of high-class work, but I don't think you can do anything for me.
Why, of course I can. What has B.O. got that you haven't got?
Well,
I'll make the world Benny conscious. I'll have your name on the lips of everybody in America. I'll do as much for you as I did for Sammy Klingenpeel.
Klingenpeel, that name is very familiar, but
You're darn right it's familiar, and only because I made the world Klingenpeel conscious.
I know, but...
Why, 2 years ago, Sammy Klingenpeel was just another orchestra leader. But then I got a great idea. I said, look, Sammy, lots of people have gone over Niagara Falls in a barrel, but you're going over Niagara Falls in a barrel filled with wet cement.
Oh, yes, I remember. Wait a minute, he got killed doing it, didn't he?
Sure, but look at the publicity he got. Gosh, I'll never forget the newspaper space I got on his funeral. 40,000 people attended, and we never even found the body.
That's wonderful, but really, Mr. Bradley, I don't think I need...
Now, look, Benny, you hire me, and I'll make you famous in every part of the world. In the big cities, in the little towns like Schenectady, Joliet, Salinas, Amarillo, Waukegan, South Bend, Kenosha.
Wait a minute. Everybody in Waukegan knows me.
Well, how do you like that? I'm with you 3 minutes, and you're a celebrity already.
Who, me?
Hard to believe, isn't it? Hard to believe.
Well, look, Mr. Bradley, I've never had a publicity man, so I'll have to think it over. Can I see you after the show?
Why, certainly. You think it over, and in the meantime, I'll go out and order the barrel and the cement.
The what?
See you later.
What a dynamic personality. Maybe he's the kind of a guy I need. How did he impress you, Rochester?
I don't know, but I turned gray and he wasn't even talking to me.
Well, I think he's got something. I'm going to talk to him right after the broadcast. See, it's 3 o'clock by my watch. Turn on the radio, Rochester. Let's see what's on.
Okay.
And that concludes our regular Sunday program of popular recordings. The time is now exactly 5 minutes after 5 Pacific Standard Time.
Can you imagine that? 5 minutes after 5. The guy's all mixed up, too. Get another station, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Oh, careful, Bergen. You've got a frog in our throat.
Yes, so we have. But tell me, Charlie, do you like it here in New York?
Oh, yes, Bergen, I like it. It's fall, but the little flower is always out.
You know, Rochester, that Charlie McCarthy is it. Charlie McCarthy? Rochester, it's after 5. I missed my program.
You sure have, boy.
Oh, my goodness. Mary, Bill, where's my producer? Hey, Ballin. This is awful. What do my sponsors say?
Maybe he likes it.
Rochester, stop joking. You think that one person in this company would know what time it is? What am I going to do now? Ladies and gentlemen, having just completed a USO tour through Germany, I feel I'm in a position to tell you how much the boys overseas want and need entertainment. Even though the war is won and thousands of our boys are being brought home and discharged, thousands more will have to remain as occupation troops. The USO has done and is still doing a wonderful job of supplying that entertainment, but it is up to us to provide the funds so they can carry on this great work. So please, ladies and gentlemen, when you are asked to contribute to the victory chest in your community, do it generously. Thank you.
National Broadcasting Company. No, there's nothing wrong with your radio. Jack Benny wasn't on. You're welcome. Say, Mabel, I know what you're thinking, Gertrude. Yeah. All those people killed themselves for nothing.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Edward Arnold and Fay Bainter in The War Against Mrs. Hadley with Gene Rogers and Van Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. History begins at home. It begins in the homes of Kansas and the Great Western Plain, in the homes of Pittsburgh and the Valley of Steel, in the homes of San Francisco, and a dozen other cities that turn out the men who build the ships. And it begins in a home in Washington, called the White House. The sum of all these homes is America, and over every one of them is the shadow of great events in this year gone by. We do not celebrate this day, which marks the first anniversary of our active entrance into the war. We merely note its passing and turn to the challenge of the future. Tonight we tell you of the way one American home has met this challenge. In the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer drama, The War Against Mrs. Hadley. And you'll hear four of the players who were in the picture. Edward Arnold and Fay Bainter, beloved for many fine performances here, and two promising newcomers to the stage, Gene Rogers and Van Johnson. All American homes have faced problems brought on by the war. This is what happened in the home of Stella Hadley. And behind the dramatic story of this one home is inspiration for every home. We're all working hard these days, doing what we can to help. And it's important that none of that effort be wasted. Waste is an enemy that must be fought on every front, but especially on the home front. And a strong ally in that fight is Lux Flakes. In Hollywood, for instance, our product saves motion picture studios thousands of dollars a year in various kinds of wardrobe care. That's a very interesting amount of money to the studio treasury. And what's true in Hollywood is true in your own home, too. You may not be making motion pictures, but like us, you have a budget to meet. In these times, you need to make clothes last longer. And your friend in that need is a friend indeed. In two well-known words, Lux Flakes. Now, the signal for the curtain on the first act of The War Against Mrs. Hadley, starring Edward Arnold as Elliot Fulton, Fay Bainter as Stella Hadley, with Gene Rogers as Patricia, and Van Johnson as Michael. In November 1941, Mrs. Stella Hadley of Washington, D.C., wrote a letter to an old friend. While a worried world outside her window strove desperately to prepare against the mass murderers of Europe, Mrs. Hadley sat in the rich security of her drawing room, blind and deaf to everything except her own personal comfort.
Washington, my dear, is a complete madhouse. The way people are rushing about and getting in each other's way. You think it was November 1917 instead of 1941. Oh, very silly, of course. I suppose you know my son Ted is in the War Department with Elliot Fulton. And Patricia's been pestering me with some vague idea she has of entertaining draftees at a canteen. I don't know what's getting into people, really. All this talk of war and defense and lend-lease is beginning to bore me. In spite of the warmongers here, I have it on excellent authority that the chances of peace were never better. Goodbye for the present, dear. And if you're in Washington next month, please come to my birthday luncheon. Remember the date, Sunday, December the 7th.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Fulton.
Good morning, Bennett. Am I the first?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Hadley hasn't come down yet, but you'll find Miss Patricia in the drawing room, sir.
Is that you, Elliot? Come in here.
Oh, good morning, Pat. How's your mother?
Well, it's birthday cheer. You look tired, darling.
Well, I am a little, but don't tell your mother. She'll scold me for working nights.
What's new in the War Department? How are the peace negotiations coming along with Japan?
Pat, you know my rule. No shop talk here. This is the only house in Washington I can forget all that.
Mrs. Hadley's ivory tower. Elliot, will Mother ever ruffle up her tail feathers and pull that pretty head of hers out of the ground?
Oh, maybe she's lucky. She's missing a lot of unpleasant happenings above the ground.
But other people have to face them. Why shouldn't she? Just because we live like kings and...
Oh, now, don't be intolerant, Pat. It's just that she's living in the past, that's all. I can't say I blame her much. You know, she was the most popular girl in Washington until your father came along, and then she was the happiest wife.
Elliot, were you in love with her then?
Yes, but I made one fatal mistake. I introduced her to your father.
You know, you and Mother are my two favorite people. Why don't you get married? I've always wanted to be a flower girl.
Oh, I'm afraid you're out of luck.
Why?
A nosy little baggage, aren't you? All right, if you really want to know, I'll tell you. I proposed to Stella on her last birthday.
What did she say?
She said I was the best friend your father ever had, the best friend she ever had, the best executor the estate ever had, and being a staunch Republican, I had no right to associate myself with those new dealers.
Hardly a direct answer.
Hardly, but terribly final.
Hello, Elliot. You're early, aren't
you? Oh, hello, Ted.
Oh, my head's killing me.
Good morning, brother dear.
Oh, do you have to be so loud about it? I need a drink. Have one with me, Elliot?
No, thanks.
Big night, brother?
Well, not big enough to deserve this head. Oh, Elliot, I'm sorry I had to leave the department so early yesterday. I had to go to the dentist.
Yeah, that's the fourth time this month, Ted.
Yes, I know. But...
Ted, have you seen Mother yet?
Well, only one out of one eye. She came into my room at the crack of dawn to see if I was resting peacefully. Won't one of you please tell her I'm old enough to be weaned?
Keep pulling on that bottle, and she'll find out soon enough.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, Doctor.
How are you, Meacham?
Splendid, thank you.
Hiya, Doctor.
Ted, let me see you. Oh, you look bilious, Ted.
Now, don't try to drum up any trade with me. Stick to Mother. Have a drink, Doctor.
I don't drink in the morning. How's your mother feeling, Patricia?
She's thriving.
Frankly, I've been a bit worried about her lately. She's not really been strong since your poor father passed away.
Oh, nonsense. She's as strong as an ox.
My dear Fulton, I think I'm a better judge of Stella's condition than you are.
Am I late? Oh,
Hello,
darling.
Cecilia. How are you?
Hello, Elliot. How are you, Dr. Meeker?
Quite well, Miss Albert. Thank
Oh, what a time I had getting here. Where's Stella? Hasn't she come down yet?
Now, Cecilia, you know well enough that Stella always waits for the last guest before she makes her grand entrance.
What? Oh, well, I hope I haven't kept her waiting. Ted, darling, you look peaked.
Well, that makes it practically unanimous.
What? Oh, Elliot, is it true what they're saying about these little Japanese ambassadors of peace?
Well, not knowing what they're saying, I can't tell you.
Oh, no, of course not. But my elevator boy overheard someone tell someone else that they... Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Stella.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Oh, what lovely flowers. It's like spring.
Happy birthday, Mother.
Teddy, darling, my tin is beautiful. You and Pat had no right to spend so much money.
Don't give it a second thought, Princess. We charged it to you.
I wish you had. Teddy, you look pale. Leonard, I do we should have a look at him later on.
Certainly.
Oh, I'm all right,
Won't
Mother.
do any harm for Leonard to have a look. Tracy, I'll put some powder on your nose. It's all shiny. How can I ever thank you all for my lovely gift? Elliot, these earrings you sent me.
Well, I'm glad you like them, Stella.
I love them. And Leonard, your fitted bag is just what I've always needed.
I'm so glad.
Did you like my gloves? Of course I did, Cecilia, dear. I helped you pick them out. It always amazes me that anyone remembers my birthday.
Luncheon is served, Mrs. Hadley.
Thank you, Leonard.
And may I take this opportunity of wishing you happiness, Mrs. Hadley?
Leonard, how nice of you to remember. Come along, everyone.
Thank you.
I'll tell you,
That was a mighty fine lunch, Stella. I always say you set the best table in Washington.
Thank you, Leonard.
Oh, Stella, dear. Boston Symphony.
What, Cecilia?
It's time for the Boston Symphony. They're playing Beethoven's a Sonnet.
Very well, Patricia, dear. Turn on the radio, please.
Yes, Mother.
Well, Stella, I'll have to be running along.
Now, Elliot, sit down. You're not going to do any more work this afternoon. Oh, what a perfect day. All my loved ones here to help me celebrate.
Mrs. Hadley.
Yes, Millie. Serve the coffee in here, please.
Yes, Mrs. Hadley.
And be careful of those cups, Millie. They were a gift from President Coolidge.
Yes, Mrs. Hadley.
I was alive with flames spitting death and destruction on the harbor which lay below. The
Patricia,
exact
turn
number of
off that
flames which made
dreadful
the attack
gibberish.
is not known.
We want to hear
but
the
later
symphony.
I'm trying to find it, Mother.
I don't know why they permit such programs on the Sabbath.
At 1:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the first planes appeared over the horizon,
Patricia.
winging their way across the Pacific.
Let Ted
These were
find
followed by
it.
wave after wave of bombers
Pat.
dropping their
Wait a
cargo
minute,
of death,
something's happened.
while in this very
Please,
city peace
not on my
negotiations continue.
birthday.
And so war has come to our country with the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor?
As yet,
They've
we
attacked
have
Pearl
received
Harbor.
no
Really,
word as to
can't
the
be
damage
true.
done
It's
by the
why it's
Japanese planes on the
impossible.
number of
So it's
lives
come. How
lost.
could they do such a thing? Pearl Harbor. Oh, no. Millie, I told you to be careful of those cups. Mrs. Hadley, my best servant. Millie, you're impossible.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hadley. I couldn't help it. My brother's at Pearl Harbor. My brother.
Oh, poor child. Go after her, Bennett. Tell her that I said she should go home and spend the night with her mother.
Yes, madam.
I'll never be able to replace this cup.
This is the most outrageous breach of human decency ever perpetrated. Right in the middle of peace negotiations.
Oh, my head is splitting. If you'll just turn it off for a moment. Turn it off, Ted.
Now, Stella, you really mustn't excite yourself.
It's horrible. I can't believe it.
Come on, Ted. We better get down to the department.
Right.
I'll get a cab.
Ted, you're not going to leave me. Not on my birthday.
In case you haven't heard, Mother, we've just gotten into a war.
Yes, I know, dear. It's dreadful. That poor girl's brother.
Maybe there's some more news.
Don't turn that thing on again, please.
All right, Mother, but I've got to know what's happening.
Where are you going?
Upstairs to listen to my radio.
I've got to go too, Mother.
Well, you must, but do be careful, dear.
Don't worry, the Japs haven't gotten here yet.
Teddy, you mustn't say such silly things, even in jest.
Come along, Ted. Goodbye, Stella. I'll phone you later.
Yes, do. I hope everything will be all right.
Come on, Ted. Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, darling. Oh, dear.
Stella, I think you ought to lie down for a while.
Yes, Stella, you really should.
Perhaps you're right. Birthdays are such a strain on one's nerves, the excitement and everything. Goodbye, my dears. And thank you for coming to my party.
Would you read back the last sentence I dictated?
Yes, sir. The bombing of Pearl Harbor has shown us the path we must follow.
We must wipe out completely for the duration of the war the idea of business as usual.
Mr. Fulton's office. One moment, please. It's Mrs. Hadley.
I'll take it. Hello, Stella.
Elliot, did you get my message?
What message was that, Stella?
Elliot, you know how hard Teddy's been working.
You aren't really going to keep him at the department again tonight, are you?
Well, why? Did he tell you I was?
Why, of course he did. And war or no war, I think you should let him spend Christmas Eve with his mother. You may come too, Elliot.
Well, thank you, Stella, but I'm afraid I can't make it. I'll see what I can do about Ted.
Send him as soon as you can.
Yes, very well.
Bye, Elliot.
Bye, Stella.
Here's the latest communique, Mr. Fulton.
Thank you. That'll be all for now, Miss Hart.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Bob, would you ask Ted Hadley to come here a minute?
Why, he's gone, sir.
He's what?
He's already left. Some of his friends called to take him out to the country for dinner.
Oh, I see. Well, in about 10 or 15 minutes, call Mrs. Hadley and tell her I'm awfully sorry. But it's absolutely essential that Ted work tonight.
Yes, sir. Look, Mr. Fulton, Ted's a friend of mine, and I don't want to see him a heel, but something ought to be done.
Something is going to be done. I'm having him transferred.
Transferred?
Yes, into active service. I can't keep him around here anymore, even for his mother's sake. It's not fair to the department.
I wish I could be transferred to active service, sir.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Bob, but I can't spare you. Ted needs it much more than you do. This may be his one chance of making something of himself.
What is it, Peter? Why aren't you down at the department to pick up Mr. Theodore?
Well, I'm going right away, Mrs. Hadley, but could I speak to you first, ma'am?
Yes, of course, Peter.
I had word from my draft board today. They've reclassified me in 1A. I have to report for service next week.
Oh, that means you'll be leaving me.
I'm afraid so, Mrs. Hadley.
It won't be necessary. I'll speak to Mr. Fulton about it.
Oh, I'd sooner you wouldn't do that, ma'am. If they need me, I feel I ought to go.
I'm sure that's very patriotic of you, Peters, but it isn't as if you aren't doing something. Why, you drive Mr. Theodore to the department every morning.
Well, I know, ma'am, but it isn't quite the same thing.
Well, of course, if you want to leave, if you think you'll be happier elsewhere, I certainly won't stand in your way. But I do think you could have given me a little more notice.
But I only got my notice today.
We won't discuss it, Peter. You may tell Bennett to give you 2 weeks' salary when you leave.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Hadley. I'm sorry.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Hadley. Oh, but that's impossible. Mr. Fulton promised me faithfully he'd send Ted home. Well, I never heard of anything like that in my life. Keeping my own son away from me. Consideration for me, even if the government hasn't.
All right, dear Win. I'm sorry I can't be here to help with the Christmas presents, but I've got to get an extra girl for canteen duty tonight.
Patricia, is that the canteen that Laura Winters is running?
Oh, Mother, she's just helping out.
I shouldn't think you'd want to associate with the wife of the man who contaminated your father's newspaper.
Contaminated? Oh, Mother, just because Father was a Republican and Mr. Winters is a Democrat...
They turned the Chronicle into a Democratic scandal sheet. I should think you'd have more respect for your father's memory.
Well, Laura Winters only comes down once in a while anyway. I hardly even know what she looks like. Good night, Mother. I've got to run.
Can't you even be with us on Christmas Eve?
I'm sorry. I wish I could, Mother, but it's Christmas Eve for the soldiers, too. Good night, dear.
Good night.
Refill on the coffee, please. Got any more coffee, miss?
Now, listen, soldier. How many cups does that make for you?
Oh, just 5. Or is it 6?
How did you swallow that last one so fast?
Well, confidentially, before the Army got me, I used to be a fire eater. What's your name, lady?
My name is Pat.
Pat. Mine's Mike.
Oh.
We ought to get together. Say, couldn't you come over on my side of the counter for a while?
Not while the rush is on.
Doesn't seem right having a counter between us.
Well, why don't you come over on my side?
Do you mean it?
Sure.
Gangway.
Hey, Mike, get back here where you belong. Come on.
Oh, nice little place you've got back here.
I'm glad you like it. Now you can put this apron on.
Apron? What for?
So you won't soil your uniform.
I don't get it.
Once you cross the counter, you're a worker. You're going to help me wash the dishes.
Oh, no.
You can always go back.
You're a hard woman, Pat. Give me the apron.
Right back here in the kitchen, soldier.
Hey, Mike's on KP again.
Oh, boy, look at him.
Look at him, Mike. You're thinking it.
Do you realize if you'd taken me home before the other girls, you could have saved yourself a lot of driving?
Well, I don't know Washington very well.
Then why did they pick you to drive it?
The luck of the Irish and a dollar bill.
That's bribery, soldier.
Now, you don't think I was going to let you out of my sight, do you? Not after that mountain of dishes I washed for you.
The next house on the right, please.
The next house? What for?
That's where I live.
In there?
Yes. What's the matter?
It's awfully big.
Oh, it isn't really.
That's awfully big to me. Well, I guess you must be kind of tired.
Not especially.
It's been swell knowing you. I suppose I'll be seeing you at the canteen sometime.
Stop acting that way. All right, so I live in a big house.
I live in a small house.
So you live in a small house and I live in a big house. Is that any reason to treat me as though I suddenly have a measles? What difference does it make?
Oh, I'm sorry. It wouldn't make any difference, not with someone like you. Am I forgiven?
You promised never to let it happen again.
It's a promise. And to seal it, I'll take you to see my house.
Where do you live?
Clary Street. At least Mother lives there. That's where I was born.
I thought you said you didn't know Washington.
I never really did. Until now. Pat.
Yes?
Pat, I never met a girl like you. I mean... Well, for the love of it, did you see that? Right up behind us. I'll murder that guy.
I have to look where you're going.
Why, you... I'll kill him, so help me. Get out of that car, mister. Get out.
Take your hands off.
Come on, get out, you drunk.
Mike, don't, please. Let him alone.
Well, hello, Pat. Hiya, sweetie.
What did you call her?
Mike, don't. He's my brother.
Oh, glad to know you.
Patricia, who is this mother?
Look here, you. If you weren't her brother, I'd not...
Well, let's pretend I'm not.
Shut up, Ted. I'm sorry, Mike. I'll call the camp in the morning and tell them what happened to the car.
Oh, don't worry about that. You want me to help you get him inside?
I don't need any help. Go on, soldier. Back to the war.
Good night, Mike. I'm sorry it had to end like this.
What do you mean, end? It's only just beginning. Merry Christmas, Pat.
Merry Christmas, Mike.
Well, they can't put you in the army, Ted. You're in the War Department.
No more, I'm not.
Sit down, darling. You mustn't upset yourself. I'll phone Elliot right away. All he has to do is to tell the draft board that you're essential to him.
But don't you understand, Mother? I'm not.
Don't be so modest, darling. Of course you are.
Any office boy, even a backward one, could do what I'm doing.
Well, then Elliot will have to give you more responsibility. Hello. This is Mrs. Hadley. I'd like to speak to Mr. Fulton. Oh. Well, would you ask him to be good enough to call me when the conference is over? Thank you. I don't know how they accomplish anything in that department. They're always in conferences. Sit down, darling. Everything's going to be all right.
I'm just going to get a drink, Mother.
Darling, you know what alcohol does to your nervous system.
I have a vague notion.
Don't worry, please. Even if we didn't have Elliot, I could always get a certificate or something from Dr. Meacham saying that you weren't physically up to it.
The army doctors decide that.
I'm sure they're not nearly as thorough as Leonard.
Oh, Mrs. Hadley.
Yes, Leonard.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Mrs. Hadley, but word has just come over the radio. There's to be a practice blackout tonight.
Whatever in the world for? Oh, well, there's nothing we can do about it. Thank you, Bennett.
Madam, would it inconvenience you very much if I went out for a little while this evening?
No, I suppose not. But isn't it rather an odd time to go out during a blackout?
In a way, madam, yes, but it's most important. I'm an air raid warden, madam.
Bennett, I don't remember giving any permission for that.
No, madam, but I thought seeing that everyone...
That will do, Bennett. I'll speak to you later.
Yes, thank you, madam.
An air raid warden. Of all the ridiculous ideas. I don't know what's come over everyone. People acting so strangely.
Good evening, Bennett. Good evening, sir.
That must be Leonard now.
What's he want?
He's giving me vitamin shots. In these times, it's so important to keep up one's energy. One never knows when it may be taxed. Come in, Leonard.
Mrs. Hadley is here, sir.
Oh, send her in, please.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Hadley?
Well, this is a pleasant surprise, Stella.
Mohammed wouldn't come to the mountain, so the mountain came to him. I've been trying to reach you since last night.
I'm awfully sorry, Stella, but I've really been swamped. Won't you sit down?
Elliot, I want to speak to you about Teddy.
Yes?
Excuse me, sir. These communiques just came in.
Oh, yes, let me see them. Oh, my, they're bombing Manila for the second time. And after we declared it an open city.
If you remember, I told you 6 months ago not to trust those Japanese. Now, about Teddy.
Bob, tell Miss Hart to call everyone for a conference in about 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Now, what were you saying, Stella?
I haven't said anything yet. Elliot, I want you to have a talk with Teddy.
I did have a talk with him last night. He came over very late.
Really? Strange he didn't mention it to me. Then you know all about this ridiculous notion of his.
Well, I don't think there's anything ridiculous about a man wanting to serve his country.
Oh, but it's different with Teddy. He's already working for his country. Much too hard, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough job, winning a war.
All the more reason for not moving people from one thing to another. I'm sure even this administration wouldn't approve of that.
Well, if Ted feels that he wants to join up...
Teddy's just a child. He doesn't know what he wants. He's just being headstrong and irrational.
Did you tell him that?
I refuse to discuss it with him. After all, you and I are a lot older and more capable of deciding what's best for him.
I think Ted has decided that for himself.
Elliot, you act as if you were pleased at the prospect of his being sent to the Far East. Or one of those dreadful places.
I'm pleased to know that he has the character and the courage to want to go. I wasn't quite sure how he would feel.
You mean you knew about this?
Yes, I did.
But if you knew, why didn't you stop it? Elliot, you've got to stop it.
There's nothing I can do, Stella.
Well, you can keep him here with you. I know you can. You've always said you'd do anything for me.
I only wish I could.
If you care for me at all, if you care for Ted.
If Ted were my own son, I'd do exactly as I've done.
He's not your son. He's my son. You had him drafted. Not satisfied with that, you talked him into wanting to go, to leave
That
me.
isn't true, Stella. Whatever you may think of me, at least give Ted credit for making the decision himself.
If anything should happen to him, it wouldn't matter to you.
Stella, wait.
I never want to see you again.
Act 2 of The War Against Mrs. Hadley, starring Edward Arnold and Fay Bainter, with Gene Rogers and Van Johnson, will follow in just a moment. Now, between the acts, we've a letter from overseas to read you. And we'd like to thank Mrs. Betty Commande of Yonkers, New York, for sharing it with us. It's from an American lieutenant, somewhere in England. Here's what he says.
I received the following packages in the last 2 days. Soluble coffee. Thanks, Dad. Buttons for my uniform. Thanks, Dad. Shoebox containing what an assortment. Lux, candy, gum, raisins, and so forth. Many thanks, Mom. And many, many thanks for the Lux. Now I can wash my wool scarf. I wouldn't trust that scarf to the laundry. To be awakened out of a sound sleep and told you're a first lieutenant and to receive a box of Lux all on the same day is something to write home about.
Then Mrs. Commande adds, I wonder how many mothers think of enclosing Lux in that wonder box. It is a thoughtful thing to do, for Lux takes just as good care of wool scarves and socks as it does of your precious sweaters and other washable woolens. You know how soft and attractive your sweaters stay when you Lux them, and you probably know how harsh and scratchy and shrunken woolens can get if they're not washed right, if they're rubbed with cake soap or washed with strong alkaline soap and too hot water. They're not very comfortable to wear when that happens, and they're actually not as warm to wear either. But with gentle Lux care, you can avoid shrinking and matting. There's no harmful alkali in Lux Flakes, and there's no danger of that cake soap rubbing that's so apt to make wool shrink. So guard your precious woolens the gentle Lux way, and you'll get many thanks from your man in uniform if you enclose a box of Lux Flakes in the next package you send off to him. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The War Against Mrs. Hadley, starring Edward Arnold as Elliot Fulton, Fay Bainter as Stella Hadley, with Gene Rogers as Patricia, and Van Johnson as Michael. Ted Hadley is in the Army. Now more than ever, Mrs. Hadley is bitterly resentful of a war which has been thrust upon her, indignant at the changes it has made in her life. With Pat and Cecilia, she's driving down to visit her son at a camp near Washington.
Are we almost there? It's just a little way, Mother.
I don't see why they don't ever let Teddy come home. They're always keeping him in that camp.
I'm not surprised. He's such a lovely boy.
They do the same to all the boys. And they are letting him have dinner out with us.
Who's the man he's bringing with him?
Sergeant Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick. Oh, isn't he the young man you brought home one night?
Yes, Mother.
Dad, so that's why you're all dressed up.
Oh, don't talk nonsense, Cecilia. I didn't know he was a friend of Teddy's.
I asked Mike to look Ted up at camp. They've become friends.
I see.
Oh, Stella, I meant to tell you, Tony Winters is at the same camp. Laura Winters' son. Did you know?
No, I didn't.
Oh, yes, they're taking all the boys. Why, my elevator boy says that
Cecilia, I do wish you'd stop quoting that elevator boy.
Well, he does run into a lot of important people.
Teddy, dear, have you everything you need at camp? Isn't there something I can send you?
Not a thing, Mother.
Sure you have enough blankets at night?
Absolutely certain.
Why don't you let me give you the big comforter from the spare room?
The pink one?
Yes, dear.
Well, I don't think it would fit in with the general color scheme of the barracks.
Oh, I always think that pink goes with any color.
They managed to keep us pretty warm down here, Mrs. Hadley.
Really, Sergeant? Well, perhaps you know best, Ted. But you look tired, dear. I hope you're not trying to do too much.
Not a bit more than is asked of me, Mother.
Mother, don't baby him. I think he looks fine.
Thanks, Pat.
Hiya, Ted. Hiya, Sarge. How you doing?
Hiya, Louie. How's it with you, Strangler?
Strictly done that. Be seeing you.
Be seeing you, Strangler.
So long, Louie.
Who was that? A friend of yours, Ted?
That was Louie.
We call him the Strangler. He used to be a wrestling champion in Brooklyn.
Indeed. And what did you do before the war, Sergeant?
Oh, I was in the advertising department of the Washington Chronicle.
The Chronicle, really?
Oh, dear, just when everything was so peaceful.
Why? What's the matter? Have I said something wrong, Mrs. Hadley?
Mike, come on, Mike, let's dance, shall we?
Sure, I'd like to.
Well, come on, then.
Excuse me.
Mother, look.
Yes, Ted?
Don't get Mike wrong just because he's worked for the Chronicle. He's a real gent.
Gentlemen, darling. You mustn't let the army vulgarize you. I'm going to take to bed.
Mother, I'd like to talk to you.
In the morning, darling. I'm completely worn out.
Please. It's important. Sit down, Mother.
Dad, I do hope you're not going to tell me anything unpleasant.
I'm not. Mother, Well...
What is it, dear?
Yeah. I'm in love, too, Mother.
With this soldier?
Yes.
You mustn't romanticize things, Patricia, dear. In times like these, one is apt to be carried away by the glamour of the uniform.
Oh, I'd marry Mike if he were dressed in an old gunny sack.
Has he asked you to marry him?
I asked him. He's got his transfer to the Air Corps, and he's being sent out west. I couldn't let him go without letting him know how I felt.
That was very forward and indiscreet of you, Patricia. I'm glad the young man is leaving. It'll give you time to think things over.
I'm going with him. I'll be married first, of course.
Married?
Oh, Mother, you'll love him when you know him. Really, you will.
I'm not thinking of myself. I'm thinking of you. I have no intention of entrusting your happiness to a man whom none of us knows.
I know him, Ted knows him, Elliot knows him.
Elliot knows him?
Yes. I introduced them.
You've been seeing Elliot Fulton after what he did to me.
Mother, what Elliot did was the best possible thing that could have happened. Why, Ted's a new man.
You've been carrying on with this young man behind my back, aided and abated by the man who sent your own brother to what may be his death.
You're being hysterical and unfair.
I suppose you think what Elliot did was fair.
Yes, I do.
You've always sided with him, always. You care more for him than you do for me.
That's not true.
If he means so much to you, why don't you go to him? He won't stand in the way of your marrying this nobody. But as your mother, I forbid it.
All right, Mother. Good night.
Patricia, come back here this instant. Where are you going?
To Elliot.
Patricia!
Yes?
I want to see Mrs. Hadley, please.
May I have your card, madam?
Card? I didn't think you needed one to get in.
Who shall I say is calling, please?
Just say Mrs. Michael Fitzpatrick, Mike's mother.
I'll see if she's home.
Yes, Bennett?
There's a Mrs. Michael Fitzpatrick to see you, madam.
Mrs. Fitzpatrick? Show her in.
Yes, madam. Mrs. Hadley will see you.
I could have told you she would. Well, how do you do?
Mrs. Fitzpatrick?
That's it. No need to ask who you are. You're the mother of your daughter, and there's no denying it.
Won't you sit down?
Well, that chair's a bit thin for the size of me. If you don't mind, I'll sit over here on the sofa.
What is it you want, please?
Mrs. Hadley, I'll not beat about the bush. I've come as a dove of peace. Although you'd hardly think I was a dove to look at me.
If there's any peace to be made, I should think my daughter would call on me.
She tried to call on you, but you turned her away.
I sent word that I'd see her when she decided to move back home and give up the idea of this marriage.
And what have you against her marrying my Michael?
I have nothing against your son. In fact, I hardly know him.
Oh, that's easily cured.
On the other hand, I see no reason why they shouldn't wait. At least until he's out of the army.
Young people aren't much at waiting, Mrs. Hadley.
Then it's up to us as older people to stop it. I did my best. But Patricia obviously decided to go elsewhere for her guidance and her love.
She'll search high and low, but she'll not find the kind of love you can give her. Oh, come now, Mrs. Hadley. There's enough fighting going on in the world without a mother and a daughter having a go at it. Say you'll come to the wedding.
The wedding?
On Wednesday at high noon in the Church of the Immaculate Heart. And it won't be complete without you.
Since I wasn't consulted about the wedding, I see no purpose in my being here.
And why should you be consulted when you were all against it?
And I see no purpose in continuing this discussion. Good afternoon, Mrs. Fitzpatrick.
You're a proud woman, Mrs. Hadley. But I think you'll find that pride's not very good company when you're lonely. Good afternoon.
And now I'd like to propose a toast to the bride and groom.
Oh, yes, Mr. Fulton, a toast. Oh.
Well, here's to a happy life in Phoenix and a speedy return to those who love you.
And how about a toast to the mother of the groom?
If you don't stop drinking toast, you'll all be sodden.
To you, Mother.
Darling.
Well, I'm afraid I've got to get back to the department.
That sounds familiar, Elliot.
I'll go with you to the door.
Not a step further. Remember, you're my wife.
Oh, I don't think she's apt to forget that, Mike.
Goodbye, sir, and thanks for everything.
Goodbye, Mike, and lots of good luck. And take good care of her. It was a beautiful wedding, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Goodbye. Goodbye, Ted.
Goodbye, Mr. Fulton.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, Pat, are you happy?
Terribly. Except for Mother.
Yes, I know. You know, all during the ceremony, I was looking toward the door, hoping.
Elliot, have I been selfish? Have I done everything I could?
Well, everything short of wrecking your life and Mike's.
I tried to phone her from the church. Bennett said she was out. Will you try to see her?
I'm afraid she'll be out to meet, too. Don't worry, Pat. She's a lot stronger than we suspect.
Goodbye, Elliot.
Goodbye, my dear.
I'll miss you.
I'll try to believe that. And lots of good luck to both of you.
Thanks.
Pat,
Here I am, Mike.
you've been gone for ages, you know that? Don't ever leave me again, dearie. I was half crazy with loneliness.
Oh, Mike, darling.
Come on, let's get out of here.
All right. I'll run up and get my grip.
Come on.
Hey, they're going to run out on us, folks. Can't do that. Wait a minute.
Pat, come back.
Well, I guess that's that.
Hey, Pat, aren't you ever going to throw that bridal bouquet? I need a husband, too.
All right. Now get back, everybody. Get back. No. Wait a minute.
What's the matter, Pat?
Look, if you don't mind, I won't throw the bouquet. I'm going to send it to someone. Ted, come here.
Yes, Pat.
Ted, give this to Mother from me.
And then she gave me the flowers. They were for you, she said. Here, Mother.
Her flowers. Her wedding flowers.
Oh, Mother. Don't.
Mr. Ted, the telephone for you, sir.
Thanks, Bennett. Hello? Yes? This is Hadley speaking, sir. Yes, sir. I understand, sir. Right away. I've got to go, Mother.
But I thought they gave you permission to spend the night.
All leaves have been canceled. It looks as if we're being moved out.
Teddy!
Now, don't worry, Mother. They may only be sending me to a camp in another part of the country.
No, I know what it is. First it was Pat, and now it's you. Teddy, my baby. They're taking you away from me.
After a brief intermission, we'll hear Act 3 of The War Against Mrs. Hadley, starring Edward Arnold and Fay Bainter, with Gene Rogers and Van Johnson. Now, here's our fashion scout, Libby Collins, with some news about figure problems for the women in our audience. Sounds a bit mathematical, Libby.
Well, not exactly, Mr. Kennedy. Not the kind I'm thinking about. Though often when a woman subtracts from her figure, she adds to her poise and appearance. I want to pass along the good news that even with elastic fabrics rationed, we women are going to be able to solve our figure problems with girdles and foundations that fit well. New types of fabrics and ingenious new ways of cutting them have been worked out. So the new things can do a fine figure slimming job with little or no elastic in them. Now, of course, that doesn't mean we're going to toss out the precious two-way stretch girdles and foundations we bought last year. Far from it. We want to make them last just as long as we can. And one of the best ways to do that is to lux them often, so they never get really soiled, and so perspiration doesn't harm the fibers.
Yes, Lux Flakes take away soil and perspiration quickly and thoroughly. And with Lux, there's no harmful alkali, no cake soap rubbing to weaken elasticity. Girdles keep their fit better, last longer, with gentle Lux care.
And that point about fit is especially true of the new things. With less elastic in them, it's more important than ever to protect fit with Lux.
Yes, Libby, that's care experts advise. Makers of foundations and leading stores where they're sold advise Lux Flakes. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
One of our stars has a birthday today. We'll tell you about it when we bring them back after the play. Now the curtain rises on the third act of The War Against Mrs. Hadley, starring Edward Arnold and Fay Bainter, with Gene Rogers and Van Johnson.
You're a proud woman, Mrs. Hadley, but I think you'll find that pride's not very good company when you're lonely.
Those were Mrs. Fitzpatrick's words, words of prophecy. Mrs. Hadley, alone in a busy world at war, tries vainly to keep alive a peaceful era which is gone. She has no friends now, except the faithful Cecilia, and those friends of another day to whom she occasionally writes.
Pat is married and in Phoenix, and Ted is heaven knows where. The house is still and quiet without them.
You'll find pride not very good company.
I had a letter from Ted last week.
Dear Mother.
I've read it over 20 times. I still can't realize he's gone away from me.
Our ship reaches its destination shortly, and maybe now we'll be seeing some action. Tony Winters is in our company.
Laura Winter's son, Stella.
I know how you feel about his mother, but Tony's a real gent. Beg pardon, gentleman. And we've become great friends. In fact, knowing him has been the swellest thing that's happened to me in the Army. Don't worry about me, I'm in the pink. The only thing that's bothering me is the thought that you may be lonely.
Pride's not very good company when you're lonely.
Goodbye, Mother.
Teddy. Teddy.
Mrs. Hadley.
Bennett, what is it?
It's Mr. Theodore.
What's happened to him?
Nothing. I mean everything. He's a hero. It says so in the paper. Look, Mrs. Hadley.
Oh, I'm so nervous. Read it for me, Bennett.
Yes, madam. Theodore Hadley, Washington Youth, wins DSC for heroism. That's the Distinguished Service Cross, Mrs. Hadley.
Yes, I know, but is he all right?
Corporal Theodore Hadley was cited for conspicuous bravery under fire in an official communique just received. Hadley, according to the dispatch, had been instructed to seek out the location of an enemy machine gun emplacement. After the other 4 men in his unit had been shot down by Jap snipers, Corporal Hadley continued on alone locating the machine gun nest and wiping it out with hand grenades, killing 15 Jap soldiers. He returned unharmed to his company.
Oh.
Corporal Hadley is the son of the late Nathaniel Hadley, once owner of the Washington Chronicle, and of Mrs. Hadley.
Bennett, I want you to get me all the papers right away.
Yes, madam. Even the Washington Chronicle?
I want every one of them.
Yes,
Hurry.
madam.
Is Mrs. Hadley in? I want to see her, please.
Who shall I say is calling?
It's Mrs. Fitzpatrick, girl. Now, hurry up.
Lily, has Bennett returned?
Oh, how are you, Mrs. Hadley?
How do you do?
You'll excuse me for puffing. I'm all out of breath.
Won't you come in?
Thank you kindly. Well, I suppose you've heard the good news.
Yes, I just saw it in the paper.
The paper, is it? Is nothing sacred from those gossip mongers?
I'm afraid I don't understand. I was speaking of my son.
Young Ted? Why, what's happened to him?
He's just been awarded the DSC. That's the Distinguished Service Cross.
The service? Who'd have thought it?
Teddy's always been courageous, even as a child.
Of course he has. And it's proud you should be to have a hero for a son. Think of all the stories we'll be able to tell our grandchild about his uncle.
Grandchild? Is Patricia having a baby?
Heaven help us. I thought you knew by now.
No. Not a word.
That's not like that. Whatever may have happened between you, it's still your grandchild she's bearing.
When did you hear?
Just a short while back. And I dropped everything to run over and compare notes with you on how it felt to be a grandmother.
I'm afraid I can't say. Not having been informed officially.
Mrs. Hadley, I hope you'll excuse me, but in the excitement over Mr. Theodore, I forgot this telegram,
Oh,
madam.
thank you, then.
Sorry, madam.
There, you see, I knew it. I knew it wasn't like them. What does it say?
You are going to be a grandmother in October. We love you and miss you very much. Pat and Mike.
Not a word did they say in my telegram about missing me.
I do hope Patricia takes proper care of herself.
Oh, Michael will see to that. If he doesn't, I'll beat the daylight out of him.
Mrs. Hadley.
Yes?
It's the reporters, madam.
Reporters?
Yes, madam. 5 of them. They insist upon seeing you about Mr. Theodore.
I have nothing to say to them.
What? Why, of course you have.
I beg your pardon.
You forget you're the mother of a hero.
I don't see why my private life is any concern of the press.
There's a war going on, Mrs. Hadley. And there's hundreds of thousands of wives and mothers needing all the courage they can get. Their men can't all win the DSC, but they're fighting just the same. And it's up to you to give their women folk a message of hope and faith. You've got no private life anymore. You belong to those wives and mothers. So you'll see them, Mrs. Hadley, and right now. Come in, boys.
Mrs. Hadley, I'm Stevens of the Chronicle.
The Chronicle?
The name of Hadley means a lot to us. We'd like to play it up in a big way.
I'm afraid I have nothing to say.
We just want to ask you a few questions, Mrs. Hadley.
But I told
Have you heard from your son lately?
I had a letter the other day.
Where was it from? What did he say?
The letter was personal. I see no object in going on with this. You already know the facts.
But we'd like your angle, Mrs. Hadley.
If Mrs. Winters is willing to give us an interview, you certainly ought to.
Mrs. Winters?
Yes, we've just come from there.
Some people like publicity.
I wouldn't call losing a son good publicity.
What?
Guess we'd better call it a day. Come on.
No, wait, please. I didn't know.
No, it was in the paper.
I didn't read it. Please believe me.
Of course you didn't. Haven't you got 2 eyes among the lot of you?
I'm very sorry, Mrs. Hadley. Tony Winters was with your son, looking for the same machine gun nest. He was shot by a sniper.
Oh, how dreadful. Why, only the other day Teddy wrote about him. They were great friends.
Yes, so Mrs. Winters told us.
She saw you at a time like this.
Yes, she did.
Bennett, you'll find a letter from Mr. Theodore on my night table. I want you to bring it here.
Yes, madam.
I'd like to read you parts of it, especially the part about Tony Winters.
Mrs. Winters. Mrs. Winters, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Anna.
Mrs. Hadley is here, ma'am.
Mrs. Hadley? I hope I'm not intruding.
Please come in, Mrs. Hadley.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you came. Won't you sit down?
I have a letter from my son. I brought it along. I thought you might like to hear what Ted said about Tony.
Yes. Yes, I should. Very much.
He says Tony Winters is in our company. I know how you feel about his mother, but Tony is a real gent. Beg pardon, gentlemen. That's just a little joke we have. And we've become great friends. In fact, knowing him has been the swellest thing that's happened to me in the Army.
I can't tell you how much that means to me.
I just wanted you to know how Ted felt about him.
Tony felt the same way about him. I'm glad they were together when...
It could so easily have been my boy instead of yours.
We should both be very proud of our sons. Please don't cry. I've just heard today they're giving Tony the Distinguished Service Cross, too.
I'm glad. And I'm so sorry for so many things.
None of that matters now. Fights, political differences, anything. All that matters is that you and I, all of us, work together to make what Tony died for something fine and lasting.
Hello, Stella. I've been waiting for you.
How are you?
All right. You're looking very well, Stella.
Thank you.
Stella, I'm here on official business. The president sent me.
The president?
Yes, he asked me to deliver this letter to you personally.
Elliot, will you read it to me?
Yes, of course. My dear Mrs. Hadley, I want to offer my congratulations on the valor shown by your son and on the award of the Distinguished Service Cross, which he so heroically earned. I had the pleasure of knowing your husband, and though he opposed many of my policies, I always found him a fair opponent and a fearless fighter. I'm glad he has handed down this heritage to his son. I know that every American must share with you in your justifiable pride. Yours sincerely, Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Oh, Elliot, to think of his finding time to write to me when he has so many things to do. He must be a very remarkable man. May I have your attention, please? I just wanted to tell you there'll be a new shipment of wool in tomorrow and more material for bandages. Now, while I'm gone, Laura Winters will be in charge. And I'm sure you'll all work just as hard as if I were here. Are there any questions?
Oh, Stella.
Yes, Cecilia.
Stella, do I have to take the first aid course all over again?
We all have to take it until we pass our examinations.
Oh, I'm tired of being bandaged.
How long will you be in Phoenix, Stella?
Probably not more than a week. I'll be right back after the baby's born.
It'll be born before we get there if you don't hurry.
It's all right, Maggie. Don't worry. I never missed a train in my life.
There's always a first time for everything. Where is that husband of yours? Is he going to take us to the station?
He's probably held up in a conference at the department. You know how important these conferences are.
Well, where's your car?
Elliot and I decided to put it up for the duration.
Stella!
Hello, darling.
Hello, dear. Yeah, I brought you some flowers.
Elliot, I thought you said we were going to economize.
Well, let's start tomorrow. I hope you know how much I'm going to miss you while you're away.
That's what you get for marrying a grandmother.
Come on. This is no time for spooning.
All right, Maggie. Come on, will you?
Goodbye, Stella. Goodbye. I do hope the baby waits until you get there. Goodbye, Stella. I hope it's a boy.
Thank you. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Well, those Japs and Nazis better look out now that Stella's in the war. Why, Stella, did you forget something?
Where is this? Here it is.
What is it?
I almost forgot my letter from the president. Goodbye.
You have heard the story of Stella Hadley, of her doubts and her decision. May we all profit by her example and realize as she did the moral and military necessity of sacrifice to speed the day of victory.
Now, before our stars return for a curtain call, here's something that sounds like a contradiction, but it's true. Part of the hard wear your stockings get comes when you're not wearing them. For example, if you let your stockings lie around without being luxed after you've worn them, the perspiration left in the fabric can weaken the threads so the stockings wear out too quickly. Yes, it's important for good wear to wash stockings promptly after every wearing. And it's important to do it the gentle Lux Flakes way. For if you wash stockings the wrong way, if you rub them with cake soap or use strong soap, you're actually adding to the wear and tear. Those things weaken the elastic qualities of your stockings. Then the tiny threads break easily into runs. But gentle Lux Flakes take away soil and perspiration quickly and very gently, without weakening elasticity. You cut down runs. Your stockings will look better, last longer, when you Lux them after every wearing. Get the thrifty big box of Lux Flakes first thing tomorrow. It will do stockings every night for months. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
It isn't news when Fay Bainter and Edward Arnold give fine performances because we expect it of them, and we're never disappointed. But I did discover some news about Fay Bainter today. This is her birthday.
Well, many happy returns, Fay. You certainly picked an exciting day.
I had nothing to do with it, Eddie. Aren't you going to ask me how old I am?
No, not me. My mama done told me. She said never ask a lady's age.
Eddie, I think it'd be all right to ask Fay how old she was when she played her first part.
4, Mr. DeMille. Then I retired until I was 14.
And it's obvious your comeback was successful, Fay. When did your career get underway, Eddie?
Oh, I was about 14 years old, too.
A mere beardless boy.
No, not exactly. I played character parts and wore a beard most of the time.
Well, this audience knows two good troopers when we find them. I was thinking tonight that there's something in that word trooper that fits 130 million Americans now. We're better neighbors because we've made sacrifices together. The missing faces around the family dinner table draw us all closer. Eddie Arnold, for instance, has sent a son to the Army.
And you have a boy in the same service, C.B.?
Fay Bainter's husband, a fine naval officer in the last war, directs civilian defense in the city of Santa Monica. And we stand side by side with millions of other mothers and fathers doing what we can.
And trying to be good troopers about it. What play have you planned for next week, Mr. DeMille?
A famous screenplay that's very timely at the moment, Fay. It's called Algiers. And our stars will be Charles Boyer and Loretta Young. Algiers is a city that's made for drama, and it's certainly lived up to its reputation in the past few weeks. Next Monday night, we will bring you a thrilling love story of this fascinating town, with Charles Boyer in his great role of Pepe Lamoco, and Loretta Young as his leading lady.
Oh, that's a great idea right now, C.B. My congratulations. And good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. There's no rationing on talent like yours. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Charles Boyer in Algiers with J. Carroll Nash and Gene Lockhart. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Attention, housewives. Is your kitchen part of American war production? Are you helping to make munitions? Do you save waste kitchen fats? If you don't, start tomorrow. Put all leftover fats in a clean, wide-top can and take them to your meat dealer regularly. He'll pay you for them, and they'll be used to make glycerin. Glycerin makes explosives. So send your waste fats to war. Out of the frying pan, into the firing line. During the holiday season, the volume of mail increases approximately 200%. The public should not delay any longer to mail Christmas gifts, greetings, and letters if they wish to make certain that they are received before December 24th. Heard in tonight's play were Fred Mackay as Theodore, Verna Felton as Mrs. Fitzpatrick, Anne O'Neill as Cecilia. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Charles Boyer and Loretta Young with J. Carroll Nace and Gene Lockhart in Algiers.
Shake off that fagged out, half-alive, vitamin-deficient feeling. Try Vim. Thousands depend on Vims to help guard against colds, help build extra energy. Vims have vitamins A, C, and D, and 3 essential B-complex vitamins. Also, 3 minerals. Remember, VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In summer's deep night, Broadway has gone home. The seesaw of color is gone. The riot of night sounds is stilled. The sleeping dream is the order of the hour. And on the streets, glitter and mist. And across the curves of city and sky, a new day waits. But now is a special time on Broadway, because all of it belongs to you. So lean against the lamppost, lock your hands in back of you, and let a night die around you. And soon a newspaper will drift and be trapped against your leg. And suddenly it will be yesterday's, because tomorrow has just happened. Where I was, police headquarters, night watch, the darkness holds still a small time longer. And there was this. The telephone, and through it, the woman's sobs. And this.
What's the matter with that operator, Tartaglia? Has she traced his call yet?
I think she's getting it now, Muggavan.
You said anything yet, Danny?
Still crying. Hello? Hello? When she first called in, didn't she say anything?
Some gibberish. I couldn't understand what she was talking about. Then she started crying. All I could make at first was the word shot.
Danny?
Trace the call?
Yeah, here's the address. Phone listed to a Theodore Lawrence.
Oh, wait a minute. Hello? 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 Here, give me that address.
Here.
Let's go, Margaret. Try the bell, huh, Muggavan?
Huh?
The bell, there.
Oh, sure. Now let's try it my way, huh, Danny? All right, open up. Open up.
Now try the...
Yeah, Danny. It opens with hardly no trouble at all. Very fancy place. Tasty, classy.
Come on.
Hey, these paintings, Danny. Piled with paint. Chicken scratches scratched into them. Modern, huh? Must have a meaning, huh, Danny? A message?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'll try not to. Danny?
Uh-huh?
Phone here on the desk. You ever see a desk like this? Copper wire and marble. Phone's back on the hook. Lady who called it in...
I'll take a look in the other room, Margaret. Margaret.
Second, Danny. Hey, what I found on that desk. You found the jackpot, huh? Just him and no crying lady.
Shot with a .45, I figure.
Yeah, it had to be at least a .45. Close. He's dead. Maybe not more than an hour, I'd say.
What'd you find in the desk?
Here. Bills, circulars from book clubs, private book societies, all addressed to a Theodore Lawrence. Danny?
What?
All that fancy art out there, the oil pictures, the carved stones, the silk nightcoat the man's wearing, monogram. Well, Mr. Lawrence was killed. He was a well-to-do fella, huh? A rich fella. I'll call it in, huh, Danny?
Through the window, the first sunlight, mixing with civilization.
Hey, Cap! Cap!
And closer.
This is Detective Muggerman, operator. Give me homicide.
And it started all over again. Leave it. The ride home, the small walk, slow walk from squad car to doorway and corridor and numbered door. Pull down the bed, sleep. Noon, rise and swelter, shower and swelter, office and air conditioning and swelter. And Detective Muggerman.
Got some things here, Danny.
Okay.
Dead man positively identified as Theodore Lawrence. Fingerprints. A small parade of friends at the morgue, elbowing to be first in line to look at him and dab the handkerchief and say, poor Ted.
You talked to any of his friends?
I got some names and addresses, most of them women. All dressed real nice. From $100 up per basic garment, I figure.
I mean talk to them, information.
I tried to. Lips quivered. Just said that Ted was a good fella. That he was rich. That he was too young, too sensitive to die. And why did it have to happen to him?
Okay, what else have you got?
Well, we know who was crying over the telephone.
Oh?
A woman named Grace Austin.
Prince?
Yeah.
Police record, what?
No, I worked in the war industry during the last war. Prints on file. Here's what we have on her as of 7 years ago.
Yeah. Grace Austin, married, no children, height 5 feet 4 inches, weight 126, age 22.
Make it 29 now.
You only say that because you rapidly figured 22 and 7.
Yeah, 29.
I'll speak to the commissioner in your behalf.
Well, don't just sit there. Do it.
Margovan,
Oh. The heat, Danny.
Did you check and see whether Grace Austin still lived at this address?
Not yet. I'm just on my way from getting this info, so I'll do it now.
Oh, never mind. I'll do it myself.
It's not going to shake the earth Gracie's not here, is it, Mr. Clover? I'm her husband, and I can live without her for an hour, maybe 2 if I have to. So if a husband can do, why should...
Where is she, Mr. Austin?
You notice what a nice morning outside? You happen to notice in the papers they're celebrating the nice morning with July clearance sales? Now, if you were a woman, if you were Gracie...
That's where your wife is, huh, Mr. Austin, shopping?
Once in a while, she likes to buy things for herself. Comes home, takes old off, puts on new, models for me. Once in a while, it starts all over again with us. Brand new. Because Gracie buys things that turn her into a brand new doll.
Mr. Austin...
No, you. You, Mr. Clover, the police. You talk now. What do you want with Grace?
You know a Theodore Lawrence, Mr. Austin?
What do you want with my wife, Grace?
Look, just answer...
Yeah. Seems to me I know a Lawrence. There's a man named Lawrence around sometimes.
Where?
Athletic club over on Park. I work out there a couple of times a week. The weights, handball. Sometimes the jerseys play the no jerseys. There's a guy, Lawrence. Teddy, they call him. Teddy's always on the team that don't wear jerseys. That's how much I know of Teddy Lawrence.
Athletic club on Park Avenue?
I got a record in the hammer throw from college. Also guard on the football team. Some of those Park Avenue boys were in school with me. They admired. They remembered. Gave me a guest card to their velvet club. Don't cost me a cent. That's how come me in Park Avenue. Now, what do you want with my wife, Grace?
Theodore Lawrence was murdered last night.
Doesn't change the question. It stands for the police.
A woman called into headquarters last night. All she did was cry. Then she said, dead, dead, dead.
Gracie?
We traced the call. It checked out with a Theodore Lawrence. We went there. Found Lawrence. Shot. Murdered.
Gracie?
This morning, the police lab reported fingerprints belonging to a Grace Austin were found on the phone and all over Lawrence's apartment. Were you with your wife last night, Mr. Austin? That's your phone, Mr. Austin.
Yeah, my phone. Hello? Yeah, that's right. This is Johnny Austin. What? You crazy? Not Gracie, not... Bad? Will you tell me, Bad? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I got it right away.
Mr. Austin?
You got a car outside?
Well, yes, what...
You got a car? I haven't got a car. That's why you're going to take me someplace.
What's happened?
You're taking me, you hear, to where Gracie's hurt. To where Gracie's hurt real bad. You better take me, you hear?
And the great stream of city to pin the images of summer against curb, against stone facades. And a man caught in the middle of the street, helpless, terrified, alone, against the onrush of wailing, and the screech and swerve around his terror. And from the man beside you, the sudden spill of laughter. The looking back at where was fright. And nothing again from Johnny Austin, the siren to give his silence throat. And downtown now, West 17th, and turn right to where an alley is, and crowd in shirt sleeves. The small wet stain of summer on men's backs. Turn off the moan. And go to it. You and Johnny Austin. Johnny Austin muscling his way through summer spectators to a corner of alley where a woman lay in thin summer dress, head twisted and veil of hair matted against her cheek, mouth held against alley stone.
Gracie! Gracie? You wanted Gracie? I brought you to her. Take her. She's no good to me, dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Later tonight, don't miss CBS Radio's Gangbusters program. When a fugitive makes a deal with a shady character to hide him out, he learns that some things can be worse than prison. It's an actual case history taken from police records, one that'll hold your interest all the way. So listen for Gangbusters later tonight on most of these same CBS radio stations.
Golden sun trip hammers its gold and its arc into Broadway and causes reaction, chemical and organic. In pavement, a fissure and a melting and a rearrangement of glints. And in crowd, likewise. And some of crowd stands proud and still and suffers the inner spinnings of summer chemistry. And others of crowd scurry from it to the dark places and the cool, where breezes stir around subway islands, or where forms strange, unknown, contoured, lie buried under beach sand, or best of all, where 3D is, and true-to-life things are, the striped tiger in your lap, for instance, or the redhead with one putty undone and to be laced. Summer on Broadway, and a million choices. Have one. And at headquarters, the droning that in another species comes from the rubbing together of wings. But from the species Sergeant Gino Tartaglia comes from rolled-up sleeves and secret summer joys, which one can tell by the change of rhythms. Happy, Gino?
Like a blossom on a twig.
Oh.
You could ask me why.
What?
It's allowed to ask why I am up to here in gladness.
All right, why?
Just a nonce ago, a phone call from a girl of 19, unmarried.
You sure you want to tell me about it, Gino?
Caught you, huh, Danny? You're thinking, Danny.
Look, Gino...
And what if I was to tell you the 19-year-old was my eldest, Tina? And what if I was to tell you she has been invited rent-free to stay at the lodge of her boyfriend, Otto Lingschmidt, in his summer place in the Poconos, while his father and mother are there to chaperone and to look her over as a future possible Lingschmidt. Them and their thousands from leather goods. You'd be disappointed, huh, Danny?
I'm happy for you, Gino, for you and Tina.
And the strangeness is, there are other chaps, whose name I won't mention, who are not in the lucrative leather line, who are right under my nose, who have but to crook a little finger in the direction of a certain 19-year-old, she would go poof in the face of
You
that.
got something for me, Gino?
Yeah, you can't hate a daddy for trying, Danny. Yeah, I have something.
Well?
That lady, that Grace Austin, who, while with her husband, you found murdered in an alley, shot from an unknown revolver.
What about her?
That from routine checks and interrogations made by Detective Muggavan in the Austin neighborhood, there was a nice relationship between husband and wife. Affectionate, respectful, real nice. Some of these last summer nights they were seen walking hand in hand toward the river or park. The neighbors played elbows over it.
Anything else, Gino?
Also from Detective Muggavan, a report on his interrogation of the woman who came to view the body of Theodore Lawrence.
Well, Gino,
A moment, Danny, to brief it for you. The code words. Mr. Lawrence, sensitive, emotional, wealthy, a gentle youth, tender, solicitous. Again, wealthy. Here's another sensitive and another wealthy. That's the gist, Danny. You want...
Come on, Danny. Something you got to see. Also here.
The custom is, Detective Muggavan, that when the lieutenant's doors close...
Sure, Gino. Next time I'll think of it. Interrogation room, Danny. You coming or not?
For what?
Now, trust me for what, huh, Danny? Just come. Thanks a lot, Danny. You too, Gino.
Muggavan, what?
Mr. and Mrs. Eddie Babcock. I want you to know them better. Come on.
That's right, Eddie. Get that tired old squeeze look. I know what you want to do. You want to hit me, don't you, huh?
Okay, Mrs. Babcock, just settle down.
He said to me, shut up. He got that look on his face. He yelled, shut up.
Yeah, we heard, Mrs. Babcock. All over they heard. Now just sit down over there.
I'm going to sit here and not open my mouth. Eddie wants to be a big man. Let him be big. Big Eddie, ha!
You said you weren't going to open your mouth.
Hey.
She looks nice that way, don't she, Mr. Muggavan?
All right, Muggavan, what's it all about?
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Babcock were dragged in an hour ago for disturbing the peace of their neighborhood. Precinct boys questioned and then sent them to us. Now, you tell Lieutenant what it's about, huh, Mr. Babcock?
Yeah, you see, this watch. My wife doesn't want me to give it to you. I'm going to give it to you no matter what she says. Here, take it. Go on. Take it, Lieutenant.
Mealy mouth, mealy mouth.
Please take it, Lieutenant.
All right.
Thanks. Now it won't bother me anymore. Now I got it out of my system.
What won't bother you, Mr. Babcock?
Well, it's not my watch. Just isn't mine, that's all. If you want to say we stole it, all right, but...
Go on, Mr. Babcock.
Appraised for $300. That's what it was. And Eddie wouldn't sell it or hock it or trade it in or kiss it. Not Eddie. Not
Go
my
on,
big...
Mr. Babcock.
How I got the watch. Her and me, about 3 weeks ago, we were walking, just walking. Noticed the crowd and some people yelling and pointing. There was a fire in some apartment, and we got up close. Look, Lieutenant, I don't know if I meant to keep it. I just don't know.
Just tell the Lieutenant how you got the watch, Mr. Babcock.
Well, somebody in the crowd yelled, "There's a man asleep in that apartment!" And a guy, a big guy, not nice-looking man, tossed his jacket over, and I caught it. And he ran inside. Saved the man who was asleep in that burning apartment. Then, all a commotion, he just never came back for his jacket, and I couldn't get close to him, and there was his wristwatch in it, just like you see, without the straps, just like that. I haven't even wound it since...
The man who was saved, Danny, it was Theodore Lawrence, same man we found murdered. I checked the records on it.
Well, you see, the fellow who saved him, I read his name in the papers today, how he found his wife murdered in the alley. The same name on the back of that watch. I thought it was high time I gave it back. You'll get it to him?
Danny, look at the inscription on the back.
Yeah. To Johnny Austin, the true champ, the bicep kid, our Johnny.
You'll get it to Mr. Austin, huh, Lieutenant? His wife dead, and me and my wife keeping the... Get it to Mr. Austin.
Yeah. Let's go, Muggavan.
Get it to Mr. Austin. Get it to him. Get it to him. Get it to him. You happy? You satisfied, Eddie? You're a big man now, huh? Eddie, listen to me!
And leave Mr. and Mrs. Babcock and what the Department of Police had in store for them. Detail now the filling in, pose a name, Ted Lawrence, and come up with notations. Ted Lawrence identified in morgue by various friends who had tarried long enough to grimace, nod, and leave addresses. So legwork now. Park Avenue ride. First horizontal, then vertically to where furniture is sandalwood in oblique angles, and rugs are woven reeds. The man, the reclining man who balances right heel on left toe, blows circles of smoke within circles, and who tells you that Ted Lawrence could do the same trick with a hookah, that it's a Turkish pipe, sir, and it's not easy. Outside of that, the only thing about Ted Lawrence is that he's dead, and you already know that, sir. And that was life, he guessed. Vertical ride again, and to car. Cross town to Central Park West. And the girl who wears horn-rimmed glasses with silver-coated lenses, so she can see your eyes, but you can't see hers, she tells you. Who reads poetry aloud to music, and who makes you wait while she does. Then tells you Teddy Lawrence was way ahead of her, mister. Just a guy to meet and wonder about and make a wish about, that's all. Short walk now, and this time the woman's name is Elsie Honecker.
Please come in.
And Miss Honecker's apartment is furnished completely in white. And so is Miss Honecker.
There's something you want. I know.
Information about Ted Lawrence.
I don't quite believe it, you know. And I'm not going to believe it. Did you hear me?
That's all right. You don't have to believe it. Just tell me about him.
A heady boy.
So? What does that mean?
He used his mind a great deal. He was mental.
Go on.
He had theories.
About what?
I don't know. How should I know?
Miss Honecker.
Yes?
Do you mind telling me what you're talking about? You said Ted Lawrence had...
Theories. How to live, how to die, for what reason each. Nobody understood what he was talking about.
I see.
At least I didn't. Once I just loved the boy. That's all. Who wants to listen to him?
What happened between you?
I would say you wouldn't understand.
Well, you said once... Well, what happened? How come you're not in love with him anymore?
One night we decided not to be in love anymore. Simply that. I don't remember who suggested it. It's been months ago. You wouldn't expect me to remember.
Who killed him, Miss Honecker?
I've often tried to, but we always ended up giggling. I don't know what he did away from here, Mr. Clover. Believe me, I don't.
Glance curiously down the languid curve of wrists she offers you and wonder what to do about it. But Miss Honecker solves the dilemma by taking them away from you and pointing toward the door. Outside now, in twilight time, a time fashioned for those who believe in magic. Strollers in the park time, stand and watch the strollers time, and smile time. Interval designed for the eyes open dream. So use it up at the restaurant that offers you food through a trapdoor and exactly as much iced coffee as the man before you. Then, legwork again, and another woman who had cast a tear over Ted Lawrence at the morgue, who gives you to know that she only identified the man out of common courtesy because everyone else did, that Ted Lawrence was no friend of hers. Simply she had read about him in the papers and wanted to see for herself. Leave, and another address, and a basement apartment in the village, upon the highest cushion of which resided a man named Russell Franklin.
We used to be such good friends, Teddy and I.
Well, that's fine. Then maybe you can give me some idea why.
Is there enough light for you in here?
Well, now that you...
Personally, I enjoy the play of shadow on shadow, don't you?
Oh, very much.
Over Kafka we met, Teddy and I, at a bookstall.
Go on.
He was a very interesting fellow. Did you hear what I did?
Huh?
I referred to Teddy in the past tense. It's hard to realize, isn't it? I can see how you're looking at me, Mr. Clover. And you must take my word. It was not I who put him there, in the past tense, as it were.
Well, just tell me about...
He was unusual.
In what way?
Things interested him. The really important things, not the everyday run-of-the-mill things like war and taxes and, well, the important things.
Like what?
Poetry.
What else?
Quartets, stringed, and music not yet discovered.
Go on.
Well, there are a few of us here who come here who like these things. We admired Teddy. He stopped coming around.
Do you know why?
I asked around. Don't you think I didn't?
Well, I never thought that for a minute. You asked, Mr. Franklin, and what were you told?
That he was seeing a woman that none of us knew or even heard about. And from what I understand, well, real crazy.
What was the woman's name?
You think I'd tell you?
We can discuss that in a cell, Mr. Franklin.
Her name is Austin, Mr. Clover. Grace Austin.
Do you read the papers, Mr. Franklin?
Le Matin. It's from France.
Well, Grace Austin was found murdered this morning.
How sad. Is that all, Mr. Clover? Well, switch out that light on your way out. I'll appreciate it.
Hello, Mr. Austin. This is Detective Muggerman.
Hi. Hi. Mind if we come in?
What for?
Thanks a lot.
Look, I'm in no mood to clown.
That's good.
We want you to tell us again how come you knew Ted Lawrence?
Well,
He played handball without a jersey. Remember? You told Lieutenant Clover that.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's how you met him, huh? He walked up to you one day at the club and said, let's have a game.
Yeah, that's right. I remember now. I served first. Only time I ever won service.
Give me the watch, Madam.
Yeah. Here.
Yours, Johnny?
Read him what it says on the back, Danny.
Oh. To Johnny Austin, a true champ.
Sure, it's mine.
Well, why are you so coy about being a hero, Johnny?
How'd you get the watch?
It was in your coat pocket the night of the fire.
Oh, thanks. Glad to have it back.
Yeah, we got your coat out in the car. You can get it on the ride downtown.
What are you talking about?
That's how you met Ted Lawrence, wasn't it? Pulled him out of a fire. That's how come...
Stinking watch. I broke the band. In my pocket because I was going to get it fixed. You want the watch? Keep the watch. It's worth a couple of $100. I told you, I didn't feel like clowning.
What did Ted Lawrence do for you for saving his life?
Lieutenant asked you a question.
Paid me off.
How?
Gave me a few $100. A couple of meals at his joint.
You bring your wife along?
Sure. Say, what?
Yes?
What have you fellas got in your mind?
I'll tell you something, Johnny. I took a call when your wife phoned in to headquarters. She was crying. She was crying a lot.
I don't know what you're talking about. Clover, I don't know what your friend's talking about.
You know. I told you your wife was at Lawrence's apartment, that she found him dead.
That's right. She did. You told me.
And she called headquarters.
Yeah, I remember now.
Did your wife come home after that, Johnny?
You kidding?
Yeah, Danny, you kidding?
Your friend's a big clown.
She come home?
Sure, if you want an answer.
Yeah, we want another one, too. What time did you kill your wife?
What?
Well, not that it makes any difference because we know what time. We just want to see how good our coroner is.
She was killed late last night. That's what our coroner said.
How good is he, Johnny?
You
she
guys...
came home and you took her for a walk and shot her.
All right, now, you guys, why should I do anything like that?
Next thing we'll be saying is that you killed Ted Lawrence, too.
Didn't you?
You guys got twisted, warped minds or something? You know yourself I saved his life.
And so he got to meet your wife.
Well, why not? He was real grateful.
And the kind of man he was, your wife went for him.
Crazy guy like that, and my wife went for... What kind of a wife?
The kind who went for a crazy guy like that?
You loved your wife very much, didn't you?
Yeah.
You couldn't understand what she saw in
Well, what did she see in him?
An arty guy. Strange. I can't figure out what.
Me either.
You killed him.
Coming in my house and talking like he did, and Gracie looking at him and taking it all in.
You saved his life, and then you killed him.
And all of a sudden they were talking secret talk between them over my head.
And you killed him?
Yeah.
And your wife.
We've been married 8 years. It was real good. My wife was a good swimmer. And I was in one gym playing handball. She was in the ladies' gym playing volleyball. We had wonderful times together. And this guy comes along with poetry.
Just the opposite kind of man you are.
That's right, exactly. That's what I told Gracie, and she says to me, you don't know, you just don't know. Sure, I killed him. She said she'd tell the police I killed her, too. Then I did something I never did before in my life.
What?
I cried. But don't get any ideas, fellas. I'm still a better man than either one of you.
Sure you are.
Sure.
Let's go, Johnny.
It's quiet now on Broadway. It's the 4 o'clock in the morning hour, the hour without color. But in a while, dawn will dip down, and there will be fury again, and roar again, and crowd. The restless wandering, the puppet dance, the running after nothing at all. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Herb Ellis was heard as Johnny. Featured in the cast were Mary Jane Croft, Charlotte Lawrence, Hy Averback, and Sam Edwards. Bill Anders speaking. Tomorrow night you have an appointment for lightning action with Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Hear this danger-loving sleuth as he wades into the Chapel Hill case, a killing in a quiet community that takes place while police are in convention there. Remember, on most of these same CBS radio stations tomorrow night, Richard Diamond, private detective. Stay tuned now for the Gene Autry Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Mayor of the Town is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I hope you enjoy it.
You know, I like spring. Everything's lazy and beautiful. Sunshine and bird songs. A man can sit on his porch and think calm, beautiful thoughts.
Mayor! Oh, Mayor, hurry along now and help me beat these rugs. I've got to get on with the spring cleaning.
Oh, splots. Why didn't I keep my big mouth shut?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The makers of the new Rinso are proud to present The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore and his guest, Lionel Stander. Well, what's cooking these days, ma'am? Good square rationed meals, no doubt. But one thing's true. You still have as many dishes to wash. Lucky for all of us, there's the new soapy rich Rinso. Say, those Rinso suds are real daisies when it comes to getting dishes sparkling in a jiffy. Economical, too. Oh, ma'am, how far Rinso goes. And tack on the facts that Rinso's anti-sneeze and kind to your hands, and that's plenty of reason for getting new Rinso tomorrow. And now, The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore and his guest, Lionel Stander. It's almost dark now in the mayor's house on Maple Street, and the mayor himself, sitting alone before his fire, stretches and chuckles as he thinks about his day.
It's been a good day. Yes, sir, a good day. Started out that way. When I woke up, the warm, friendly smell of breakfast was drifting upstairs, and the blossoms of my cherry tree were tapping against the windows. Lying there, I felt 17 until Marulli's voice bolted upstairs.
Mayor, aren't you ever coming down to breakfast? It's going to be stone cold.
And my years were upon me again as Marulli's voice called me back. I went downstairs, and there was my nephew, 17 and bubbling over with it.
Morning, Mayor.
Morning, Marilli.
Morning, son.
Better eat your breakfast fast. You're going to be late for school.
What's the matter, Marilli? Did you get out on the wrong side of the bed?
What side of the bed I got out on is my own business.
She's carrying the torch for J. Morton Smith. He took Abigail Peters to the movies last night.
I haven't the slightest interest in the activities of J. Morton Smith. He's a forger and a wolf.
I'd be careful how I use both those words, Marilli.
Who's that? Can you see Marilli?
Oh, it's that Clarence Jones man who just moved in on Pine. His backyard joins up with yours.
Well, let him in. Let him in before he knocks the door down.
Good morning, Mr. Jones.
Good morning, Pigeon. Is the mayor in the chateau?
Come in, Mr. Jones.
Good morning, Mayor. Hi, Sonny.
Morning.
Mayor, I thought it was time we got together. After all, we are sort of neighbors. And I think we're kindred souls, too. You planted the very same things in your victory garden I did in mine.
The mayor's no kindred soul of any pool hall owner.
Madam, please, a billiard parlor. And a highly respected one. You could come and put your few balls around yourself and be as safe as in church.
Huh.
How about it? I'll give you a game on the house.
Are you proposing that I would go...
Proposing? Don't be so previous.
Mayor! Oh,
oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Sorry, Mayor, but that blister is so uppity she drives me nuts.
I know just what you mean.
Mayor, I wanted to ask you, man to man, about your Brussels sprouts. I've tried fertilizer, phosphate, and a rabbit's foot, and nothing comes up. I look at your Brussels sprouts over the back fence, and it hurts me the way they come up.
Well, Mr. Jones...
Just call me Clarence. From you, it's all right. I don't take it from the boys. It's Mr. Jones when I'm at my business, you understand. Man's got to keep his social integrity. But over my back fence, I'd like to think it was Clarence between you and me, man.
All right, Clarence. Why don't you let me stop by your place tonight after dinner and have a look at those sprouts? I'll have more time then.
Mayor, it's getting late.
Well, I'll be running along. See you, say soir, Mayor.
Huh? Say soir? Oh, yeah, sure. This evening.
Goodbye, Sonny. Toodaloo, Toots.
My name is Miss Appleton, Mr. Jones.
Okay, Miss Apples.
Appleton, Mr. Jones.
What's a syllable between friends, Pigeon? You don't want to make me feel uncomfortable in your presence, do you? Say, there's a little shindig over in Crescent City tonight. You wouldn't care to go over and shake a wing with me, would you?
I'm going to a ladies' aid meeting.
I'm going to a ladies' aid meeting. How thrilling. Oh. All right, go ahead. Throw away your middle age. See if that ever gets your husband. Go ahead and waste those come-hither eyes. Well, so long, everybody.
Marilli, you're getting positively devastated.
Yeah, you and those come-hither eyes.
What are come-hither eyes? Are they nice?
Well, I don't know if they're nice, but they're very nice to have. Come on, Jerry. Time's a-wasting. I'll tell J. Morton there are other suitors knocking at our kitchen door while he's out with Abigail. Maybe that'll bring him back, Marilli.
I'm through with men. The sooner everyone in this house understands that, the sooner we'll get back to normal. Now I'm going to do my dishes.
Mayor, I'd like to talk something over with you a minute. Kind of man-to-man. I think, that is, well, of course I am young, but I could quit school and go to work. Naturally, I haven't asked her yet, but every time I see her, I just... Well, and some of the kids are earning pretty good money over at Crescent City, and...
What in blazes are you talking about?
Why, Sharon. I want to marry her.
Oh, well now, son, but this is almost surprising.
Yes, sir. It was kind of a shock to me, too, especially when I couldn't eat my dessert last night. Funny how love goes to your stomach, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I remember when I was 17, I fell in love with my school teacher and stayed in love with her all summer, too.
Oh, but this is different, sir. This will last forever, I can tell. After all, I am old for my age, and Sharon's young for 23, and we kind of meet in between there someplace.
I know just how he felt. That little flutter you get inside when you talk about that certain lady. The way the bottom drops out of everything when you see her. The world's a wonderful place when you're 17. As Jerry and I started out, we were joined by young Timmy Robertson, who was one of our next-door neighbors on his way to school. Ann and I always thought it'd be fun to have a son his age. It would be, too, if you were a walking encyclopedia.
flower come from?
A seed that's planted in the earth, Jimmy.
Where does the seed come from?
Huh? Go from other flowers.
Where does the other flowers come from?
Other seeds.
Where did they come from?
God put them there.
Where's God?
In heaven, Timmy.
Did he come down to leave the seeds?
Yeah? No, I don't know.
You're the mayor.
Well, that doesn't mean I know everything.
Where does God get the seeds?
Ah, here's your corner, Timmy. Goodbye, son. I'll see you later. We'll have to continue this talk some other time.
Where does God get the seeds, Mayor?
Goodbye. Come on, Jerry. Say, that boy has a one-track mind. He's going to be a politician. Yes, it's been a good day. I kept seeing myself over and over in those kids. But what man doesn't see himself in every real boy? And then at noon I performed a wedding, and I saw myself again, young and in love and full of ice.
We'll never forget you, sir.
Oh, no.
I dare say you won't. Well, let's go out and have lunch someplace. Wedding always calls for a celebration.
Oh, you don't have to do that.
I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'm going to tell you a secret. You know why I wanted to be the first one to take you out now that you're Mr. and Mrs. Brown? It was because all the time we were standing there, it was as though I were looking back through time into a mirror.
Were you married during the war, too?
Yeah. And I had to leave Anne the day after we were married, too. My, how things do repeat themselves. We sang Till We Meet Again. And you sing I Don't Want to Walk Without You. The words and the tune are a little different, but they both mean the same thing. I'll be here waiting when you come back.
I'll be here waiting when you come back. I guess that just about says everything, doesn't it?
It says all you need to say to me.
Did your wife smile when she saw you off, Mayor?
Oh, you bet she did.
It's hard, isn't it? When you want to cry.
Oh, now, darling, please.
Now, no tears, no tears. Just remember that from now on, you and Bud are a family. Wherever he goes, and when he comes back, it'll be to you. Well, now that's something to be happy about.
You're right, Mayor. It's something to be very happy about.
Yeah, looking at those two, I saw myself and Anne and took them to my heart because of that. I left the cafe and then went home to pick up some papers I'd forgotten. I found Marilli in the laundry in the basement with, of all people, Clarence Jones, who was wringing out clothes.
Is Rinso white as a dove?
It's even whiter.
Is it just as white as the clouds above?
You're getting warm. It's even brighter.
Is it white as a lily, white as chalk, white as snow?
Save your breath, pal. The answer is no, for you've never seen such a dazzling sight as a wash that's Rinso white.
Hey, what's going on down here?
Just a jam session.
I'm doing the laundry, that's what.
Well, what brought on the music?
Why, new soapy rich Rinso, that's what.
Marilli says that's all she uses for dishes or laundry. Believe me, that's going to be in my kitchen from now on. Anything Pigeon says goes by me.
Well, now, that's very nice.
Well, I don't care what anybody says. I can whip up a tub of suds like nothing. And there isn't anybody in Springdale that can hang out a whiter wash than mine. It's the best soap on the market, and I know it.
All right, Marilli.
And just look at my Rinso hands, as smooth as you please.
Yeah. I I'd like to have rinso hands, too.
Well, you can buy them in any grocery store.
All right, Marilla, all right. You can get down off that soapbox now. We get the idea. Clarence Jones sparking Marilla. That was hard to believe. But when a man helps out with the laundry, that begins to look serious. I went upstairs for my papers, and just then the phone rang. Hello? Hello? Yes, Sharon. What? Which hospital? All right, I'll be right over. And once more I saw myself pacing up and down a hospital waiting room with fear and hope in my heart. I saw myself walking for hours with a box of cigars clutched in my hands, holding on for dear life. For heaven's sake, Jack, put down that box of cigars.
Oh, forgot I had them. Why don't they come out and tell us something? She's been in there hours.
Oh, it's only been an hour and a half, not quite that long. Sit down, read a magazine.
Read? At a time like this? When I'm almost a father?
Well, sure. You want your child to have a learned father, don't you?
Mayor, there's a time and place for everything, and this isn't it.
Oh, to watch you, anyone think this was the first baby that was ever born. Do you know the statistics? Do you realize how many babies are born a day in all parts of the world?
Yeah, but not to me. I don't think I can stand much more of this.
Oh, you'll pull through.
Well, it's very easy for you to be calm. But I'd just like to have seen you when your daughter was born. How was it?
Just about the same as you, I guess. I remember I fainted when they came in and said it was a girl. Passed out stone cold. The trick of being a father is just to be calm and concentrate on it.
I'm cool, calm, and collected. I'm cool, calm, and collected. I'm cool, calm, and going nuts.
Oh, shut up. Just relax like I am. There's nothing to this at all. Just sit back and light your cigarette and...
It's a girl, Mr. Scott, a 7-pound girl.
Oh, gee.
Say,
Mr. Scott, a doctor! Oh, doctor, come quick! They both fainted.
Well, after all, maybe I was a little more excited than I realized. Baby may be an everyday affair, but I'll never convince myself of it. I remember how Anne used to sit rocking Margaret, and how in no time at all, practically, she was off to boarding school. The house is always a little empty when a baby grows up. Well, when I left the hospital, I felt as though I had been very close to Anne. At home, I found Jay Morton sitting on the curb, the picture of melancholy.
Hello, Mayor.
What in the name of heaven are you doing sitting outside my kitchen door?
I'm on a sit-down strike. I'm going to sit right here until Marilla makes up with me.
You can sit there until doomsday for all of me.
Is that a nice way to talk, love?
Did you try the caveman stuff as I told you to?
Yeah, but you misled me, Mayor. She chased me out of the kitchen with a broom.
Oh, you bungled it some way. Well, go on home. I don't want you to sit here and make me fool you so.
Oh, leave him alone. He'll go away when the rains come.
Well, I'm going in.
Oh, death. Oh, disaster.
Oh, splats.
Hello, man.
Hello, Clarence. What are you doing here?
Kitchen courting.
Oh, is that so? How are you doing?
Well, so far I've had a piece of pie, 2 pieces of cake, and 6 cookies.
Really? Don't you know there's a war on?
Well, you can't just leave him sitting there looking hungry.
I wasn't looking hungry. I was looking wistful. That was my heart you saw in my eyes. Frankly, you swept me off my feet in this apple side.
Apple ton.
Ton, schmun. It's the sediment that counts.
Oh, go along with you now.
Well, one suitor on the curb and one in the kitchen. Marilla, you're developing into a dangerous woman.
Oh.
Oh, Take it all back. There goes Jay Morton down the street with Abigail Pete.
What? Well, doesn't that just go to show you? You can't trust a man.
Never mind, Pigeon. You still have me. I'm the bird in the hand that's worth two on the curb.
Who's that? Hello?
Hello? May I come in?
Sure. Come in.
Terry Robertson, look at your hands.
They're dirty, aren't they? Mayor, could I see you a moment, please?
Why, of course, Terry, of course. Come on into the library. But once more, during this strange day of recurring images, I looked through a window at the past. The little neighbor girl, Terry, stood there by my chair, and I saw my own daughter, Margaret, 15 again and missing her mother. Very... What's wrong, Terry?
Well, it's Jerry. He says I'm a tomboy. He says I'll never get a husband.
Now you tell him I said you would.
Oh, but that isn't it. It's Jerry I want for my husband someday.
Did you tell him that?
Uh-huh. He said I was a baby. He said he was going to marry Sharon.
Oh, dear. Terry, listen, Jerry's 17. You know what's wrong with him? It's practically every male goes through the same thing before he grows up. Liking an older woman. Now, don't feel badly about it. It isn't going to last any longer than the spring.
But is he ever going to like me?
Well, Terry, you stop chewing your fingernails and letting out war whoops and concentrate on being grown up. And don't try chasing him. Let nature take its course.
Can't I prod it a little?
No, sir.
Hello, Mayor. Hi, Squirt. Your father's calling you.
All right, Jerry. Thank you very much. Good night, Mayor.
Good night, Terry.
Say, what's eating her? She's sick?
A little, son, a little. But she'll get better before she gets worse. Jerry's gone up to get ready for dinner now. I've been sitting in here in front of the fire, dreaming a little and waiting for Judge Williams. A few minutes ago, Marilli came in.
Shall I turn on the light?
If you like. Clarence gone?
Yes, he went to work. He's coming back about 9 to get me.
Good. You know, Marilli, this has been the strangest day. All through it, I've been seeing myself over and over. And the funny part of it is, I'm always in love. The spring is full of people in love today. Kids and young folks and old. Even you.
Oh, feathers.
Seems to me that all day I felt so close to Anne. As though she were very close. Been humming that song all day she used to sing. I don't know why exactly.
Don't you, Mayor? Don't you know what today is?
Sure, Wednesday.
It's something a little more than Wednesday.
Yes?
You have forgotten, haven't you? Your wife always said you never could remember the date. It's your wedding anniversary.
Ah, of course it is. Of course. Listen, as a matter of fact, I knew it all the time. Yeah, I was just letting you have a little fun there. I knew it all the time.
Of course you did.
Thank you, Marilli. Thank you very much. So there was a pattern and an underlying meaning to the whole day. There was Anne all the way through it. Yes, sir. And me in love with her. There were the two things Anne and I loved most, children and spring. I'm glad the judge is coming over tonight, though. Too much nostalgia isn't good for anyone. I could stand a little vinegar to mix with all that honey.
What are you doing in here? Talking to yourself? What's this about vinegar?
That's your personality, Judge.
Huh?
Didn't you know?
You can't pick on me tonight. I'm too happy. Oh, Mayor, there's a new school teacher over at the high school. Very nice. I'm taking her to the picture later. Of course, a little younger than I am, but we'll overlook that.
Oh, splots.
No, the trouble with you is you haven't got a sympathetic ear. You have no heart for people in love.
I not only have a heart, I have a remedy. Marilli? Oh, Marilli, get out the sulfur and molasses.
Well, I guess that almost gives our secret away, but I still want you to hear more about it from our Marilli, Miss Agnes Moorhead.
Now, Mayor. Excuse me. Mr. Barrymore, we of the cast of the Mayor of the Town want to give you our best wishes on your 65th birthday. We're especially pleased your birthday falls exactly on our broadcasting day, for we'd like all of our listening audience to join in our celebration. Springdale and its people are very real to us and very near to our hearts. But nearer to us is the one who represents it all, our dear friend, Mr. Barrymore. So, Mr. B, we offer you our thanks for the many pleasant hours we've had with you and wish you many happy returns of the day.
Well, thank you, kids. Thank you very much. Thank you, Agnes.
The usher has just crossed our stage with a very lovely birthday cake, and is now being placed in front of Mr. Barrymore on his broadcasting table. It has 6 candles in one row and 5 in another, signifying 65 years. And now we have a little surprise for Mr. Barrymore and for you of the radio audience. Here to pay his respects to Mr. Barrymore is another very famous person. The president of the Screen Actors Guild, a motion picture producer, now making a film, Johnny Come Lately. And besides, he's this year's Academy Award winner. Well, you've guessed who it is, I'm sure. Jimmy Cagney.
Thank you, Harlow. And Mr. Mayor, many happy returns of the day.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you.
Now, we know you don't like speeches, but we can't pass up an occasion like this. For we in the show business realize that not only is this the anniversary of your birth, but also the 50th anniversary of your first appearance on any stage. Because, friends, 50 years ago today, one of the most loved actors of stage, screen, and radio made his debut in Kansas City, appearing in The Rivals with his grandmother, the great actress Mrs. John Drew. The public has seen how rich the 5 decades have been in brilliant performances, and we behind the curtain know at first hand the skill, the enthusiasm, the strength, and the warm, deep friendliness Lionel Barrymore has put and still puts into every day of his life as an actor and showman. He has won the admiration of all actors and of millions who have been his audiences. Lionel, may I, as a representative of the Actors Fraternity, the Screen Actors Guild, and for myself personally, extend to you congratulations from us, your brother actors. And I know I speak the sentiments of millions of your friends and listeners in. Good night, Lionel.
Thank you, Jimmy. Jimmy, that was darn sweet of you. Thanks. Good night.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear my love. Happy birthday to
You bet I'm glad New Rinso gets out more dirt.
That, friends, is what Mrs. K.R. Van Every of Oakland, California has to say. And no wonder.
Maybe you saw Mrs. Van Every's picture in a Rinso advertisement, and if you did, you'll remember that she has 4 healthy young ones who certainly get their clothes good and dirty. But Mrs. Van Every writes,
Well, believe me, my 4 kiddies pile up plenty of extra dirty clothes. So you can bet I'm glad new Rinso gets out more dirt. I've used Rinso a long time, and it does a grand job.
You'll feel the same way Mrs. Van Every does about the new Soapy Rich Rinso. Try it soon. It's on your grocer's shelf in the same familiar package. Here's today's newspaper headline. American flyers executed by Japs. And we're mad clean through now, and there's grim determination in the heart of every one of us. We'll work harder, fight harder, do the job we have to do harder. Now, for you ladies, one of the most important of those jobs is to save waste kitchen fats. You know it must be done, for you realize that we must send more and more ammunition to our fighting men. Yes, those homely meat drippings make explosives. So make this your answer to today's headline. Save every single drop of waste kitchen fats or greases. Strain all waste fats into any clean, smooth-edged can. When the can is full, sell it to your butcher. And within 21 days, it'll be in a munitions plant carrying your answer to Tokyo. Be sure to be with us again next week when Miss Jane Withers and Mr. Charles Ruggles join in the cast of The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore. Mr. Barrymore appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. The part of Clarence tonight was played by Lionel Stander, and Terry was played by Miss Diana Lynn, currently appearing in the Paramount picture Miracle of Morgan's Creek. Our script was written by Gene Holloway. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of the new Rinso and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
B.O.
Say, that's sure dismal.
Right. There's nothing more dismal than B.O. But it isn't hopeless because a daily Lifebuoy bath will stop B.O. Try the new Lifebuoy with its vanishing scent. From head to toe, it stops B.O. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. And now, tonight's episode of the Green Hornet. Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, looked up as Michael Axford warily entered the office and sank with a sigh of relief into a chair.
Me poor feet are killing me, that they are, Casey. And they caught me such a cold I can hardly talk.
What on earth have you been doing all afternoon, Axford? What made you so tired?
Walking, Casey. Walking me legs off trying to check up on them 20 neediest families the Daily Sentinel took care of last Christmas. It was Reed's idea that we should find out how they're making out this year.
Well, what did you find out about?
Well, that's just it, Casey. Would you believe it? I went to 9 of them places. Most of them are better off than I am myself.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, just that. 6 of the families I visited were living in solid comfort, with the houses fixed up, plenty of food and stuff like that.
Really? Well, it's strange. As I remember, each of those 20 families was in dire need a year ago. Most of them have been on our list for several years.
You're sure you're not telling me a thing I don't know, Casey? But someone seemed to have struck it lucky somehow during the past year. So they won't be needing our help any longer.
Well, I'm glad they've been so fortunate, even if I can't understand how it happened.
Yes. And go down to the city room. If Reed wants me, he can let me know.
Oh, wait a minute, Axford.
What do you want?
Do you have a list of the families you visited?
Oh, sure. They got it right here. There you are.
Oh, thanks.
The ones with the little crosses beside them were the families that seem to have plenty of dough to get along on.
Oh, good. I'll give this list to Mr. Reed.
Do what you like with it, but I'm through trapping around. My feet can't take it.
Oh, that's too bad. There's such nice big ones, too.
You and your corny jokes. You get that, Casey? Big feet, corny jokes. That's a snappy comeback for you. You get out of here.
Oh, what a guy. Well, I'll take this list into Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed.
What is it, Kate?
Ashford came in and brought this list with him.
A list?
Yes. Mr. Gunnigan sent him out to investigate the 20 neediest families. The ones whom the Sentinel helped last year.
Oh, yes.
And this is a list of the families that Ashford visited this afternoon. 9 of them. There's something about that list that's peculiar.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, those names marked with little crosses seem to have struck it rich, according to Ashford. At least they're all living in solid comfort.
Really? Let's see. Oh, yeah. 6 names marked that way.
That's right.
Well, tell me, do you still have the case histories on these families?
Yes, sir. I have them in my files.
Well, leave them on my desk in the morning. I'll go over them when I get a chance. Oh, by the way, you might as well read out those Ashford found in good condition. They won't be needing our help this Christmas.
All right. You know, it seems strange to me that 6 of the neediest families a year ago managed to come out so well this year.
Well, personally, I'm glad to know they could do it.
Oh, I am, too. I was just surprised, that's all.
Well, they probably had more gumption than the rest. Some of those families have been on our list for several years.
I know. And I'll be interested to find out if any of the fortunate 6 have been on our list for any length of time.
Well, so will I. Well, I'm going to call it a day in this case. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Spencer. Was in the modern edition.
Ray Spencer, the big shot racketeer? What about him?
Well, you know, the cops picked him up for questioning about that payroll holdup.
I know.
For a while there, it looked like they had the goods on Spencer. There was a witness who took the numbers and description of the holdup car as they left the scene, and it was traced to Spencer. Sure, he claimed his car had been stolen. No one believed that, Chief. That is, no one believed it till last night, Reed, when the cops were tipped off that some bum was flashing a big roller door in a Water Street bar. That's right, Chief. When they picked up the bum, the cops found some of the payroll checks on him. He confessed to the holdup. Sure, and that let Spencer in the clear.
After all, if Spencer was innocent...
Innocent ain't the word to use for that guy, Reed. Maybe he didn't pull the holdup job. But to my way of thinking, he's done a lot he's managed to get out of. He's a smooth one, that Spencer. He sure is, Mike. He came out of prison with nothing. Yet within a year he buys a big nightclub and seems to have money to burn. Where it all came from is a mystery.
The city could do well without men like Spencer. There doesn't seem to be anything that we can do with him. Seems to keep within the law.
Well, he'll make a slip someday, mark my words. Well, I'm going on down to cops' headquarters. Later. So long.
Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Ray Spencer sat at his desk in the office of his nightclub, talking to one of his henchmen.
Well, Virgil, we put it over again. I must admit you're smart enough at times, even though you do talk like a dope.
Oh, Chief, boy, thanks for the compliment.
Don't mention it.
No, I won't tell nobody if you say so. I never tell nothing you don't want me to.
Give it, Virgil. Give it. Here. Take this over to Maggie Hooker.
Yeah, sure.
Tell her she'll get the same amount this time next week.
Okay.
How about the others? Did you get their dough to them all right?
Yeah. They all meet me like I was Santa Claus or something every time I go with the dough. Hey, do you have to pay out all that moolah every week, boss?
Absolutely, Virgil. If I don't keep my bargain with them, they might squeal, and that would be the end. For both of us.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. That wouldn't be so good, would it?
What do you think? You already did a stretch in the pen, so you ought to know.
Yeah. You know, somehow I didn't like it. I couldn't do what I wanted to. And they wouldn't let me go no place either.
That happens to be the policy of prisons, Virgil. Get going before Maggie Hooker thinks we're giving her husband the double cross.
I don't trust dames nohow. I ain't never had no luck with them.
Really?
Yeah.
I just can't imagine why, Virgil. Go on, get started.
Sure, okay, boss.
Hurry back. I have other things for you to do.
I'll be right back, boss.
I brought in the letter letters you dictated this morning, Mr. Reed, and if you'll sign them now, I'll get them right out.
All right. I'm glad you finished them. I'd like to have you do something this afternoon.
Well, what is it?
Well, since Axford gave up on those neediest families, I thought perhaps you could visit a few of the ones he didn't get to. Take a cab and turn in an expense account.
Oh, fine. I'd like getting out for a while. Is there anything you want me to do here before I leave?
Well, no. If you see 2 or 3 this afternoon, we'll have someone else finish the visits tomorrow. You'd better leave right away.
Yes, sir. I'll leave right now. And I'll be back before 5 o'clock. Wait for me, please.
Okay, lady. Looking for somebody, lady?
Yes. So Mr. and Mrs. Marty Hooker live in this building?
Yeah, right down them steps. They live in the basement flat. Oh, you won't find Marty there.
No?
No, he got picked up for pulling that big payroll hold-up. Spilling all the papers. Confessed he done it. I'll get his old ladies home, though. Right down them steps like I told you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, good ball here. Hey, look, they get the boys down the street. Hey,
What can I do for you, dearie? Are you Mrs. Hooker? Who wants to know? I'm from the Daily Sentinel. About the Christmas donation, you know. You were on our list last year.
That. Come on in, dearie. Things are kind of mucked up a wee bit, but with the baby and all, and the old man being in trouble.
I understand. I'm sorry about your husband. You can count on the Sentinel to do all this.
Bless your heart, dearie, but we won't be needing to take your help.
This place is terribly cold, and, well, with the baby and all, I'm sure you'll need
that as bad as they look, that they ain't. Before the week's out, I'll be leaving this hovel for a nice flat on the west side. From now on, Magee Hooker and the baby will be living in comfort. That we will, dearie.
I'm glad to hear it, but I
can see it in your eyes. You think I'm talking a bit of blimey. Faith be praised, 'tis the truth when I say we'll be living better without that no-good Marty than we ever lived with him around.
Someone's offered to help you, then?
Well, there's a weekly income that's been arranged. A distant relative who came into plenty of money.
Oh?
Now, don't you worry your pretty head about Magee Hooker, dearie. And you can tell your newspaper we'll be needing their help no longer, thank heaven.
I see. Well, thanks for seeing me, Mrs. Hooker, and I'm really glad things are going to be better for you.
Sure, and after I get settled in the new place, me up and drop in for a cup of tea. Thankful I am for what you did last year. Goodbye, dearie. Goodbye.
It's Casey now, Reed.
Oh, hello, Axford. I guess I'm later than I intended to be, Mr. Reed.
We were just beginning to worry about you, Miss Case. It's almost 6 o'clock. How did you make out?
All right. I went to 4 places. 3 of them are in just as bad condition as they were last year. The other one, though, won't need help this year.
Well, that's another one to cross off the list, then. What's the name?
Hooker. The family of Marty Hooker. Mrs. Hooker says she's comfortably fixed from now on, and she intends to move to the west side. Her husband's in jail, I understand.
Marty Hooker, did you say?
Yes.
Hey, Reed. Come to think of it, 'twas Marty Hooker who confessed to that payroll hold-up they tried to pin on Ray Spencer and his gang.
Really?
Marty Hooker's his name, sure as I'm sitting here.
Miss Case, did Mrs. Hooker say where she was getting the money?
Well, she was rather cagey about it. She said a distant relative decided to arrange a weekly income for her and the baby.
Well, let's see that list. Well, according to this, Hookers have been among the neediest families for the past 3 years. This windfall from that distant relative is rather sudden, it seems to me.
It is that.
Moreover, I've been checking this afternoon on those whom Axford reported as being in comfortable circumstances.
Well, what did you find out, Mr. Reed?
I discovered that in each of those cases, the husband is in prison, each one having confessed to a crime.
You don't say. That's sure a coincidence, isn't it?
Well, it seems mighty funny to me.
Yes. It might not be a coincidence, actually.
What then?
Well, if I knew, I'd tell you.
Say no. Maybe I'd better tip Sarge off to do a little investigating. To my way of thinking, all them guys that went to jail were in the same gang. And their wives know where they left some hidden stolen money.
Oh, there you are. That settles the whole thing.
Well, not exactly. As a matter of fact, though, there may be some connection between all those confessed crooks and some one man or some group on the outside.
You got something there, Reed?
Well, maybe.
Mr. Reed, I was just thinking,
Go on, Miss Case.
Well, wasn't that racketeer Ray Spencer involved in the payroll holdup case before Hooker confessed?
Holy cow. Do you think Spencer's pulling something, Reed?
Well, what I think doesn't matter. The main thing is that the police get proof. And from what I've learned about Ray Spencer, if he is connected with Hooker and the others, getting proof against him is not going to be easy.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. After finding out that several men from the neediest families in the city had confessed to crimes and gone to prison, with the result that their families began receiving money, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, waited patiently for the result of the police investigation. It was several days later when Axford phoned from police headquarters. Hello?
This is Axford.
Well, what's up?
I'm down at Cops headquarters. I was just talking to Sarge about that investigation.
Well, what's the result?
Reed, they can't get anything out of any of those people. And Ray Spencer is laughing in their faces when they question him.
Well, Spencer may not be involved, but if he is, as I said before, getting proof will not be easy.
Sarge says he thinks there's something funny about the whole setup, too. But it's all so tight they can't break it.
I see. Well, if they do get any sort of a lead, let me know.
Sure, Reed, that I will. See you later. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. Looks like it will take unorthodox methods. I'll call Cato on the private line.
Miss O'Reilly's apartment?
Cato, I have a job for you to do.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Britt. What I to do?
You know Ray Spencer?
Ray Spencer? I see his picture in paper open. The old Nightingale Club.
Right. And he has his office there. I want you to take the small coupe and go over there, shadow Spencer. Get to know by sight the men close to him. Be careful.
What I tried to find out.
Find out if Spencer or one of his men pays a weekly visit to the slum district.
Yes, sir. I watch carefully.
Good. Report to me as soon as you find out anything. Goodbye, Cato.
Goodbye, Mr. Britt.
It was almost 6 o'clock the following afternoon when Britt Reed returned to his office from a board meeting at the Civic Club.
Any messages for me, Miss Case?
Yes, sir. Cato phoned and said to tell you that he had a very special dinner waiting for you tonight and wants you to be sure and come home.
Oh, fine. Anything else?
These letters are to be answered.
Well, they can wait.
And Axford phoned with a brilliant idea.
Well, let's have it.
Well, he wants money to buy toys and to hire a Santa Claus outfit so he can appear as Santa at the settlement house on Christmas Eve.
That I'd like to see. His way with children will make up for the Irish brogue, though. Tell him to go to it.
And last but not least, Gunnigan's been asking for you. He wants to discuss a new setup for the city page.
Well, tell Gunnigan to work it out to suit himself. I'm tired. I'm going home. I'll see you in the morning, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
All right, Cato, let's have it. What did you find out?
I find out big men who have flat nose and big ears always with Spencer.
A bodyguard, perhaps?
That's what I think. This afternoon, this man, whom I learn go by name of Virgil, leave office and go to slum area. I follow.
Good. Where did he stop?
He go 2 places. I have names and addresses here. The last place he go is out on west side of city.
Let's see those names. Mrs. Tony Coretta, Water Street. And Mrs. Marty Hooker, West End Avenue. Cato, you really did get something.
You recognize names, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Both of these names were on our neediest families list last year. Both Tony Coretta and Marty Hooker are in prison. And both their families are living comfortably.
What all that means?
It means Ray Spencer is involved in a deal somewhere. And I have a pretty good idea about the party place. The police can't go around the law to force the issue, but the Green Hornet can. Let's go.
Stepping for a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This building led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as a hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness.
Where we go, Mr. Britt?
But first we'll go to Mrs. Coretta's and Mrs. Hooker's.
Well, Mrs. Coretta live in the middle of next block.
Turn off into the back alley. Then we'll head for Hooker's. If they react the way I think they will, Ray Spencer will be stopped once and for all. Mrs. Coretta?
Maria Coretta, that's me. It's dark in the hall, but I asked for
I'll
you.
come inside.
No. You'll not come in like that. That mask keeps you not good. Please, you're not
I won't hurt
to
you
me.
if you do what I say. Give me the money you received this afternoon.
Oh, you're making a mistake. I know to get the money.
Give it to me.
Oh, sure, I give it. It's in my bag. You just not good, Maria. I get it.
All right, give it here.
Maria, she not having the money for us to live.
If you have any complaints, tell them to the man who sent me. Mr. Ray Spencer.
Spencer? He sent you here?
You heard me. I'll leave now.
That's a big Spencer. He pulled the double cross. Double on my Tony. I'm making him sorry. I'm going to tell him I saw him tonight. You've got nothing to be crying about this night. Hush. Sure, now. Did that you understand every word I've been saying? I'll be thinking... Glory be. Now, who can be calling at a time like this? Thanks be praised to the devil himself.
Let me in.
Not a cloven foot will you be sitting in my house.
I'm already inside. Close the door.
Sure, and I know you're that Green Hornet, but there's Magee Hooker you're backing up against her.
Give me the money you received a while ago.
So that's it, is it? Well, not a penny will I be given to the likes of you, so you can be taking yourself out of here right now.
I'd hate to use this gun on a woman. But if you don't...
Merciful heavens, I believe you would.
I'm waiting.
All right. I'll be giving it to you.
Hurry.
Now, quiet, you spalpeen. You can have the money. But if you're scared that innocent little babe, I'll be tearing you apart, gun or no gun. Here's the money, you thieving devil.
Thanks. Spencer said it would be easy to get.
Hold on. Did I hear you speak of Mr. Spencer?
Yes, you heard me.
So he sent you here. Tis a filthy game to be playing on me poor husband. But to St. Pat will bear me witness, I'll turn that Spencer into the law. And you're with him, that I will. I'll call me friend Cassidy at headquarters right now. George, you will.
Time for me to go. Good night, Mrs. Hooker.
Is that you, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. My plan's working out. Let's get moving.
Where do we go next?
I have a few more places to visit. Tomorrow, Cato, after things quiet down, you can mail the money I'm taking back to each of those women. After that, the Sentinel will see to it that none of them are suffering. Step on it. Through one dark back street of the city after another, the sleek car of the Green Hornet moved like a great purring shadow. Frequent stops were made until finally, each of the places listed on a paper in Britt Reed's pocket had been visited. Then Britt and Cato returned to the apartment to await results. It was after midnight when Sergeant Burke entered the press room at police headquarters.
What's the news, Sarge? Is there anything to it all?
Plenty, expert. You did well to hang around instead of going out with the other C.
Give it to me, then.
Hold your horses. I got to send a couple of the boys out. Cassidy.
Yes, Sarge?
Take one of the boys with you and pick up Ray Spencer.
Okay, right away.
Ray Spencer? Why are you picking him up?
We got a call from several women who claimed the Hornet came there and took back money Spencer was paying them. This is a bargain he made with their husbands.
What do you mean?
Spencer pulled jobs like that payroll holdup. Then got some poor starving guy with a family to take the rap. In return, he promised to pay a weekly sum to the wife. Get it? Holy crow. We got word that several of the guys have already seen the prison warden and retracted their confessions, putting the blame on Spencer. Wait, I got to call Reed. Wait till he hears this. Boy, I got his scoop this time. So he thinks I don't bring in any news, huh? He'll find out. I bet he's sleeping. So what?
Hello?
Reed, this is Ashford.
I might have known. Just when I get to sleep, you answer.
Hold on, Reed. The cops are picking up Ray Spencer. He paid a lot of guys to go to jail for him. You know, those poor guys whose families were on our list.
Well, what do you know?
It was the Green Hornet working with Spencer who broke things open. He went to take back the dough from the families, the women squawked, and then the cops found out that the guys were...
The story to rewrite.
Well, not yet, but I'm going...
Santa Claus, you're wasting time. Get the story in.
Sure, Reed, but I'm trying to...
Did they pick up the Hornet yet?
The Hornet? Now, hold on, Reed. Don't you know it's a tough place?
Call me when they do. Good night.
Reed, I want to... Hang up on you, huh? Did they pick up the Hornet yet, he says. Then call me when they do. Phooey. Sometimes I think Reed's losing what little part of mind he has. That I do. You'll lose what little job you have if you don't get that story into the Sentinel. Holy crow. Give me that phone, quick.
Exciting story of the Green Hornet.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the United States government made treaties with the Indians in the early days of the West, it did its best to be fair to the red men and reserve certain privileges for them which were denied to the white settlers. In the Oregon Territory, the Chinook Indians were given the right to fish the Columbia River, and the resentment this aroused among a class of renegade whites led to one of the masked rider of the plains' most exciting adventures. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading from the northwest. How, Silver, away! Ranger and Tonto were following a trail that led to the Columbia River. Suddenly, as they topped a rise, they saw a man sprawled on the ground ahead of them. Dismount, Tonto. That man's hurt.
Hurt plenty bad. Him Indian.
Come on. We'll see if there's anything we can do for him. He's one of the Chinooks, isn't he?
That's right.
Give him some of this.
Tonto try find out who hurt Chinook. Hone Kontru. Gua Teno.
Kala Neo. Pata Lono.
Can you learn his name?
Him not tell name. Him say white man kill.
White man? Did a white man do this?
That's what him say.
Help.
Help. That only white man word him know.
Raise him up. I'll try and pour more water down his throat. Well, he's no longer in pain. Did you learn anything further from him, Kimosabe?
No. Him say white man kill. We leave him here. Other Indian find dead Chinook. Then war start.
We can't leave him here. Perhaps if we give him a simple burial where he'll not be found by other Indians, whatever war he was talking about will be averted.
It good we move him. Not good bury him.
You don't think it best to bury him?
No.
Then where shall we take him?
We take that Indian to people.
Where are his people?
Tonto not know. We maybe follow trail.
Very well, Tonto. You know best. We'll get him on Silver, and I'll hold him. You lead the way and follow the trail.
That good.
Tonto, lift him.
Yep. Now hand him here. I can't believe that white men did this. A stone hatchet or something like that was used.
That's right. You got him?
Yes. Lead the way, Tonto. I'll follow you. Two men were concealed in the underbrush at the side of the trail. And as the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode away, one of them laughed.
You heard what they said, didn't you, Steve?
Yeah, I heard, but I ain't chuckling about it. You sure they won't spoil things?
I was afeard they might when they said they was going to plant the redskin. They'd have gone through with that scheme. I was ready to drill him and lug him away. But they ain't going to. They're taking them right to his own Chinook pals.
I hope it knocks a celebration of the Chinook fishing season galley wish.
It should.
Riles me to think that them redskins are having all the fishing that they want, while white folks has to do without. We can't get fishing without paying for it.
Tain't justice.
When Oita sees that redskin dead, he'll figure his old enemy's done it.
Sure he will.
Then instead of starting out with the opening of the salmon season, Oita'll think of war, not fishing. Then we'll have the streams to our own selves while the redskins are busy fighting.
Sure a whopping smart scheme. But once we'll get plenty of salmon, won't have it all took away from us by redskins.
I figure if we handle things right, we can keep that war going till all the redskins get killed off by one another.
Why not? Now, come on back where we left the horses. We'll follow them, too, and make sure that they head for the village.
I sure hanker to hear what old Chief Oita'll have to say.
Feasting, dancing, and singing always marked the opening of the salmon fishing season among the Chinook Indians. But this year they had a better reason for celebrating. After a long war with their closest neighbors, the tribes were once more at peace. And
now we have many good seasons of peace, E.O. No more will we make our war with other people.
You are wise and great, Oita. Your plan was good.
We fish this side of stream. Other people fish other side.
And Hagar was content with plan?
Hagar say plan good. Hagar feel that gods of fishing make good catch for people who live good, punish other people. Hagar not like war. Now we have peace for a long time.
I hope that is for always. Still, Oita, I have fear.
Fear in heart of wife of leader.
What if white men come to steal fish?
White man never invade Indian fishing field. It is law of white man that protect us. We have nothing to fear from white man, E.O.
Oita, what has happened?
The feasting stopped so sudden. Why?
Is that the chief, Cantor? That him.
A white man come here.
Also Indian, but from strange tribe.
Oita, Kamutane, Lasu.
Who comes?
Oita, look, it is
My
us.
son. He who would be leader when I die. What happened?
Oita, you speak white man's tongue?
Me speak.
Him say, this dead man, his son.
We lower him to the ground. The Lone Ranger and Tonto lowered the dead man to the ground. Sorrow and anger were written on the features of the Indians, but they remained silent until suddenly, with a great sob, Io threw herself across the body of her son. A moment later, Oita knelt beside her. He touched the lifeless cheek with gentle fingers. Then, standing erect once more, but with only pride to help him in his grief, he spoke to the masked man.
Who killed?
We found that man dying on the trail, Oita. We brought him here.
Who killed?
We don't know.
You?
No, we didn't kill him.
Old enemy rise to kill. This his way to hurt Oita. Hawkaw kill.
Oita, wait. Your son said white man killed him.
Son want people live in peace. Son no peace terms made.
But he said...
Hawkaw kill. Oita no.
Oita, you wait. Not start war. Maybe you wrong.
Oita not wrong. Treaty is ended. Hawkaw want war. Hawkaw defy. Kill son. We show. Hawkaw.
Tonto, what's he going to do?
Him start war dance now. You watch.
Throwing off his ceremonial band. Snatching a knife from the ground.
Him bury that knife when peace treaty made.
Waving it over his head. Now he's grabbed one of the hammers. He's going to that war drum. Tonto, this is it. I'm afraid we made a mistake.
You bring son here. You start war, all you.
Quick, steady there.
Me kill.
Wait, you'll hurt someone with that knife.
All tribe come.
The thing I've tried to hurt her. Tell them in their own tongue, Tonto, that I was simply stopping her when she tried to knife us.
Not time. We got that way.
Come on then, Tonto. They're too angry to listen now.
Get him up, Scout.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto raced toward the river, and when they reached its banks, headed upstream. It was not until the Chinooks had been left far behind that the masked man raised his arm in a signal to rein up. For a few minutes, Tonto, I thought one of their arrows would get us.
That's plenty close.
I wonder if now that they have an idea that we killed the leader's son, they'll forego their plans to attack that other tribe.
Tonto, think not.
They'll attack anyway? If they do, it'll mean another uprising. It might go on for years before it's settled. The last time there was a war between the tribes, a lot of damage was done to white people's towns and villages. Indians on the warpath take what they need wherever they can find it.
All right, plenty bad.
And the Chinooks have their own customs and habits and a different idea of living.
What you see?
Over there.
Two feller carry something.
That's it. On the side of the hill there. What are they lugging? Look at the bright colors.
It look like totem pole.
Totem pole?
Indian here make totem pole. Them pray to totem pole.
I know, but look at the way those men are moving. I never saw Indians walk like that.
Them feller not Indian.
White men? But what are white men doing with a totem pole?
Sometime white man steal totem pole. That make Indian plenty mad. Sometime other Indians steal it. Think that hurt good luck of tribe.
Tonto, I want to know who those white men are and why they have a Chinook totem pole.
Hey, this totem pole must weigh a ton. Almost done in with leather.
Can't stop now, Steve. Just keep going. We'll soon be done with this here job.
The river's just ahead.
Yep. As soon as we get there, we'll throw her in. The current will carry it right across to the Oita region.
It'll be swell if Oita don't notice it alongside the bank for a few days.
It won't take a few days for Hoggar to miss it.
Sure not.
And when he finds her gone, he'll be plenty sore. He'll suspicion Oita right off the bat and go hunting it.
That ought to work out just right. They'll each be fighting mad at one another. Here, take a look and make sure we're leaving a trail that Hoggar won't have no trouble in following.
We're leaving trail of plenty. Now, lower your end into the water. Yeah. Give me a hand. Help me push the rest of her in.
Here, coming. Now, heave. There. Yeah, the current's got a hold of it already.
Now we'll clear out and see what happened.
That totem pole is floating right across to where Ouida has his camp.
That's right.
Come on. We'll have a closer look at it. In we go, Silver, old boy. That's it, Silver. Steady now.
You want that totem pole?
Yes, I'll toss a rope around it if I can.
Careful. That long toss.
There. Got it. Now we'll see what there is to it.
Tonto, take a look. This Hoggar totem pole.
Hoggar?
That's right. Him feller Ouida plan war on.
And if this drifts to Ouida, Hoggar will think it was stolen by him. Tonto, that Indian told the truth. It was white men who murdered him.
White men want Indian war.
That's it exactly.
Maybe we pull pole back, huh?
No, Tonto. I'm going to loosen the rope and let it go with the current.
Start war.
The death of that brave has already started the war. This will only add fuel to it, make Hoggar as eager to fight as Ouida.
Then we take pole back?
No, I have a plan. Look up on top of that hill.
Huh? Tonto, see?
Come on back to land. Let the totem pole go.
Steady, Skull.
Come on, Silver.
What about hill?
That's Ouida's totem pole, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
All right. That's what my plan is based on. If it works, then not only will be no war, there'll be an everlasting peace between those two tribes.
Well, what you do?
Come on. Get on dry land, and I'll tell you. Up, Silver! Now, Tonto.
Look. There come Hoggar men.
I see them.
Him see trail. Come this way.
I know it. Stand your ground, Tonto.
Him think we steal. Him kill.
If they start shooting, we'll have to make a run for it. I don't want to shoot back. I don't think they'll shoot unless we reach for our guns.
Hoggar, plenty wild. Him lead, you see?
He won't want us to die from a bullet. He'll want to capture us and torture us. So we'll suffer for stealing the totem pole.
That's right.
And that's when we'll have to talk to him and make it mighty impressive.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, trapped between the advancing Hoggar tribe and the stream, stood their ground while the Indians raced toward them. Hoggar himself rode ahead, and when he had reined up in front of the masked man, accused him of stealing the totem pole.
You prisoner.
I'm nobody's prisoner. I'm here, Hoggar, to speak to you.
You take totem pole for Ouida. All gods of totem pole angry. You prisoner. You sacrifice to make gods happy. How God take you, then make Ouida suffer.
Ouida does not want your totem pole. Look, see on the hill. Ouida has his own totem pole.
You steal. You prisoner. Come.
Hoggar, hear what I say. The spirit of your totem pole has words for you. There is a message. You must wait to hear it. Go. Go back where you came from. Wait there and hear the message of your spirit. Be guided by it.
You steal.
Go back. Wait.
Him not happy what you say.
Can you give him that message, Tonto? Tell him to return and wait. Tell him that he doesn't know what I do about his tribal spirit. The spirit will bring a message to him at the next sunrise. Make him understand.
What you say?
Hoggar, Palosa Benge, Padumatula, Maluka, Dakane, Balu, Gogola Katana Baku,
Chachakula,
Verne Kome, Watana.
At least you made Hoggar talk it over with his braves. What did you tell him, Tonto?
Me say, him not go back. Red fire from sky explode, kill all Hoggar people.
You made it pretty strong.
And Tonto make it stronger.
What are you getting from your saddlebag?
Me got signal from railroad.
A red torch?
No, fix it. Light it. Scare Hoggar plenty.
The very thing. Go on, light it. Show him the red fire.
Now. Verne Come! Verne Come!
Father Come!
That's the way well that point so far, Tonto.
Now what we do?
Now, Kemosabe, we're going to follow the trail of those men who brought that totem pole here.
Get him up, Scout!
Hail, Silver! Hooray!
That night, the two renegade whites could hear the war drums of Oita's tribe from their camp.
You that war dancing again, Kay?
There'll be plenty of fireworks in the morning. Give them critters a night to get roused up, and they'll be ready to raise hob.
Kay,
Huh?
you hear a horse?
I wasn't noticing. Did you?
Yeah. You reckon Hogaw's men have trailed us here and want us...
We're not Hogaw's men.
Put up hands.
Redskins. Stand up, both of you. You're coming with us. We have a job for you.
Hey, you're a white man, and masked at that. What's the idea of throwing a gun on us? We ain't redskins.
I have a pretty good idea what you are. Now come along.
For what and where to?
You'll be able to dig up the second totem pole much easier than the first. You've had some practice. Bring your spades along. You'll need them.
Now, see here, stranger. This ain't no way sociable at all.
This isn't a social visit, and we're wasting time.
Hey, I'm roped.
Hey, let go of that rope.
Back, Silver.
Stop! I'm pulling up the Kay. Let us loose, eh?
He gets spade.
You can walk along ahead of us or be dragged behind us. It's up to you. Come on, boy.
Let up, stranger.
I can't run like this. Look out, Steve.
Hey, you're walking on my feet.
We'll go ahead. Now, stranger, we'll do what you say.
Get going, then.
Now, look, what's your idea anyhow?
You've been meddling with the Chinooks. Now we'll meddle.
All we want is to save the fishing for the white folks. Them Chinooks will take all the fishing if we don't.
If you're going to stand and argue, I'll drag you.
No, we're walking.
Where to? To the ford, then across the stream and up the hill to Oita's totem pole. Keep going till you get there. If you slow down, we'll drag you. Now start in.
Oh, I'm plumb out of strength. I can't stand no more.
That'll be too bad, because you'll have a hard time digging up that pole unless you stand. Start digging.
When we got it loose, then what?
You'll find out. Now dig.
I'm all in it.
Dig. Now get it on your shoulders and start walking.
Oh, my sakes, I can't. I'm wore out.
You carried that other one. Now carry this one.
Stranger, I can't.
But you're going to. It's downhill to the water. Now start. If I have to haul that totem pole with my horse, I'll lash you both to it. Lift it.
But I can't.
You lift.
Look out, that knife. Come on, Kay. We ain't no choice.
Early the next morning, Oita led his men in a prayer for victory. Then, leaping to the backs of their ponies, they headed for Hogaw's village. But the Lone Ranger and Tonto had reached the village before them. Hogaw felt that he had been tricked, and at the sight of the masked man, he shouted,
"Do not tell truth! Totem pole not here at sunrise. Totem spirit have no message."
"The spirit has the message for you. You'll have to follow me to hear it. Bring all your braves, Hogaw."
"You prisoner."
Tell him in his own words, Tonto.
Hogaw, Taluta Benge, Padumatula.
Now tell him to follow us.
Baku.
Niguma.
Baku, Hogaw. Baku. Gula, Paneku. Baku.
Otto.
Get him up, Scout. Hail, Silver, hooray!
Leading the tribe and their chief, the Lone Ranger headed for the stream, then followed it until he reached the shallow water where the great horse Silver plunged in. The Indians, close behind, splashed through the water toward the opposite shore. There a strange sight met their eyes. 2 totem poles were firmly planted on the bank. Oita's close beside Hogaw's. "Stand, Hogaw!" Stand here until Oita comes.
Oita come now. You see.
No sooner had Oita's men flashed into sight than their chief ordered them to stop. Both leaders stared at the totem poles. Cantor, get close to Hogo. Interpret what I say for him. Hurry. I've got to speak before these Indians start shooting.
Come, Skulk. Come.
Oita, you want war because your son is murdered. His murderers will be dealt with by the white man's law. Hogo had no part in the murder.
You enemy?
I'm no enemy, Oita. I'm friend. Friend of you and friend of Hogo. Hear me, all of you. Look at your spirits. See what has happened. The spirits were unhappy. They moved together near the water. Oita, come with me. Hogo, come. We shall go closer to the totem poles. Tonto repeated what the Lone Ranger had said in the Chinook tongue. Then the two chiefs rode close to the totem poles. They saw two white men lying on the ground in front of them, and... Don't you understand what the spirits mean to tell you? This, Hogo, is the message I told you about. There, Oita, are the men who killed your son. You see their feet? They wear Indian shoes to leave a trail that would deceive you. One of them has an Indian hatchet. The spirits have given you the murderers. They've moved together to tell you they want you and Hogo to live together in peace as long as the two spirits stand. Does Hogo understand, Tonto?
Tonto, tell him.
I think it'll work, Himasabi. I think our plan will work.
Hogo, go close to Oita now.
We're going to discuss it.
Spirits want two people live as one in peace and happiness, Oita. This is spirit tell us that we not war.
You not want war, Hogo. My people not want war. White men bad. Make Oita think you kill son.
We not kill.
Then we live in peace.
We live, as spirits say, together. I go tell my people.
Did they agree, Tonto?
Hogo, go now. Tell tribe.
What of them white men?
Those white men, Oita, were bad. They'll be punished by the white man's laws. We'll take them away from here with us.
You punish?
Yes.
We not fight Oita's men. We want peace. Always.
Hogo people want peace. That good. Now we live in peace.
No war?
While totem poles stand side by side, Oita and Hogo never fight.
Then go and tell your people they can return to fishing.
I go.
Take one of those white men, Tonto. Take him on your horse. He can't walk anymore. I'll take the other. The Indians are at peace. Now to take care of these crooks.
Now we're ready.
We're right with you.
They won't kill us?
You did well. You'd said a word or made a move. I think I'd have turned you over to those Indians to be punished in their way. Instead, you're going to be tried before a white man's court.
Oh, now look, mister. We work like slaves the whole of the night. We're all done in.
Get on my horse.
But look here. Oh, I can hardly move.
You killed an Indian and very nearly started a war. Aside from everything else, you two have a murder to account for. You gave me your confession.
I know, but we worked.
The work was for your plan to start trouble. You paid your debt for stealing Hogo's totem pole. But you still have another debt to pay. We're going to town, and you can argue with the law.
Steve, don't give that critter no argument. After working for him, a jail with a place to sleep will sure seem good.
Hail, Silver! Away! story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Crime doesn't stand a chance against Dick Tracy. Up next.
And now, Dick Tracy.
This is Dick Tracy on the case of the careless crooner. Stand by for action. Let's go, men.
Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order. How many of you Tracy fans know what ornithology is? Well, it's the study of birds. And exactly 163 years ago today, one of America's best-known ornithologists was born. His name, John James Audubon. But he wasn't born in the U.S. His birthplace was Les Cayes in what is now the Republic of Haiti. And he was educated in France. His father, a French Navy captain, had commanded a naval vessel at the Battle of Yorktown during the Revolutionary War and had acquired a farm near Philadelphia. There, Audubon spent 10 years collecting birds and making sketches of them. His interest in birds served him well because when he was about 40 years old, he met Alexander Wilson, known as the father of American ornithology. Wilson was trying to publish a book describing American birds, and his drawings were rather crude. Well, this gave Audubon the idea of publishing his own book, which he did the following year. All of you have no doubt seen Audubon's pictures of birds. Some of you are members of one of America's 3,500 junior Audubon clubs. These and our various Audubon societies were all named after the man whose birthday anniversary we observe today, John James Audubon. And now, here is Dick Tracy.
Now, about this job of being a detective. I promised I'd take you with me, and we'd try and work out this blackmail case from the very beginning. You remember that Iris Ashland came to me and asked me to recover some letters for her. These letters had been written by her younger sister in a silly moment to a crooner named Artie Choate. And Choate was just the kind of heel who would threaten to reveal the contents of the letters to the public and cause a scandal. As Iris Ashland explained to me,
my younger sister Joan is now engaged to marry a very fine young man of good family. If he or his parents should learn that Joan wrote silly love letters to Artie Choate, well, the engagement would be off. So I want you to go to that miserable crooner and buy the letters. I don't care how you get them, but get them.
But it was no go. Artie Choate told me to go fly my kite. The letters were his, all 6 of them, and he'd do business when he got good and ready. So Pat Patton and I dropped over to have another talk with Miss Ashland. If Choate wouldn't play ball, there was very little anybody could do.
Oh, yes, there is something somebody can do. I'm not going to let him ruin my sister's life.
Oh, come now.
And that's exactly what he'll do. He's a mean, nasty little worm. Oh, yes, the Bobby Soxers swoon in the aisles when he sings. But you know and I know he has a disposition like a...
That he has, Miss Ashland. He's a bad boy. But we can't take a few love letters away from him by force, now can we?
Well,
and he doesn't want to sell them. He says. So our hands are tied.
Perhaps your hands are tied, but not mine. There are ways of shutting Mr. Choate up.
Oh, sure. Many's the time I've turned him off on my radio. But this is different.
Do you see this?
Oh, no, Miss Ashland. You're surely not so desperate that you'd...
Have you a permit for this gun?
Yes, I have a permit for this gun, and I know how to use it, too. If you men can't make Artie Choate see the light, if you can't convince him to give up Joan's letters and stop threatening her happiness, then I'll...
Now, wait. Wait. Let's not be hasty.
Hasty?
I said let's not be hasty. Now, I've been to see Choate.
And got exactly nowhere.
Will you listen a moment? And put that gun away. No, not back in your purse. In the desk drawer.
All right. But I don't like the way you...
You came to me and asked me to handle this problem for you. It isn't in my line of work, but because of my friendship for your father, because of his memory, I agreed to help you and your sister. But either you let me handle this in my own way, or I'll withdraw from the case. And I won't have you waving a gun around and threatening. Is that clear?
Yes.
All right, then. Now, I'm going to have another try at Artie Choate.
That's a good idea. Catch him when he's in a more cheerful mood. Although I doubt if he ever is.
And I must ask you to stay out of this, Miss Ashland. And I want your sister Joan to keep in the background, too. By the way, is she here in the apartment? I'd like to talk to her.
Joan is up in the country at a house party. She won't be back tonight.
Well, you tell her to keep on staying away and not to meddle in this. And I'll try my luck with Choate again about 2 o'clock in the morning.
But why visit a fella like Artie the crooner at 2 bells in the a.m.? We ought to be in bed asleep like decent people.
Well, Pat, Choate and his band are playing at the Belshazzar Hotel. They don't play Home Sweet Home until 1 a.m. So I figure we can drop in at Choate's apartment about 2. Might be a good time.
Well, I'm not a night owl, Richard. I like to keep regular hours. But business before pleasure, I suppose. So let's find a taxi and ride up to his place in a wee small
No, 2 a.m. isn't exactly business hours. But musicians aren't exactly business people. That goes for singers, too. The kind who cry into a microphone. So Pat and I took a cab up to the Choate apartment building and got out. As we stood on the sidewalk under a streetlight, a fella came along with a large paper bag in his arms. When he got closer, I recognized him. He was Bells Jackson, the piano player for Choate's band. He saw us and stopped.
Hey, Jack, where's the fire? I wish I had time. I'd go for fires.
Oh, hello there. You're Mr. Jackson.
Huh?
What fire?
Didn't you hear the sirens just now?
No, you mean just now?
Yeah, sure. Clanging along down the street there.
Well, I'm sorry we missed the excitement. Is your boss in?
Boss? Oh, you mean Artie?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, he's in.
You remember me, don't you? My name's Tracy, and this is Mr. Patton.
You want to see Artie?
Mm-hmm.
He's not in a very good mood.
Is he ever in a very good mood?
He's hungry. Sometimes after he eats, he's like he used to be. I've been out getting some hamburgers.
Well, fine. Then we'll just go up to the apartment with you. You live up there with Choate?
Oh, no. But I have to look after the band's music, keep it up to date. I make the arrangements and a lot of other things.
Isn't it a bit late to be fooling around with music, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, this is special. Tonight was our last night.
How do you mean?
We finished at the Belshazzar Hotel. We have 2 weeks to lay off.
Oh. Well, then Mr. Choate ought to be in a good frame of mind with 2 weeks vacation ahead of him.
Yeah, that's right. He ought to... Somebody ought to answer that.
Answer what?
That telephone. Ringing someplace in this building.
I don't hear any bell ringing. Do you, Dick?
No, but then perhaps Mr. Jackson has keener ears than we have.
Wait a minute. Oh, it stopped now. Okay, let's go up to the 5th floor. Just push number 5 button.
Okay.
Looks to me as if you're also the handyman for Mr. Choate, playing the piano, working on music, and running out for hamburgers and stuff.
I don't mind.
What's Choate going to do with his 2-week holiday?
I don't know. I think he's going hunting someplace.
Hunting?
Uh-huh.
In the spring? In April?
I think he was going down south someplace. Yeah, hunting. He was cleaning a revolver. Yeah, he must have been going out to kill something. You do that with a revolver, you know.
What can you hunt with a revolver?
I don't know all the answers, Pat, but...
I remember now. You guys were up here this afternoon.
That's right. Say, by the way, what's your first name?
Horace. Horace Jackson. Nearly everybody calls me Bells.
Bells? Why do they call you...
Oh, yeah. They say I hear bells and gongs and things. They say I hear squad car sirens and... Oh, they're only fooling. I'm a good piano player. They all admit that. All of them. Oh, solid. Come on in. The door's unlocked. Just go on right in. Artie's in the front room. Oh, this way. We're going this way. I hope he won't be angry with me for bringing you up here.
Steady, boys, steady.
Artie, I hope you won't mind, but these men were just... Artie, you asleep? Hey, what's the matter?
Stand back from there. Stand back. Artie Choate isn't asleep.
Huh?
He's dead.
Dead, you say? Well, how could he be? I mean...
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. With a bullet in his head.
Dead. Artie's dead?
Yes, he's got himself a vacation, all right. A nice, long vacation. But even from where I stand, I can tell one thing is certain. This wasn't an accident. This is murder.
It's a telephone. You can hear it, can't you? Right there on the desk.
Yes, I hear it.
Well, why don't you answer it? Don't let it ring. Don't let it ring.
I'll answer it, but I want to use my handkerchief to cover the receiver. There may be fingerprints and... Hello? Hello? Whoever it was hung up.
It's murder, all right, Dick. No man could do away with himself like this.
I thought he was asleep across the desk. He looks like he's asleep, doesn't he? But here's the gun. The one he was cleaning right here on the desk.
Stay away from there. I don't want anything touched. This is a job for homicide. Pat?
Yeah, I know. I make the calls. Is there an extension phone in this apartment, Bells? Mr. Jackson?
Huh? Extension?
Yes. Is there another telephone? I don't want to use this one.
Oh, yeah. In his bedroom, by the bed.
Lead the way. I'll try to get Lieutenant Berkey. He ought to be on the early morning.
Well, what started out to be a simple job of buying a few old love letters back from a man has turned into murder. And right now, you know as much about the case as I do. It was certainly quite a shock to find Artie Choate sprawled across the library desk, dead. There was a revolver on the desk, too. But I didn't touch it. The first rule is not to touch anything. To call the police. If you do anything else, you just get yourself into trouble. Now then, I want you to be with me when the next step is taken. And tomorrow I'll give you the ABCs of a detective's thinking. So let's get on this case and solve it quickly.
In a minute, we'll return to Dick Tracy. But first, what will it be like for a couple to go to the movies in 1955? You'll hear the hilarious answer to this momentous question on this Wednesday night's Great Bing Crosby Show. You see, the question comes up when Bing and his glamorous guest star, movie queen Claudette Colbert, exchange quips over conditions in theater lobbies. Their humorous repartee leads into a laugh-packed sketch in which the Groner and Claudette play a couple about to visit the Flickers 7 years from now. On Wednesday night's show, the lovely Miss Colbert will also be given the chance to sing as she and Bing join voices in You Are Too Dangerous, Cherie, a song they'll do in French. As usual, Bing will delight you with a few solos, the same being the Thousand Islands song, A Friendly Mountain, and I May Be Wrong. He'll be backed by the fine harmony of the Rhythmaires and the wonderful music of John Scott Trotter's orchestra. You're sure to enjoy every minute of this Bing Crosby show, guest starring Claudette Colbert. So, Tracy fans, remember to be on hand this Wednesday night at 10 o'clock in the East and 9 o'clock elsewhere, when the Bing Crosby Show is on the air over most ABC stations. And now, back to Dick Tracy.
Yeah, I got hold of Lieutenant Berkey, Dick. He'll be right along.
Good. This is a job for homicide, Pat. We better not mix in.
Yeah, but we're already mixed in. We can't just say we were standing here waiting for a streetcar.
No, we'll have to explain our connection, of course. Meanwhile, let's have a talk with Bells Jackson. I'd like to get his story.
There's a thrill and plenty of inside detective tips on this case of the careless crooner. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for the adventures of Dick Tracy, featuring Jeff Morrow and Carl Eastman. And this is George Gunn speaking. There's no business like show business, especially when you have two top comedians like Abbott and Costello in their own funny show every Wednesday night. Yes, this famous madcap couple carry on in a strictly wacky vein on their ABC program each Wednesday, with Lou Costello giving out with his famous bad boy routine. His partner, Bud Abbott, acts as foil to Lou's shenanigans. Abbott and Costello bring their usual contagious brand of humor to their ABC Wednesday Night Fun Fest, aided and abetted by singer Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. For a carload of laughs, don't forget the Abbott and Costello Show when it's heard every Wednesday night over most of these same ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters who are up next.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case history.
Tonight, the case of the horse race hijackers who found a bulletproof racket to rob Peter without paying Paul, but who learned too late that the law itself is bulletproof.
And now to gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked John J. Sullivan, former chief of detectives and deputy police commissioner, City of New York, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. The inside facts in the case of the horse race hijackers. Commissioner Sullivan, I know the gang you're going to tell us about tonight was one of the most troublesome the New York City police have run up against in recent years.
That's right, Don. Detectives in Brooklyn had a difficult time. Although they suspected numerous crimes were being committed by this gang, there was never so much as a complaint from a victim.
No complaints? That sounds odd. Suppose you tell us about it, Commissioner.
Well, Don, I think it'd be best to start last summer. On a side street in the busy Flatbush section of Brooklyn, there was a small delicatessen store. One morning, as the proprietor was about finished waiting on one customer, another man opened the door and walked in.
Hiya, Gus. Oh.
Yeah, I'll be with you in a moment, Rico, when I get through with the customer.
Yeah, take your time, Gus.
Let's see, Mr. Beer, cheese, salt, anything else?
No, that's all right now.
60 and 20 is 80 and 12 is 92.
Yeah, 92.
Oh, excuse me a minute.
Yes, go ahead.
Gus Delicatessen, Gus talking.
Hello, Gus. It's Mrs. Stanchek.
Oh, hold the phone a minute, Mrs. Stanchek. I got a customer.
Oh, okay, Gus.
Where's your dough, mister?
92 cents, right. So long. Come again.
Yeah, I'll come again. Soon.
Another minute, Rico.
Okay.
The customer on the phone.
I got plenty of time, Gus.
Yeah, Mrs. Stanchek.
Look, Gus, I'll tell you what I want.
Yeah?
Give me 2 to win and 2 to show on Pelican in the 4th at Jamaica.
Pelican 202. Yeah. Anything else, Mrs. Stanchek?
Yeah, throw in a $2 bet for me on the blue and gold entry in the 7th, will you?
I got it. Okay.
Right, I'll talk to you tomorrow, Gus.
Okay. Rico, better I should stick to the delicatessen business. This taking bets on the ponies is getting down my nerve.
You got no complaint, Gus. You get all the gravy and none of the risk.
None of the risk. All I can see is cops. I thought even the customer just now was a cop. Every time that door opens, I get a feeling it's a law. The law is hot on us. I don't want no law.
So what? A little pinch, a little fine. You don't even have to pay that. We pay it for you. I tell you, you're riding a gravy train.
Yeah, maybe. But someday I'm going to wake up and find a skunk in the caboose.
All right, then quit. Who's stopping you?
Well, Rico, the money is easy, all right?
Well, what are you complaining then? Let's see your sheets.
Yeah, I got them all ready for you. We had a good week, a lot of bets.
Yeah, it's not bad, Gus. Not bad. The boss will like this.
And here's the cash take.
You got your percentage out?
But naturally.
20, 40, 60, 80.
Put it away, Rico. It's coming somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, it's him. That same fella. He's back. I told you, cops, Rico. What do we...
Quiet, Gus. I'll take a look at whatever you put in your pocket. You got no right to look at anything.
Please, gentlemen, my store...
Shut up, you. You're in enough trouble already.
Yeah.
Come on, hand it over. You'll need a warrant, copper. Copper? Do we look like cops? Hey, what is this? What's it look like? It's a heist. Get what's on him, pal. Look, you guys, you're going to get in trouble. Don't move, Rico.
Please, my...
That's enough out of you two. Here we are, boss, all his collections. Well, let's go. What about the cash register?
Oh, no.
Forget it. It's not in our line. Forget it. Right. Don't either of you move for 5 minutes. Remember. Come on. Come on, boys.
Rico, I quit. I got to quit. Ordinary hold-up men is bad enough, but hijackers means big trouble.
Shut up. And keep quiet about this, Gus, until I talk to the boss. If any mob thinks they can get away with hijacking us, they're nuts.
That incident, Don, in a Brooklyn delicatessen store whose proprietor had a sideline of taking bets on horse races, started off a series of events which together make tonight's case. Whenever one gang of criminals fights another, the job of the police is extremely difficult. Horse race betting away from the track is a crime and is carried on undercover by racketeers and gamblers. These big shots manage to keep themselves far away from the actual transaction of the bet, and thus can seldom be touched by law enforcement officers. When a situation such as this hijacking arises, naturally the racketeers will not report it to the police. They prefer to handle it in their own way, as you'll see. But the hijackers also had plans, and they were discussing them in a tavern a few hours after their first job.
Now, look, Cahill, you still got to sell me. Maybe we were just lucky.
Well, you'll have to make up your mind, Luke. In or out. It was a cinch the way we handled that job in the delicatessen store this morning. We can repeat the same thing 100 times.
Yeah, but you know what I'm worried about. Those bookies are tough if they want to be. They got all kinds of muscle men. We can't go around knocking over their collectors without getting the big shots peeved.
Yeah, I'd let them get peeved. As long as we don't have cop trouble, I'm not excited.
Yeah, that's another thing. What makes you so sure the cops won't stick their nose in, huh?
Yeah, use your head, Luke. If you were taking bets on the horses, would you run to the cops should some hijack your money or collectors? Nah, not in your life you wouldn't. The cops would throw you in a can sooner than look at you.
Okay, we'll try it until something better turns up.
What could be better? This is the safest pitch in the world. A few weeks' work, make us a rich bunch of boys, and without a beef to the law from the gamblers. That's all. Just a few weeks' work. Now let's get to it. Now, look, boss. Now, could I help it? They got me tagged, that's all.
Once I can understand, Vigo, but getting hijacked 3 times in a month ain't fun anymore.
You talk like I was the only one getting took. They're knocking runners from every bookie in town.
Yeah, things are bad all over. Here's a glass of beer for you, Rigo.
Yeah, thanks.
You keep your nose out of this, Stella. Look, Rigo, I'm telling you once and for all, this has got to stop.
All right, then, look, Gray, how about giving me a little protection?
You're no baby. Start packing a heater yourself.
Be reasonable, will you, Gray? There was 4 of them last time. Besides, I never used a gun before.
It's easy. Just be careful not to point it at people you like.
Go on, Rigo, Scram.
Well, what are we going to do, Gray?
Go on, get those collections in.
Look, Gray.
Yeah?
You were kidding about me packing a gun, huh?
Yeah, forget it. Go on, collect it, though.
Sure, Gray, sure.
And be careful.
I'll check with you later.
Don't say it, Stella, don't say it.
Who said I was going to say something?
Well, you were thinking it. Oh, what a spot to be in.
Oh, why don't you stop yapping and do something about it?
Yeah. Get me the police commissioner on the phone. I want to register a complaint.
Well, if I were you,
Well, you're not me. But go ahead.
Okay. Look, there must be a dozen bookmakers like you losing a bundle of dough every week.
So?
So why don't you all get together? You know, e pluribus unum.
With those chumps?
Or didn't you ever hear of a trade association where all the competitors get together for the mutual benefit of the industry?
I hate to say so, Stella, but maybe you got an idea.
See? Mention the word mutual and already you're interested.
Yeah, maybe between us we can round up enough heats to scare those hijackers off. Yeah, think I'll call Burley and the Gimp. This is something they ought to be real glad to hear.
Detective Division, Lieutenant O'Rourke.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant Martin.
Oh, yes, Sergeant.
I just picked up a piece of information.
Yes?
It seems our friend Gray and Burley and the Gimp, plus a few other big shot bookies, had a meeting last night.
Well, that must be on the hijacking of their collectors.
I wouldn't be surprised. This guy told me they're going to take some action.
All right, I've been expecting it, Sergeant.
You know, I wish we could take some action.
No, I don't see how we can yet. We have no report that there have been robberies. Everything we know unofficially. When the time comes, we'll move in.
Hope that guy has as much on him now as last time, Cahill.
We'll see in a minute. Now, run his car into the curb, right? Hold on. Come on, let's take it, right? Hey, what's the idea? Come on, get out of there. Hey, listen, you guys.
I want that dough. Come on, get out.
Hey, let go of me, will you?
Watch it, pal. Another car.
Yeah, I see it. Come on, back the car.
Gorillas, I'm going to shoot.
All right, give it back to him. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, right with you.
Let's go, yeah.
All right, straight ahead. And turn left.
So, Don, as the police had feared, open warfare broke out between the syndicate of racehorse bookmakers and the gangsters who were hijacking their collectors and messengers. Now, with or without a complaint from the victims, it was the job of the police to bring the situation to a head.
Now, back to gangbusters. You were telling us, Commissioner Sullivan, how strong-arm men employed by the horse race gambling syndicate and the bandits who were hijacking the gamblers' messengers engaged in a gun battle on a Brooklyn street.
That's right, Don. And within seconds after the shooting fray, members of both parties had fled the scene. Fortunately, no one was injured. By the time Lieutenant Frank O'Rourke, head of the squad of detectives assigned to investigate the rumored hijackings, arrived on the scene, a large crowd had gathered.
All right. Stand back there. Come on, Lieutenant.
Right with you.
Come on, open up here. Coming through.
Police officers, open up. Coming through. Coming through.
All right, come on.
Step back.
Now, look, go on home, folks. There's nothing to see. It's all over. I said it's all over. Now, come on, break it up.
Sergeant.
Yeah, coming, Lieutenant. Get it moving out of here. Okay, right. Oh, wow. All Brooklyn must be here, Lieutenant.
Any witness have a description of these men?
No, nobody could say what any of them looked like. Most of the people on the sidewalk even thought the men in the second car might have been police officers. What do you make of it, Lieutenant?
Go out and pick up Gray. I want to talk to him.
Ah, and you think the bookies' guerrillas jumped up the hijackers, huh?
Yeah, maybe. One thing I do know, I don't want anything like this to happen again.
All right, Lieutenant. I'll see if I can find Gray for you. I think I know where I can put my hand on him.
Good. When I get through with Gray, I think he'll be glad to help us find those hijackers.
Okay, Hill, I ditched the car. What do you want, Luke? A medal?
What's eating you?
What do you think? Oh, now, look, you're not going to let a couple of muscle men scare us off. We can take care of ourselves. We got a sweet thing.
We quit for a while.
Oh, now, look,
I thought you were the guy who had to be sold on this deal.
Yeah, but now that it's going, it's okay. I like it fine.
We still quit.
Oh, now, look, we figured this would happen sooner or later. All right, so it happened soon.
That's enough. We quit.
But nothing so sweet will come along for a century.
Forget
I
it.
just parked it at the curb over on Beverly Road. You know what? There were 5 slugs in the back. Those guys shoot straighter than I figured.
I know they can shoot straight. That's why we're laying off for a while. But we keep our eyes on those money runners. I got an idea if we relax, they relax. And as soon as the bookies take the guerrillas off, we go back for more.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so? That's the way to do it.
It's the only way to do it. Now go tell the boys what's cooking. I want them to stay around where I can get in touch.
And in the 4th race, a change of jockeys on number 6 China Plain. The jockey will be P. Ronson instead of Blake, as shown in your program.
What do they want to go changing jockeys for, Gray? Does that mean something?
How should I know?
Well, you ought to know.
It don't make any difference who's up, Stella. The horse can't win.
How do you know he can't win? He's got 4 legs like the rest.
Don't figure, that's all. Now, if you got a bet, look for something else in the race.
Yeah? And somebody's looking for you.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Oh, Gray. Taking a busman's holiday?
Oh, wait, Copper. This is a private box.
Yeah? Well, we've got a private box waiting for you downtown. Come on.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Shut up, Stella. What's the charge?
We'll talk about it on the way downtown. Come on.
Stella, call my lawyer.
Hey, you can't leave me here alone.
Maybe you'd like to come along, too.
Well, since you put it that way.
Let's go, Gray. The lieutenant's waiting.
And the horses for the 4th race, the Purple Stakes for fillies and mares 3 years old and upwards, at the conclusion of the 25th running of the Purple Stakes.
Ah, hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Sergeant. Where have you got Gray?
Well, he's still in the holdover cell, and he's burning.
Let him burn. Come on, I want to see him.
You know, I don't see what you're going to get out of Gray. He's not the talking type.
Maybe he's not.
It's the next cell.
Hello, Gray. Been fixing any fights lately?
Well, it's about time somebody showed up.
Open up, Sergeant.
All right.
So, you're getting smart and turning me out, huh? Or did my lawyer show up with a writ already?
Neither, Gray. I'm just coming in for a little chat.
Now, wait a minute. We got nothing to talk about.
Haven't we?
No. And you got nothing to hold me on either. I want out of here right now.
Okay.
As soon as you make a formal complaint on those robberies.
I don't know anything about any robbery.
You know all about them. Let's get this straight. It doesn't make any difference who the victim is. Robbery is still robbery. And it's my job to clear it up.
Look, Copper, it's bad enough I'm in here. I don't need a lecture.
Well, you're getting one, Gray. And it's too bad we can't hook you and all the guys like you instead of some storekeeper who's taking bets for you. Someday we'll get through that cover you've got.
Yeah, maybe. But right now, I want out of here.
Perhaps after I hear all about those hijackings.
Not on your life, Bud. If I give you a statement, I'm admitting I'm making book. Handle this my own way.
Look, Gray, I'm not going to stand for gun battles between a bunch of bums who don't give a hoot how many lives they take.
If you're talking about that machine gun fracas, I don't know a thing.
All right, Gray, you can rot in this cell until you tell me what you know.
I don't scare so quick, Copper. My lawyer's on the way over with a writ. I'll be out of here in an hour.
This time, yes.
What do you mean this time?
Exactly this. I'm issuing orders to have you picked up every time you show your face on the street.
I can't do that.
Can't I?
No, that's persecution.
Not the way I look at it, Gray.
I'll get this straight. I got my own way of taking care of such rats. I don't need no help from the law.
All right, Gray, you asked for it. We'll see a lot of you around here.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yes?
Just a minute. Look, I can't make no statement about the hijackings. That'd be cutting my own throat. You got me in the middle.
I think you got yourself in the middle, Gray.
Give me a little time to think it over, will you?
How much time?
Couple of days, that's all.
Okay, I'll give you a couple of days. But in the meantime, you call off those hoodlums. I don't want any more shooting scrapes.
Yeah, sure.
And get Burley and the Gimp to do the same. Or they know what to expect.
Okay, Lieutenant, okay. The guerrillas are through.
And today. So long.
Hey, I thought I was getting out.
When your lawyer gets here with a writ, not before. We'll be seeing you.
Well, that's a fine way to treat a guy. I'm an American citizen, you know. I got some rights even if I am here. I never seen anything like this anyway.
It's too bad you got to bargain with a guy like that, Lieutenant.
Bargain?
Yeah. I only wish we could leave him in a cell and throw the key away.
There's no bargain to it, Sergeant.
Oh, no?
Huh. I've got an idea. As soon as those hoodlums stop protecting the bookies' messengers, the hijackers go back to work.
Ah, yeah.
We catch them in the act and wash this whole case up.
And I want to do the catching, Lieutenant.
Yes, Sergeant. So do I.
Now, back to Gangbusters.
But I'm telling you, Gray, it ain't safe without protection.
You just go ahead and make your collections, Rigo. I'll tell you what's safe.
Trip to Mexico ought to be safe.
Look, boss, so we ain't been bothered in 2 weeks. That's because we had that protection. You take those muscle men off, and that hijacking crowd will be right back heisting us.
You don't think these guys have been waiting around here, do you? They're probably in California or up in the mountains or someplace.
Just make your collections, Rigo. Leave the brain work to us.
I'm getting sick of your wisecrack, Stella.
Who asked you to listen?
Listen here, you...
All right. That's enough out of both of you. Get out and get that dough, Rigo. I got bigger troubles on my mind.
Hello, Gail. Sit down, Luke. Well, it's like you figured. They all got rid of the guerrillas. You sure? Would I be telling you if I wasn't? I tailed that Rigo guy all day. There was nobody with him. And the same goes for the others. Good. And we get back to work. And we'll take more of them over now than ever. You know something, Luke? What? Don't tell anybody. We're the only guys that ever beat the bookies. Yeah. And when you got a sure thing, press it. That's exactly what we're going to do.
Listen, Rigo, I'm scared. If the cops don't take me for bookmaking, maybe the hijackers get me. I'm scared.
Now, what do you got to be scared about? Look at me. I'm the guy they've been heisting.
From the delicatessen business, maybe. I don't make so much money, but I live longer.
Forget it, will you? Let's see your sheets. I got to get some more.
A customer. Yes, sir, mister. Can I help you?
Well, wait till you get finished with the other gentleman. For me, I'm just a salesman. Go ahead.
What do you have, mister?
You got any imported Roquefort cheese yet?
No, but I got domestic blue cheese.
No, thanks. Wife wants imported. Much obliged.
Well, you try again in a couple of days. I expect some imported.
Yeah, I will. Thanks.
Well, Sergeant?
That's Rigo in there, all right, Lieutenant.
That Gus must be taking bets for Gray.
Yeah, I'd say he was.
Make a note of the gambling squad.
Yeah, I'll tell him. Now, what about Rigo?
We'll wait till he comes out of the delicatessen and pick up his trail.
Okay, Gale. Here's Rigo. All right, park the car, quick. Now, you all know your jobs?
Yes, you will.
All right, we'll run him into that alley. Let's go. I'll talk to him. All right, Rigo.
Hey. Oh, not again.
Get in that alley.
Look, guys. Get in there. Hey, listen, fun's fun. Don't you guys know when to stop?
We haven't even started yet, pal. You can tell your boss that. Okay, this is far enough. All right. See what he's got on him.
Pleasure. You guys ought to have more sense.
Shut up. Hold still, you, before I take a poke at you.
All right, you men, hands up.
What cops?
Hands up.
Give it to him.
Duck. Come on, up the alley. Let's go.
There they go, officer. They went up the alley.
You all right, Rigo?
Yeah, I'm okay.
And stay here till we get back. Come on, Sergeant.
Okay.
Hold it. Up against the building.
Right.
This alley's a dead end.
Yeah, I know.
They can't get through. They've got to be waiting up at the end.
Well, let's get him.
All right, Sergeant. Stick close to the building and take it easy.
Right with you.
Okay. Hold it here a second.
Yeah.
All right, you men. Come out of there with your hands up. Come out of there right now.
Not me, copper.
Watch it.
Stick here, Sergeant.
Where are you going?
There's that loading platform across the way. I should be able to see him from behind that.
They may get you going across.
Cover me with some shots. That'll keep their heads down.
Right.
Now,
You okay, Lieutenant?
Fine. Come out of there, you men.
Not on your life.
All right, Sergeant.
Hold it, will you?
That's enough, Sergeant.
We're coming out, don't shoot.
All right, come out with your hands in the air. All of you.
Watch him, Lieutenant. Don't shoot, copper. Don't you give up. Don't shoot.
Just keep walking.
We're through. We're all through.
That's far enough.
Now keep your hands up, you. They're up.
Well, they're a fine-looking bunch, eh, Lieutenant?
Look, we didn't do nothing wrong. They only took from the gamblers. They're criminals. We didn't do nothing wrong.
you're a little bit twisted, fellow. You're all wrong. That doesn't make the bookies right. And if it's any satisfaction to you, we'll get them, too. Now, let's go.
So, Don, the hijack gang was broken up, and its members were sent to the penitentiary for long terms. I'm sorry I can't say the same for the big-time gamblers whose money runners they robbed. But right now, they're sealing their own fate. Such operators are not satisfied with their enormous profits, feeling beyond the reach of the law enforcement agencies. It's their greed and lust for more profits that eventually will send them to the penitentiary for attempting to fix athletes and sporting events.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan, for a most enlightening case. Commissioner Sullivan was impersonated by Robert Dryden. This is Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
You must be proud of yourself, mister. You've turned your son into a killer. And he's going to enjoy the same kind of life you have, if he lives long enough.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin, here is brandy you order.
Thank you, boy. Just set it down.
Mr. Paladin, wine stewards say this brandy very special, also very expensive.
Oh? Very palatable.
Yes, sake cheaper and faster, but sometimes cause you much trouble.
You know, hey, boy, here in the West, it's water that causes the real trouble.
Oh, no, Mr. Paladin, water. Whoever got into trouble because they drink too much water?
Well, listen. This item in today's paper. Benedict, Wyoming. The refusal of a local rancher to permit access to the sole remaining source of water in this drought-stricken area has resulted in the deaths of 2 men and threatened open warfare.
Oh, too bad. Hey, Mr. Paladin, you plan to offer services in interest of drought-stricken area?
As a matter of fact, I have a letter to a Mr. Wellman of Benedict, Wyoming. Here, ready to mail. Will you take care of it?
Oh, yes. Anything else, Mr. Paladin?
Yes. You might bring me another brandy.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should because
there's filter blend up front ahead of the filter, and the flavor you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend. Filter blend means fine tobacco, filter blend up front, and the flavor you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend.
Filter blend is a mighty good reason for you to smoke Winston, because it means tobacco specially processed for filter smoking, a Winston secret. You get Winston's own pure white, modern filter, plus the rich, delightful flavor of fine tobacco.
There's filter blend up front ahead of the filter, and the fun you get in a Winston cigarette comes from filter blend, and makes Winston taste good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
It was mid-morning when I rode into Benedict. The town was hot, dusty, and quiet. There was a feeling of tension in the air and uneasiness, a waiting for something to happen. I tied my horse to the hitching rail and went into the saloon.
What'll it be, mister?
Glass of rye.
You might as well fill mine again, Barney.
Okay, Jeff.
Hot.
Yeah.
Pretty quiet town.
No more than most.
You live around here?
Yep.
How do I get to the Wellman Ranch?
Take the North Road, about 3 miles.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah? It'll be $1.
You a friend of the Wellmans?
No.
Looking for work, then?
In a way. What's going on here? What's everyone waiting for?
For me to get killed.
Jeff, Casey just rode into town.
Guess the waiting's about done. That squares us, Barney. Maybe I'll see you, mister.
He was slender, rangy, maybe 19. Too young for the troubled seriousness in his eyes as he walked out of the saloon. When I got outside, he was already standing in the thick, white dust of the street, steady, watching the man advancing toward him.
Don't, Casey. There's no sense to this. You want an apology? All right, I apologize. It's no good, Casey. Listen to me, please. You know you...
Excuse me, mister. Have to get my horse.
You killed that man.
I know. Guess the town will have to keep on waiting. There's a job open at the Wellmans now. His.
The drought had taken its toll at the Wellman Ranch. The house stood still and desolate in an expanse of bare, scorched earth. I rode into the yard and dismounted. Then I led my horse to the watering trough. It was empty. I tried the hand pump.
I'm sorry, it's dry.
Huh? Oh. How do you do, ma'am?
I can let you have a bucket from the kitchen pump if you like.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. It's been a long ride.
Just come on in and help yourself.
Fine. My name's Paladin. I'm here to see Mr. Wellman.
Well, he should be back soon. The pump's by the sink. It'll need priming.
Thank you.
Mister,
Yeah?
you just come from town.
Yes.
Did anything happen?
Man was killed, if that's what you mean.
You know who?
His name is Casey, I believe. I understand he worked for you.
Oh, no. I was afraid when I saw him start away this morning. Jeff did it.
Jeff? Yes.
So senseless, over nothing. And there'll be more.
Now, this Jeff didn't want to kill him. He tried to stop him.
Oh, boy, poor Jeff.
No, Jeff's alive.
Martha, Casey's dead. Young Calvert Gun. Who are you?
He's Mr. Paladin. He just told me about it.
I passed through Benedict on my way out here. I saw it happen.
You're Paladin, huh? Think you can stand up to Calvert?
If there's a good reason.
That's your job. Get rid of him.
Well, I don't think we understand each other. I offered my services to help you get water.
Here. This is your card, isn't it? The one you sent me?
Yes.
Have gun, will travel. That only means one thing as far as I'm concerned, and it's the only reason I hired you.
Then we've both made a mistake, Mr. Wellman. I'm not an executioner.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say. A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence. Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently. Overnight.
Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
The heat rose off the dry, parched earth to hang in the air and sear every breath. I was well on my way back to town when I heard someone coming up behind me fast.
Paladin!
Ooh.
Paladin, wait! Paladin, I'm sorry. I was upset about Casey. I wasn't thinking straight, but I need your help. We all do.
I told you, Wellman, I didn't offer that kind of help.
Look, can I talk to you or not?
Go ahead.
We're desperate, Paladin. Our water holes are dried up. Even our deep wells are going dry. Another week of this and our herds will be buzzard bait. Calvert's trying to ruin us.
Now, why should a boy like that want to ruin you?
The boy? I'm not talking about Jeff. It's his father, Roy Calvert. He owns a 6-iron over in the valley.
Roy Calvert?
Yeah.
There was a gunfighter by that name.
The same man. Bought the ranch here 3 years ago.
Well, what's he done? What's he got to do with your water supply?
Well, there's a lake behind his ranch fed by underground springs. It never runs dry. Calvert's land crosses the mouth of the valley. It's the only approach to the lake. Now he's fenced it off, won't let our herds through.
Well, there must be some local ordinance about that, an easement, a right-of-way.
There's nothing in writing. Folks just always used the lake whenever there's been a dry spell. Calvert let us through the first year he come, but not now.
Why not?
I don't know. 2 weeks ago, Harry Craig got mad, tried to drive his herd through. Young Calvert killed 2 of his men. Well, his father's turned him into a worse killer than he was himself. I'll tell you right now, Paladin, the only way to break Calvert is to get that boy.
What do you really want, Mr. Wellman? Water or Jeff's hide?
I want results, fast.
All right. I'll get them for you, but in my own way.
What are you going to do?
Talk with Calvert. At the gateway of the 6-iron ranch, I wondered if I was heading into trouble. I could hear gunshots. I dismounted and moved toward the sound. When I reached the corner of the barn, I realized what was happening. There was a crudely drawn silhouette of a man on the barn wall, and Roy Calvert was working with his son.
That's good, but you're a little late, and the second shot hit too high.
But I hit him. He'd have been hurt.
That's not good enough. How many times do I have to tell you, when you fire, every shot's got to kill. Hurt ain't enough. From the armpits to the waist, that's your target, nowhere else.
It's good advice if all you want to do is kill.
Who are you? What do you want?
5 minutes of conversation. The name's Paladin.
Paladin? Yeah, I've heard of you.
Did you get that job at the Wellmans?
Anybody who works for Wellman has no business here.
Anybody who'd deprive his neighbors of water has no business being a rancher.
So that's it.
Can we talk it over?
Let me show you something. Then you decide how much there is to talk over.
I followed Calvert through the yard and on past the ranch house to a pleasant tree-shaded knoll that overlooked the valley below. He stopped beside a mound of earth marked with a white cross.
Here's all I got to say, Paladin. That's my wife's grave. This town put her there. 20 years we were married. Kind woman she was. Good, patient. And lonely. So lonely.
You must have loved her very much. Takes that for a man like you to give up his gun.
I turned to this ranch because I wanted her to have a place where she could say hello to somebody and they wouldn't look past her. Or somebody talk to her. Pass the time of day like ordinary folks.
The name Calvert was a death sentence to more than 20 men. Did you think he could hide it?
Nobody'd have known except for Wellman. He found out and passed the word around.
And she was alone again.
Yeah. Gunslinger's wife. Killer's wife. When she took sick, nobody came to call except the doctor. Then she died. I loved her very much. This town killed her, now I'm going to kill this town.
Calvert, the ranchers will drive their way through.
They tried it once. It cost them.
Maybe next time it'll cost you.
Not likely. With Jeff playing my hand.
I have more respect for a man who plays his own. Calvert had been hurt. Badly. But now the ranchers in the town were being hurt. Somewhere it had to end. I went back to see Wellman at his place. I found him by the corral, his horse saddled and ready.
Well, Calvert gonna let us through?
Wellman, I can't undo 3 years of hate in one afternoon. Calvert told me about his wife.
Wife? But what do you mean? We never had anything to do with her.
I know. That's just it.
Well, I know if we can't use that lake, we're wiped out. Now, can we get through or not?
As of right now, no.
And then we'll have to drive our way through, and you take care of the boy.
I told you before, I'll do this job my way.
Not if you're working for me, Paladin. I'm going out for a meeting with the other ranchers. If you're with us, get rid of young Calvert. If not, cut out. Yeah.
Mr. Paladin. Mr. Paladin, wait. You're leaving?
I can't do this his way.
Oh, then he'll go ahead without you, him and the others.
Yeah, looks that way.
They'll be fighting and shooting. Men will be killed. Men with wives and family. Mr. Paladin, please.
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Wellman. Are you asking me to kill Jeff?
I'm asking you to measure one life against many.
Car owners, I have news of a product so new, it's amazing it's here today at all. It's new K-Site Smooth Seal.
You say it's new?
You say it's new?
So it's new. What does it do?
Well, it's a fluid you add to your automatic transmission. It stops the leaks in your transmission and makes it smooth and quiet.
Makes it smooth?
Makes it quiet.
How can I tell if I should try it?
That's easy. You're stopped, see, and you start to go, and you give it the gas pretty good. If you hear a sort of whirring or a grinding noise, if you feel a jerk or jolt or jar, then your transmission just isn't up to par.
Grinding noises, jars and jerks. That's how my transmission works.
Boys, if that's the case, then you've got a case for new K-Site Smooth Seal.
New K-Site Smooth Seal? How will that help?
Well, it's made to soften those shrunken seals and smooth out the shifting when there's power on the wheels. If you heard a whirring or felt a jar when you pull away in your modern car, you are a man who needs a can. Just $1.95, and it works while you drive. Anyone here for K-Site Smooth Seal?
Hit me. I'm in. If it doesn't do the job,
you get double your money back.
What are you doing back here again, Paladin? If you're working for Willman, sooner or later we'll shoot it out.
You've killed 3 men already, Jeff. Do you have a taste for it now?
You think I want to stand out there watching someone come at me like Casey this morning and know I had to kill him?
Did you have to?
He'd have killed me.
That's your excuse this time. What'll it be next?
He asked for it over nothing.
Jeff, when you set yourself up as the fastest gun, there'll be men making you prove it until the day you can't.
Paladin, haven't we had enough talk?
This time you listen, Calvert. Wellman's getting the other ranchers together. They're going to drive their way through to the lake.
They're going to try, you mean?
The herds are going through tomorrow afternoon.
I don't think so.
I'll see to it myself.
I wouldn't if I were you.
If you have any objections, I'll be in town all morning. We can settle everything right there.
We'll be glad to oblige.
You or Jeff?
Me.
Oh, it's getting easier all the time, isn't it, Jeff? You must be proud of yourself, Calvert. You've turned your son into a killer, and he's going to enjoy the same kind of life you have, if he lives long enough. Back in town, word had got around that Jeff Calvert was riding in to meet me. I waited in the saloon while men spoke in whispers and marked time. Wellman was there, too. Well, you might as well fill mine up again, Barney.
I want to tell you, Paladin, I'm sorry about the way I talked yesterday.
Wellman, it's late to clear a guilty conscience. If you'd used that word sorry when Calvert's wife died, this wouldn't be necessary.
I know that. I did some thinking last night.
Mr. Paladin, the Calverts just rode into town.
All right. That squares us, Barney. Well, I hope the show is worth the price.
Hello, Paladin.
All right, Jeff. Anytime you're ready. It won't be self-defense this time, Jeff. You'll have to draw first.
No. No, Paladin, over here.
What?
Me. You're pretty good, Paladin.
Decided to play your own hand after all, huh, Calvert?
Dad, are you all right?
Sure. You were wrong, Paladin. I didn't turn my boy into a killer.
Let's get him to the doctor, Jeff. Unless we're not finished.
We're finished. I got nothing to prove.
Could I'd like to help. After he sees the doctor, I could drive him on home. Calvert, well, maybe we can talk, huh?
A little late for that, Wellman.
Calvert, when you came here, you expected people to forget the past. Well, suppose you try it. Let it end.
You're right. Wellman, I'd be much obliged to talk.
Hello, hey boy.
Oh, Mr. Paladin. Oh, too bad.
What? What's too bad?
You come back, you find San Francisco cold, rainy, fog creeping around everywhere. Oh, miserable.
Oh, what are you talking about, hey boy? This is what I've dreamed of for many a long, hot, dusty mile.
Oh, Oh, then very good. Hey, you lucky time, Mr. Paladin. Something I can do for you?
There sure is, hey, boy. Nice, big pitcher of ice water.
Rotate the tires? But I thought they rotated right along with the wheels when the car is going.
Well, ma'am, that's not the kind of rotation we mean. You see, your tires should be switched around for more even wear and longer life.
My goodness, taking care of a car is so complicated, I wouldn't know where to start.
Well, seeing you have a General Motors car, you made the right start by bringing it here to your GM dealers for service, especially at vacation time when we're offering performance service specials. Now, in addition to rotating the tires, we'll check the wheels, tune up the engine, adjust the front end, and give your car a thorough lubrication. That way you're sure of top performance all summer. It's all a part of our Guardian maintenance service.
What's Guardian maintenance?
Well, that means trained mechanics will use special tools and factory-approved parts to do the best job. GM dealer Guardian maintenance. The best kind of service for the best kind of cars. Chevys, Pontiacs, Olds, Buicks, or Cadillacs.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonnell and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Albert Alley and adapted for radio by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Virginia Christine, Vic Perrin, Harry Cook, and Harry Bartell. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
Another exciting story of the early West, Blood Money. It was good to be heading home, even though the Bar 20 was a rugged 100 miles to the south, across a stretch of desert even the rats had forsaken. The rodeo in Eagle City had been a whopping success. The effects of it still lingered in the muscles and reminded a man he was only second best when it came to calling a steer's bluff.
Oh, my back. Oh. Hoppy.
What is it, California?
Do you mind if I act like a human being and say I'm plumb ready to give out? Oh, my stomach.
I thought it was your back.
It's both. My back's so tired I can hardly keep the saddle. And my stomach's so empty, it feels like I swallowed a couple of gopher holes.
Well, it won't be much longer now, California. We'll rest at Tim Bartlett's ranch for an hour or two, and maybe Tim's wife can rustle up some grub for us.
If she can't, there's going to be one less horse in the world. This Tim Bartlett must be an all-fired good friend of yours, Hoppy, if you're willing to go 25 miles out of your way to see him.
He is. Tim and I were cowpokes together back when we were cutting our eye teeth. Haven't seen him in nearly 2 years. Hope he's still living in Twin Bluffs.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder if there is a Twin Bluffs. This shortcut through the hills just seems to be taking us further and further from civilization.
Can't be far away now. Just tighten your belt and make believe you're... Wait. Look there.
Ooh.
down there by the river. You see anything peculiar?
Can't say as I... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like a man digging.
Now, what do you suppose he'd be digging for up here in the hills?
Oh, search me. Okay, we've seen a man digging. Now, let's go.
California, wait. Something mighty strange about this. He must have dug quite a hole in the amount of dirt he's shoveling it back in. Wish we were close enough to get a good look. Is that a suitcase he's coming?
Hoppy, if you knew how dead blame hungry I am...
Now he's coming the hole up again. Seems to be in an awful hurry, too.
You're no more of a hurry than I am. Hoppy, please.
Okay, California. Guess it's none of our business. Mighty peculiar, though.
If you had as much appetite as you had curiosity, we'd both be full by now.
There he goes, riding off up the trail. Sure isn't a powerful rush. Well, come on. We can't be far from Twin Bluffs.
Well, I hope not, because if we are, I'm going to...
Wait.
Oh, now what?
Pull up a minute. Look down there. Somebody else just rode up and stopped where that man was digging.
Oh, maybe they was together and got
No,
lost.
No, this fella's getting down. Look, he's starting to dig, too.
Them twin bluffers are the diggingest critters I ever seen.
He seems to be digging right where the other fellow was. Sure. See? He's going after what's buried.
Yeah, you're right. Now, why do you suppose he...
Uh-oh, a shot. And it got that fella. Come on. Here, California, help me roll him over. Well, he's still alive. Easy now. Why, it's Tim.
What? You mean the fellow we was on our way to see?
Yeah, he's still breathing, but he's in bad shape. We've got to get him into town right away. What's in the suitcase?
I didn't open it. Here, we'll see. Well, I'll be hogtied. Empty.
On the way home from the rodeo in Eagle City, Hoppy and California see an unidentified man burying something in the ground and ride away. Then the second man rides onto the scene and is shot. The man turns out to be Hoppy's friend, Tim Bartlett, and is badly wounded. The object buried turns out to be a suitcase, an empty suitcase. Hoppy and California are now seeking information in the Golden Nugget.
Yes, gents, what'll it be?
A little information, bartender. Can you tell us how to get to Tim Bartlett's ranch?
Bartlett? Oh, sorry, I've only been in Twin Bluffs a couple of weeks. Don't believe I can help you.
Well, maybe some of the boys can.
Maybe. Any of you fellas know where Tim Bartlett's place is?
Who wants to know about the Bartlett place?
I do.
Who are you?
Name's Cassidy. What's that got to do with it?
We'll see.
This here Sheriff Simmons, gents.
Don't they give the sheriff a badge in this town?
I take it off when I play poker. Makes the boys more comfortable. You know Tim Bartlett?
I did. Tim's dead. He died in the doctor's office not 15 minutes ago.
Dead?
That's right. He was shot up in the hills. My partner and I brought him in.
We seen it happen with our own eyes.
Hey, boys, did you hear that? Tim Bartlett was shot dead.
Who shot him, mister?
I don't know. We were too far away to see.
You sure?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it don't sound right to me when a couple of strangers come into town carrying a man's body and say they saw it happen but don't know who done it.
Well, that's the way it was.
It sure was. You can take our word for it.
Why should I?
Look, Sheriff, I don't blame you for being suspicious, but I've been a friend of Tim Bartlett's for years. I'd be obliged if you'd direct me to his ranch so I can break the news to his widow.
Yeah? Well, just don't try to leave town in a hurry, stranger, or you and your friend might end up being permanent residents in this town. Awful permanent.
Thanks for your friendly advice.
Let's finish this hand, boys. Looks like I got a little business to take care of.
Nice, pleasant sort of fella.
Just a little tip, gents. Don't try to pull any fast ones on Sheriff Simmons.
You a friend of his?
Nobody's got a friend in this town.
You know, you look familiar. Sure we haven't met somewhere before?
Don't reckon. Like I said, I'm a stranger in these parts.
Yeah, I know. I must have you confused with someone else.
Looks that way, stranger. Just remember what I told you about the sheriff.
Yeah, he looks like a hard man. With a deck of cards, that is. Come on, California.
Madge, you got to get a grip on yourself. Tim would want it that way.
I know, Uncle Harry, but he was everything to me. Everything.
Sure he was, Madge. But Mr. Peters is right. You've got to act in a way Tim would be proud of.
I just can't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Tim? It was Uncle Harry who was threatened.
You mentioned that before. Would you mind explaining?
Maybe I'd better do it, Mr. Cassidy. About 6 months ago, my doctor in Brooklyn advised me to move to a western climate for my health.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was practically penniless. But I remembered that I had a nephew out here in Twin Bluffs, although I'd never seen him. So I wrote to him and explained the story, and Tim sent me the money to come west. I just got here a week ago.
But the threat Madge mentioned, what was that?
Oh, a letter. It came yesterday. Here, you can read it for yourself.
Unless you leave $5,000 in cash underneath Hangman's Oak by midnight Thursday, you'll be hanging from the tree on Friday.
Yeah, and in case you've forgotten, today is Thursday.
But I thought you said you had no money, Mr. Peters.
I don't. Why, Tim even bought my cigars for me.
I think we should do what the letter says and see what happens.
Yeah, but how can we? I haven't got a penny to my name, and no way of getting it.
I don't mean to use actual money. We'll fake it. Wrap some newspapers in a package and put it under Hangman's Oak. Tonight at 12. We'll have the sheriff and a posse waiting.
I'm warning you, Cassidy. If you got me out here to Hangman's Oak on a wild goose chase, I'm going to be mighty unhappy.
I can't guarantee anything, Sheriff. All I know is what the letter said.
How many people know about it?
Just you, Madge, Mr. Peters, and myself. I didn't even tell my partner. I figured the fewer people who knew what we were up to, the better.
I'm glad to see you use your head. Now, wait. There's someone coming.
Why, it's Mr. Peters. He's putting a package under the tree, and then he'll ride off and sneak back here to join us.
We'll wait 15 minutes. No more.
There he goes. I think there was a witch behind him riding a broom.
I said 15 minutes, Cassidy.
Yeah.
What's that? Someone coming in a buggy. Get ready.
Pull in those reins. Put up your hands.
This is a holdup. I'm warning you. I haven't... Oh, Sheriff. And Mr. Cassidy.
Evening, Doc. Kind of late for a buggy ride, isn't it?
Yeah. What's the idea, Doc? What are you doing up here?
I'm on my way to see a patient. Wasn't able to get away until now.
There ain't nobody living up here in the hills, and you know it.
Well, Fred Carter's kid down in the valley. I'm afraid he's got the measles. I'm taking a shortcut through the hills. Now, look, if you don't believe
Nobody said they don't believe you, Doc.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. But make sure you go all the way to Carter's place.
Of course. What is this, anyway?
Just a little precaution, Doc. Sorry to have bothered you.
Well, that's all right. Up there, Fitz. Hope you find whoever you're looking for. Good night.
Night, Doc.
Well, Cassidy, 5 minutes more.
Listen, someone coming.
You there?
It's Peters. Right here, Peters.
Oh, I thought maybe I'd lost you. Ooh, this place gives me the shivers.
Throw away that cigar.
Oh, sorry. I was just so nervous. Any sign yet?
No, and if you ask me, there ain't going to be. Time's up, Cassidy. And like I warned you, I'm mighty unhappy.
I'm sorry, Sheriff. I hope we might be able to... Wait. You hear that?
Yeah, there's someone coming, all right. You got your guns ready?
Don't worry. Quiet now. All right. When I give the word, move in fast. Now, stand where you are or we'll shoot.
What the...
Drop that gun, mister. Now turn around and face the moonlight so we can see what you look like.
Why, sure.
California.
Hello, Hoppy. You sort of surprised me.
Yeah, so I reckon. You better hand over that package.
What is this? Ain't that your partner, Cassidy?
Yes, Sheriff, I'm sorry to say he is, or was. You just couldn't resist it, could you, California?
Oh, I'm sorry, Hoppy. I tried. It just weren't no use. I kept thinking of all the things I'd be able to do with that money, and...
I reckon one of you'd better start explaining what this is all about, and fast.
I think I can explain it, Sheriff. We didn't tell California about our plan tonight for good reason. I don't mind saying this isn't the first time he's caused trouble like this.
No, Hoppy.
It might interest you to know the only things in that bundle are pieces of newspaper.
What? You mean there's no money?
That's right. You took a big gamble and lost.
Well, I'll be...
There's something else we ought to get settled now, too. Mr. Peters.
Huh?
I think it's time you told us the truth about the money.
Well, what are you talking about? I told you I was broke.
Yeah, I know you did. But Tim Bartlett told me he'd seen you stuffing several large stacks of bills under a floorboard in your room.
What?
He didn't say anything about it to you at the time because he wanted to see how long you'd continue to sponge off of him and why.
What? That's a lie. I'm broke. I tell you, I ain't got a penny.
Shall we all go back to the ranch and have a look under the floorboards in your room?
Well, all right, I might as well admit it. I got $8,000 there.
Where?
Yeah, it's my life savings. You see, back east, everybody was always hounding me for money. I never had any peace. So I thought I could start over out here, pretend I was broke and not be pestered.
You see, California, the money was right there in the house all the time. You could have saved yourself a lot of trouble.
Well, there ain't no use in hanging around here any longer. I'll take this crook in and put him where he belongs.
Oh, but Hoppy, you ain't gonna let him do this to me, are you?
Sorry, California, you asked for it. Maybe this is just the thing you needed.
Stop gabbing and get moving. Cassidy, I'd feel better if you rode up in front with him, where I can keep an eye on both of you.
Whatever you say, Sheriff. Let's go, California.
Well, Hoppy, how'd I do?
Fine, California. You even had me believing you.
Just don't forget, I'm only kidding. I don't want to set up housekeeping in the town jail.
Don't worry, this is all part of a plan. And it won't take long, because if we're going to pull it off, there's no time to lose.
Now back to Hop Along Cassidy and Blood Money. It's 8 o'clock the following evening. Moonlight shines through the bars of the Twin Bluffs jail, revealing California Carlson fidgeting in his tiny, damp cell.
California. California. Who's there? It's Hoppy. Come to the window. Oh, go away. I don't know you. Stop acting like a child and come to the window. Fine pal you are. Thought you were going to get me out of here.
I am, but we can't rush things. How are you?
I'm dying of an acute case of empty stomach. But I ain't asking for sympathy. All I want's food. You ain't gonna leave me in this flea bag, are you?
Just for a little while longer. This act of yours has already helped to throw the real crook off the trail.
Well, all right. But I ain't the type to be a jailbird. By the way, I had another visitor tonight.
Who?
That bartender, the fellow you thought you knew from someplace.
What did he want?
Well, darned if I know. Feller ain't much of a talker. He just gave me this envelope to give to you.
Envelope?
Yeah. What is it, Hoppy?
Well, I knew I'd seen that hombre somewhere.
Who?
There isn't time to explain right now. I'm on my way to keep an important date.
Well, there's one more thing, Hoppy. A few minutes ago, just after the bartender had left, I heard the sheriff telling one of his deputies to go get that bartender and bring him in. Sounded like he wanted him real bad.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Real bad. I'd better be on my way. Shake, California?
Shake, partner. I'll just tighten my belt. But I'm down to the last notch.
See you later.
It's a beautiful night, isn't it, Uncle Harry?
Yeah, it sure is, Madge. That moonlight shining here in the garden sure makes a pretty sight.
If only Tim could be here to share it with us.
Oh, now, Madge, no need to wish things like that. You've been a brave girl. I admire you.
Thank you, Uncle Harry. You're sweet.
Uncle Harry.
What's that?
What's what, Uncle Harry?
Didn't you hear that voice?
I didn't hear anything. It must have been a coyote.
Uncle Harry.
There it is again, and it's no coyote. What do you suppose? Look.
Oh, Uncle Harry, what's the matter? You look as if you'd seen a ghost.
It is a ghost. Can't you see it? Look, there in the tree. It's Tim.
Tim? But that's absurd. I don't see anything.
But you must. He's there, I tell you. Just his face shining through the darkness.
Uncle Harry.
There it is again.
You're imagining things. We'd better go in the house.
Uncle Harry.
Go away, no. Go away. Leave me alone. Hey, did you hear that? Those leaves rustled.
It might have been the breeze.
No, I don't feel no breeze. There's one way of finding out. I'm going to put some lead up there.
No, don't shoot, Uncle Harry. Please don't shoot.
Well, why not? Hey, what's the matter with you? A minute ago, you said it was just my imagination.
Well, maybe you're not imagining it. Maybe it really is a ghost.
Yeah, well, I'm going to find out. Here, you stand in front of me.
What are you doing?
Just providing myself with a little protection there. Now, you up there in the tree. If you're a human being, I'm giving you a chance to come down. If you're something else, a little thing like a bullet won't bother you. Now, which is it going to be?
Tim, you've got to come down.
Oh.
All right, Uncle Harry. Looks like you've got the upper hand.
Well, wait a minute. Don't come no closer.
Don't worry. It's me, all right, in the flesh.
Oh, Tim, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I spoiled things.
It's all right, Madge. I guess it was a crazy idea. There was just a chance it might work.
Oh, cut the chatter. Now, what's going on here anyway? I thought that you was dead.
You thought you'd killed me. Is that what you were going to say, Uncle Harry? Well, is it?
Well, since this gun is cocked, I'll answer the question. Now, out with it. How did you get here?
Yeah, it's very simple. When Along Cassidy brought me into the doctor's office yesterday, we decided to let people think I was dead.
Go on talking.
Not much more to tell. We staged this little scene here tonight, hoping we'd be able to frighten you into confessing.
If only I hadn't spoiled things. But I was afraid...
Hey, what's that stuff you got on your face?
Alkali mixed with some chemical the doc gave us.
So you thought you'd scare me, huh? Well, it looks like your Uncle Harry was a little too smart for you.
You may as well drop the pretense now. I know you're not my Uncle Harry.
You're a pretty smart guy, ain't you?
What did you do with my uncle?
We was on the stagecoach together. He found out too much, the nosy old fool.
So you killed him and became Harry Peters?
Sure, why not?
And then you tried to kill me, because I saw you putting that money under the floorboards.
You got nosy, too, just like your uncle.
But someone else knows your secret.
Nobody but you and your wife. Stand over there with your husband, Madge.
No, you can't do this. You can't shoot us in cold blood.
You had it all figured out, didn't you, Bartlett? Well, it won't do you no good, because the secret is going to die with you. Right now.
Tim, are you all right?
All right, Hoppy. You fired just in time.
I didn't fire that shot.
You didn't? Well, then... Listen.
Yeah, we had an uninvited guest. How about the old man?
He's dead.
You stay here with Madge. Whoever fired that shot must have been afraid of something else the old man was going to say. I think I know who it was. I'm going after him.
Be careful, Hoppy.
Don't you want me to come with you?
No, thanks. It's time you two had a reunion without a third party around. See you later.
All right, Cassidy. Stop where you are. And keep your saddle or you'll get a dose of lead.
Well, Sheriff Simmons, just like you to give a man a sporting chance.
Never mind the wisecracks. Drop your guns to the ground.
Anything to oblige the law.
Nice of you to meet me here at Hangman's Oak, Cassidy. It'll make it real handy.
Handy for what?
For a hanging. I've got a rope here that'll make a perfect tie for that neck of yours.
Like this. Oh. You work fast, don't you, Simmons?
Too bad you had to find out the hard way, Cassidy. Now move your horse along under that tree. Easy. I wouldn't want you to hang yourself before I got the chance to do it for you.
I suppose you got a good reason for going to all this trouble.
Yeah. I hate meddlers. You didn't really think you'd fool me with that act you and your partner put on up here last night, did you?
Why shouldn't I?
Don't play dumb, Cassidy. It's too late. I was outside the cell tonight when you were talking to your pal, California. Clever stunt you boys pulled. But it won't do you any good now. I'm the one who's clever. In case you're interested.
So you're the one who shot old man Peters just now.
Yeah, the old fool. And I'm the one who sent him that letter asking for the $5,000. I got a notice from the U.S. Marshal last week, complete with picture, saying to be on the lookout for the old guy. He was wanted for murder.
And you saw a chance to pick up some easy money.
Sure. With him being a fugitive from the law, he wouldn't dare make us squawk.
Why didn't you take him last night, then?
Because there was still a chance I could frighten the old boy into sharing some of his money. But you and Bartlett had to go nosing into it.
You bet we did.
I'll deal with him after I've taken care of you. Anything more you want to say?
Nothing, except I'm glad to know I was right. I pegged you for a skunk the first time I laid eyes on
Why,
you. You wouldn't care to take this rope off my neck and do that again, would you?
I'm not wasting any more time with you, Cassidy. I'm throwing this rope over the limb of that tree. Now, get ready. I'm going to count to 3. Then I'll give your horse a kick. From then on, you'll be out on a limb. I sort of like that.
Your sense of humor fits your personality, Simmons.
That's the last wisecrack you'll ever make, Cassidy. Get ready to swing.
Up Along Cassidy.
I'm starting to count, Cassidy. I'll go to 3. 1, 2, 3.
Hold it, Simmons. Don't
Hey,
move.
what the? Look out! Oh, nice shooting if I ever seen it. You all right, Hoppy?
I'm all right, California, but that's as close to dying as I ever want to come.
I'm sure glad we weren't 5 minutes late.
You're glad. What about me, Marshal?
Oh, so you did recognize me. Sorry to keep up that bartender act with you.
It wasn't until California gave me your note that I pegged you as the U.S. Marshal I met in Carson City.
I had to send you that note, Cassidy, and warn you to look out for the sheriff.
But how'd you know the sheriff and I were up here at Hangman's Tree?
Well, Marshal was obliging enough to come get me out of jail.
Yeah, and then we hurried over to Tim Bartlett's ranch, and they told us you'd ridden off after the murderer.
Well, I guess that's the end for this crooked sheriff.
Say, Marshal, I was wondering, just out of curiosity, you understand, if there's a reward for this capture.
California.
Well, Hoppy,
Maybe we can arrange something, California.
Yeah?
Here's the bag of money the old man hid under the floorboards. Help yourself.
You mean it?
Sure, reach in and take a handful.
Well, now, I don't mind if I do. Whee! Ain't that pretty? Oh, boy.
I'll just take the rest back to headquarters as evidence. And then we'll burn it.
Huh? Burn it?
Yeah. I guess I forgot to tell you, the old man wasn't just wanted for murder. He also happened to be the slickest counterfeiter east of the Rockies.
You mean... shucks.
That's what you get for being so greedy, California. From now on, you'd better limit your appetite to food.
Lights Out is up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, So if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Obler with quite a cold. The idea for tonight's story, the strange story of He Dug It Up, came to me a few years ago when I was in England, pre-war England. I lived in a hotel overlooking a peaceful garden, and looking down into that bit of quiet, I strangely thought of death. But first, Frank Martin with a word.
If you're thin and jittery, run down and always tired, if you envy your peppy, popular, successful friends and wonder what they've got that you haven't got, why, maybe it's only more vitamin B and iron. Yes, today's thousands may suffer from deficiencies of these vital substances. Yet when you need them, there's such an easy way to get more of them. Simply take ironized yeast tablets. They're the famous two-way tonic that gives you both vitamin B and iron. So, when you need them, ironized yeast helps two ways to step up your weight and pep and sparkle, your enjoyment of life. Jot that name down now. Ironized yeast tablets. And now,
lights out. Everybody. It is a nice day. Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Sparrow. It's as nice a day as I, too, have ever seen. I remember a day like this when I was about 12. Mother took me into London to see the King's Palace. Yes, that was Edward. And I had on a green suit, and But that wouldn't interest you now, would it, Mr. Sparrow? Funny, I never went back. Less than 100 miles away, and I...
Morning, Mr. Jeffrey.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Elkington.
Here, Mr. Jeffrey. Oh, kind of late in the season to be planting now, ain't it?
Oh, I wouldn't exactly say that, Mr. Elkington. Not for what I'm planting.
Now, what would that be, might I be asking?
A tree, my friend.
Oh.
A nice, strong catalpa tree. My son sent it to me all the way from Exeter.
You don't say, catalpa tree. Well, now. I say, could I be giving you a hand with that shovel, Mr. Jeffrey?
Oh, no, thank you kindly. I like to dig in the soil, and the exercise does me good. Thank you kindly.
Oh, well, then I'll be off on my business, Mr. Jeffrey. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. Elkington. Good morning. Well, it is a good morning. The rain certainly softened you up, didn't they, Mr. Ground? Nice and soft. Nice and soft. Going to dig you a nice, deep hole, Mr. Catalpa. Nice, deep hole, so that your roots will have a good, firm start in life. Yes, indeed. Well... That's not the way to act, Mr. Ground, throwing big boulders in the way of my shovel. Mighty big stone, too, from the sound of it. Dig you up, Mr. Boulder. If it takes me a week, yes, indeed. Big stone, all right. Keep after it, that's all. Buried all these years in the corner of my garden, and I never knew about you now, did I? There, that's showing results. Yeah, like an oblong. That's queer. Big flat oblong stone in my garden. Dig you up. That's what I'll do. Dig you up. Yes, indeed. Oh, Mrs. Gracie. Mrs. Gracie.
Yes, what is it?
Mrs. Gracie, come out here. You've got to come out.
All right, all right. Now, what in creation is it, Mr. Jeffrey?
Mrs. Gracie, look. Look.
Land sakes alive. What kind of a hole for a tree is that? Don't see why in the world...
Look, I tell you.
Is it a coffin?
Coffin? That size and out of stone? Then what would a coffin be doing in my garden?
I never heard of anyone being buried here. It's much too big.
Mrs. Gracie, I got it.
What?
The Romans left it here.
Romans?
Don't you understand? The Romans invaded and lived in Britain over 1,500 years ago. They left it here.
Nobody like that lived round here, and don't you tell me anything different, Mr. Jeffrey.
But I am telling you, a Roman sarcophagus.
Now, Mr. Jeffrey.
Oh, never mind. Mr. Robinson, run over and get Mr. Robinson here. Tell him to bring a couple of men. We've got to dig this thing up.
We've got to dig it up? Mr. Jeffrey, it's the sun that struck your head.
Now, don't stand there lecturing me. Mr. Robinson, hurry, get him.
No, I won't.
What?
Not to dig it up, I won't. To bury it deeper, yes, but not to dig it up.
Listen.
Coffin or one of them heathen, whatever you call it, it makes no difference. If it's been buried here all these years, then I say cover it over and let it be. There's some things best left deep under the ground.
All right, men. Are you ready with the ropes?
Ready, Mr. Robinson. Yes.
Right you are. How about you, Joe?
All ready, Mr. Robinson.
Good. Now, when I give the signal, 1, 2, 3, you on that side of the rope pull, while you on the other side work on the block and tackle. 1, 2, and up on 3. Have you got it?
Hey, we have it. Oh, Mr. Robinson, you will be careful. I mean not to damage.
Now, look here,
please.
friend Jeffrey. I've been in the building and excavating trade and constable of this township for 20 years.
I know.
And all that time, I've given only one thing, and that's satisfaction.
Yes.
Now, as for this little stone container...
Little Judas Priest, man, is 10 foot by 3, and heaven knows how heavy.
Well, true as that may be to my way of thinking, it's still a small job. If you're worried about my damaging it, you're free to call in one of my competitors.
No, Mr. Robinson, I want you to handle the matter. Oh, yes.
All right, then stay clear, and I'll give the order.
Now, wait. If you please, Mr. Robinson, wait. That housekeeper of mine, Mrs. Gracie, she wouldn't want to miss the doings, and I don't know where she's gone off to. If
now,
you'd only
Mr.
wait...
Jeffrey, I'm a busy man, so if you'll just stand aside...
No, please.
All right, men. Now, don't pull until I give the signal. 1, 2, 3, up with it. Up. Easy there, Joe. Bring those ropes over the left. Up with it. Up with it. Steady there. Not too fast, you fool. Stand the ship is ready to put under it. Easy now, Joe.
No, don't swing it too high. Not too high. Are you deaf? Not too high, or is it...
No. Put it back in the ground. Put it back in the ground, I tell you.
Mrs. Gracie, what in the...
Get out of the way.
Put it back in the ground. In the ground it was, and in the ground it belongs. Mr. Jeffrey, I'm
Get out
warning
of
you.
the way. Jeffrey, get that woman out of
In
the way.
the ground.
Mrs. Gracie, are you crazy?
Easy, old woman. Get away. My men can't hold it.
Tackle, it's slipping.
Look out. Look out. Get on those ropes, fools. Get on those ropes. Lift. Hurry now. Hurry. Get over here.
Mother in heaven. It fell right on top of her. Coffin fell right on top of her. Oh, Mrs. Gracie.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you'll agree when an ancient stone coffin buried for centuries in a peaceful English countryside becomes an instrument of sudden death. Well, it's time for a deep breath and let our well-stretched imaginations move back into hope again as we turn our thoughts to something that perhaps is your problem. Could this be you saying to your children,
Listen, you kids, I'm tired. This war job has got me down. Now keep quiet, you hear me?
Oh, Joe, don't be so cross to the children. Come eat your good supper and you'll feel better.
Cross? Who's cross? I'm tired, I tell you. I'm too tired to eat. I'm too tired to sleep. All I ask is a little peace, and you keep my nerves on edge with your nagging. No wonder I'm getting thin as a rail.
Oh, now, mister, don't be so quick to blame your family or your job. Maybe all that's to blame is vitamin B and iron shortage. You say you're thin and tired and jittery? Well, when you don't get enough vitamin B from the food you eat, you may lose your appetite. You may eat so poorly that you lose weight and lose your pep. Why, you may not even get all the good out of what you do eat. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale, feel only half alive.
Well, if that is my trouble, can I help it?
Yes, sir, I think you can. And here's the quickest, easiest way I know. Take ironized yeast tablets. They're the famous two-way tonic that gives you both vitamin B and iron, yet they cost but a few pennies a day. And these pleasant little tablets are an absolute cinch to take. So if you simply need more vitamin B and iron, don't wait. Start taking ironized yeast tablets right away, tonight. Then see if pretty quick you aren't saying,
Boy, oh boy, I feel swell. Tired? Jittery? Not me. Not put on pounds. That ironized yeast sure is great stuff.
Now, back to Lights Out and our story of He Dug It Up. The stone coffin has fallen, and the old housekeeper is dead.
It's a cruel thing, Mr. Jeffrey, cruel indeed.
Yes.
Cruel and yet not cruel, for the ways of the divine providence are beyond our poor mortal understanding. Yes, I shall say that very thing over her grave when we bury the poor woman.
As you wish, Reverend.
Ah, what a day this has been. More excitement in just a few hours in this village than we've had in a dozen years. I wonder now whether... Almost 9. Well, I better be getting back to the church. Have to get everything ready for the service tomorrow. Did you speak to Mr. Carboy about the coffin?
Yes.
That's good. We'll pay the good lady proper respect, we will. Well, I'll be on my way.
Good night, Reverend.
One thing more, Mr. Jeffrey.
Yes?
I didn't want to speak of it in all the excitement before, but I feel I really should.
Yes, Reverend.
I know you were in quite an emotional state of mind, but do you feel it was quite the proper and respectable thing to do? I mean, having that Roman antique brought right here into the house, when it, inanimate thing though it be, was the direct cause of poor Mrs. Grace's death.
I wanted the sarcophagus in here, Reverend.
Wanted it? But what possible use could that great stone sepulchre be to you? Oh, I realize it has certain intrinsic value. After the funeral, we'll get in touch with the proper museum authorities in London and have them take care of it. But don't you see, it wasn't quite respectful of the dead. Bringing the very thing in here that had caused the tragedy. Not respectful at all, Mr. Jeffrey.
It was what I wanted. Good night, Reverend.
But, Mr. Jeffrey, good night. Good night.
Disrespectful. No fault of Mr. Coffin that she ran under it. Call in the proper authorities. I'm proper authority in Roman things myself, I am. Read with old Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, didn't I? I certainly did. Here you are, Mr. Coffin. Just where I made them put you. And I did make them, didn't I? Ran right under you, she did. Superstitious old fool. No fault of yours, Mr. Coffin. Yes, you're a big one. Let me see. About 10 feet long on this side and 4 this way. It's a discovery that ought to make history, that it ought. Wait for experts, should I? What would the experts do? Cart you off to one of those museums, and there I'd be, the man that found you, with nothing but a hole in my garden and a new grave in the cemetery to show what had happened. No. I'd be my own expert, Mr. Coffin. I'll open you up myself right now. And I'll take the blame or credit and no mistake about it. The iron bar. Mr. Robinson will wonder where his crowbar went. Now, won't he, Mr. Coffin? But we'll give it back to him in the morning. Yes, indeed, yes. Got you wide open enough to look inside now, haven't I? Experts. I'll show them. Can't see. Matches. There now. If you don't mind now, Mr. Coffin, I'll bend over to see what you've got inside the... Crosby. Got Back off. Are you there? Are you there? Reverend, this is Mr. Jeffrey. Yes, Jeffrey. No. Listen to me. That Roman sarcophagus, I just opened it. Inside of it, there's something, a woman, and yet it isn't. I mean, oh, Reverend, come over quickly. You see, whatever it is, I don't think it's dead.
My dear Mr. Jeffrey, you must listen to me. I'm a person of understanding, of judgment. I say leave it alone. Don't go near the thing until they get here. Now, I phoned Dr. Thompson at the British Museum. He's an expert, a qualified expert.
Expert. There you go, experting again. Now, you shove on that side, and I'll pull on with this.
Yes.
There. That ought to fetch the lid off.
Well, it's all against my better judgment.
All right. Off with it. There she goes. Another shove. Open. We've got it open. Reverend, look at her head.
Why, what in Satan's name is it?
Lion's head. That's it, a lion's head.
And the body of a woman.
And alive. She is alive.
Don't be a fool. It's a heathen idol, stone.
No, it's living skin. I'll touch it. I'll prove it. It is stone.
A blasphemous heathen thing. We'll cover it up, and in the morning I'll have it buried again.
No, you won't. It's mine. Found it on my property.
Oh, heaven forgive you. The blood of your poor housekeeper still staining it.
Staining it? What are you talking about?
Mrs. Grace's blood. See, it's still on it.
But the outside of the coffin fell on her. This part was closed.
But it is blood. Fresh blood.
Oh, it can't be out here.
Mr. Jeffrey.
Reverend, that woman. A minute ago I felt cold stone. And now it's warm.
Constable, can't you walk any faster?
Oh, it'll wait, Reverend. Whatever it is, it'll wait.
But I tell you, he acted like a madman. Practically threw me out of the house bodily because I persisted.
Now, wait a minute, Reverend. Begging your pardon, wait a minute. Me, I don't know a thing about this. I'm sleeping as peaceful as a sheep in the fields when you wake me up.
Will you represent the law in this community?
But, begging your pardon, I don't know that there's any representing to do, if you get what I mean.
But I told you...
Yes, sir, you told me that the coffin that killed poor Mrs. Gracie...
He opened it, I tell you.
And since when is that against the law?
Oh, keep walking, man, keep walking.
Begging your pardon, Reverend, I know when I'm walking.
Now, here's the house. Now, go in there and see for yourself.
And that's just what I'm going to do, sir.
You will see. I demand that you remove the heathen idol by force and have it buried in the ground where it belongs. I demand that
Hold it, sir. Well, it's me, Mr. Jeffrey.
I didn't send for you.
I brought him here.
Oh, it's you, is it?
And now, Mr. Jeffrey, I feel it my duty.
Begging your pardon, Reverend. As long as you got me out of bed, let me do the talking, if you don't mind, sir. Now, Mr. Jeffrey, I'd like a bit of an explanation.
Explanation, my grandmother.
Constable, he slammed the door in our faces.
Oh, that he did, but what of it? He's broke no law that I know of.
Then come and see for yourself. At the window.
What? Glory be. I see the thing now. It can't be alive.
I don't know. Stone, and yet it was warm to the touch.
It better not be alive.
Why do you say that?
Because, look for yourself. Mr. Jeffrey, he's cutting into her with that bit of iron.
It was good of you to come in and help me, Mr. Elton.
I'm right glad to be of service, I am. I'm glad to be of service, but this is devilish hard rock.
Yes, it is. But we've got to break the statue open, Mr. Elkington. We've got to.
If you say so.
Oh, those fools, the constable and the reverend, they'll be back soon with some new ideas about getting into the house now, won't they?
I suppose so.
But they won't stop me. They won't. I've a chance to do something before I die. To make a big discovery, I tell you. They won't stop me. We'll have the statue cut open before they get here now, won't we, Mr. Elkington?
I will try.
Yes. Cut it open and note the secret. Something that keeps that stone warm as if it were flesh. That'll be a wonderful discovery now, won't it?
Oh, that it will.
Faster, Mr. Stilkington, faster.
I'll try. Crikey, this stone is so hard.
They mustn't stop us. No. Faster, Mr. Elkington. Elkington, why have you stopped?
It's my fingers cramped. I can't open my hand.
Chisel, give it to me.
All right.
Got to keep working. Got to. I'll know the secret in you, Lionhead. That's the name I'm going to give her, Elkington, Lionhead. The power that's kept the stone in you warm all these centuries. I've got to know that, Lionhead. And I will know it. Have to keep working. Have to keep...
Now, Reverend, you can drive a man too far. I tell you...
No, Constable, now we'll tell you. For 24 hours you've been telling the people of this community that the law won't permit you to do this and the law won't permit you to do that.
Well, it won't.
But we tell you we won't stand by and permit one of our citizens to indulge in heathen madness and not do something about it. Am I right, gentlemen?
But what can I do? He's in his own home. He's not committing any public nuisance.
We've gone over that 100 times. The fact remains you've got to go in there and stop him. You've got to.
The hardest stone in the world. They made you, yeah.
Mr. Jeffrey, I'm asking you, please stop cutting into it. Please.
Of the warmth. Before any of the others knew about it. Or they stopped me.
Hark! What's that?
Got to keep working.
That sound, Mr. Jeffrey, what is it?
Can't talk to you, Mr. Elkington. Important work.
But, Mr. Jeffrey, the chisel, why did you drop it?
My hand. Like an electric current running through the chisel.
Oh, no.
No, just a weariness in my muscles. Pick up the chisel. Yes. Go on. Yes.
I think I'm going now, Mr. Jeffrey.
No, you stay where you are. You stay until you stay there. If I lock the door for you, they will come in. And I won't let them in before I learn the secret, you hear me?
That sound, Mr. Jeffrey, it's like something burning. Do you hear? It's been getting louder and louder.
Won't stop. I've got to find the secret of that warmth. 15 centuries of warmth.
Mr. Jeffrey, it's the constable.
I don't care.
Open up, Mr. Jeffrey.
You won't stop me, you meddling fool.
Open up, Mr. Jeffrey, in the name of the law. We've got a warrant this time, good and proper.
Warrant? Oh, no.
Oh, Mr. Jeffrey, you ought to really...
No. I'm almost finished. Go away.
We've got Professor Thompson from the museum.
Mr. Jeffrey, I warn you.
No.
Open up or we'll break down the door.
Mr. Jeffrey, I beg of you, please.
No, they won't stop me. But I'm almost through.
I tell you, I'm frightened, I am.
Almost broken through to the middle of my statue.
Oh, no.
I'll find out the secret, and no one else. There. The chisel's breaking through. It's hollow. Breaking through. In a second, I'll know. In a second, I'll...
Help! Somebody help!
Mr. Jeffrey!
What, Mr. Jeffrey? He's on fire! He's on fire!
All right, men, quiet down. Nothing more we can do. Mr. Jeffrey is dead.
Such a horrible way to die.
It was the lantern. Set him afire, I guess.
No, it wasn't that.
Hey, what say, Mr. Elkington?
I saw it all. A flame come out of the statue.
You're dead, man.
No, I swear it's the truth. I saw it. Professor Thompson, you tell him. What did you see as you came through the door?
There was a flame from it.
But how can that be? Flame from a statue?
And the Romans went down to Egypt.
Professor, tell us, what is it? What is this statue?
The lioness-headed goddess Sekhmet.
Well?
And they worshipped her as the goddess of fire.
Now, just a second, Mr. Obler. Are you asking us to believe that in the year of our Lord 1940 they could unearth a stone sarcophagus containing a Roman fire goddess capable of burning a man to death? Oh, come now.
Well, is that any more difficult to believe than that a small Austrian house painter with a comedy mustache could try to burn up a world? You know, Frank, England is an island full of mysterious traces of ancient civilizations. Have you ever heard of Stonehenge?
Stonehenge? What's that?
Well, it's a strange... But I'll tell you about that in just a moment.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'll take that moment to remind you, if simply because of vitamin B and iron shortage, you're unattractively thin and nervous, unable to eat or sleep as you should, seldom feeling really peppy and alive, then for your own sake, try ironized yeast tablets. They cost but a few pennies a day. What's more, they're sold on a money-back basis. Listen, if you don't quickly begin to eat and sleep better, to feel much stronger and livelier, and if you're not convinced that ironized yeast will help you gain pounds of brand new flesh, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Just be very sure you get the one and only ironized yeast, with IY on the package and on each tablet. And now, Mr. Obler, you were about to tell us...
Yes, about Stonehenge. Over in England, miles away from the cities, you're driving along, and suddenly as you come over a rise of the road, there are these tremendous archways and monuments of stone, a strange semicircle of great stone pillars. Archaeologists say they've been there since prehistoric times, yet there are no stone quarries within hundreds of miles. No one knows how those blocks of stone got there and who or what put them there. These unsolved mysteries from out of mankind's past, who knows but that someday traces of our own civilization will be found, and then a super race of man will ask, were they men, these people of 1943?
And now, what happens next week, Mr. Obler?
Well, we were talking about a little Austrian house painter before, Schickelgruber by name. Now, we all know how his warped ideas shook a world. Well, next week's story is about a boy, a college boy who also had a twisted idea, and with it, twisted a universe. The title, Oxychloride X. The time, next week.
Yes, Lights Out will come to you again next Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to listen to Arch Obler's Oxychloride X. And if you need more vitamin B and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
A smooth, comfortable shave. That's what you want from a shaving cream. And, brother, that's what you get with Molay Brushless Shaving Cream. Molay forms a protective film between your skin and your razor, gives your razor something to ride on, helps guard your face against nicks and cuts. The result? A smooth, comfortable shave. So get Molay, M-O-L-L-E, Molay Brushless Shaving Cream. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as The Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Here now is a story of power politics and international intrigue. I got mixed up in it because I decided, just for a change of pace, to earn an honest living. I got myself the concession in Malina for Buzzo. Buzzo being, as you probably know, a popular soft drink, and Malina being, as you probably don't know, a small island republic in the Mediterranean. The concession I won in a crap game. As it just happened, the dice were loaded in my favor. But the way things turned out, I'd have been luckier if I'd lost. Stick around, I'll tell you about it.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, The Dead Candidate.
Hello. Sea's nice and calm, isn't it?
Yes.
You're getting off Melania City?
That's right.
Me too.
For goodness sake, what for?
Buzzo.
I'm going to get married. But what about you?
Buzzo.
You keep saying that. Sounds like Buzzo.
That's right, Buzzo. Millions of people keep saying it. Keep drinking it, too.
Oh, sure. I remember. Buzz off with Buzzo.
That's it. The drink throw for a nickel. I have the concession for Melina. Yes, I'm carrying the Buzzo gospel to its last frontier. Aren't you pretty young to be getting married?
Listen, how would you like to be called Kraus? You're never too young to change a name like that.
I suppose not.
A lady in Washington told my fortune in a teacup for 50 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what she said? She said I'm going to marry a diplomat and take a journey across the sea. And look, it's true. Only what do you think the diplomat's doing now in the bar?
Getting drunk.
No, playing stud poker with that Greek from the second class.
Is your fiancé a card shop?
No, he's just a diplomat. Consul General in Washington for the Millennium Republic. Someday, he says, they're going to let him be the Millennium Secretary of State.
Yeah, sounds wonderful. When's the wedding?
I don't know. I guess just as soon as I fall in love with him. And there he is, playing poker. Looks like it's going to be an awfully long engagement.
How about breaking the monotony? I warn you, Miss Krause. You're very pretty. I'm going to kiss you.
Okay. That was nice. What's your name?
Harry Lime.
All right, Harry. You go right ahead and kiss me again.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Oh, Joaquimo, you wouldn't care if you were.
I guess I'll be running along.
Don't unless you want
really,
to.
I must. Well, be seeing you.
Don't you want to know who that was?
I don't know or care, really. I'll choose my own occasions for being jealous, darling. You can't force these things.
You're not a Latin at all, Joaquimo.
Of course I am.
When I think of Latins, I think of guitars like the one that's playing now, and a moon like that, and a balcony.
Darling, I don't think a balcony is provided on this boat.
You wouldn't know what to do with it if there was one.
What do you do with a balcony?
Romeo climbed
He
it.
did not. He got over the garden wall, all right, but the balcony was too much for him. That's the whole purpose for a balcony, to present the opposite sexes to each other with maximum visibility and minimum availability. It's our romantic Latin natures. We prefer reading the fine print only after the contract is signed.
You know what you are, Joaquimo?
What?
You're a poop. Here you are going on about women in general, when just 2 minutes ago your woman in particular was being kissed.
Oh, yes, I forgot to ask you. What was that fellow's name?
Harry Lime.
Never heard of him. Did I tell you I lost the poker game?
Listen, Joaquimo, I want to talk to you seriously.
Oh?
I don't care how Latin you are. Just because we don't love each other is no reason why we have to get married.
Let's sleep over it.
I don't want to sleep.
You'd better. We're getting into port early tomorrow morning.
I never should have let him go. That was my mistake.
Who, that fellow Lime?
That fellow Lime. He's not just that fellow Lime.
Oh, then who is he?
He's Harry Lime.
And what of it?
You mean to tell me you never heard of J. Harry Lime?
Never.
I'm surprised at you. Honestly, I am. How long were you in Washington?
What's that got to do with it?
You were the diplomatic representative of your country, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Haven't you any idea why Harry Lime is going to Melina?
Why?
You don't know?
No, I don't.
To look things over for the president, that's all.
The president of Malina?
No, the President of the United States.
And what's he got to do with the President?
What has Harry J. Lime got to do with the President?
I thought it was J. Harry Lime.
It's the same thing.
You mean he's one of those presidential advisors?
The President doesn't make a move without him. Of course, you don't see his picture much in the papers. He likes to keep behind the scenes.
But, Susie, you're always making up stories. I'll bet this is another one. If the President were sending somebody to Malinia, we would have heard about it.
But this is unofficial.
Oh?
Yes, that's the way he always works, unofficially, incognito. This time he's pretending to be a representative for Buzzo.
For what?
You know, buzz off with Buzzo. It's a soft drink.
Very interesting, very interesting. I tell you what, Susie, if you go down that companionway and then up by the prow, you can see the porpoises.
The who?
Porpoises.
What of it?
They're phosphorescent.
I don't care.
Well, go and look at them anyway. I'll be with you in a minute.
Well, at least you're being forceful. That's some improvement.
I'm just going to send the cable, dear. I'll be right with you.
Yeah?
You're the wireless man, aren't you?
That's me.
You've been playing your guitar very nimbly.
Thanks. You want to hear something special?
Yes, amigo. The sound of your quick hand on the telegraph key. A nation's fate depends on you. Now, see if you can take this from dictation. It should be in code, of course, but then code costs a little money, and a little money is exactly what my country doesn't have. Malinian Foreign Ministry. Most secret, most urgent. Lime, repeat, Lime, first name Harry, arrives Malinia City, my ship, tomorrow. Am I going too fast for you?
Yeah, that's okay.
Good. For your information, this Lime is the American President's chief confidential advisor. Lime's purpose visiting Malinia, obvious. Stop. Certain, I need not remind you that our repeated attempts to obtain financial aid for Malinia from Washington have been always rebuffed due to American prejudice against what they refer to as, quote, dictatorship, unquote, stop. This presidential advisor, Lime, will be looking for evidence of despotism, brutality, and terrorism in a police state. Need I say that he will not find any such thing? Repeat, Lime will not find any such thing. Yours, democratically, Joaquino.
Is that all?
Right, send it straight wire.
That'll be $20, mister.
My fiancée will pay you. Good night.
Good morning.
Good morning, Harry. Well, we're almost ready to land. Have you ever been to Malinia before, Harry?
No, I haven't, Susie.
I just thought I'd ask.
Looks nice from here, all those banners and flags. Must be a holiday, huh?
Don't you know what's going on
I
yet?
don't know anything about this place.
Well, it's an awful little dictatorship for one thing. Harry, what are you really doing?
What do you mean really doing? Buzzo. That's what I'm doing. Buzzo.
Oh, you just keep on saying Buzzo.
Well, people keep on drinking Buzzo.
Not in Malinia. They drink Abomino. It's made out of the rinds of tangerine.
Well, the days of Abomino are drawing to a close. What's that noise?
I think it's the Malinia national anthem. Look, there's a pilot coming out to meet
Yeah,
us.
they got an orchestra on the pilot boat, too. They're really going to town.
Harry, I'm afraid I've started something. Will you take my advice?
Gladly.
The first thing you do when you meet the dictator is to get him to sign over that Buzzo concession. Now's the time.
Yes, but how do I
Harry.
get to see the dictator?
He's coming out to meet you.
Sure, with all his cabinet.
That's right, with all his cabinet.
Have you got any money?
There's $3 left in my purse. Why?
Wonderful. You can take me to dinner tonight. Later in the season, when the citizens start buzzing off with Buzzo, I'll take you.
But we're all having dinner together.
We're all having that. Joaquimo is coming, too? All right.
Not only Joaquimo, the president's wife, the cabinet, and everybody.
By the president, you mean this dictator, Admiral, who's this?
Admiral Cuchabamba and Lolita.
Lolita.
You know, the famous Lolita.
That's Mrs. Cuchabamba.
It's Mrs. Dictator.
And we're all having dinner at the same table?
That's right.
You're kidding.
Look at those banners on the dock. Here, take my binoculars.
Thanks.
Read what the banners say.
Viva Harry Lime. That's funny. You know what it looks like? It looks like Viva Harry Lime.
That's what it says, all right.
I give you my word, that's how it happened. It wasn't my doing at all. Here I was actually trying to hustle an honest buck. Here I was going straight. And look what I got into. Politics. Susie managed to explain the situation to me just before the official greeting committee got on board. She'd only meant to impress her boyfriend, and here was the whole Malinian Republic, or rather dictatorship, turning itself out to impress me. First, I was surrounded by numberless, dusty-faced little gents, all jingling with medals, and then I was confronted by the fabulous Lolita. Lolita, with her regrettable egrets, her very white, sharp little teeth, baleful green eyes, and skin like uncolored marzipan.
Senor Lime, in the name of our glorious leader, my husband, I bid you welcome to the island paradise of Maligna. Viva Maligna! Viva Maligna! Viva Harry Lime! Viva Harry Lime! Viva Lolita! Viva!
On shore, a lot of beat-up-looking characters without any shoes had been issued armloads of paper roses. They threw the roses at me. Then I was put in an open car with Lolita, and off we went for a triumphal tour of the island.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, The Dead Candidate.
As of 6:30 that afternoon, I was still an honored guest of the Malenian state, and a banquet was scheduled in my honor. We take you now to the presidential palace, where Lolita is pinning herself into her evening dress. The admiral, his medals all arranged, is waiting for her on the other side of the screen.
See who that is, Sugar Plum.
It's Joachimo.
Your Excellency.
Yes, Joachimo?
My Uncle Isidro is fading fast. I expect to hear any moment that he has taken wing.
Too bad. The best foreign minister I ever had.
I gather I inherit the post.
But what the...
Please don't bother to object, Your Excellency. My Uncle Isidro has recovered speech long enough to brief me on the job.
What do you mean?
Signora, the essential for a post in your husband's government is information.
I cannot remember that your Uncle Isidro was ever Minister of Information.
He was Minister of Culture, which is a title, and Chief of Secret Police, which is a fact. In Maligna, the information is politically important in direct relation to who has it about who. Uncle Isidro had lots and lots about everybody. A legacy is handing down to me. But don't worry. All the dirt will be as closely guarded as before. I look upon this as a point of family honor.
And I look upon it as a form of blackmail.
I suggest we stop bickering, Signora, and get down to immediate questions of state.
Such as?
Such as persuading this Harry Lime to use his influence in Washington to get us some of that money.
And how are we going to do that?
Oh, that's easy, by convincing Lime that Maligna is really a democracy.
No. These phony demonstrations of democracy for Lime's benefit have put us in a difficult position.
Difficult. Just take the speech Lolita made today.
What about my speech?
Signora, it was dynamite.
You promised the people freedom of speech, freedom of worship, shorter hours, higher pay, old age benefits, and hot lunches for the children in school. Naturally, there was applause. We don't even have a school to serve the lunches in.
That was just for Lime's benefit. Did we get his name on a check?
It's not that easy.
Free press, free speech, free lunches. The next thing they will be wanting to vote.
That's just what I was going to suggest.
What?
We must, in the words of Shakespeare, busy giddy minds with the presidential campaign.
You mean with more than one candidate?
And ballots to fill out?
We're trying to look like a democracy, aren't we? Well, what could be more convincingly democratic than a presidential election?
That's just silly.
I must say I agree with Lolita. The idea of a presidential election in Maligna is silly.
May I ask why?
Why? Because there's only me to vote for.
Suppose we find someone else.
Why should we?
You mean somebody on our side, somebody safe. Me, for instance. Signora Presidente sounds rather nice.
Now, sweetmeat, let's not get ourselves excited.
Since a communist menace is just as necessary to an election, it's my suggestion we combine the two.
And you want me to run against the Red?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going to find one?
Well, I did think of Campo.
Campo? We only called him a Red. Poor old Campo. I'd almost forgotten him. He was nothing but a milk and water social democrat. Besides, the real trouble with Campo is he is dead.
Who's Campo, Sugar Plum?
Before your time, sweetmeat. Campo was president of the republic before the coup d'etat.
What did he die of?
Oh, some of the boys were chasing him.
The boys?
My boys.
It was fairly rough going in the last days of the Civil War, senor.
You know the sea cliff up west of the country club above the prison camp called Lover's Leap? Well, Campo leapt. We told the people that he fled, escaping justice by leaving the country, which is, after all, more or less what happened. By the way, where's Lime?
In the Grand Imperial Hotel in his suite. He wanted a hot bath.
If he gets it at the Grand Imperial, he made history.
While I was in America, Excellency, I made quite a survey of election campaign methods. And in many cities and even in some states,
Sweetmeat, make me another drink.
Look, I'm sorry to press this point, but I'm not mistaken, am I, in the belief that we're facing a real crisis?
Crisis? Bankruptcy. Not too much water, sweetmeat.
Now, to get back to the American election.
Don't eat so many nuts, Sugar
Let
Plum.
us say that some political machine is challenged by a reform party. Yes? Well, first, if this other party gets a bigger vote, there's the venerable tradition of dropping the ballot boxes in the river. But the best tactic is to ensure victory from the outset, and for this purpose, the cemetery is best.
The what?
What good's the cemetery?
Party workers are sent to the public graveyards. They consult the names on the tombstones and make careful lists which come in very handy on election day. There's no better way of getting a comfortable majority for the straight party ticket. Really, there's nothing more reliable than a dead voter. Now, my idea is even better. Without boasting, I feel it bears the hallmark of true statesmanship.
All right. What is it?
I'll put it simply.
I doubt that, but go on.
If you can improve your chances in political campaigns by using dead voters, why not make absolutely sure?
Fine. But how do you do it?
Isn't it obvious? A dead candidate.
Naturally, I wasn't present for any of these secret meetings of state, but later I managed to piece it all together in jail. How did I happen to be in jail? We're coming to that, but just for a minute, let's review the situation. The Malenian dictatorship was busy turning itself into a democracy to put it over on Harry Lime, who in turn was putting it over on Malenia. The banquet, in my honor, of course, was a big do in which all the guests got themselves nicely tanked up on a Bomino. I managed finally to get away for a taxi ride with Susie. The driver took us up to a place called Lover's Leap.
Lover's Leap is what they call it, senorita. But Campo's Leap is the real name.
Campo? That's the name of the man who's going to run in the election. They told us about it tonight, Harry.
Sure they did.
But, driver, you don't mean to say he jumped in the ocean from here.
Senorita, he did not have any choice.
But he couldn't have lived.
Oh, we have always told ourselves that he did, senor. A sardine boat picked him up, and someday he comes sailing back and deliver Malenia from its bondage.
But, driver, haven't you heard about the election?
Maybe the driver wasn't at the bank.
Oh, that's true. Well, driver, they just announced the election tonight. Campo is going to run for president.
Too bad.
Well, why too bad?
Well, you said they were running him for president.
Yes.
Then he must certainly be dead.
Yes, but what happens if they elect him?
Elect who?
The dead candidate, of course. It's your idea. What happens if this social democrat, this Campo, wins the election?
Senor, of course he'll win it.
How can he if he's dead?
That's just what makes it such good politics. We encourage the popular notion that Campo is alive. And since he's not, he's the perfect candidate to run against the Admiral.
But that means Sugar Plum will be defeated.
Yes, the voting public is notoriously ungrateful. But listen to this, senor. We rig it so that Campo apparently announces that infirmity and old age make it inadvisable for him to return from exile.
I should think so. The man's dead.
Meanwhile, up on Campo's Leap, the Malenian moon was still going full force.
Harry,
Yes, Susie?
come closer.
Closer? Pleasure.
No, keep your head up. I want to get a look at you.
Ah, senorita, you have noticed it as well.
Driver, you're a very nice driver, I'm sure, but I wish you'd go away.
No, senor, no. You will be needing me to drive you to the hospital.
Hospital?
It's true. You're coming out in spots, isn't he, driver?
Yes, and just wait till you see him tomorrow morning.
Spots? What kind of spots?
Malenian measles, senor. That'll be 3 weeks at least, senor, in quarantine.
Malinia measles. That's what I had to thank for missing the better part of the history-making Malinian election campaign. However, Susie, who came daily to push fresh fruit through the bars of the pest house, kept me pretty closely informed.
Come in, come in.
Is this your office, Wakimo?
Yes, excuse the shirt sleeves, but we're awfully busy in
With
here.
all those titles on the door?
Yes, I'm now acting Minister of Culture. Have a drink. Chief of Secret Police and the Admiral's campaign manager. Here you are.
Thanks, Wakimo. Well, this is Bazo.
Certainly it's Bazo. The stuff is sweeping Abomino right off the market.
Now tell me about Campo.
Campo's doing almost as well.
And Friezo?
Friezo, never heard of him. No, besides the Admiral, Campo's the only candidate.
Friezo isn't a candidate. It's a drink.
You mean like Bazo?
Well, Friezo is better than Buzzo, really, if you ask me.
I didn't. Lime gave me a nice percentage of the Bazo concession, and there's no need for competition.
Competition is democracy.
Exactly. Here, let me read you Campo's dying words. I just wrote them. Beloved fellow countrymen, you see, we thought we'd best let him die officially just on the election eve. More dramatic that way and a whole lot safer. Come in, come in.
Hello, it's me.
Keep your distance, you're in quarantine.
Not anymore. I sort out the bars with my nail file. Besides, my spots are fading, aren't they, Susie?
A little, Harry, but there's such a lot of them, aren't there?
Wakimo, I came here to make a confession.
Sorry, we haven't got time for that now.
No, this election has gone far enough.
You mean you got instructions from Washington?
No, I don't ever get any instructions from Washington. This was Susie's idea, Wakimo. She just made up one of her little stories.
I
you
haven't
know
got
how
time. Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me you are not the president's right-hand man?
That's right.
You're under arrest!
Arrest?
What for?
Suspicion of being an American spy. Take him away!
En route to the Huskow, my little escort party and I encountered a new visitor to the island. A dapper, ambassadorial sort of character with a crew cut. Look here, are you an American?
I am.
Oh, thank heaven. Maybe you can get me out of this. My name is Lime.
Lime? Did you say Lime?
Yes, Lime.
Not Lime of Buzzo.
Well, yes.
I'm Jones of Friezo. Good day, sir.
Hello, get me the newspapers. Get me the newspapers on the phone. Quiet now, everybody. Quiet now. Let's keep our heads. Hello, hello. Is this the editor's office? Quiet! Here's your headline for tonight. Fraud that polls discovered. Martial law declared. That's right. Call out the guards. Close all the bars and the billiard halls. Shut off the telephone. Wait. I can improve that headline. Quiet! Never mind the newspapers. Send the boys out to burn up the ballot boxes.
Too late.
What do you mean?
Too late.
Too late? It doesn't matter a bit if Campo's elected.
Yes, but it does matter if he's alive.
Alive? You mean Campo isn't dead after all?
He certainly isn't. He's been in America all this time working for Friezo.
What's Friezo? Another one of those soft drinks.
Campo's been working as a bottle washer in the Scranton Works. Well, you know how Friezo feels about Buzzo.
Signora, this is not a competition between soda pop.
Oh, yes, it is. Now, Friezo sees a way to edge Buzzo out of Malignia. They've chartered a special plane.
A special plane?
Yes. President-elect Campo is due into Malignia tonight.
Well, you know what that means. It means a special plane for us going out. Well, Your Excellency, we have dared greatly, and we have failed. Yes, what do you want?
My name is Jones.
Who cares?
Jones of Friezo. Signora, Your Excellency, gentlemen, I beg to inform you that Malignia is liberated.
What do you mean, liberated?
You must face the logic of history, Signora.
Yes, democracy has come to Malinia by courtesy of Friezo.
Viva Friezo!
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Included in the liberation, I'm glad to say, was one slightly spotted jailbird by the name of Harry Lime. I was also included on the passenger list of the outgoing plane. And there you have it, the inside dope on the birth of a nation. I'll never go straight again.
Well, it is that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. Sacramento, California played a crucial role during the California Gold Rush of the mid-1800s. It served as a major distribution point for gold seekers heading to the Sierra Nevada mountains in search of their fortunes. As the capital of California, Sacramento is the seat of government and the home of the California State Capitol building. Sacramento is the 6th largest city in California and the 35th largest city in the United States, with a population of over 500,000 residents. The iconic Tower Bridge is one of Sacramento's most recognizable landmarks. This impressive vertical lift bridge, constructed in 1935, connects the city to West Sacramento. Sacramento is often referred to as the City of Trees due to its abundant tree-lined streets, parks, and green spaces. Sacramento holds the title of being America's farm-to-fork capital, emphasizing the city's commitment to showcasing local and sustainable food sources. The Crocker Art Museum, established in 1885, is the oldest art museum west of the Mississippi River and houses an impressive collection of California art. And that was the Trivia Minute, and I hope you had a good time listening to these shows, and I hope to see you next time. God bless, and have a great day.